Chapter 1. Let me first address the issue of terminology. I belong to the category of individuals who meticulously scrutinize words, striving for a more precise expression of meaning, even if it necessitates the creation of neologisms. Consequently, many of my phrases may be unfamiliar to you. This is entirely normal, not a reflection of your lack of knowledge, but rather my own pretentiousness. Next, there's the matter of typing. I type exceedingly slowly, agonizingly so, while simultaneously deliberating whether my choice of adjectives is apt, pondering if this character's personality would truly articulate such dialogue, and contemplating how to best convey the scenes I envision. I am aware that some of this may be a futile endeavor, yet it is a requisite for many authors. Nevertheless, this is how I must compose my work, even if it is not swift. At the very least, I shall not allow it to devolve into simplistic prose. I yearn to imbue every character with depth, to render each one authentic. To avert unnecessary errors, I frequently consult Baidu. During this process, I often find myself lost in thought. If a chapter comprises around 2,500 words, I require approximately 3 hours. Truly, these are the genuine figures, even now. It is somewhat disheartening. Moving on, there is the issue of the female protagonist. A pure-hearted narrative. I perceive my work in this light. There are several female leads, each of whom I will portray with great care, ensuring they do not become mere. As for how many there are, this is a point of hesitation furthermore. It is somewhat of a mystery. I hope I haven't digressed. I should be on topic. Approaching 200,000 words, and yet I have yet to present a true female protagonist from the original work. To be candid, I am somewhat in awe of my own purity. Perhaps this is a primary reason for the dismal popularity on Feilu. Alas, I am quite peculiar. The following words may be a tad trite. I hope that those who appreciate my book will continue to do so. I hope that those able will subscribe to my work. I extend my gratitude to Feilu, to all of you for your support, to the friends who silently encourage me, to the delightful rascals in the group, and to the good souls who will soon subscribe. Let this be considered a statement of gratitude. It should be a statement of gratitude. That is all. It is a bit disheartening. I warmly welcome all readers to delve into my work. The latest, fastest, and most popular serialized creations await you. Udusk, www.udusk.com. The yellow leaves wither and fall from the branches, descending into the water and creating ripples that gently dissipate and drift away. The dandelion whispers, "This is the season of fluttering." Xiaobai reclined on the bed, which was white tinged with yellow, laboriously gasping for breath. He watched as his trembling hand fell powerless, a bitter smile forming in his heart. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Is it so difficult to even raise my hand? Perhaps. It is nearly time. Xiaobai turned his head to gaze at the stack of comic books beside the bed, gritting his teeth as he forcefully extracted a photograph wedged within them, only to be met with another wave of breathlessness that nearly sent him into oblivion. How uncomfortable. Leaning against the bed, Xiaobai closed his eyes and took a few breaths. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly sat up, smoothing the slightly crumpled photograph in his hand and staring blankly at it. His left hand unconsciously fiddled with the purple crystal pendant given to him by the orphanage director on their deathbed, but he quickly regained his senses. Xiaobai knew that he was merely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. His time was running short. A fleeting moment of clarity? Xiaobai chuckled bitterly, trembling as he extended his withered hand, resembling the roots of an ancient tree, and delicately caressed the photograph. His breathing quickened. Is it the limit now? Director, I truly am not a fortunate soul. Xiao, Fu Er, Xiao Hu Xiao Yu. I am sorry, dear ones from the orphanage. It is your brother Xiaobai who has failed you. I can no longer return to see you. As he absent-mindedly murmured the names from the photograph, Xiaobai suddenly longed to see this world for the last time, only to find that his vision had become blurred. The sky is darkening. How swiftly it comes. I wish to know if tomorrow will bring sunshine. He could no longer feel his limbs or his body, suppressing the increasing ache in his nose. Xiaobai pressed his lips tightly together, striving to maintain a radiant smile. If there's a next life, I truly wish to inhabit a vibrant world akin to that of One Piece. It seemed the sun had completely set, casting everything into darkness. Director, death, truly is a profound solitude. A single tear ultimately slipped from his lifeless eyes, splattering onto the photograph and shattering it into countless pieces, quietly blooming in the afterglow, resembling a resplendent golden lotus. Xiaobai remained frozen at the head of the bed in the tranquil sunset, that long, crystalline thread not yet faded, akin to an endless caesura. Xiaobai sat foolishly on the beach, his eyes filled with bewilderment as he gazed at two oddly shaped fruits and a purple crystal sword adorned with intricate inscriptions. It had been nearly half an hour, yet his mind remained in a state of chaos. He was dead. For reasons unknown, he possessed the purple crystal gifted to him by the orphanage director and inexplicably found himself in a magnificent grand hall. There, a warm but indistinct elder informed him that he had retrieved a fragment of the Taoist jade tablet lost on Earth, and the heavenly Tao, taking notice, decided to grant him a wish. In his dazed state, he dreamily expressed a desire to enter the world of One Piece. The elder seemed to ponder briefly before waving his robe, shattering the void, and drawing the still-dazed Xiaobai into a whirl of colorful illusions. Thus, Xiaobai appeared on this beach, bearing two fruits and a sword, retrieving the world artifact Taoist jade tablet, completing the artifact, stabilizing the turmoil of the three realms in one fell swoop, is a merit. The heavenly Tao acknowledges this and grants you infinite merit to cleanse your essence. The heavenly Tao acknowledges this, bestowing the chaotic freedom classic, allowing you to cultivate one of the 3,000 paths, the supreme path of freedom. Freedom is a path cultivate neither body nor spirit. A steadfast heart leads to a steadfast body. A broad heart leads to a broad spirit. The great Tao consists of 50. The celestial evolution follows 49. The heavenly Tao acknowledges this, granting you one when karma is exhausted. You shall create your own destiny. Is this truly real? To invoke the heavenly Tao, is it Hong Jun, that elder? So all of this is real? Then, I can never return, can I? Xiaobai gazed at his own delicate, youthful body, reminiscent of a 7 or 8-year-old child, murmuring to himself. There was no answer, only the incessant sound of crashing waves, gradually restoring clarity to his dazed eyes. Suddenly, Xiaobai experienced a moment of enlightenment whether he wished it or not. The reality before him was no longer something he could refuse to accept. Fortunately, having lived in the celestial realm for many years, he had long since adapted to this sense of helplessness. The world of One Piece. I have actually arrived in the world of One Piece. Ha ha! In an abrupt departure from his usual demeanor, he erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Bordering on hysteria, the youthful timbre of his voice sounded particularly lonely and jarring. Xiaobai knew he was grappling with fear, releasing the terror of having already faced death once, the fear of eternally bidding farewell to a forsaken past, and the anxiety of confronting an uncertain future. After a while, his voice became hoarse, and Xiaobai resumed his quiet demeanor, expressionless as he wiped away the tears that had unknowingly streamed down his face, beginning to sense his own transformation. For a moment, the youthful Xiaobai felt a twinge of awkwardness, especially with the astonishing power contained within his seemingly frail form, and the healthy, radiant skin he had never possessed before. Slightly shifting his body, which had grown numb from inactivity, Xiaobai silently rose and grasped the purple crystal sword. Its touch radiated warmth, a sword entirely composed of purple crystal, resembling an ancient Han sword. Unlike a single-edged blade, it was a double-edged sword, adorned with countless protruding inscriptions, ancient, desolate, and grand. The slender blade was translucent, yet it contained swirling purple energy that flowed gently, the blade shimmering with a cold light, exuding an aura of latent sharpness. Xiaobai was not well versed in swords, but even the sword's exterior alone left him in awe. With a sweeping motion, the rocks battered by the ocean waves seemed to crumble like tofu. This power left Xiaobai speechless. I don't feel weighed down, it just seems a bit long. Not the sword's length, but rather that I am too small. Holding the sword, Xiaobai looked helplessly at the tip, which had drawn blood from a previous motion due to its excessive length. Suddenly, Xiaobai was taken aback, staring intently as the drop of blood was slowly absorbed by the sword, merging into the swirling purple energy. The once gently flowing purple energy erupted violently, akin to water being poured into boiling oil. Buzz! The amethyst sword suddenly emitted a sharp, resounding roar, striking directly at Xiaobai's soul. His grip on the sword faltered involuntarily, causing his body to retreat a couple of steps, while the amethyst sword detached from his grasp and hovered in the air with an unwavering presence. What on earth? Buzz! Once again, the sword resonated with a piercing and rapid roar. As it hovered, the amethyst sword slowly ascended, and at a height of 3 to 4 meters, it suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Wait, a moment. Xiaobai hurriedly raised his hand to shield his head, bracing against the sand and stones whipped up by the gale, stumbling backward. The flying debris struck his modified body, causing a slight sting, and his randomly bestowed novice attire was torn to shreds. The phenomenon was as fleeting as it was sudden. Xiaobai stared in astonishment at the amethyst sword, which remained calmly suspended in the air. Were it not for the half-meter deep, 10-meter-long pit and the lingering pain in his body, he might have thought it was merely an illusion. This is, recognizing its master, hesitant, Xiaobai cautiously approached the amethyst sword, which seemed to sense his proximity and gradually floated towards him, stopping just before his chest, still spinning gently. With a hint of hesitation, Xiaobai extended his hand and ultimately grasped the hilt of the sword. A familiar pulse resonated from the hilt, akin to the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He distinctly felt the joy emanating from the blade. Resonance. Is this the sensation of bloodline connection? A burgeoning realization compelled Xiaobai to absent-mindedly brush his fingertip against the blade, discovering that it posed no harm to him. He casually swung it a couple of times in the air. Sword energy, perhaps? As the tip of the sword traced a line, a faint crescent moon formed in the void, shooting forward with great speed, dissipating after traveling 3 meters. Eager to continue experimenting, Xiaobai suddenly recalled that he still possessed 2 devil fruits in the recent whirlwind. Oh no! A jolt of alarm surged through Xiaobai, causing him to halt his breath in panic. Just as he was about to run off in search of them, he was astounded to find the 2 fruits resting merely 2 steps away, almost within reach. He exhaled in relief, yet immediately chastised himself for his earlier anxiety. How unbecomingly frantic. I've been to the Purple Sky Palace. After all, in the grand scheme of things, I ought to be akin to a figure of renown in the primordial world. Why do I continue to react with such shock and trepidation? Xiaobai set down the sword, picking up both devil fruits, one in each hand. In his left hand, he held a banana adorned with mysterious patterns, while in his right hand was a durian featuring spiral designs. If I recall correctly, the banana is an animal-type devil fruit, while the durian is of the superhuman variety. I suppose I'll choose the superhuman one. But what if I'm mistaken? Each fruit possesses its unique abilities. The strengths and weaknesses of these powers fundamentally determine the heights of future accomplishments. While not absolute, the advantages of having a superior fruit are undeniable. Devil fruits are generally categorized into 3 types: natural, animal, and superhuman. Among these, natural fruits reign supreme. Their elemental properties allow them to outstrip both animal and superhuman types. When activated, they render physical attacks ineffective and enable control over elemental bodies and the surrounding environment for offensive maneuvers, making them virtually invincible to pure physical attackers. Animal-type abilities enhance the physical capabilities of the user, augmenting speed and strength. In close combat, animal-type powers are the most formidable of the 3, earning their wielders the title of the strongest in close-quarters combat. Superhuman abilities, on the other hand, are peculiar, unfathomable, and exceedingly difficult to defend against. Xiaobai held no particular preference for any of the types in his view. Each possessed its own unique charm. As for natural fruits, aside from their other merits, their training speed is notably superior, allowing for rapid growth. Animal fruits, as Xiaobai speculated, seem to possess a hidden feral attribute, akin to Chopper's rampage on Judicial Island, where their abilities could increase exponentially. Furthermore, animal-type mythical beasts are exceedingly rare, even scarcer than natural fruits. As for superhuman types, Xiaobai observed that it appeared easier for their users to cultivate haki. There are no worthless abilities, only worthless users. After some contemplation, Xiaobai decided to consume one of the fruits. Left for respect, right for humility. I'll go with the banana in my left hand, he resolved, setting the durian aside and preparing to eat the banana, when suddenly he sensed something within himself, causing his hand to pause. Could it be? You wish to consume it? Buzz. Skeptical, Xiaobai felt the amethyst sword's presence intensifying. Half convinced, he thrust the sword towards the banana-shaped devil fruit. Or rather, the sword seemed to be making the effort itself. The amethyst sword pierced through effortlessly, and as Xiaobai stood in stunned silence, unable to react, he watched as streams of liquid, reminiscent of glass, surged up the sword from the point of contact. The banana-shaped devil fruit rapidly shriveled, disintegrating into ash and scattering with the wind in less than half a second, while the sword's inscriptions seemed to come alive, radiating countless vibrant lights as it underwent a metamorphosis. Absorbed. What is the situation? Xiaobai stood in stunned silence, utterly at a loss. The iridescent aura enveloping the amethyst sword gradually dissipated, revealing a transformation so profound that even its appearance had changed dramatically. Measuring 3 feet and 6 inches in length, the blade shimmered like glazed jade, with wisps of purple energy coursing through it, exuding a crystalline brilliance. The surface sparkled with ethereal light, the edge glinted with a frosty sheen, while the guard resembled a pair of vibrant wings poised for flight, intricately detailed and alive with texture. The once engraved handle had given way to a delicate pattern akin to dragon scales, culminating in the exquisite form of a phoenix head at the end of the grip. Its ruby-like eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, and a slender beak emanating an aura both elegant and formidable. Noble and proud, it resembled a masterpiece of art. But the question lingered, was it usable? Xiaobai, lost in thought, instinctively reached out to pluck it when an unexpected change occurred. The purple crystal sword suddenly descended before Xiaobai's waist, rapidly expanding and widening. In an instant, the blade had grown to a size ample enough for Xiaobai to recline upon, and the phoenix head turned to blink at him. Alive. What is this? Did you consume the devil fruit? Xiaobai gazed in astonishment at the purple sword, suddenly recalling a technique mentioned in the world of One Piece, which allowed for the fusion of weapons with devil fruits. For instance, there was Spandam's sword on Eni's lobby that had consumed the elephant fruit, and Mr. for his gun from Baroque works, named Sura, which was infused with the dog fruit. Yet, the purple crystal sword appeared to have directly absorbed the powers of a devil fruit without any intermediary involvement. Is it truly so? Is it inviting me to ascend? A wave of thoughts resonated in his mind, and under this profound realization, Xiaobai tentatively inquired, only to observe the phoenix head of the purple crystal sword gently nod. He slightly parted his lips, momentarily lost in thought, and after a brief hesitation, he leaped gracefully, finding himself securely embraced by the weapon. Boom. As Xiaobai finally steadied himself, the amethyst sword surged into the sky, slicing through the air with a force that stirred up clouds of dust and sand. The rapidly passing scenery vanished in an instant, startling Xiaobai, who instinctively wanted to crouch low. However, he quickly regained his composure. The sword flew with astonishing speed yet provided no sense of wind pressure or turbulence. The wings of the sword spread slightly, and through a faint haze, Xiaobai perceived a delicate lavender aura enveloping the blade, shielding him from external forces in a steady embrace. This was truly a flight. The amethyst sword soared at the same altitude as a seagull, merely 4 to 5 meters above the ocean's surface. A whirlwind of emotions, unknown fear, restlessness, stability, joy, and exhilaration swirled within him. As Xiaobai gradually acclimated, he began to relish the breathtaking vistas that accompanied this aerial journey. He was unaware of the fruit that the amethyst sword had consumed. Yet he was certain it was not one of the famed 5 flying fruits from the tales of the Pirate King. The lavender wings were remarkably noble and exquisite. Once, a rogue known as Mouse had been cast out by a village in the West Sea. He became a pirate, following his captain in acts of murder and thievery, enjoying a lavish life for several months. One fateful day, their fleet encountered a formidable pirate crew and witnessed the legendary powers of those who wielded them. Their ship was raided and ravaged, and as the situation grew dire, Mouse and a few others leapt into the sea, narrowly escaping, cast adrift on the uncertain waters. They later discovered a forsaken small boat. With limited space aboard, the men exchanged knowing glances before suddenly turning against one another, wounding each other gravely. In that moment of chaos, Mouse, who had been overlooked amidst the turmoil, seized the opportunity, dispatching them all and commandeering the vessel. Fortuitously, he was then delivered to a small island. Mouse discreetly concealed the boat, joyfully stepping ashore and foraging for wild fruits to satisfy his hunger. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed from somewhere on the island, and driven by curiosity, he rushed towards the source. On a deserted beach, he stumbled upon a devil fruit, the legendary fruit of lore. Initially incredulous, he soon erupted with ecstasy. Eagerly, Mouse hid the fruit away, fully aware of its immense value. The starting bid of 100 million berries seemed to unfold before his eyes. The overwhelming wave of happiness nearly rendered him uncontrollable. With such wealth, he would no longer need to serve as a pirate. When he returned to his village, he envisioned those who had scorned him offering up their wives and daughters willingly. He dreamed of constructing a grand mansion, forcing those who belittled him to serve as his subordinates, catering to his every whim. In a frenzy of excitement, Mouse clutched his hair and trembled with anticipation, then dashed into the forest, eager to cross to the other side and depart on his little boat. Soaring back to his village in triumph. As he descended, a voice from the sky halted him abruptly, prompting him to quickly conceal himself within the low shrubs. Through the scattered leaves, he caught sight of a figure plummeting from the heavens. From the sky, Mouse's eyes widened in shock, and he clamped his mouth shut tightly. From now on, I shall call you Purple Feather. Sensing the joy emanating from beneath him, Xiaobai's lips curled into a subtle smile. In the instant of landing, he had been pondering whether carrying such a grand sword would be cumbersome, yet to his surprise, Purple Feather seemed to understand his thoughts, instantly shrinking down and transforming into a small amethyst pendant. A delicate lavender cord sprouted from its end, swiftly looping around Xiaobai's neck. Xiaobai was initially taken aback, then gently caressed the exquisite necklace adorning his chest, suddenly struck by an impulse to laugh heartily at the heavens. Indeed, a minute passed, and Xiaobai furrowed his brow in concern. 2 minutes elapsed, and he began to feel a sense of restlessness. After 5 minutes, panic set in, leaving him utterly disconcerted. 10 minutes later, nothing. Nothing at all. This is impossible. In that moment, Xiaobai, like a madman, frantically scoured the beach, his heart racing with an overwhelming sense of dread and regret. That devil fruit had been right here, without a doubt, yet now it was nowhere to be found. Was it carried away by the wind? Surely not. Perhaps it was buried in the sand? Or could it have been swept away by the waves? Or snatched by a seagull? No, please. At this moment, Xiaobai felt as though he might burst into tears. The sense of loss and regret was utterly overwhelming. A chilling sensation enveloped his heart, and all he could do was futilely dig aimlessly in the sand, clinging desperately to a mere flicker of hope, entirely reliant on that slender chance. Xiaobai was engulfed in an almost unbearable remorse, an overwhelming sense of regret. He loathed his own forgetfulness, despised his lack of caution, condemned his own foolishness, and regretted his youthful impulsiveness. How could he have lost the devil fruit, the very treasure he had longed for? It was already within his grasp, yet he had carelessly abandoned it on the beach. At this moment, Xiaobai felt as though he might weep from the shock of his own folly. The opportunity he yearned for most had slipped through his fingers. How could this be possible? Surely, it could not be true. He had only stepped away for a brief moment. With a voice tinged with the beginnings of tears, Xiaobai frantically searched the area, murmuring to himself, completely unaware of to whom he was speaking. Suddenly, from the nearby woods, a faint rustling sound emerged, subtle yet distinct. It caught Xiaobai's attention. Who was it? In his current state, Xiaobai resembled a raging bull, ready to ignite at the slightest provocations, especially at the thought that something in the woods might be spying on him. Spying, stealing, a thief. At this moment, Xiaobai sprang up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on, his gaze inadvertently widening the possibility of an unexpected encounter as he looked towards the forest. The mere thought of a presence that seemed to harbor an inferno within him filtered out all other possibilities, and he was resolutely convinced that the sound originated from a thief. With a swift movement, he launched himself forward like a cheetah. Indeed, Xiaobai's instincts proved correct. Hidden amidst the low shrubs of the forest was a figure, a destitute islander known as the Mouse. Moments earlier, he had been frozen in place, fixated on Xiaobai. But as a caterpillar fell upon him, a slight itch compelled him to shift, inadvertently rustling a cluster of leaves. Although the Mouse had hoped to remain undetected, he underestimated Xiaobai's acute awareness. With a thunderous roar, Xiaobai charged forth like a ferocious beast poised to seize its prey, his speed astonishing. The Mouse turned and fled. Xiaobai gazed at the thief he had cornered, his eyelids twitching in irritation. It was this scoundrel who had nearly brought him to tears moments ago. Stop! Don't run! The mere shout intensified the thief's panic, causing him to accelerate by an astonishing 20%, leaving Xiaobai, who was in pursuit, utterly exasperated. How infuriating! Xiaobai's heart surged with fury as his peripheral vision locked onto a stone on the ground. In an instant, he scooped it up and hurled it with great force towards the rat. Bang! Thud! Xiaobai's aim was limited. He initially intended to target the Mouse's back, but missed. However, under the correction of overwhelming force, the shot struck the Mouse's calf instead. The immense impact caused the Mouse to let out a muffled grunt, its foot slipping as it collided heavily against the trunk of a tree, producing a deep thud before coming to an abrupt halt. As Xiaobai approached, the Mouse could barely muster the strength to rise. The expression on its face, previously twisted in pain, instantly morphed into one of sheer panic upon seeing Xiaobai. Ignoring its injuries, it instinctively sought to flee. However, with a swift movement, Xiaobai positioned himself right before it, rendering the creature motionless, forced to remain in place. Return what you have taken. Xiaobai, with a somber expression, fixed his gaze upon the mouse and spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. What is it? The mouse, feeling the weight of Xiaobai's stare, became somewhat anxious and hurriedly averted its eyes, exclaiming, "It's my belonging. The one I left on the beach just now. You took it, didn't you?" Xiaobai became increasingly convinced that the stolen devil fruit had undoubtedly been taken by this individual. I don't know. I didn't take it. If you didn't take it, why did you flee?" Xiaobai suddenly unleashed a fierce shout, momentarily stunning the mouse. Nono was at a loss, and the scene was strikingly abrupt, an adult rendered motionless by a child barely his height. Unbeknownst to Xiaobai, the mouse had already relinquished any thought of resistance the moment he witnessed his sudden descent. The swift, feline grace with which Xiaobai moved had instilled a profound sense of dread within him, and the sharp pain in his feet served as a constant reminder to remain still. The blazing sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the mouse's face, revealing his palpable terror. "I don't care what your reasons are. Return it to me at once." Xiaobai gazed coldly at the thief before him, stepping forward with a composed demeanor, which only heightened the rat's anxiety. "I didn't," the thief stammered, as if to refute the accusation. The mere proximity of Xiaobai sent tremors of fear through him, causing him to involuntarily retreat a step. In his flustered state he stumbled, his body swaying precariously. As if in slow motion, the round, durian-like devil fruit slipped from the rat's grasp, falling to the ground with a faint yet thunderous thud that echoed in the silence. Xiaobai was engulfed in shock and ecstasy, which swiftly morphed into unbridled fury, while the mouse was overwhelmed with astonishment and dread, his countenance turning ashen. The mouse's face shifted rapidly, realizing that any attempts at concealment were futile. In a moment of grim determination, he clenched his teeth, hastily picked up the devil fruit at his feet, and raised it to his mouth. "How dare you?" In an instant, Xiaobai appeared before him, a surge of unrelenting hatred manifesting in a furious strike. The purple feather sword materialized in his hand, transforming into a fleeting shadow of violet. Before the mouse could fully lift the fruit to his lips, his hand was severed in an instant, and the devil fruit was snatched back by Xiaobai. The pain from the severed limb jolted the mouse from his momentary stupor, eliciting a harrowing scream as blood gushed forth like a fountain from the clean cut. In a desperate attempt to staunch the flow, the mouse clutched at the wound, but upon seeing Xiaobai before him, he was instantly reminded that this figure was the true harbinger of doom. The severed finger twitched faintly, still oozing blood, pitifully discarded in the filthy earth. The purple feather sword gently swayed, shaking off the blood with an almost ethereal grace, its glint piercing the mouse's heart like a tangible blade, sending a chilling wave through his very being. Years of survival instincts compelled him to silence, and he sank to his knees before Xiaobai. Despite the relentless flow of blood and the trembling agony coursing through his body, he understood that the present moment was paramount. He knew that if his master were displeased, he would inevitably lose his life. "Please, spare me. I was wrong. I am a wretch. I implore your mercy." Before Xiaobai could utter a word, the mouse bowed his head repeatedly, the sound of his forehead striking the ground resonating like a drumbeat, his pleas for mercy pouring forth. With his life hanging in the balance, he abandoned all pretense, yet Xiaobai's prolonged silence only deepened his despair. Terrified, he dared not raise his gaze or inquire further. And in his escalating hopelessness, he bowed even more fervently. Xiaobai stood unmoving, one hand clutching the devil fruit, the other wielding the purple feather sword, silently observing the mouse. It was not that he was speechless, rather, the sight of the severed hand and the blood that had splattered everywhere left him in a state of shock, rooted to the spot, utterly at a loss. Unbeknownst to the mouse, who was consumed by his own desperation, he continued to prostrate himself, fervently seeking Xiaobai's clemency. Even with a profound understanding of the brutal nature of the world, he clung to a sliver of hope that this man might show him mercy. To beg for mercy might still lead to death, but to refrain from doing so would undoubtedly seal his fate. Trembling, the mouse pondered, his entire being soaked, though he could not discern whether it was from pain or fear. "Get out." Xiaobai suddenly uttered a single word, his voice cutting through the air like a knife. The mouse, startled by the sudden sound, fell prostrate in terror, awakening to the gravity of his situation. He raised his head, bewildered, gazing at Xiaobai. "Get off this island." Xiaobai turned his head and glared at him, shouting loudly. The mouse finally understood. It was not death that awaited him, but rather a command to flee. This realization filled the mouse with overwhelming joy. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, his pallid face, drained from loss of blood, now blushing with excitement. He swiftly scrambled to the ground, fearing that any delay might prompt this man to change his mind. Dragging his slightly limping leg, he crawled desperately towards the beach, occasionally glancing back with trepidation, terrified that Xiaobai might suddenly retract his permission for escape. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was entirely preoccupied with his own turmoil. His hands and feet trembled slightly from fear, making it difficult to grip both the purple feather and the devil fruit. Until today, he had never even killed a chicken, let alone severed a human limb with such casualness. At that moment, the severed limb lay motionless on the ground, as if poised to spring to life. The blood pooling from it seemed to engulf Xiaobai's vision, resembling a gaping maw of a hellish beast, ready to swallow him whole at any moment. "Ah, Xiaobai suddenly cried out, instantly awakening from his hallucination. He was unaware that a layer of cold sweat had formed on his back. As the wind blew, bringing a chill, he silently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the sight of the bloodstains and severed hand no longer filled him with fear. In that moment, Xiaobai had an epiphany. This was a trial. For a novice cultivator like him, who primarily focused on inner cultivation, this represented his first mental barrier, and now, he had taken his inaugural step forward. Xiaobai came to a profound realization and turned his gaze towards the direction from which the mouse had fled. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Unbeknownst to him, the mouse had nearly collapsed in terror at his sudden shout, only mustering the strength to escape once it was certain that Xiaobai was not in pursuit. Not long after, in the shadowy recesses beside a massive rock at the water's edge, a small boat lay in wait. The mouse stood before it, tearing a strip from his clothing, gritting his teeth as he tightly bound his elbow joint. Each of these simple actions now felt like an exhausting ordeal. As if he had drained every ounce of his vitality. Movements that had once been effortless now appeared clumsy and laborious, every part of his body aflame with pain, compounded by the agonizing fear of Xiaobai's pursuit, making each second stretch into an eternity. Cursed be this humiliation. I shall exact my vengeance, returning it 100-fold. Just you wait. The mouse glared venomously at the receding island, his face contorted in a grimace that mingled pain with fervor, his veins bulging ominously, resembling a malevolent specter. As he struggled to untie the ropes that bound him, the combination of exhaustion and agony rendered him incapable of boarding the vessel, deepening his sense of worthlessness and fueling his hatred, the bitterness in his eyes so palpable it seemed almost tangible. I will have my revenge. I will gather a legion to destroy you. The value of that devil fruit exceeds 100 million berries. Huh, is that so? You needn't concern yourself with that. A chilling voice emanated from behind him, causing the mouse's body to stiffen instantaneously. The haunting resonance, as if summoned from the depths of hell, lingered in his ears. Mechanically, he turned, finally confronting the very figure he had dreaded, accompanied by a youthful yet mocking smile. You promised to spare me. I had no intentions of revenge. You told me to leave. You said so. With a mournful visage twisted into an unseemly grin, the mouse stammered incoherently, his voice quaking, growing increasingly disordered. I have changed my mind. Xiaobai spoke with a demeanor as calm as a tranquil sky. Yet, to the mouse's ears, it resonated like a thunderous clap. The mouse wished to kneel once more, to implore Xiaobai for another chance. But he saw Xiaobai brandishing the amethyst sword, with a delicate stroke, resembling the flight of a celestial steed. The mouse found itself unable to kneel any longer. A sharp pain surged forth as it desperately attempted to staunch the crimson line that traversed half its body. Panic and terror enveloped it. The more it struggled to stop the flow, the more it splattered. Its limbs, along with its eyelids, grew increasingly feeble, yet mercifully. The sensation of pain began to fade. Xiaobai gazed at the fallen mouse, his expression remarkably unperturbed, even as the creature's inside spilled forth from its wounds. Not a single eyebrow was raised. You brought this upon yourself, he murmured in a hoarse, somber tone, as if concealing a deeper truth. He attempted to turn away, only to find his feet trembling and rooted to the spot. Move, move. He pounded his thighs, the pain jolting his senses back to life, and in an instant, he dashed into the depths of the forest. Clutching the devil fruit, its surface intricately spiraled, Xiaobai resolved not to act recklessly again. He was keenly aware of the near miss that had left him shaken. He did not wish to experience such a loss again. Wiping the fruit and the sweat from his palm on the tattered fabric of his clothing, he closed his eyes and took a decisive bite, offering his most sincere intent. Even after having taken a life, he dared to consume this fruit, a perverse thrill flickering briefly in his mind. He shook his head, forcing himself to concentrate on the task at hand. The sounds of distress escaped him as he swallowed without much chewing. The legend spoke of its dreadful taste. Far worse than anything imaginable. There was no flavor of fear mingled with anticipation, perhaps still brewing within. Fortunately, the devil fruit was mostly dissolvable upon entry. Thus, his ravenous consumption did not lead to choking. Yet, it seemed he truly could not discern any flavor, let alone any profound stimulation. As if in a daze, he felt a twinge of regret and nostalgia for a first experience that had swiftly slipped away. Xiaobai sat silently atop the floating purple feather, immersed in a trance-like state. Then, almost instinctively, he extended his left hand and gently waved it before him. There was no tempestuous wind, no swirling sands. Only a mirror awaited him. Oh, Xiaobai found himself in a state of bewilderment. Before him stood a mirror, eerily tranquil yet imposing, measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in width and about 10 meters in height. The reflection of Xiaobai stared back at him, equally astonished. He regarded the figure in the mirror with a foolish expression, and the mirrored figure responded in kind. The sea breeze was pungent with salt, carrying a slight chill. And Xiaobai suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to smile fade away. The place he had temporarily occupied was an uninhabited island. This conclusion had dawned upon Xiaobai 2 days after he had circumnavigated the island. The thief he had previously encountered was evidently just a passerby. The island was not extensive, devoid of human presence, structures, or even considerable wildlife. Fortunately, some of the fruits on the island were familiar to Xiaobai, alleviating his fears of starvation. However, the solitude had become overwhelming, leading him to engage in one-sided conversations with Xiao. Thus, after gathering a selection of fruits, Xiaobai resolved to venture into the sea. On this day, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its radiant light over the endless azure waves. The wind was dry, salty, and sweltering. It was already the third day. Xiaobai lay listlessly on the soaring Xiao, his head slumped to one side. His gaze wandering aimlessly ahead, a bittersweet smile tugging at his heart. Since departing from the solitary island 3 days prior, he had been adrift upon the vast ocean, earnestly endeavoring to grasp the rudiments of the Xiao technique, sensing subtle changes within his body yet lamenting his inability to experiment as a novice swimmer in the boundless sea. He had anticipated encountering fellow travelers soon, yet thus far, all he had seen was the unending expanse of water. The initial thrill had faded, and now even the sight of the ocean made him feel nauseous. At times, a shiver of fear would grip Xiaobai. Had it not been for the formidable Xiao, which had effortlessly sustained days of continuous flight, he might have plunged into the depths of the sea, meeting a tragic end. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, and Xiao proved to be a steadfast companion, resilient and dependable. However, the fruits he had gathered from the island were now depleted, and he faced impending misfortune. Xiaobai was acutely aware of Xiao's speed. Occasionally, he found himself perplexed, questioning whether it was merely his imagination, for the stark reality of this pirate world seemed considerably different from the vivid imagery he had conjured from the original narrative. Seagulls, seagulls, white clouds, seagulls, canvas boats, seagulls, a canvas boat, a ship. Xiao, let us soar towards it. Xiaobai sprang excitedly from the body of the Xiao sword, which emitted a soft chirp before accelerating forward. Initially, he intended to make a grand entrance, hoping to intimidate these unknown individuals with his supreme presence. However, he reconsidered, having grown accustomed to a facade of calmness while concealing his true feelings. He found it challenging to change his demeanor so swiftly. Furthermore, he remained uncertain about the nature of his adversaries, whether they were dragons or mere insects. Thus, he stealthily boarded the ship from the stern. Xiao, shrink, he commanded. One of the unique attributes of the spirit sword, Xiao, allowed it to instantly reduce in size to a mere 3 centimeters. The wings at the hilt unfurled, revealing a slightly purplish grass-woven cord that gently and inconspicuously hung around Xiaobai's neck, hidden beneath his garment. Xiaobai suppressed the tumultuous excitement within him and began to scrutinize the vessel. A pirate ship, perhaps? Xiaobai, both curious and somewhat presumptuous, estimated the length of the vessel to be around 70 to 80 meters, which could be considered of average size. The wooden planks appeared somewhat dirty and moldy. After surveying his surroundings, Xiaobai stealthily approached the deck. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Bang! Bang! On the deck, a group of pirates was gathered in a circle, where 2 bare-chested giants were engaged in a fierce confrontation, their fists colliding with a series of deep, resonant thuds. Was this a mutiny? Xiaobai slightly concealed himself, observing the scene with a mixture of confusion and understanding. The language was comprehensible, indicating that his previous encounter with the thief had not been mere coincidence, which brought him a sense of relief. Gradually, through the fragmented conversations of the surrounding pirates, he discerned that the vice-captain had just met his demise, and 2 burly men were engaged in a duel for the vacant position. The 2 men, ensnared in their conflict, seemed utterly oblivious to the cacophony of jeers from the onlookers, their gaze locked onto one another, brimming with bloodlust and ferocity. Their fists flew mercilessly, targeting each other with brutal precision, slamming their opponent to the ground with such force that the already weakened ship's deck groaned under the strain. As Xiaobai watched from a distance, a fleeting thought of his past life crossed his mind, yet a comparison between the 2 scenarios proved utterly futile. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic grappling, the man in black trousers let out a thunderous roar, heaving the opponent clad in orange trousers off him, and swiftly rose to deliver a savage kick to the chest of the still off-balance orange-trousered man. Amidst the pirates' boos, the latter was sent sprawling to the edge of the crowd. The man in black trousers sneered, refraining from pressing the attack, instead choosing to taunt the fallen adversary with a derisive smile. Enraged, the orange-trousered man struggled to rise, only to have several hands reach out to assist him, seemingly offering support. Trusting their intentions, he glared furiously at the black-trousered man, extending his hands to leverage himself upward. Xiaobai distinctly noticed a figure in the crowd, concealed by others, thrusting a small knife deep into the back of the orange-trousered man, the blade disappearing to the hilt. With a roar, the orange-trousered man violently shrugged off the grasp of his would-be supporters, his eyes wide with fury as he turned to seize the treacherous assailant. However, in that moment, his peripheral vision caught the black-trousered man calmly receiving a knife from another pirate, charging towards him with alarming speed. Panic washed over the orange-trousered man's face as he frantically searched for something to defend himself, but found nothing. The surrounding pirates scattered in fear as the black-trousered man advanced, and despair filled the orange-trousered man's eyes as he beheld the approaching blade. With a sickening thud, the sharp edge pierced his body. The orange-trousered man could hardly comprehend the betrayal as he gazed at the long knife embedded in his abdomen, blood gushing forth. His face reflected terror and shock. His lips parted in a futile gasp as he gradually succumbed to the inevitable, ceasing his desperate struggles. The black-trousered man cackled, his grin grotesque and menacing, oblivious to the orange-trousered man's horror and pleading gaze. He seized another knife from a nearby pirate, madness gleaming in his eyes. Is this the true essence of piracy? Xiaobai gently closed his eyes, feeling a constriction in his chest, an overwhelming sense of oppression. Do companions also engage in mutual strife? Was my previous understanding excessively naive? It appears to be far more grotesque and brutal than I had envisioned. The world of pirates is fundamentally a realm governed by desire, a manifestation of the innermost essence of the soul, merely cloaked in the guise of unrestrained freedom and youthful fervor, allowing for unbridled excess. I have been far too innocent and idealistic. Anime remains just that, anime, distinct from reality. Long ago, Xiaobai recognized this truth, yet at that time, his understanding existed solely in theory and imagination, lacking the immediacy, intensity, and shock that he now experiences. Xiaobai closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, forcing himself to disregard the jarring sounds of meat being chopped and the unsettling laughter of the perverse crowd. He realized that while he could neither adapt nor ignore these sensations, his past experiences in the hospital, where he had witnessed death and even committed murder, had desensitized him. Shaking his head, he redirected his attention to the uncharted interior of the pirate ship. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that he was not as affected as he should be, not due to the presence of strangers, but perhaps because the power he had recently acquired had altered him. Had he truly begun to disregard life so soon after gaining strength? Was this the prelude to losing himself in the allure of power? Xiaobai was both astonished and anxious. He was oblivious to the true nature of the so-called supreme forgetting of emotion. However, the mere acquisition of power led him to feel as though he could rise above the weaker ones. Such haughty superiority was not what he desired. He wished to live freely and do as he pleased, respecting all that deserved reverence and indulging in all that warranted exuberance. I am who I am. As his eyes closed, Xiaobai's heart emitted a fervent cry akin to faith. Without excessive words or thoughts, the sea breeze remained refreshingly pure, and his gaze was resolutely steadfast. No one noticed this corner. No one knew that Xiaobai's Dao heart had undergone a pivotal transformation in this obscure locale. The clamor continued unabated. At the ship's entrance, perhaps due to the disparity in strength or the distance caused by caution, Xiaobai swiftly slipped into the pirate ship with ease. Xiaobai silently surveyed his surroundings. The internal walkway of the vessel, in comparison to this grand ship capable of accommodating 100 people, appeared somewhat dim and narrow. The wooden planks of the floor creaked rhythmically with the swaying of the ship, while on either side of the walkway stood rows of tightly shut cabins, their doors firmly closed, rendering their interiors a mystery. The pungent odors emanating from within rendered Xiaobai somewhat apprehensive. With a glimmer of hope, he strolled to the end of the walkway, approaching a cabin that distinctly differed from the others. Unlike the overwhelming stench and the scent of fermented grains that pervaded the air, this particular room exuded a refreshing floral aroma, singular in its essence. Moreover, with Xiaobai's enhanced physical prowess, he could discern that the delightful fragrance originated from this very cabin. Xiaobai stood before the cabin door, perplexed by the sudden surge of curiosity that enveloped him. The scent of flowers wafted through the air, and, almost stubbornly, he found himself captivated by it. After a moment's hesitation, he momentarily forgot his role as an intruder and, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, stepped forward to gently rap on the door, displaying a remarkable sense of decorum. Knock, knock. Is there something you need? Before Xiaobai could retract his knocking hand, a melodious voice emanated from within the door. He opened his mouth, poised to respond, when the door creaked open with a soft sound. Staring at the young girl who appeared, Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Her silky black hair was gathered into a refreshing ponytail, with gentle strands framing her face. Her delicate complexion, profound blue eyes, moist lips, and gracefully tall figure exuded an air of tranquility and scholarly elegance, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance. The image before him overlapped with a scene from his memory, suddenly becoming familiar, filling his mind with an astonishing sense of disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. Who are you? The girl inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Before him stood a child, exquisitely sculpted, with striking features that were both adorable and endearing. Yet, there was no trace of joy in her eyes. Rather, they were clouded with astonishment, tension, and a complex mixture of wariness. After a prolonged silence, observing that Xiaobai remained unresponsive, his gaze unabashedly scanning her form, and even appearing to drift into a stupor intermittently, she furrowed her brow slightly. I apologize. But if there is nothing else, I shall close the door. She began to shut it. Wait a moment. Xiaobai, realizing that the young girl was about to close the door, quickly snapped back to his senses and swiftly wedged his hands and feet into the gap to prevent it from shutting. Is there something you need? The girl's voice was devoid of any inflection, yet Xiaobai could sense that her dark brows had furrowed once more. Though she posed the question, there was no intention of opening the door. Wait a moment, Robin. Xiaobai grew anxious, momentarily forgetting to organize his thoughts, and blurted out his words. The girl was taken aback, not because her identity had been unveiled. In this vast sea, among 79 million girls, there were few who recognized her, even among children. She was stunned because it had been a long time since anyone had called her that. In fact, It seemed that no one had ever addressed her in such a manner. She was always referred to as the child of the demon or the harbinger of misfortune, or even as a monster. That had been her reality all along. Robin, sister? Enemies had never called her that, so was he not an enemy? Or perhaps he wished to lower his defenses. Robin snapped back to reality after a brief moment of surprise, her expression instantly turning cold as she gazed at Xiaobai, who had taken advantage of her momentary distraction to burst in. Her eyes held an unmistakable chill. I do not know you. Please leave. Oh, what a hefty book. Glasses? Sister Robin, are you nearsighted? Wow. A guzheng. Sister Robin, you can play the guzheng? That's impressive. Xiaobai appeared oblivious to Robin's dismissal, instead surveying the room with great interest. Robin, with a stoic expression, observed him as he gazed around, refusing to depart. Without hesitation, he took a slight step back, arms crossed over his chest. I do not know who you are. Since you are aware that my name is Robin, you must also know my other name. You have just arrived from the sea aboard that peculiar sword, Haven Tiyu? Are you one of the Navy? Xiaobai was taken aback, realizing that his seemingly clandestine boarding of the ship had not gone unnoticed. Even Ziyu had been spotted. It made sense, as the flower fruit could sprout eyes from any hand that bore it, effortlessly perceiving the outside world without stepping outside. In light of this, it seemed that although Robin appeared to remain within the confines of her chamber, she was, in truth, continuously monitoring the comings and goings of the outside world through the eyes granted by her fruit. Xiaobai smiled at her. Yet his mind was racing to articulate an explanation for the misunderstanding in the most concise manner. The petals, still lingering in the cabin, surrounded him as he watched helplessly as delicate hands emerged from his chest, gripping his throat and effortlessly forcing his arms behind his back. Caught off guard, he first displayed astonishment, then resistance, followed by a sigh, which ultimately transformed into a sense of resignation. One should listen to others before resorting to action. Xiaobai, with his hands firmly twisted, displayed not a trace of panic. Rather, he appeared remarkably at ease, his tone laced with a carefree confidence. Robin remained silent, her expression grave. Are you referring to the child of the devil? I hardly believe that pursuing the annals of history equates one to being a devil's offspring. You know. So, you are indeed sent by the Navy, here to apprehend me, are you? And just because you are but a child? His voice became increasingly frantic, the rise and fall of his chest alluringly evident. Under Robin's pressing inquiries, Xiaobai felt the grip around his neck tighten slightly, no longer casting his gaze about aimlessly. He lifted his eyes to meet her cold, steely visage, unable to suppress a wry smile. I never claimed to be part of the Navy, let alone suggested anything about capturing you. Xiaobai flashed a smile at Robin, his extraordinary handsomeness momentarily bewildering her. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. As her outstretched arms grasped at emptiness, Robin widened her luminous eyes, instinctively seeking his whereabouts. Before she could even turn her head, Xiaobai abruptly materialized beside her, revealing his true form with the purple feather. The sharp blade, exuding a chilling aura, was poised menacingly against Robin's delicate shoulder. I see no issue with children, he remarked. Robin's slender frame trembled slightly, yet she concealed it well, maintaining a facade of calm as she glanced at Xiaobai. She gradually lowered her crossed arms. Given his ease in escaping her grasp, further entanglement seemed futile. Moreover, to Robin, Xiaobai appeared excessively agile, and her own eyes struggled to keep pace with his swiftness. Engaging him directly was utterly futile. Was there truly no escape? Had it all come to an end? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a pallor of despair washed over Robin's face, tinged with an air of profound weariness. Nevertheless, she stubbornly refused to reveal her vulnerability in front of this unfamiliar adversary, her expression growing increasingly serene. So what brings you to seek me? She inquired. Xiaobai smiled at Robin, refraining from an immediate response. He retracted the purple feather, gently patting it until it transformed back into a necklace, which he then hung around his neck. Aren't you going to lock it? I could escape. Or do you possess the confidence that I cannot flee this ship? Do you truly believe that my presence here is merely coincidental? Robin regarded him with an impassive expression, her tone tranquil yet rife with sarcasm. What do you think? She continued. It seems your encounter with me was indeed fortuitous, but I suppose you find that hard to believe. Nevertheless, I harbor immense respect for those who dare to stand against the world for their dreams. Oh, I hardly consider the sympathy of a mere naval child to be a cause for celebration. No, that's not it. I've already clarified that it was a misunderstanding. I am not your enemy. Xiaobai sighed. Well, you will understand in due time. Robin cast a cold smirk in his direction before turning to open the door. Unless there is something of importance, please leave. This is my room. And I do not recall extending an invitation to anyone. Xiaobai let out a helpless smile, shrugged his shoulders, and silently made his way outside. Turning around at the door, he suddenly caught sight of a pair of azure, profound eyes radiating a blend of indifference and solitude. In that moment, Xiaobai was reminded of his former self from a past life. Robin, I truly admire those who earnestly live for their ideals, strong and beautiful, just like you. If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Although I may not know how I can help, I promise to do my utmost, he declared earnestly. Robin gazed at that youthful yet earnest face, wanting to let out a laugh, but no words escaped her lips. As she looked into those resolute eyes, she felt a slight sting, compelling her to avert her gaze. With a gentle push, she closed the door with a resounding bang. Encountering Robin. The Robin of my youth. So, this place is the West Sea? This could prove troublesome, as I have no knowledge of the West Sea at all. No, it seems I must devise a plan to reach the East Sea. Xiaobai stood at the doorway, pondering for a moment before turning to leave. Inside, Robin exhaled a sigh of relief. At least for now, the child capable of defeating him had not imprisoned him. Perhaps, as he claimed, he was not here to capture him, or maybe he was merely verifying his place within the advanced capture team. Regardless of the truth, Robin realized that his presence had already been compromised in the eyes of outsiders, and it was time to depart. He silently resolved to leave, yet inexplicably, Xiaobai's earnest words flashed before his mind, so pale, yet painted in vivid hues that felt utterly hollow. In the past, he would have reacted with deep suspicion. Yet this time, surprisingly, he did not scoff. For a fleeting moment, did he dare to harbor hope? What a grave miscalculation. When did he, who had struggled for survival in the narrowest of margins, become so naive? Without employing his abilities to scrutinize, Robin leaned gently against the wall, lost in thought, staring blankly at the ground. To do your utmost to assist me, he scoffed. Not at all needed. The following day, dawn broke clear and bright. The sea breeze carried a gentle warmth, and the pirate life felt rather leisurely. At least for Xiaobai, it appeared mundane, drinking, brawling, sleeping, and engaging in reckless jest. Perhaps the nature of their escapades would differ when it came to looting and plundering. Xiaobai found a secluded corner at the stern of the deserted ship to doze off, remaining undiscovered throughout. One cannot help but lament the sorrow of this pirate vessel. Xiaobai had contemplated usurping a room for himself, yet after surveying several accommodations, he found them to be in stark contrast to Robin's immaculate quarters. Each pirate cabin was more disheveled than the last, replete with remnants of vomit, which utterly dissuaded him from considering a stay. While he was not one to indulge in luxury, he sought merely a clean shelter with a roof over his head. Compared to the harshness of the past few days spent on the sea, exposed to the elements and relentless sun, this was a veritable sanctuary. For dinner, Xiaobai foraged through the kitchen, preparing a meal with the bounty of ingredients at his disposal, particularly abundant seafood. His desire for discretion was not absent. Rather, he had already exercised it sufficiently. Matters concerning sustenance could not be treated lightly. Firstly, he was unwilling to consume the pirates' dubious cuisine, lacking both trust and assurance of flavor. He briefly considered bringing some to Robin, but ultimately dismissed the idea, acutely aware of her mistrust, a fragile dynamic that necessitated careful dialogue, lest he be metaphorically obliterated by her gaze. Secondly, he preferred to limit his interactions with these pirates, knowing his stay would be brief. Fortunately, the drunken revelry of the crew rendered him virtually invisible, thus, he relished this anonymity. In this manner, Xiaobai found himself idly perched atop a barrel in a cluttered storage room, endeavoring to study the intricate and vast principles of the chaos-carefree classic that resided in his mind. Tragically, he discovered that in his quest to overcome the malaise of seasickness, he had nearly lost a night's sleep. Snap. Rustle. In a state of hazy confusion, Xiaobai heard some unusual noises. Rising slowly, he approached the edge of the ship and gazed towards the stern, where the strange sounds emanated. Upon catching sight of the scene, he froze in astonishment. Robin was meticulously controlling numerous hands, quietly and cautiously stacking supplies onto a small boat that had been prepared earlier. She swiftly stepped onto the vessel, ready to depart. She had no choice but to leave. Moments ago, a hand positioned atop the sail had spotted a fleet of ships gliding towards them. While others may have struggled to discern the details, Robin recognized clearly that it was a naval fleet. Countless chases had honed her instincts, allowing her to identify this as a fleet led by a vice admiral. How could such a seemingly inconspicuous pirate crew from the West Sea summon a naval fleet? Was it summoned by that remarkably agile child? Given the current circumstances, even if she were to ally sincerely with these pirates, their strength would be insufficient to mount any resistance. Their capabilities were simply on different levels. Moreover, lurking somewhere within the ship was Xiaobai, whose allegiance remained unclear yet whose power seemed formidable. Robin had no option but to flee, disregarding all else. She dared not inform anyone. Only by catching these pirates off guard, compelling them to resist in their inability to escape, could she buy herself some time to survive. Only by sacrificing these pirates could she secure her own escape. The notions of betrayal and abandonment held no weight from the moment she boarded this pirate ship. She understood that these pirates were drawn to her for her worth. The honor of capturing the devil child, who had eluded the Navy countless times, came with a staggering bounty of 79 million. Rumors swirled of her possessing the ability to revive the ancient weapon of terror. This was her value. Amidst the overwhelming allure of such worth, the pirates had forgotten her cursed name, the child of misfortune, navigating through various pirate ships concealed within the underworld. She had survived by betraying others, living a life distorted by the oppression of the world government. Trusting no one, she had been choked, murdered, betrayed, and forced into hiding. This was the melody of her growth. The sole sanctity in her life lay in books, in historical texts, and in the words of Salong, who had once told her that one day, she would surely find companions willing to sacrifice everything for her. Xiaobai crouched at the edge of the ship, his hands cradling his head, gazing vacantly at Robin, who was busily engaged below deck. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned Xiao to glide over to Robin. Choosing silence as he sat cross-legged upon the ethereal creature, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he observed her. Unbeknownst to him, a pirate passing by inadvertently caught sight of Xiao by releasing his flying sword. Skeptical yet intrigued, the pirate leapt off the ship to investigate, instinctively trailing behind to take a closer look, only to discover Robin below. The pirate, incredulous, rubbed his eyes in disbelief before frantically retreating. Meanwhile, below deck, Robin sensed the sudden presence beside her, momentarily pausing her movements. She casually glanced at the neatly arranged supplies, dispersing the myriad of jade hands around her, and turned her gaze towards the unexpectedly appeared Xiaobai. Yet, despite her efforts to mask her emotions, Xiaobai perceptively noted the slight tremor in her form, as well as the fleeting expressions of panic and despair that flickered across her face. Hey, are you about to leave? Xiaobai broke the brief silence with a smile. I don't know. What do you think? His cold tone revealed a hint of awkwardness, while he felt indifferent. Robin perceived him merely as a stranger, perhaps even as a potential adversary disguised as a well-wisher. Actually, I was just asking, without any ulterior motives. I swear. I'm not here to impede you. Robin, seemingly unaffected by Xiaobai's words, busied herself untying the ropes connecting the ship, casting him a fleeting glance filled with complexity and struggle. Having heard what he said, she chose to trust him, albeit temporarily. After all, she found herself with no better options. Time was of the essence. Since he was not there to obstruct her, she could not afford to dwell on him anymore. The Navy would arrive soon, and she must leave without delay. Suddenly, she hesitated, locking her gaze onto Xiaobai, her lips parting slightly. Did you bring the pursuit? What pursuit? Xiaobai looked at her, bewildered. Robin remained silent, her eyes fixed on his, honed by years of evasion, allowing her to discern character. What she saw was purity and sincerity, devoid of deceit. Should she trust him? Perhaps he truly was unaware of the Navy's impending arrival. He couldn't possibly be one of them, could he? It's nothing, she murmured, diverting her gaze and retracting the rope. Noticing Xiaobai still standing there in a daze, she hesitated. His words from their first meeting lingered, offering a peculiar sense of comfort. If it were a deception, it would be an exceptionally clever one. A form of manipulation. But what if it were genuine? The uncertainty gnawed at her. For one who had long wandered through endless darkness, even the faintest glimmer of sunlight would be magnified, regardless of her desperate denials. How long had it been since she had seen such clarity in someone who knew her name? The visage of her mother, whose features had faded from memory, abandoned her for her own survival? The childhood in O'Hara that branded her a monster? Or the shadows of the West Blue? Did any of it exist anymore? Perhaps it was a momentary lapse of reason. At that instant, she found herself tentatively believing in Xiaobai, believing that if he were not affiliated with the Navy, if their meeting was merely coincidental, perhaps he might lend her a hand. After a moment's contemplation, she softly uttered, if you truly are not one of them, you should escape quickly. Meanwhile, within the pirate ship's captain's quarters, the dim light flickered, casting shadows across the opulent carpet littered with discarded bottles. The air thick with a damp, sour stench. A hulking figure draped in a coat lay sprawled on the luxurious sofa, emitting thunderous snores, occasionally twitching as a scar across his face contorted into a more menacing expression. Bang! Bang! Captain! The ship! The snoring ceased abruptly as the giant slowly rose, his expression darkening as he glanced at the door. The sound of clattering bottles echoed from within, signaling the captain's awakening. The pirates outside were hesitant to disturb him, well aware of the captain's formidable reputation. What is it? Startled by the captain's unexpectedly low and oppressive voice, the pirate outside froze for a moment, then stammered, "Sea Captain. The Devil's Child. She seems to be attempting to escape." Boom. Before the pirate could finish, the door flew open with a kick, crashing into him and sending him sprawling against the wall, unconscious. The captain emerged, shaking off the splinters of wood from his attire, his gaze fixed ahead. Gripping a heavy blade that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, his demeanor dark and menacing as he strode onto the deck. "Captain, it's bad." A subordinate rushed to him, but a single, icy glare silenced him, turning his face crimson as he swallowed his words. "Speak. The Navy, a whole fleet of them is approaching." "What?" The captain's eyes widened in shock as he dashed to the edge of the deck, snatching a telescope from a frantic crew member. Through the lens, he spotted a fleet sailing straight towards them, the blue and white seagull flag unmistakably marking them as the Navy. Damn it, that wretched Robin must have summoned them. Where is she? Sea Captain, Robin, and a strange child just took a small boat and left. What? The captain's anger erupted as he struck the pirate, sending him flying. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. You couldn't even keep an eye on a woman. Where is she? Fire the cannons. Blast her to pieces. As he bellowed at his crew, he soon caught sight of Robin and Xiaobai making their escape on the other side of the ship. Consumed by rage, he overlooked Xiaobai's presence entirely, his fury towards the disarray of his crew intensifying. "Get out of here. The Navy is coming. Why are you standing there? Where are the cannons? Hurry up. Useless. Why aren't you setting sail? Who's at the helm? Move it. No. Xiaobai did not intend to accompany Robin. Rather, he sought to follow her for a brief distance due to his uncertainty of direction, hoping to exchange some valuable information along the way. It was not that he wished to travel alone. At least, that was how he justified it. Of course, Robin understood that regardless of her willingness. She lacked the strength to resist, casting a meaningful glance at Xiaobai, ultimately choosing to remain non-committal about his explanation. Yet, Xiaobai knew he was not being deceitful. Following Robin at this moment meant being pursued by enemies, and he had not yet attained the strength to confront anyone. In his estimation, he might not even be able to withstand a single CP9 agent. Lacking the capacity for self-preservation, it was prudent to refrain from boasting. He was not Robin, who could rely on the benevolence of Na'vi characters, nor was he like Luffy and his companions, endowed with the invincible aura of a protagonist. Once identified as an ally of Robin, a tragic fate was all but inevitable. At this stage, if he were to be hunted, death was a distinct possibility, death without the chance for rebirth, a lonely demise unrecognized and unremembered, leaving no trace behind. Then there was the matter of Robin's willingness to allow him to accompany her. After over a decade of betrayal and being betrayed, it was unlikely that he would easily trust anyone, and extending an invitation to someone he had only met twice, like Xiaobai, might be the greatest kindness she could offer. Presently, upon hearing of the potential for shared travel, Robin seemed to grow wary. In response, Xiaobai could only manage a bitter smile. Bang, bang, whoosh. The sound of cannon fire shattered their contemplations, causing both to turn in alarm as they spotted two cannonballs hurtling toward them. Robin's expression shifted dramatically. Their small boat had only just departed a mere 10 meters, an ideal target for such artillery. The proximity to the cannon posed a grave risk of being toppled into the sea. Robin was surely doomed, and Xiaobai was uncertain if Xiao would malfunction upon contact with seawater. He too faced a tragic end. The onslaught was fierce. Although they could see the incoming projectiles, Li Xian lacked the experience to gauge their landing points, feeling as though they were aimed directly at his head. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first encounter with cannon fire, and anxiety gripped him. Such was the nature of first experiences. The cannonballs were swiftly approaching, and though Xiaobai felt a surge of tension, he remained confident in his ability to evade them. A quick glance at Robin revealed a faint glimmer of despair on her face, prompting him to sigh inwardly and call out, Xiao. Xiao. There was no choice but to confront this head-on, regardless of whether he and the small wooden boat could withstand the impact. Lingering here would only invite the Navy's swift arrival. In perfect synchrony, Xiao responded with a melodic call, charging forward with Xiaobai aboard. Under his anxious yet exhilarated gaze, Xiao traced elegant lines through the air, effortlessly cleaving the 2 cannonballs into 4 fragments, scattering them in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Although the cannonballs had been severed, the remnants that fell into the sea still erupted into towering columns of water, sending the small boat rocking violently. Had they truly succeeded? Xiaobai, filled with a tinge of exhilaration and excitement, turned to share the moment with Robin, who was slightly shaken and adjusting his glasses. However, before Xiaobai could exchange a joyful smile with Robin, the cannons on the side of the ship all aimed toward them. If it were not merely a bluff, there were 24 of them. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, swiftly concealing the smirk of triumph that had crossed his face, his eyes narrowing slightly. Robin, he suddenly exclaimed, catching Robin, who had been observing him discreetly, off guard. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze, mumbling a response. Fire. The thunderous shout from the ship rendered Xiaobai's expression grim. He glanced at the cannon, which was evidently already ablaze, and turned back to Robin with a serious demeanor. I apologize, but it seems I can no longer accompany you. He quickly retrieved a piece of fabric from his dwindling pocket, covered in intricate runes, and thrust it into Robin's hands, saying urgently, This is a talisman I spent all night crafting. Since it is inscribed with my blood, please ensure it doesn't get wet, or the runes may wash away. It should random teleport you within 200 meters. If you find yourself in trouble, just tear it apart with force. This is the only one I have, so cherish it. Perhaps overwhelmed by the gravity of their situation and Xiaobai's unexpected actions and rapid speech, Robin accepted the talisman in a daze. The surface was densely covered with enigmatic symbols, and despite her extensive knowledge, she had never encountered such script. The blood-red inscriptions occasionally emitted a chilling aura, and due to its warmth, the talisman felt slightly heated in her palm. Robin quietly examined the talisman, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Xiaobai's voice rang out, urging her to steady herself. As she lifted her head, she saw him forcefully propelling their small boat with his violet feather, gliding across the sea like an arrow released from a bow. Caught off guard, Robin stumbled, hastily conjuring numerous arms to steady herself. The rushing wind, fierce from their speed, stung her ears and made it difficult to keep her eyes open. Yet, recovering her composure, she searched for Xiaobai's figure, only to realize that she was rapidly departing from him. As Xiaobai grew increasingly distant, an inexplicable sense of dread swelled within Robin. A feeling both strange and vaguely familiar, yet deeply unsettling. In a moment of desperation, she acted on an impulse that even she could not comprehend. Hey, what is your name? She shouted, her voice piercing through the tumultuous waves. Hearing her query, Xiaobai grinned broadly and replied, I am Xiaobai. We will certainly meet again. Boom. The cannon fire erupted, sending towering waves crashing into the sky. West Sea. The refreshing sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, while the cries of seagulls mingled with the chaotic sounds of battle. Xiaobai perched high upon the deck of a vessel at the rear of the naval fleet, concealed behind the sails, observing the relentless clash between the navy and the pirates with disdainful indifference. The battered pirate ship had already succumbed to his silent handiwork, with 2 significant breaches allowing the sea to invade its hull. He found it far more prudent to watch from a distance as they struggled to salvage their sinking ship, questioning the necessity of engaging in such a costly endeavor that could potentially result in loss of life. Yet, as he beheld the fervent gazes of the naval officers, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, from his current vantage point, he felt no concern. The fate of those pirates was inconsequential to him. Those who dared to bombard him with cannon fire ought to be prepared to face the repercussions. However, the situation was starkly different for the Navy. The heads of those pirates represented military merit, bounties, and the foundation for recognition from their superiors, paving the way for promotions and fame. While salvaging the wreckage bore its own significance, as per customary practice, accolades would accrue to the commander. Engaging in direct combat, however, yielded tangible accomplishments, with future prestige hinging upon these trophies. Fortuitously, it seemed that the notoriously bounty pirate captain was gravely wounded, casting a pall over the morale of his crew. This presented a rare opportunity. How could the Navy, blinded by the prospect of accolades, allow such a bounty to slip through their fingers? The one-sided battle and pursuit persisted. It was not until noon that this farcical spectacle came to a close, with each naval officer returning, some brimming with exhilaration, others wearing expressions of terror, and still others cradling their injuries, faces a mixture of regret and fear, each reflecting the harsh realities of their existence. Xiaobai remained silent, merely casting a glance. The stark reality of the world was perpetually less enchanting than one's imagination, much like the idyllic life of his past existence that existed solely within the confines of a news broadcast. The visceral brutality laid bare before him weighed heavily on Xiaobai, who had always been educated within the realms of civilization. He was reluctant to accept the bloody scenes unfolding before him, yet acceptance was inevitable. With a resigned sigh, he suppressed the weight of it all and sought refuge in a secluded and clean spot to rest. He had chosen this particular ship, the last one in the fleet, precisely for its sparse occupancy and logistical support, which not only facilitated his concealment, but also ensured an ample supply of provisions. Thus, Xiaobai roamed freely beneath the vigilant eyes of the Navy aboard their vessel. At times, on a whim, he would practice the rudimentary techniques he had learned from the Xiao manual, reveling in the increasing sharpness of his speed. 5 days passed in this manner. During this time, apart from this fleet, he encountered no other vessels on the vast sea, illustrating that this world was indeed far larger than Xiaobai had anticipated. Furthermore, he had wholly overcome his seasickness, and, thanks to his purple feather and basic techniques, he flitted between the ships without a single naval officer detecting his presence. In an unintentional moment, Xiaobai stumbled upon exhilarating news. The fleet was to traverse the doldrums en route to the East Sea. The East Sea, the territory of the Straw Hat Pirates, although he had previously heard whispers of a vice admiral leading the fleet. It was on this day that he finally laid eyes on the so-called supreme commander of the fleet, Vice Admiral Dogstorm, aboard the largest ship. The man, adorned with numerous scars and sporting a distinctive handlebar mustache, left a vague impression on Xiaobai. It was only when someone addressed him as Vice Admiral that he recalled him as one of the 5 Vice Admirals involved in the O'Hara Demon Slaughter Order. His weapon of choice appeared to be a sword, as Xiaobai noted the blade he carried. Initially, Xiaobai merely wished to observe this so-called Vice Admiral from a distance, harboring no intention of interaction, for he was still an unidentified intruder in this realm. Unaware of how his own strength compared to that of the Vice Admiral, he had no inclination to foolishly provoke others. However, what he could not tolerate was that the man dubbed Vice Admiral Dogstorm, after a brief clearing of the deck, boldly practiced the Marine 6 styles on the expansive deck. Indeed, it was the Marine 6 styles. Is this for real? The Marine 6 styles? Wasn't it said to be a closely guarded secret? How can he practice so brazenly in the open? Isn't this something exclusive to the Celestial Dragons? How does the Navy also possess it? Is there a widespread dissemination among the higher-ups? According to the original narrative, the relationship between the Celestial Dragons and the Navy's upper echelons was fraught with turmoil and adjustment, right? How could the Celestial Dragons be so generous as to share their training methods with the Navy? Perhaps my initial thoughts were misguided. Could it be that these techniques were actually provided to the Celestial Dragons by the Navy? Thus, it is named the Marine 6 styles. Xiaobai murmured to himself. Yet, he swiftly dismissed these futile thoughts, for they bore no relevance to him. What truly mattered was the unguarded opportunity before him, a chance to observe this free instruction. A fortuitous gift indeed. The carefree tone possessed by Xiaobai offers a path of cultivation, yet the 6 techniques can pave a martial route for himself. Regardless of the motives driving this dogfighting general, Xiaobai would never let slip the fortuitous opportunity to clandestinely acquire knowledge presented before him. Xiaobai was on the verge of exultation. The foundational principles instilled by the basic techniques of the carefree style had significantly enhanced his comprehension of these skills. Simultaneously, the enhanced physique he acquired upon his arrival from another realm provided him with remarkable advantages. What seemed to be an insurmountable distance to ordinary individuals was but a trivial matter for him, as he could discern every minute detail with clarity. Feeling fortunate, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to surreptitiously mastering the renowned 6 forms of the Navy: shave, gale step, moonwalk, and paper drawing. Xiaobai gazed intently, utterly absorbed. The crucial skills emphasized in dogfighting training are precisely these 4 techniques, which align perfectly with Xiaobai's current situation. Unlike the intricate techniques derived from individual styles in CP9, these represent the most fundamental 6 styles, yet they are also the essence of the 6 styles. As Xiaobai grew increasingly familiar with the essence of the 6 styles, integrating the principles of the Xian Yao classics movements, he discovered significant potential for enhancement, one that is even more suited to his evolutionary journey. Xiaobai, a novice cultivator who has traversed dimensions, possesses only the abilities of the purple feather and that seemingly maddening fruit power. The rest consists of the powerful, yet exceedingly time-consuming cultivation techniques familiar to all earthlings. Naturally, anything learned from these scriptures must be supported by true essence and celestial energy. The 4 styles of the Navy's 6 styles differ from the evasive techniques offered by the Carefree Classic, as they do not require the backing of true essence. Only sufficient physical strength is needed. This technique serves as an absolute boon for Xiaobai, who possesses but a limited amount of true essence. Perhaps due to his profound foundation or perhaps owing to his extraordinary talent, Xiaobai, after a mere glance, began to experiment lightly, astonishingly managing to execute Soru and Jep from the 6 styles. This achievement rivals that of Luffy from the original tale, who, after a few viewings of Bruno, swiftly learned and employed Sara. Then comes the matter of proficiency, the initial comprehension from the first viewing, the corrections from the second, and the familiarity that began to meld from the third. The combat dog had long since departed, yet Xiaobai remained in an empty room, utterly engrossed in mastering the original 6 styles. When hunger struck, he stealthily snatched a morsel to eat. When fatigue took hold, he would sleep in his clothes, absorbed in his fervent creativity while seamlessly integrating and experimenting with evasive techniques. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, he quietly constructed a model of the 2 modified styles of the 6 styles. With each passing moment, he felt an exhilarating surge in strength, an unprecedented sensation that left Xiaobai utterly entranced. The amalgamated and refined versions of the Navy's 6 styles had already undergone a profound transformation, distinguishing themselves from their original forms, awaiting the day they would shine brilliantly in this world. Calm yet fervently dedicated to his practice, the day finally arrived when he reached the East Sea Navy base. East Sea. Upon sighting land, Xiaobai was overwhelmed with excitement. Although he was not fond of the Navy's jarring clamor, it did little to diminish his exhilaration at the prospect of finally setting foot on solid ground. More so, it ignited his eagerness to reach the origin of the familiar plot. As the ship docked and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, Xiaobai discreetly gathered some belongings confiscated from the Navy ship. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he swiftly disembarked and, after meandering a couple of circles in the streets, leveraged his innate charm to persuade a kind-hearted stranger to take him home for a bath. After slipping away, he found a clothing store and purchased a new outfit, strutting confidently through the streets. Discovering that he had little else to do, he inquired with a seemingly simple-minded fisherman about the direction to Windmill Village, then summoned the purple feather in a secluded corner, ready to depart. "Hey kid, wait a moment." Xiaobai paused, astonished, and turned back. "A warm welcome to all book lovers. The latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works await you. Hold on, young man." From the shadowy corner emerged a Navy officer clad in a long coat, advancing towards Xiaobai with deliberate steps. His face bore menacing scars, and a distinctive mustache adorned his upper lip. Clearly, he was the Vice Admiral Dogfight, whom Xiaobai had secretly learned the 6 styles from. "Is it you who has been lurking around my fleet these past few days?" Dogfight inquired with a stern expression, disregarding Xiaobai's slight frown at the insult. He cast a peculiar glance at Xiaobai's resplendent purple feathers, reminiscent of precious gems, before drawing his long sword with an air of determination. "I know not when you boarded my ship, nor who sent you, and I remain oblivious to your intentions. However, I can assure you that your actions have brought shame upon our Navy. For the sake of justice, punishment is imperative." Xiaobai remained silent, acutely aware of the animosity emanating from his opponent. As he observed the unsheathing of the sword, he realized that he was about to engage in what would be his inaugural true battle in this world. His hands gradually tightened around the hilt of his purple feathered sword. It was remarkable that, throughout all these days, no Navy personnel had discovered his hiding place. For a mere child, he was indeed quite extraordinary. "However, now that we have crossed paths, do you still wish to evade me?" Without waiting for Xiaobai's response, the adversary thrust his sword upward, pointing it directly at him, his eyes brimming with derision. "Swift." Suddenly, the fierce dog general exclaimed, his figure abruptly vanishing. In the next instant, the menacing dog general reappeared beside Xiaobai, his sword descending with lethal intent. "Paper drawing, unnamed." After a brief moment of shock, Xiaobai swiftly regained his composure, his form flickering as he executed the preliminary modified 6 styles, narrowly evading the dog general's attack. What? Paper drawing. 6 styles. You have mastered the 6 styles? The dog general suppressed the urge to strike again, staring incredulously at Xiaobai. The mere mention of paper drawing had already astonished him, but he had not anticipated that Xiaobai would actually utilize what was evidently a technique from the 6 styles. It was not merely a chant. It was the authentic 6 styles. It was indeed paper drawing. Recalling the days when he had practiced the 6 styles, he faintly remembered a feeling of being observed, though he had dismissed it without a second thought, despite having entertained similar notions before. He had merely shrugged them off with laughter. Such techniques could not be learned merely by observation. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the unpredictable nature of life revealed that this child had genuinely acquired the skill. A child not yet 10 years old? Moreover, the technique had been distinctly modified? This revelation shattered his previous understanding of the world, leaving the dog general engulfed in disbelief and astonishment. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out upon the dog general. As a voice exploded in his mind, echoing incessantly, the secret technique of the Navy has been leaked, and it originated from him. Stunned, the dog general was flooded with a multitude of thoughts, his inner fear swelling into a tidal wave of trepidation, leaving him momentarily at a loss. This was impossible. Yes, he must have learned it elsewhere. How could anyone master it after merely 1 or 2 observations? Surely, he had acquired it long before. That had to be the case. Indeed, I learned it by watching you practice, Xiaobai replied with an innocent, candid gaze directed at the dog general. A thunderclap of realization struck. The dog general was drenched in cold sweat, recalling the warnings he had once dismissed when he first began learning. His robust physique trembled slightly, and his gaze toward Xiaobai grew increasingly frigid. He had invested countless hours and sweat into mastering the technique. Yet this child had not only learned it effortlessly, but had already begun to modify it. The long-held complacency within him was shattered by a tumult of emotions, profound astonishment, imbalance, and a deep-seated fear of exposure and punishment. In an instant, the dog general lost his rationality. I shall not allow you to live. You will die here. Xiaobai furrowed his brow as he gazed into the eyes of the fighting dog, which were filled with an overwhelming hatred that left him perplexed. Yet, sensing the intense murderous intent and the restless energy emanating from the creature, he tightened his grip on the sword. Xiao. Suddenly, after a prolonged build-up, the fighting dog let out a fierce cry and vanished from Xiaobai's sight. Before the echo of its voice faded, the sword materialized at Xiaobai's position, slicing through the air with a gale-force strike. Xiaobai barely activated his paper drawing technique to evade. Shave, moonwalk, storm steps, finger pistol. The speed of his movements increased exponentially, more than threefold. Faced with the frenzied assault of the fighting dog, Xiaobai found himself in a precarious position. Yet he managed to suppress his rising panic, narrowing his eyes as he fixated on the dog's actions. The simplified 6 styles were proving inadequate. Indeed, he was still too weak. No choice. I must resort to true energy. Secret sword, corpse severing. Without a moment's hesitation, the fighting dog unleashed its secret technique. Xiaobai felt an overwhelming pressure from the impending attack, realizing he could not evade it. He hastily gripped Xiao and charged upward to meet it. Crack! Both the fighting dog and Xiaobai were taken aback. Just moments ago, as Xiao made contact with the dog's sword, it effortlessly cleaved through it, leaving only a half-broken blade in the dog's hand, leaving it momentarily dazed. The battle came to a surreal halt. Neither combatant attacked, and they exchanged a silent understanding as they regarded the broken sword. Admiral, over there. The clamorous shouts from approaching Navy personnel jolted them back to reality. Xiaobai glanced at the advancing Navy and then at the broken sword in the dog's hand, hesitating momentarily, unceremoniously interrupted and inexplicably engaged in combat. Xiaobai felt a sense of guilt for having inadvertently learned the dog's techniques. However, the frustration directed toward the fighting dog overshadowed it, especially with the Navy's arrival causing him to frown deeply. At the moment they faced each other with drawn swords, it seemed he had been marked as an adversary of the Navy, represented by the fighting dog. This was Navy territory, and there could be others lurking nearby. Any excessive movement could attract formidable foes, and being surrounded by the Navy would certainly lead to casualties. Inflicting harm on the Navy would mean facing relentless pursuit, jeopardizing his growth. The life of being hunted while still weak was not what Xiaobai desired to see. Moreover, in the ensuing silence, Xiaobai noticed something peculiar. The fighting dog, whether having come alone or now observing the approaching Navy with a furrowed brow, had ceased its assault, indicating a reluctance to involve the Navy. It was possible that it was confident in its ability to capture him without outside interference and did not wish to appear as a bully before a gathering of onlookers. However, Xiaobai leaned toward the conclusion that this creature, known as the fighting dog, wished to keep his existence a secret from the Navy. It neither sought anything from him nor desired to expose him. And the increasing murderous intent coupled with the panic upon realizing Xiaobai had learned the 6 styles further reinforced this notion. With this realization, Xiaobai felt a flicker of clarity. Typically, the 6 styles were secrets to be closely guarded, not casually shared with others. Thus, It stood to reason that the fighting dog would be quite displeased should other Navy personnel discover that he had disseminated the 6 styles. With a sardonic smile directed at the fighting dog, Xiaobai reveled in the absurdity of the situation, provoking the dog until the scar on its face appeared to threaten to split. Then, with a casual demeanor, he leaped onto Xiao. As the fighting dog's pupils constricted and the Navy personnel stood agape, Xiaobai ascended swiftly, casting back a boastful declaration of, "I shall seek my revenge upon you in the future." He spun in the air before vanishing from their sight. Fly away? The Navy rushed in, only to be met with the bewildering sight of Xiaobai's departure. They gazed in awe, as if witnessing a myth, momentarily unsure of how to react. Some perceptive individuals quickly regained their wits, urgently calling out, "Admiral." With a wave of his hand and a dismissive grunt, the fighting dog silenced the Navy's exclamations. While his gaze remained fixed on Xiaobai, who was slowly disappearing into the horizon, his expression shifting between contemplation and ire. The Navy would surely not comprehend the battle they had just witnessed. Given their ranks, they wouldn't even know the name of the 6 styles, let alone the modified version Xiaobai had employed. The soldiers were still stunned by the techniques that resembled fruit powers. All he could do was hope that when he unleashed the 6 styles, they wouldn't connect him to it. The fighting dog thought, glancing down at the half-broken sword in his hand and recalling how Xiaobai had effortlessly learned the 6 styles from him. His clenched fist nearly bled from the pressure. Today, no one is to speak of this. Understood? But, Admiral. A Navy ensign glanced at the receding form of Xiaobai, hesitantly speaking up. There is no but. The fighting dog's eyes blazed with fury as he narrowed them, causing the ensign to promptly lower his gaze and fall silent. Is my command unclear? You saw nothing. Understood? Yes, Admiral. The uniform and solemn response slightly tempered the dog's anger, and with an impatient wave of his hand, he disregarded the Navy's speculations and departed in a dark mood. Unbeknownst to him, the ensign looked on with a bitter expression, unsure of how to voice his concerns. This is bad. The Admiral doesn't realize I had already contacted the Navy headquarters in a panic and reported everything. What should I do? On the quiet beach, the gentle breeze subsided, only to rise again. As time passed, a month went by. Windmill Village. Xiaobai remained engrossed in his endeavors within a secluded wooden cabin not far from the village. This particular area was spacious enough for him to practice and research his pursuits without disturbing others, while also ensuring a steady supply of sustenance. A full 10 days prior, Xiaobai had chosen to halt any further modifications to his 6 styles training. It was not due to a lack of patience. Indeed, this had always been a source of pride for him, but rather because he had realized that the once explosive growth of his strength had plateaued, reaching a point where progress was painfully slow. Possessing the Xian Yao Dian, Xiaobai swiftly identified the reason. He had encountered a bottleneck. His physical prowess had reached the zenith of what his current body could attain. The sole recourse was to harness the true essence cultivated through the Xian Yao Dian to further stimulate and develop his cells, enhancing their capacity and continuously refining his essence to transcend the limitations of his corporeal form. However, the pace of true essence cultivation was notoriously tedious, and despite his reluctance, Xiaobai could only suppress his impatience and meditate. Yet, after several days, he discovered that perhaps the Xian Yao Dian differed from other cultivation methods. He observed that the benefits derived from meditation were not significantly greater than those gained from his usual indulgences, while others might have felt disheartened. Xiaobai was invigorated by this revelation. This particular scripture was remarkably superior to others, allowing him to achieve results akin to those of diligent practitioners even without intentional cultivation. Elated by this discovery, he realized he could allocate more time to explore other fields of study, including talismans, alchemy, formations, and even the development of devil fruits. 3 days ago, on a scorching afternoon, in the clearing of this forest. Xiaobai, did you make this mirror? Wow. Where did you get such a large one? Shoo. Xiaobai, why are you staring at it? Are you admiring your reflection? Quiet. I'm waiting for the summoned beast to appear. Wait, don't touch it. Hey, what? Luffy, you. Oh no. Xiaobai, my hand went through. My hand passed through. Wait, don't move. I'll find a way. You. Huh. I made it through, Xiaobai. I'm here. Oh, nothing happened. Wow. Xiaobai. I. Xiaobai paid no heed to the raucous shouts of Luffy. His gaze fixated on the lead-colored replica of Luffy stepping forth from the mirror, momentarily rendering him speechless. Thus, Xiaobai commenced a series of diverse experiments with the mirror, ultimately uncovering a wealth of information. Firstly, as the mirror fruit, its known ability is the replication of physical entities. It can duplicate and retain any creature that can fully traverse the mirror within a specified size range, allowing for their summoning when required. The dimensions of the summoned mirror measure 10 meters in height and 6 meters in width, representing the utmost size limit of the mirrors he can currently conjure. He can summon a total of 6. Regardless of size or type, he can simultaneously call forth 6 identical Luffys. However, the exertion of summoning 6 Luffys directly drained him of his once proud stamina, leaving him weak and slumped against the wall. This experience imparted to him the understanding that the abilities of the mirror fruit, akin to those of natural devil fruits, also deplete physical strength. Furthermore, the stronger the entity being replicated, the greater the exhaustion incurred. Moreover, Through experimentation with the replicated Luffy, he discovered that the replica possesses all the innate combat instincts of the original. It can sustain severe injuries and vanish, and apart from being unable to wield abilities. With lifeless eyes and an entirely leaden hue, it is indistinguishable from the original. Yet, this glaringly leaden appearance, akin to a mere sketch, brazenly proclaims to the world, I am a counterfeit, making it instantly recognizable as a replica. Daily observing the unmoving, leaping rabbits, which showcased this seemingly feeble ability, Xiaobai foresaw that, in the future, formidable generals and the 7 warlords would traverse through the mirror. Understanding the principle at hand, the immediate priority became the search for sufficiently robust creatures to replicate. Thus, in the days that followed, with Luffy thumping his chest and assuring him of the vicinity's safety, Xiaobai, rarely indulging in childlike folly, followed him around, repeatedly encountering what Luffy referred to as the super-powerful, the rhinoceros beetle. Continuously feeling as though he were being mocked, Xiaobai grew incensed. As today unfolded, beneath Xiaobai's frustrated reprimands, Luffy hesitated for a moment before finally revealing that, in a certain area of the nearby sea, there exists a serpentine creature known as the Near-Sea King, a sea king. Xiaobai was amused to the point of laughter. That creature he had chanced upon once was by no means the diminutive entity depicted in the original text. Setting aside the question of whether that sea creature could traverse a mirror with size constraints, or the immense stamina required to summon such a colossal being, one must ponder the feasibility of manifesting a fish on land, only for it to feign death. Moreover, how could one possibly facilitate its complete passage through a mirror that could not accommodate it into the sea? Indeed, a lack of intellect is a significant flaw. Xiaobai gazed silently at Luffy, only to notice the unexpected shadows of sorrow and regret that adorned the face of a mere child of 7 or 8. His thoughts drifted to the sea king that Luffy had just described, and instinctively, he glanced at the straw hat hanging around Luffy's neck. Could it be Shanks? This thought, seemingly nonsensical, prompted Luffy to suddenly lift his head, fixing a fervent stare upon Xiaobai. Though I have had little interaction with others, I have still heard whispers, the 4 emperors. Luffy, Shanks is an extraordinary pirate, a truly formidable individual. Do you understand? I know, but one day, I will surpass him in battle. What breeds such confidence? Because I am a man destined to become the Pirate King. This sentiment felt familiar. Yet it was the first time I had heard it spoken aloud. Xiaobai smiled, and so did Luffy. It is a magnificent dream. Yet it is also a solemn vow. Perhaps for Luffy at this moment, there is fear, regret, and naivety. His lack of experience may render his worldview incomplete. Lacking in openness and fearlessness, devoid of the strength to protect those around him. However, he shall grow, become passionate, and grow stronger, transforming all negativity into motivation and sustenance. Evolving into a captain with unwavering beliefs and ideals, one worthy of entrusting dreams and even life itself. And Xiaobai, generously acting as a witness and catalyst, will assist in reshaping this world from behind the scenes. Luffy, do you need my help? Time flies swiftly. Another 7 days have passed. It is time to depart. Xiaobai sat steadily upon the purple feather, suspended gracefully in the air. With a nostalgic glance at the quaint wooden cottage that had been his abode, he ultimately decided against dismantling it. Perhaps it was best to let it remain. A testament to his growth, a relic to cherish in the future. As his thoughts swirled, a mature, serene smile graced Xiaobai's lips, only to fade into a bitter smile upon the sight of his youthful, delicate arms, drifting lightly among the branches. Xiaobai inadvertently caught sight of Luffy approaching in search of him. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped down. Xiaobai? Luffy exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of Xiaobai, who seemingly descended from the heavens, as there had been no one perched upon the trees before. Luffy, I need to share something with you. Xiaobai smiled at him briefly before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Oh, what is it? Luffy inquired with a playful tone, still amused by Xiaobai's shift. It is this. I wish to take my leave and wanted to inform you. Xiaobai spoke softly, yet her gaze remained fixed on Luffy's eyes. Luffy transitioned from surprise to reluctance, and soon reverted to his carefree laughter. Xiaobai shook her head with a faint smile, recognizing the true nature of Luffy. When will you return? I will definitely be back before you set sail. Xiaobai smiled at Luffy and said, Is that so? Well then, when are you leaving, Xiaobai? This noon. Is it that urgent? Not exactly. But I prefer to depart at noon rather than in the evening or at dusk. By the way, Luffy, what? Could you come to see me off at noon? It feels a bit lonely without anyone to bid farewell. Xiaobai chuckled self-deprecatingly, remarking that aside from a few children like Luffy and the sister, Makino, who allowed him to dine on credit, he truly knew no one in this town. He often felt the penetrating gazes of peculiar women, akin to wolves, scrutinizing him, making him uneasy to the point of avoiding the village altogether. Consequently, even here, he led a life not dissimilar to his previous existence, marked by solitude. Let us meet in the small grove behind the mountain then. The streets of Windmill Village exuded a vibrant atmosphere. Perhaps due to the frequent visits from Garp or the past presence of Shanks, or perhaps because the local mountain bandits had been notably intimidated by Garp's prowess. The townsfolk seemed largely unbothered, their faces radiant with happiness and joy. Yet, Xiaobai felt an inexplicable sense of disconnection from this place. Shaking off his annoyance and evading a group of unfamiliar women who eyed him lustfully, he maneuvered through the crowd and entered Makino's establishment. "Ah, long time no see. How have you been, little Xiaobai?" greeted the youthful proprietress, Makino, her face lighting up with genuine warmth as she acknowledged his presence. In this unfamiliar town, her kindness brought a flicker of comfort to Xiaobai's heart. "I'm here, Makino. You must call me sister. Little Xiaobai, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Due to her height and age, Makino crouched before Xiaobai, beaming at him. "Yes, I'll settle the bill with treasures." Adopting a playful tone, Xiaobai admitted his lack of funds. He had not a single coin to his name. "All right, I understand." With a smile, Makino began to rise but couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Xiaobai's cheek. He initially intended to evade her touch but succumbed to her pleading gaze. Resigning himself to this playful torment, feeling like a cute young boy despite his 20-something heart. "Hiki, such a delightful texture. Little Xiaobai, you are truly adorable." After a brief moment of playful torment, she finally withdrew her hand upon hearing the calls of other patrons. Xiaobai gratefully found an empty seat at the bar. Relieved to be surrounded mostly by men, thus escaping further unwanted attention from strangers. Perhaps due to the time of day, the bar was not overly crowded. Yet groups of 3 or 5 engaged in toasting and playful banter, creating a lively yet harmonious ambience. Observing it all, Xiaobai felt increasingly detached. Gradually drifting into his own thoughts. "Your meal is here." A soft voice jolted him back to reality. Looking at the steaming fried rice placed before him, he picked up his utensils, only to discover Makino resting her elbows on the table, chin propped in her hands. Her starry eyes filled with mirth as she gazed at him. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly turned his head away. "Machino, you cannot conduct business in this manner. Is that so? It doesn't matter, just for a moment, and also, please call me sister." Machino continued to gaze at Xiaobai with a charming smile, showing no intention of leaving. "However, it makes it quite difficult for me to eat under these circumstances." Xiaobai smiled wryly at her, and this expression of bittersweetness, appearing on his youthful and translucent face, caused a renewed sparkle in Makino's eyes. "Take your time eating." "However, little Xiaobai, what is it?" Xiaobai observed that Makino suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, prompting him to inquire, "You are truly adorable." After a meal, which concluded amidst Makino's playful antics and teasing, she began to tidy up. To her surprise, Xiaobai, who usually fled at the first opportunity, remained seated at the bar. This elicited another smile from her. "Would you like some juice?" "Oh, are you asking for those soft papers and brushes again?" "No, I'm about to leave. So I have something for you," Xiaobai replied, shaking his head as he reached into the small package he had brought. Where are you going? Why must you leave? Can't you stay? Sister can take care of you and invite you over for meals every day." Makino exclaimed anxiously. Her innocent desire to care for Xiaobai was overshadowed by the implications of her words, causing him to hesitate momentarily before resuming his actions as if he had not heard her. "Here, this is for you." Ignoring Makino's persistent queries, Xiaobai presented the item he had retrieved, momentarily silencing her. "What is this? Is it Xiaobai's doodle? The patterns are lovely, although I don't quite understand." Sister is very happy to receive something from Xiaobai. "It's not a doodle. It's a talisman," Xiaobai retorted. Observing Makino examine the talisman briefly before holding it close to her cheek, a look of bliss on her face, he continued, somewhat exasperated. "I'm leaving and have nothing else to give you. Please, don't interrupt me. This talisman has been blessed to repel water. You can carry it with you. In case of danger, just tear it open." Stop smiling. Did you hear the instructions clearly? It is real. It truly works. All right. I will return. Is that enough? Don't come any closer." Xiaobai had intended for a proper farewell, but it ultimately transformed into a hasty retreat. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of fulfillment, having given what he desired in return and bid farewell. Now, he truly had to depart. Perhaps it was the impending farewell to the place where he had spent the longest time since arriving in this world that stirred a twinge of melancholy within him. Shaking his head, he cast a serene smile amidst the astonished gazes of the women around him and departed swiftly. In the small grove behind the mountain, Xiaobai pondered. This may very well be the place where Ace embarks on his journey. Xiaobai initially intended for Luffy to accompany him. However, Sabo and Ace also arrived. Xiaobai beheld them, and they, in turn, noticed him, offering a subtle smile, which he reciprocated. "Luffy has informed us of your impending voyage," Ace remarked. He was 3 years senior to Luffy, yet his maturity surpassed mere years. To be candid, Xiaobai had minimal interactions with Ace and Sabo. Their encounters were few and far between, merely a handful of meetings. He had only heard rumors of the trio residing in the mountains, often embroiled in mischief and brawls. Their introduction had been a chance encounter, facilitated by Luffy, and their conversations were sparse, characterized by the innocent curiosity typical of children who know of each other. However, there existed an air of distant aloofness around Ace and Sabo, particularly Ace, creating a barrier that rendered any semblance of camaraderie somewhat superficial, devoid of genuine connection outside of Luffy as their common thread. Yet, despite the nature of their acquaintance, their presence stirred a sense of appreciation within Xiaobai. "Thank you for coming," he expressed earnestly. It is our pleasure, Ace replied. As Luffy's brothers, you are his cherished friend, thus you are our friend as well. It is only fitting to bid farewell to a good friend. Ace suddenly flashed a smile, his freckles dancing with life, exuding warmth and spontaneity. Although Xiaobai was not well acquainted with Ace, he harbored a profound respect for him, his awakening of a formidable power born of unwavering conviction to protect his brother. A choice that necessitated the relinquishment of his own childhood innocence, ultimately leading to his self-sacrifice for Luffy, who shared no blood relation with him. Such a spirit evoked in Xiaobai nothing but admiration and reverence. I am aware you have been training in the forest. Your prowess is commendable. Yet, I am not to be underestimated. I have long desired to challenge you. Though I may not triumph over you now, I vow to surpass you in the future. Ace declared, his tone growing increasingly earnest, culminating in an eruption of palpable confidence, a manifestation of his indomitable spirit. In an instant, the names Luffy and Sabo flashed through Xiaobai's mind. While Luffy and Sabo remained oblivious, Xiaobai, who had been practicing the Xiao Classic, was acutely aware of the fleeting, extraordinary energy. Although its essence did not compare to the higher level of true essence, Xiaobai could sense a subtle suppression of this power over his and Ziyu's demonic abilities. Has he awakened at such a young age? It is plausible. As in the original narrative, he had already employed Haki to save Luffy at around the age of 10. Has he already crossed paths with that Bridgem? No. Sabo and the Garbage Mountain are still present, so that encounter must not have occurred yet. Indeed, it is likely that his sensitivity stems from his cultivation of the world's spiritual energy. Perhaps only upon facing true adversity will his powers genuinely awaken. Although aware of Ace's extraordinary lineage, Xiaobai did not anticipate the activation of Haki at this stage. This must be the Conqueror's Haki indeed. Truly, he is deserving of being the son of the Pirate King. Xiaobai momentarily lost his focus but quickly regained it, noticing the puzzled expressions of the three before him. With a faint smile, he, despite not being as tall, patted Ace's shoulder in a gesture that acknowledged Ace's challenge. Initially, he had planned to ask Luffy to deliver some items to them. Now that we have arrived, we also come bearing gifts. Ace's words left Xiaobai momentarily taken aback, only to see Sabo stepping forward, removing his hat, and rummaging inside. He produced a large handful of money, hesitating yet resolutely offering it to Xiaobai. Is this for me? But as far as I know, this is something you've all toiled to gather, right? Wouldn't giving it to me make it harder for you to collect again? What are you talking about? You don't have a single coin on you. And you'll need this money for your journey. We're quite capable, and will soon gather more. Sabo grinned at Xiaobai, his toothless smile appearing rather comical. Yet Xiaobai could find no humor in it. Sabo, as Xiaobai knew, was a child of nobility, yet for reasons unknown. He had come here and formed bonds with Ace and Luffy, two rascally boys raised among the mountains. They spent their days frolicking in the refuse, engaging in fights and thievery. This money was undoubtedly earned through blood and sweat, and now, without hesitation, it was being offered to someone he hardly knew. It was quite a burden. Xiaobai did not refuse. Instead, he silently accepted the items offered to him. Suddenly, he extracted one from within and unceremoniously shoved the remaining ones back into Sabo's hands. Although Sabo and the others wished to offer him more, Xiaobai shook his head and smiled, waving the coin he had taken in front of the trio to indicate that he had already received it, carefully stowing it away. Sabo, this is a golden bell talisman. In the event of danger, tearing it will unveil a protective barrier. Although my current materials and abilities are limited, allowing me to only craft a low-grade version, I am confident it can withstand several ordinary cannon strikes at close range and keep you safe for approximately half a minute. So, make sure to escape quickly when the time comes. He could not help but think of the perilous encounters Sabo might face with the celestial dragons and pressed the talisman into Sabo's hand without further ado. Ace. This is a teleportation talisman. It can currently transport you to an indeterminate point within a kilometer. It is also activated by tearing. You plan to set sail, right? You will find it useful in the future. Ace observed the talisman in Xiaobai's hand. Don't you want it? He asked, glancing at the excited Luffy beside him. Curious about its value. Rest assured, I will cherish it well, Xiaobai replied with a gentle smile, revealing a hint of maturity. Luffy was fortunate to have two wonderful older brothers. Oh, is it my turn? I want that one that can ignite flames. The one that makes the meat taste delicious. How disgusting, Xiaobai remarked. Luffy, as a devil fruit user, you cannot swim. Look, this is a water avoidance talisman. When torn, it will create a bubble field, essentially serving as your lifeline. It can protect you in water for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. After that, it will automatically dissipate. Do you understand? So, you must be mindful of the timing. Wait, Ace and Sabo, please keep an eye on him. Do not let him turn around and play with them. Luffy, I only have 3 talismans, and I'm giving you 2. Oh. Then why don't you just draw more? Are you an idiot? Xiaobai said irritably, this was crafted with my very own blood, with just these few sheets. I am on the verge of anemia. Moreover, there is the matter of its success rate. I do not comprehend. Xiaobai was momentarily choked. Caught off guard, Ace, intrigued, toyed with the talisman in his hand, and suddenly seemed to recall something. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, Xiaobai, weren't you supposed to set sail? What has become of your ship? I have no need for a ship. Xiaobai slightly parted his lips and to the astonishment of the three onlookers, leaped directly into the sea. Xiao. Ace was still contemplating a jump to rescue him. But before he could take a step, he beheld Xiaobai standing gracefully upon a colossal purple crystal sword, suspended in midair before them. Astonishment. While Ace and Sabo merely stood in a daze, Luffy, endowed with the powers of the gum-gum fruit, extended his eyes and jaw to their utmost limits. It was bizarre, unfathomable, and utterly unbelievable, leaving him agape with extreme envy. Though our time together was fleeting, I found a modicum of joy in it. Thank you all. Now, I must take my leave. Take care, everyone. Disregarding the trio still lost in thought, Xiaobai smiled softly, exuding an ethereal grace as he ascended swiftly into the sky. Their gazes remained fixated on Xiaobai and the purple crystal sword. In that fleeting moment of his departure, a myriad of shock and questions flooded their minds. Ace, with a dazed expression, suddenly recalled the earlier challenge and hesitated momentarily, only to be swiftly filled with unwavering confidence. Silently watching Xiaobai as he began to fade into the distance. Xiaobai, you must return quickly. I will. I want a sword too. But that can wait. As the three figures grew smaller, Xiaobai suddenly pondered, how old was Luffy now? He had received the straw hat at 7, met Ace. And sworn brotherhood with both Ace and Sabo, was he now 7? Or perhaps 8? By referencing others, one could ascertain that he would set sail at 17. Had I inadvertently altered the course of the story? Xiaobai, I will wait for you. Luffy shouted with all his might, his hands cupped around his mouth, declaring his vow. There was no set time, no inquiry of destination, and throughout it all, there was no doubt or hesitation. Was it trust? A silent understanding? He felt the weight of reliance. Xiaobai chuckled, casting a glance at the distant windmill village. He waved farewell to the exuberant crowd, who were energetically gesturing and shouting. With a flash of violet light, he conjured forth a long, undulating wave that gradually faded into the horizon. The following day, after meandering at sea throughout the night, Xiaobai, relying on his rudimentary knowledge of astronomy, finally managed to locate land once more. The place felt somewhat familiar, perhaps due to a previous visit. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had returned to the very town where he once battled with the Red Dog. Initially, he had set sail without any sense of direction, akin to a blind fly flitting about chaotically, yet he still found himself here. Remarkably, it was reminiscent of monkey droppings. In passing, he inquired with a fisherman returning from a bountiful catch and learned that this town was Baker Town, serving as a naval base for the East Sea. Xiaobai suddenly pondered, could this be the very place where Luffy first encounters Zoro in the future? Huh? Xiaobai took a couple of steps down the street when an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. He could not quite articulate the nature of this feeling, yet it left him with an undeniable sense of unease. Was it merely a psychological phenomenon? Excuse me, are you the little fellow who can fly? A languid and casual voice emanated from behind him, causing Xiaobai's hairs to stand on end. He swiftly jumped back and turned around, only to find a tall man dressed in a bright yellow striped suit, draped in a coat, standing there. When did he arrive? The shock within Xiaobai was indescribable. As a cultivator who absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, he could typically sense any creature within a 10-meter radius. Yet, he was utterly unaware that someone had stood behind him. Oh, quite agile, I see. Allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Kizaru, a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Vice Admiral. Kizaru. Xiaobai found himself momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Why was the general here? Why had he sought him out? Why? The figure before him, so different from the rascal he remembered, wearing those distinctive glasses, left Xiaobai momentarily unrecognizable. He had never anticipated an encounter with someone of such prominence, standing at the pinnacle of power in the world. Oh, it appeared that he was already aware of my existence. Very well, let me be direct, young man. I have heard whispers that you have clandestinely mastered the Navy's 6 styles. Is that true? Xiaobai gazed at the approaching admiral, Kizaru, feeling a sense of unease. Suddenly, he realized that the streets had been cleared. A contingent of Navy soldiers had inexplicably surrounded him. With firearms firmly grasped, they stood in a state of heightened alert. Their intentions unmistakably clear, capture him. The thought of being apprehended sent a surge of panic through Xiaobai, prompting him to leap into action and escape. Yet, he was taken aback as Kizaru, who should have been several meters away, materialized right before him, looking down with an air of superiority. Would you kindly cooperate? Fleeing was his only thought. Confronted with the formidable power of the admiral, Xiaobai felt no inclination to fight. He utilized his modified technique, shave, to its fullest extent, seeking only to break through and summon his escape with the purple feather. Ah, shave? So it is indeed you, they reported, while the surrounding Navy personnel floundered in confusion. Unable to discern Xiaobai's swift movements, Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly, casually remarking as his form began to dissolve into particles of light. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of the rapidly moving Xiaobai. Hey, kid. Xiaobai was taken aback, swiftly sidestepping the shoe sole that seemed to be anticipating his collision. With a determined grit, he angled himself and propelled his speed to its utmost limit. It appears you possess an unwavering confidence in your swiftness, young lad. However, before Huang Yuan could finish his sentence, he had vanished from sight. I am the fastest. The voice suddenly echoed beside Xiaobai, startling him. Light. The shoe sole reappeared before him, and gritting his teeth, Xiaobai endured the strain on his muscles, forcefully twisting to narrowly evade it, yet he did not halt his flight for a moment. Oh, quite impressive. But do tread carefully from here on. Eightfold mirror. As Xiaobai, desperately employing the shave technique to escape, heard this name, a jolt of alarm surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the purple feather and vigorously swung it forward. Huang Yuan, who had originally materialized before Xiaobai, extending his foot in a bid to tease him once more, suddenly noticed the strikingly exquisite amethyst sword that had abruptly appeared. And despite his confidence in his elemental transformation, he sensed an impending danger and swiftly retracted his foot to evade. The sword's passing unleashed a profound gash in the ground. Truly terrifying, the slash was incredibly sharp. Could it be the manifestation of dominance? What an enigmatic ability, the Amaterasu sword. With a swift motion, Huang Yuan clasped his hands and summoned a luminous sword, eager to test Xiaobai's swordsmanship. Only to find Xiaobai abruptly stepping onto the amethyst blade and soaring into the air. Such a capability. Can he truly escape? Feeling mocked, Huang Yuan's expression darkened. Suddenly, he raised his hand, extending a finger to point at Xiaobai, and unleashed a fierce beam of laser light. Whoosh. Ugh. Despite the overwhelming sense of peril, the speed of the beam was too swift for Xiaobai to evade. He could only rely on instinct, crouching low to narrowly avoid a fatal strike to his heart, yet the beam still pierced through his shoulder. Xiaobai acutely sensed that this time, the intent was to eliminate him on the spot. Gritting his teeth in anger, he remained silent, desperately enduring the pain as he struggled to control Ziyu. Oh, even in such dire circumstances, one still seeks to escape? Eightfold mirror. Xiaobai gritted his teeth, deftly maneuvering Ziyu to abruptly change direction, causing the previously mocking Huang Yuan to miss his mark entirely. Huang Yuan, feeling the sting of repeated failures that tarnished the dignity of this so-called general, let out an angry huff, his speed of movement escalating even further as he reappeared before Xiaobai in an instant. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiaobai evaded him once more with a masterful twist. Huang Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Was it mere chance? How could he discern the vulnerability of my light ability, which cannot bend? Once again, he eluded me. The earlier use of the Yada no Kagami was also perplexing. This child possesses an uncanny understanding of my abilities. Pray tell, young one, who exactly are you? Xiaobai remained silent, the pain from the piercing wound in his left shoulder rendering him nearly incapable of focus. All he yearned for was to escape this place and heal his injuries first. Then, in the future, when he had grown formidable, he would return for revenge. How slow this is. Have you ever experienced a kick delivered at the speed of light? Momentarily distracted by the sharp pain, Huang Yuan suddenly materialized before him. Faced with the full force of Huang Yuan's assault, Xiaobai had no time to react and was brutally struck down, his amethyst sword vanishing alongside him. The building beneath him collapsed in an instant due to his impact. Boom. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Huang Yuan gazed down at Xiaobai, who lay there, covered in wounds and gasping for breath, a mocking expression on his face. Oh, where has that sword gone? How peculiar. Is it a demon's ability? Oh dear. Blood is spilling. How terrifying. Xiaobai found himself feeling as if his entire body was disassembled, each slight movement causing excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at the culprit before him. Oh, you're glaring at me. How terrifying. The yellow ape intended to jest further when suddenly, his small telephone bug rang. With a shrug, he disregarded both Xiaobai and the surrounding navy, answering the call directly. We've captured him. Yes. Confirming that he can't skillfully utilize the 6 styles and has undergone enhancements. He appears to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Oh. That seems to be due to the powers of a devil fruit. The yellow ape observed Xiaobai, who was gritting his teeth and struggling to move his arms. He noticed a piece of paper escaping from Xiaobai's embrace, leaving him perplexed. With a sudden exclamation, Xiaobai raised a talisman on his right hand, channeling all the remaining true essence within him into it. Bang! The talisman exploded into nothingness, and Xiaobai vanished from the scene. What? Not only was the yellow ape, standing closest, stunned, but the surrounding navy also gasped in astonishment. It was not merely a matter of speed. The yellow ape's expression darkened as he scanned the vicinity, disregarding the calls from the telephone bug. Suddenly, he caught sight of it, and the nearby navy, equally incredulous, beheld the figure standing in the distant void. The yellow ape gazed at this apparition, quickly surveying his surroundings. But soon, his face contorted in shock. Xiaobai stood upon the purple feather, gazing at Huang Yuan and the multitude of naval officers from a distance. A sinister smile spread across his face, the cause of which was uncertain, whether it stemmed from the relief of surviving a catastrophe or the pain he endured. Nevertheless, a sense of gratitude blossomed within him, fortunate to possess the last teleportation talisman, fortunate to retain a final vestige of strength, fortunate to have been directly transported to the sea, leaving Huang Yuan without a foothold, and fortunate for the assistance of the purple feather. Curse monkey! Xiaobai roared with all his might, his voice reverberating against the presence of a formidable naval admiral, leaving the gathered navy personnel in a state of utter disbelief. The admiral, Huang Yuan, felt the veins on his forehead throb, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. I shall take my revenge. You will all pay a heavy price. Remember my name. I am the Sword Immortal. I am Xiaobai. The Navy officers and Huang Yuan fell into silence, for they had witnessed Xiaobai's extraordinary prowess that day. Despite being merely a child of 7 or 8 years, he had not only engaged in combat with the Admiral but had also exhibited bizarre abilities such as flight and incredible speed. Remarkably, he had managed to escape from the encirclement of the Navy and the assaults of the Admiral. Such feats were beyond imagination. Xiaobai departed abruptly, his words hanging in the air as he ascended into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Yet, the shock he left behind was unparalleled. No one dared to dismiss the words of this 7 or 8-year-old child as mere folly. It was precisely his tender age that rendered them deeply unsettling, akin to a thorn lodged in one's throat. The echoes of his vengeful declarations still resonated in their ears. The name Xiaobai might very well become a nightmare that awakens them in the dead of night for a long time to come. The naval officers fell into a heavy silence. Though none uttered a word, their glances toward Kizaru were laden with doubt and veiled resentment. This conflict had arrived unexpectedly, and it was never meant to involve them. They were but hapless victims caught in a storm of misfortune, regrettably ensnared by the turmoil of their own impulsive decisions. Kizara closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he lifted the din-din mushi to his ear, addressing the silence on the other end with a voice that was raspy and subdued. Some unforeseen events allowed him to escape. I recommend that we promptly dispatch the Navy for a search, and I propose a secret bounty be issued, designating Sword Immortal Xiaobai as the target, deemed exceedingly dangerous, with a reward of 200 million, no matter the circumstances. On the other end of the line, silence reigned. Meanwhile, on a beach in the East Sea, Xiaobai fell to the ground, his unconscious form stirring a whirlwind of sand, yet he remained oblivious. Exhausted, Ziyu let out a mournful cry before transforming once more into a necklace, disappearing into the folds of Xiaobai's clothing. Xiaobai sat up in bed, inevitably propping himself on one hand. A sharp pain shot through the wound on his shoulder, causing him to stifle a groan, nearly toppling back down. It had been 5 days. Aside from the 3 days of unconsciousness, during these last 2 days of wakefulness, the wound that had once been pierced would incessantly throb with pain. Yet, Xiaobai gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the agony. Remarkably, the gaping wound had begun to regenerate. Though only superficially, internally, it remained a chaotic mess. Still, this miraculous recovery had occurred in a mere 5 days. This was a testament to the resilience of his body. At this rate, Xiaobai estimated that he could achieve complete recovery within 2 weeks. Pressing on the bandage near the wound, he felt the accompanying pain and gazed toward the direction of an impending arrival, his expression darkening. Xiaobai Gij. The door suddenly swung open, startling Xiaobai, who quickly masked his somber demeanor, chiding himself for his sluggish instincts. Turning his head, he saw a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, timidly peeking in through the slightly ajar door, her face a picture of shyness. Xiaoliana has come. Xiaobai sat on the bed and beckoned to the little girl at the door. The girl, filled with joy, pushed the door open and rushed over. With her slightly dirty hands, she eagerly leaped onto the blanket covering Xiaobai's legs. On her bare little feet, she stood on tiptoe, her small head resting at the edge of the bed, her sparkling eyes brimming with delight as they gazed at Xiaobai. Have you been well behaved today, Xiaoliana? Xiaobai gently placed his hand on the little girl's head, tenderly caressing her. The girl nestled closer, emitting soft sounds of contentment, her eyes closed, resembling a blissful kitten relishing Xiaobai's gentle touch. Her silky pink hair, a sight he had grown accustomed to, further endeared the little girl who clung to him so affectionately. Xiaobai smiled gently, his thoughts drifting away. 5 days prior, he had arrived at this unfamiliar village, dragging his severely injured body. It was a man from this family who found him while fishing and brought him home. It was said that at that time, his breath was intermittent and he was on the verge of death, his complexion pale from blood loss. There was no wariness, no suspicion, no complaints. Despite being a stranger who would naturally arouse caution, this humble family of 3 in the fishing village took him in without hesitation and cared for him with meticulous attention. Upon awakening, they did not inquire about his origins. Instead, they tenderly encouraged him to rest and heal, allowing him to recuperate in peace. In that moment, confronted with such unconditional kindness and trust, Xiaobai felt a profound sense of helplessness. Are you awake? Karina, do not disturb your brother's rest. Outside the door, a woman clad in simple attire approached gracefully, smiling at Xiaobai before gently speaking to the little girl. Yet, the young girl seemed reluctant to leave, clearly enjoying the moment. How does Xiaobai feel now? Much better, thank you, Embai. That won't do. You need to rest more to recover quickly. Embai spoke to Xiaobai with a soft expression. Unlike her daughter Karina's charming pink hair, she possessed a cascade of beautiful golden locks, usually tied back at her nape. When her eyes squinted, they formed perfect crescent moons, and her gentle smile radiated an aura of serene warmth. Xiaobai smiled gently at, his hand still tenderly caressing Kalina's hair. The latter emitted a satisfied hum, nuzzling against Xiaobai's hand with a sense of submission. How affectionate they are, dear Xiaobai. Do you wish to become a son-in-law of our family? Have you tacitly agreed, little Xiaobai? No, wait. What expression is that? Could it be that you understand the implications at such a tender age? The intimacy akin to that of familiar kin enveloped Xiaobai in an inexplicable warmth, leaving him momentarily silent in response to her words. Xiaobai chuckled softly, simultaneously lifting the reluctant Kalina into her arms. Has uncle not returned yet? Xiaobai inquired gently. It has already been a whole day. Xiaobai tightened her embrace around Kalina, prompting a puzzled glance from the latter. However, it is nothing to worry about. He often goes fishing for 2 or 3 days before returning. He should be back soon. Xiaobai offered Xiaobai a reassuring smile, though her gaze momentarily drifted into a realm of uncertainty as she spoke to herself. Xiaobai opened his mouth, sensing her deep-seated anxiety and worry. Yet he was at a loss for words to comfort her. In every realm, those in vulnerable positions perpetually grapple with the harsh realities of survival. This island, somewhat remote, is rumored to be home to fierce beasts, and the inhabitants, armed with meager defenses and scarce weaponry, find themselves utterly defenseless. In resignation, the villagers of the fishing community have no choice but to reside at the island's fringes, where they are relatively safe from the beasts. Clinging to a small patch of livable land, too fearful to venture closer, they cannot even cultivate crops, relying instead on the occasional gathering of wild vegetables and fishing for sustenance. In truth, if some of the island's wild beasts were to be eradicated, life could improve significantly. The villagers had once appealed for assistance from the world's powers and the Navy. But the central authorities showed little regard for the plight of these marginalized and impoverished souls, even issuing warnings against the possession of firearms. As the meal was just prepared, Xiaobai remarked, since you are awake, you should eat first. You can remain in bed. I will bring it over shortly. After a brief pause, she suddenly spoke again. Her expression devoid of any distress, a smile gracing her face as she addressed Xiaobai. No, I can get out of bed now. I wish to join you all today, he replied, lifting the covers and getting out of bed. Xiaobai, cradling Kalina in her arms, found herself unable to stop him, and upon witnessing Xiaobai stride out of the room, she hurried after him. Wait, little Xiaobai, you cannot go outside. But her words came too late. The house consisted of a single room, accommodating 2 beds that served as both bedroom and living space, while the cooking area was semi-outdoors. The dining space was merely a rudimentary table beneath a simple framework, so stepping outside granted Xiaobai a clear view of the surroundings. However, he was momentarily taken aback. The table was divided into 3 portions. 2 bowls contained nothing but a thin gruel with a few strands of wild grass, while the last bowl was brimming with a thick, almost rice-like consistency, accompanied by 2 small fish. Having consumed the same meal for 2 days, Xiaobai recognized that the final portion, laden with fish, was set aside for him. Xiaobai lapsed into silence, and Xiaobai appeared somewhat awkward, hastily embracing Kalina as she settled into her designated seat. She greeted Xiaobai briefly before turning her attention to the bowl of congee before her. Xiaobai remained quiet, picking up the bowl of congee meant for him, bowing his head as he swallowed each mouthful, savoring the texture of every grain before letting it slide down his throat. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he stole a glance at Xiaobai and Kalina. Xiaobai sipped her congee delicately, evading Xiaobai's gaze, while Kalina, with her legs swinging joyfully, slurped her congee with an air of enjoyment. Upon noticing Xiaobai's gaze, she immediately responded with a radiant, playful smile, so innocent, so dazzling. Xiaobai hastily lowered his head, his hands trembling uncontrollably, nearly dipping into the bowl before him. How many years had it been, precisely how many years, since he had felt such a stirring? Do not dwell on it too much. You are injured and should recover swiftly. Such words would bring greater joy to both us and Kalyana. Xiaobai's unusual behavior was strikingly apparent. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before gently speaking in a tone laced with curiosity. I hope that brother Xiaobai recovers swiftly so that he can play with me. Though puzzled by Xiaobai's oddness, Karina's face instantly brightened with a rosy smile upon hearing Xiaobai's words, her excitement rendering her unable to meet anyone's gaze directly. Xiaobai could not prevent the tears from cascading down his cheeks. How excessive, truly excessive. Who permitted you to treat me with such kindness? Xiaobai Gij. Xiaobai Gij is crying? Why? Why is Xiaobai Gij crying? Kalyana tugged at Anibai's sleeve, her voice already laced with the tremors of impending tears. Anibai glanced at Kalyana, then at Xiaobai, who stubbornly kept his head bowed. Her lips moved, awkwardly at a loss for words. Xiaobai trembled as he clutched the bowl in his hands, which felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. It seemed to be an unparalleled treasure, yet his body remained uncontrollable. He gripped it so tightly that he feared he might shatter it, straining his muscles and bones. Oblivious to the pain radiating from his shoulders, tears welled up in his eyes, and the more he tried to suppress them, the more they flowed uncontrollably. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. The following day, the sea breeze was gentle. The rhythmic sound of the waves softly caressed the rocks outside the fishing village. Perhaps it was the mysterious undercurrents beneath the nearby waters that prevented many external currents from entering, causing the waves here to remain perpetually subdued. This was also the reason why the villagers had to venture far out to sea for fishing, as the undercurrents had effectively blocked many fish from reaching the shore. Xiaobai had been engaging in simple exercises in a secluded outdoor area, and gradually, the pain in his arms began to subside. He felt that these movements significantly aided his recovery, and he was pleased with the progress. However, wherever he went, Kalyana persistently followed him. her large eyes fixated on his repetitive rehabilitation actions. She remained quiet, and although Xiaobai feared she might grow bored, the weight of her silent gaze made him feel uneasy. Eventually, he employed all his tricks to coax her away. Thus, he continued to repeat the simple, rhythmic motions of paper drawing with unflagging enthusiasm. This evening, the fishing crew finally returned, and fortunately, there were no casualties, albeit the catch was rather meager. It's all right. After we endure these couple of days, we shall venture out to sea again, and I am certain we will have a bountiful harvest. A robust man spoke in a somewhat somber tone to Xiaobai, while Xiaobai leaned against the doorframe, observing them without interruption. Oh, has Xiaobai already managed to get out of bed? How do you feel? Is there still pain? The burly man suddenly noticed Xiaobai, appearing quite astonished. Considering that just a few days prior, Xiaobai had been on the brink of collapse. I'm all right now, thank you, Uncle Limo. I think you should rest a bit since you just returned. Xiaobai smiled at the burly man before turning to leave, leaving the man momentarily stunned and somewhat bewildered as he remarked to the softly chuckling Xiaobai, this little one is quite polite. The sky in this world is exceedingly clear, especially at night, where the brilliance of the stars seems capable of illuminating the depths of one's heart. Not far from the village, on the beach, Xiaobai sat upon a rock, gazing up at the heavens. Hey, little Xiao, called out Uncle Liemo, the robust figure. As he approached, with a powerful push, he leapt from his position, landing on the curved surface of the rock. Just as he intended to place his other foot upon it, he unexpectedly lost his footing. In the dazed gaze of Xiaobai, he tumbled down, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. Moments later, he casually brushed off the dirt that had clung to him, casting a dispassionate glance at Xiaobai before opting to use his hands for support. With a strong push against the rock, he hoisted himself up. Though the roughness of the rock on the side facing the sea posed a bit of a challenge for his attire, Xiaobai immediately turned his face away, trying to stifle his emotions. Ahem. Remo, with a serious expression, sat beside Xiaobai, attempting to lean back casually like him. However, the unevenness of the rocky surface almost caused him to lose his balance and tumble down. Fortunately, he regained his steadiness and coughed lightly, obediently placing his hand on his knee. Yet, he suddenly felt rather childish and effeminate, leading to an internal conflict. Thus, one of them tilted his head slightly while trembling, and the other found himself in a state of indecision, neither sitting comfortably nor standing. For a moment, the two were cramped together on the rock, listening to the waves, enveloped in an eerie silence. After a long while, Xiaobai finally released the breath he had been holding, calming himself. He turned to glance at the now awkwardly positioned Remo, then resumed gazing at the stars above. Ahem, I must say, Xiaobai. Remo suddenly spoke with a tone of gravity. Xiaobai slightly tilted his head to look over, but Remo was also lost in the starry sky, his gaze as profound as the ocean itself. Your Aunt Bai mentioned that she feels you've been acting a bit out of sorts lately. I too sense that something weighs on your mind. As men, you know, if you have any troubles, you can share them with me. Remo continued to gaze at the stars, the sea breeze rustling through his tattered clothing, yet it did nothing to disturb his imposing figure, which appeared so robust. Xiaobai watched him in surprise as he pulled out a cigarette, then reached for a match. However, Xiaobai silently observed as the matchbox slipped from Remo's fingers, striking the rocky surface twice with a dull, rasping sound before plunging into the sea, disappearing with the waves. At that moment, Remo's actions froze momentarily. Xiaobai turned his head away in silence, unable to fathom why the gentle and graceful Bai Yi would have chosen such a person. The evening breeze wafted gently, and the two once again fell into a profound silence. Ahem, perhaps you were thinking of distant relatives? Relatives? In this world, I no longer have any family. Xiaobai was taken aback, murmuring softly, and then looked at him with a hint of confusion. Perhaps he truly understood. At that moment, Limo sat casually, one hand propped behind him, while the elbow of his other arm rested on his bent knee. The sea breeze lifted his garments, revealing a physique honed by years of struggle upon the ocean, remarkably robust and unrestrained. With a slight sigh, he straightened his posture and extended his broad, weathered hand, intending to pat Xiaobai on the left shoulder. Suddenly recalling Xiaobai's injury, he froze momentarily, offering an awkward smile, and attempted to instead reach across to pat Xiaobai's right shoulder. However, his body overextended, leading to a moment of imbalance. In his flustered state, his other hand inadvertently pressed heavily upon Xiaobai's injured left shoulder. A sharp pain. Xiaobai felt an overwhelming desire to end her life for a fleeting moment, driven by the urge to confide in him. What on earth do you want? She exclaimed. Startled by Xiaobai's outburst, Liemo hurriedly apologized. But frustration soon washed over him as he reached for a cigarette, only to remember that his lighter had fallen into the sea, leaving him momentarily dazed. Damn it. Xiaobai, if it weren't for your aunt sending me to talk to you, would I even bother? Liemo, exasperated, could no longer maintain his composure and abruptly stood up, glaring at Xiaobai. Talk to you? Are you joking? Have you ever seen anyone get hurt while trying to counsel someone and then yell at them? Xiaobai felt a surge of anger and stood to confront him. I cannot argue with you. Liemo opened his mouth, but his lack of experience and long-standing latent fears rendered him inept at verbal sparring, causing him to falter immediately. Sigh. Your Aunt Bai suggested that I should guide you like an elder would. Liemo sat down, his face displaying a lack of enthusiasm as he sighed. Xiaobai was speechless. Despite already being an elder, he was still reminded to act like one, revealing the profound implications of Aunt Bai's words. I have nothing that requires guidance. Uncle, you and Aunt Bai are overthinking. Liamo cast a glance at Xiaobai, snorted softly yet remained silent. You wish to inquire about my origins, don't you? Humph. I want to ask, but your Aunt Bai forbids it. What right do I have to question? Yet, you could whisper it to me, and I could pretend not to hear. Huh? Mid-sentence, he unexpectedly bore a shy demeanor, leaving Xiaobai momentarily taken aback, genuinely thinking that this fellow was quite foolish. Shaking his head, Xiaobai chose not to respond, but noticed Liamo suddenly gazing at the sea, his expression becoming profound once more. Though I know not what you have endured, I believe that living peacefully is of utmost importance. Xiaobai remained silent, listening intently to the sound of the waves. We, the fishermen, are nurtured by this vast ocean, and we hold a profound love for the sea that sustains and nurtures us. Indeed, we dedicate the greater part of our lives to this ocean, revering it with utmost respect. Yet, in the face of this boundless expanse, we find ourselves so humble. Our lives could be extinguished in an instant, perhaps by a mighty wave, a fierce storm, a whale shark, or even a band of pirates. Any of these could claim us to the depths. Nevertheless, we harbor no regrets. We are a community raised by this ocean, awakening to the rhythm of the surf and surrendering to the whisper of the sea breeze as we drift into slumber. We resonate with its joys and sorrows, rejoicing in the bountiful gifts of the sea while feeling indignant at its occasional stinginess. Yet, the mere ability to traverse its surface fills us with profound contentment. Truly, we are deeply satisfied. If one day we are destined to meet our end upon the waves, it shall be both our fate and our honor. We are but fishermen, and we embrace our identity as a collective of fishermen. Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, gazing at the suddenly invigorated Remo. In his bewilderment, he felt a vague understanding take shape, though the specifics eluded him. As he observed Remo return to his ordinary self in an instant, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. In the depths of his being, Xiaobai found himself harboring a newfound reverence for life, subtle yet profound. Perhaps Aunt Bai had anticipated this all along, leading him to seek enlightenment? You are being irresponsible. If I were to tell Aunt Bai that you spoke of dying in the sea as a privilege, you would find yourself in dire straits. Remo paused, awkwardly clearing his throat a couple of times. Anyway, I've said all I needed to. It's quite late. Xiaobai, you should come to terms with things and head back. I have never struggled to come to terms with anything. You should ponder how you'll explain your attire to Aunt Bai. Remo leaped down from the rock and made his way home. Upon hearing a certain sound, he momentarily halted, then chuckled softly while glancing back to wave at Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai witnessed him collide with a branch that had been washed ashore, striking precisely at an unfortunate height. Oh, how tragic, Xiaobai murmured, turning away and covering his face in silence. This book was first published on 17K, providing readers with immediate access to authentic content. For days had passed since that starry night. 2 days prior, the villagers had ventured out to sea once more and had yet to return. Xiaobai has remarkably begun to employ shearing at a low frequency, and his injuries are healing even more rapidly than he had anticipated. He estimates that within a week, he will achieve complete recovery, a feat unimaginable to the average person. In just approximately half a month, the gaping wounds will have entirely mended. Furthermore, Xiaobai distinctly senses that as his body recuperates, the bottleneck he faced is loosening. In terms of his physicality, this experience can be described as a rebirth. As he promotes healing, his body is now capable of absorbing a greater amount of true essence. The repeated refinement propels him to shatter numerous constraints that had previously hindered him. His physique is becoming increasingly robust. Following this trajectory, Xiaobai envisions that the day of his full recovery will also mark a day of remarkable advancement in his abilities. Over the past 4 days, Kalyana has grown progressively more attached to him, transitioning from merely observing him quietly to frequently embracing him. Aunt Bai has also been increasingly considerate towards him, while Uncle Limo's presence has left him speechless. Moreover, 2 days prior, while accompanying Uncle Limo and the others as they departed, the usually reclusive Xiaobai was spotted by a group of bored and disgruntled village women. The nurturing of true essence had bestowed upon him an unprecedented, exquisite, and smooth complexion, unparalleled in the fishing village. A horde of women, typically engaged in weaving fishing nets and foraging for wild vegetables, erupted in excitement, rushing towards him with fervent eyes, eager to embrace and smother him. Consequently, Xiaobai had to rely on his speed to evade them within the confined space. However, beneath this surface chaos, he noticed that the village, encircled by coarse wooden fences, had become a prison of sorts, with its inhabitants wary of venturing beyond. Even foraging for wild vegetables merely skimmed the edges of the island, while around 30 men ventured out to sea, striving to sustain the lives of the elderly, weak, and children. Often, Xiaobai felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering what would happen if these men were to face peril. At present, the absence of the fishing crew for 2 days has ushered in a sorrow named hunger. Looking up at the depths of the forest beyond the fence, Xiaobai suddenly made a decisive resolution. The following day, under a gentle breeze and the warm sunlight illuminating the fishing village, inquiries echoed. Have you seen my Xiaobai today? Sister-in-law, have you seen my Xiaobai? No, really? May I ask if anyone has seen my Xiaobai today? Oh, No need. I will search for him myself. And I believe I saw him early this morning. He crossed over to the other side of the fence, a timid little girl whispered before quickly retreating behind her mother. What? Not only Aunt Bai but many nearby women and children exclaimed in unison. In the depths of the forest, a kilometer away from the village, Xiaobai exhaled a breath of murky air, gazing silently at the desolation surrounding him. Indeed, the beasts here were exceptionally formidable. The mere act of subduing a lowly wild boar, akin to a calf on the food chain, was a task that would require no fewer than 20 or 30 robust men in ordinary circumstances. Moreover, the presence of even more ferocious creatures loomed. Yet, for Xiaobai in his current state, it was merely a slight exertion. He felt a flicker of relief, grateful that he had only lingered at the foot of the mountain rather than ambitiously venturing deep into the wilderness from the outset. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly summoned forth challenges that could have exacerbated his still recovering condition. It's time to return. At the rough wooden fence of the fishing village, a group of women gathered. Everyone, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Xiaobai, am at a loss for how to repay you. But venturing beyond the fence to find Xiaobai will undoubtedly be perilous. I urge you all to consider this carefully before proceeding. What nonsense! Isn't mutual assistance what we ought to do? Indeed, little Xiaobai is so endearing, we cannot let any harm befall him. Wait, no, he is perfectly fine. Let us not dwell on that now. We must hurry and seek him before he goes too far. Listening to the flurry of voices from the women, Xiaobai felt tears welling in her eyes. They were no less than men. Yet they were willing to brave danger for her and Xiaobai. Perhaps they viewed this as a matter of course, but to Xiaobai, it was an indescribable source of gratitude. Wait, it seems something is approaching. The women of the fishing village turned their gaze towards the depths of the forest, where heavy sounds echoed, growing ever nearer, igniting a sense of tension among them. Gradually, a massive shadow began to materialize before their eyes, sending them into a state of panic. Quick, prepare for defense. It's a beast. Everyone, grip your weapons tightly. In the chaos, someone shouted, and the crowd hastily brandished their fish spears, gripping them tightly, swallowing their fear, and remaining utterly still as they awaited the encroaching shadow. Wait, everyone hold on. Xiaobai stepped forward, disbelief etched on her face as she beheld the approaching figure. Is that Xiaobai? Xiaobai dragged a wild boar the size of a bison across the rough terrain, his face a mask of astonishment as he beheld the array of fully armed women from the fishing village before him. Meanwhile, at Marine Ford, the naval headquarters, a man adorned with a seagull atop his head and sporting frog-like glasses leaned heavily on his desk, scrutinizing a bounty notice laid before him. Has it all been dispatched? He inquired in a low voice. It has been completed, came the response from a man dressed in a yellow and black striped suit, who pondered before asking. But do we not require the 7 warlords simultaneously? Those summoned by the central authority are utterly untrustworthy. The 7 warlords have only been established for less than 2 years. Not only is it challenging to manage them, but our understanding of them is also severely limited. This child may very well be under the protection of one among them. The man with the seagull glasses huffed in irritation. However, if we solely rely on the Navy for the pursuit, we would be at a disadvantage without a vice admiral present. Even if we delay until an admiral arrives, he would likely flee at the first sign of trouble, and should he escape to the sea, we would be unable to pursue him. The man in the striped suit glanced at the bounty notice on the desk, frowning at the implications. There is no need for the Navy to engage in the pursuit. We merely need to ascertain his location. The higher-ups have decreed, before he inflicts significant damage and evolves into a truly malevolent criminal, he is to be erased. The man with the seagull glasses narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word carefully, causing the suit-clad man's pupils to constrict slightly. Are you suggesting? The man with the seagull nodded slowly, his gaze drifting back to the bounty notice emblazoned with a reward of 200 million. The Sword Saint, Xiaobai. In Windmill Village, a loud crash resonated. Makino, what on earth is wrong with you today? This is the umpteenth time. I'm so sorry. Makino replied sheepishly, bending down to collect the shards of a broken plate, inadvertently cutting her delicate finger in the process. Wincing in pain, she pressed her lips to the wound, her brow furrowing slightly. Little Xiaobai should be all right, Shun Tihi. On the summit of Mount Gora, Ace was asked, where are you going? I'll be right back. Ace chuckled as he dashed away, reaching the seaside of a small grove. After ensuring no one was nearby, he solemnly unfolded the crumpled bounty notice in his hands. Luffy, it seems you have befriended someone quite extraordinary. Back in the fishing village, a voice echoed with fervor. I understand. I truly comprehend. I assure you, I am completely, absolutely, 100% safe. Really, truly. Xiaobai looked at Aunt Bai, who stubbornly demanded his assurance with a wry smile. Initially, she had insisted that he must not step beyond the fence, and Xiaobai had vehemently resisted, crafting countless excuses and relying on logic. Only after much deliberation did Aunt Bai relent, stipulating that he must guarantee his safety before he could proceed. For half an hour, she persistently sought his promise, and it seemed the conversation was about to revert to the prohibition of crossing the fence once more. Aunt Bai is genuinely worried about you, you know? With tears welling in her eyes, she suddenly embraced Xiaobai with a fierce determination. At that moment, Kalyana, seizing the opportunity, rushed over to hug Xiaobai as well, rendering him utterly immobile. In the village, even the most trivial matters attract attention, let alone Xiaobai's audacious hunting exploits. Amidst the villagers' astonished gasps and eager gazes, Xiaobai casually carved a few marks on the wild boar with his purple feather, before assisting in collecting the blood and dividing the meat. The hero in their eyes had already dashed away in an instant. Little Xiaobai, have you truly given it away? Embai turned back to Xiaobai, cradling a large pile of neatly divided meat, surrounded by a throng of excited little helpers. Are we just going to leave it out to spoil? Don't you see how those people's eyes lit up at the sight of the wild boar? Xiaobai refrained from verbalizing his thoughts, opting instead for a gentle smile as he remarked, Embai, you may decide for yourself. My intentions in hunting were solely for Aunt Xia and Kalina. Besides, everyone is in need, are they not? Is that so? Xiaobai is quite understanding. By the way, are you truly not coming with us? Everyone would be immensely grateful to you. Absolutely not. To join you would be a jest. I have no need for such attempts at ingratiation. Previously, during the ordeal of dragging back that wild boar, the two ladies, initially stunned into silence, had soon cast aside their harpoons and rushed forward to embrace him. It was a struggle to fend them off without inflicting harm, and after much effort, he finally escaped their clutches, his bones still weak and quaking from the encounter. Visit? How foolish. I am, after all, a dignified cultivator. Am I to be treated as a mere plaything for your embraces? Observing the fury in Xiaobai's eyes, Aunt Bai's own sparkled with mirth as she winked playfully before stepping out, followed closely by a group of eager young helpers carrying various bowls. Meanwhile, Kalina hesitated for a moment, choosing to abandon Aunt Xia and rush to Xiaobai, nestling against him and softly nuzzling in his embrace. At that moment, Xiaobai found it impossible to settle down comfortably. Soon, joyous exclamations of surprise and gratitude echoed from outside. Xiaobai smiled faintly as the fishing team returned in the evening, their catch moderately successful. That night, the air was infused with the exhilarating, long-awaited aroma of meat. Laughter and joy resonated all around, creating a harmonious symphony of merriment. At dawn, the fishing team set out once more, this time to barter goods with the outside world. The village, long suppressed by the ferocious beasts dwelling in the mountains, had seen its living space constricted to a mere fringe, rendering the local production of necessities virtually non-existent. Meanwhile, Xiaobai stealthily ventured into the forest, and when Aunt Bai and the other women were once again thrown into a state of panic, he returned, dragging a colossal wild goat even more extraordinary than the day before. Though it was not the first time they had witnessed such a sight, gasps of astonishment escaped the onlookers. The children were merely filled with a blend of fear and admiration, while the women, under Xiaobai's fervent gaze, felt as if his intensity could scorch their very skin. The sensation of being nearly consumed by his piercing eyes was profoundly unsettling. Do not gaze. Xiaobai silently cried out within, yet his countenance bore no semblance of relaxation. He remained stoically dragging along the wild goat, which was tenfold larger than himself. However, his steps had grown rigid. The women around him had descended into an eerie silence, which only intensified his impulse to flee in disarray. Upon reaching Aunt Bai's doorstep, a throng of onlookers had amassed, or rather, the entire village, save for the men who were away, had gathered in a great multitude. Remarkable. I have heard this creature is known as a beast goat. I tasted it once in my childhood, and it was said that capturing one required dozens of adults working in concert with traps. Spoke a woman adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, her long-standing gossiping experience lending her an air of assuredness. Is it true? I've heard that it possesses a gaze capable of petrifying one instantly. Supposedly, it was returned after angering the deities and meeting its demise by lightning. Chimed in a rather voluptuous matron, who, while speaking, playfully winked at Xiaobai. He feigned ignorance and turned his head away. Look. Xiaobai is so handsome and formidable. Could it be that a celestial being has descended upon us? Yesterday, he brought one back just like this, another woman exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Xiaobai, who dared not meet her gaze. My husband inquired who had gathered it on the beach. I said he didn't believe me, thinking it was a manifestation of the sea goddess power. My husband thought it had come due to its own poisoning and pestilence. Yet, who would have imagined that the children from the Karamer family would be so peculiar? Hey, stop talking. Meanwhile, Karamer and UBS family seemed destined for fortune in the future. Indeed, the crowd of women engaged in a lively discussion. But upon noticing Xiaobai's disinterest, they turned their attention to Aunt Bai, bombarding her with questions to such an extent that even Aunt Bai found herself at a loss. The children, gazing at the wild goat, which seemed larger than their homes, were torn between the desire to touch the beast and their trepidation. Aunt Bai was tugged along, frequently casting worried yet proud glances at Xiaobai, her face a canvas of conflicted emotions. Kalina, who had clutched her mother as him in fear while observing the wild boar just yesterday, now alternated her gaze between Xiaobai and the carcass of the beast. After a moment's hesitation, her adorable little cheeks puffed up, and she ultimately ran toward Xiaobai, her small hand gripping his clothing tightly, though she still shied away from the wild goat. Yet, her bright, sparkling eyes meeting Xiaobai's conveyed a resolute message. With you here, brother Xiaobai, I am unafraid. Xiaobai smiled gently, stroking her head. Karina's hair was the only pink hue in the entire village, exuding a delightful charm. It was soft and smooth to the touch. Observing her simultaneous fear and longing towards the wild goats, Xiaobai felt a stirring in his heart. Little Karina, would you like to touch them? Xiaobai grasped the hand of the bewildered Kalyana and gently guided it to rest upon the twisted, fierce horns of the wild goat. Initially startled, Kalyana instinctively recoiled. But as she felt the warmth of Xiaobai's palm against her hand, she paused, and under his gentle encouragement, slowly placed her hand back atop the goat's horns. A smile blossomed on her face as she turned to gaze up at Xiaobai, who returned her smile and gradually released her hand, allowing her to explore the sensation herself. The confined and narrow space of their existence rendered the children pitiable, bound by various constraints. They yearned for exploration and understanding but were compelled to accept this prison-like guardianship due to their inherent fragility. In this context, Xiaobai emerged as the embodiment of their aspirations, mysterious, powerful, and strikingly beautiful, evoking a sense of awe that left them hesitant to engage with him. Much like their prior feelings toward Kalyana. Yet, as they spent more time together, their desire to draw closer to this seemingly divine figure only intensified. He possessed knowledge of games that even their fathers were oblivious to, offered the meat that tasted like a blessing from the gods, ventured into forbidden territories that even their parents dared not approach, and returned with colossal creatures they had never known. It was through Xiaobai's hunting that they first encountered goats, an existence previously unknown to them. His actions provided a glimpse into the vibrant world beyond their village, revealing a multitude of colors. They felt a simultaneous yearning and trepidation for the unknown. The moment Kalyana pressed her small hand onto the goat's horns, a door quietly opened for them. In truth, there was no need for them to remain withdrawn. They could indeed venture outside. If only they could grow strong like Xiaobai, they would realize that what once seemed daunting could be conquered, just as he demonstrated. Xiaobai silently conveyed his presence. Kalyana caressed the formidable, twisted horns of the wild goat, her smile radiating a profound happiness that captivated the group of children. Accustomed to cowering in a corner, shielded and isolated, they now yearned for connection. Hesitant at first, a little boy, slightly smaller than Xiaobai, gradually approached. He cast a glance at Xiaobai, whose smile filled him with joy, and, albeit with trepidation, extended his hand forward, tentatively reaching out to touch the wild goat. He made contact. Feeling the softness of the fur beneath his fingers, he beamed with delight. One by one, the children, with a sense of reverence, glanced at Xiaobai before eagerly joining the throng, climbing and descending upon the wild goat with unrestrained glee. No one admonished them, nor did anyone drive them away. The adults reveled in the abundance of food, lost in their own merriment. This was their happiest moment, a joy brought forth by the very figure they admired most, Xiaobai. In the fishing village, laughter and childlike joy were rare, yet now, they echoed endlessly. Xiaobai continued to smile genuinely as the warm breeze gently enveloped them. Karina, having finally had her fill of play, cast a proud and disdainful glance at the other children before effortlessly leaping into Xiaobai's embrace. As Xiaobai's hands lingered in the air, Embai had mysteriously appeared beside them, her expression teasing. Such affection, little Xiaobai. Do you wish to become my son-in-law? By noon, the men who had ventured out to exchange supplies had returned. Limo took the lead, embracing Embai warmly. Ignoring Karina's protests, he scooped her up in his arms, only to suddenly notice Xiaobai's unwavering gaze from the corner. It must be lonely, he mused silently, and after a soft sigh, he gently set the squirming Karina down and squatted, opening his arms towards Xiaobai. What are you doing? Xiaobai furrowed his brow as he observed his peculiar movements. All right, I understand. Come on. So what are you doing? Xiaobai's frown deepened. Didn't you just gaze at me embracing Kalyana with envious and longing eyes? Are you an idiot? Xiaobai took a step back, gazing at him coldly. Where is the item I requested? On the ship, he replied. No, just a moment ago you clearly. Oh, are you feeling shy? Limo stammered for a moment, then suddenly looked at Xiaobai with a face of realization. Xiaobai closed his eyes and gently rubbed his temples, while Embai chuckled softly beside him. Limo, feeling rather awkward, stood up and forced a smile. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a companion, nicknamed Mouse, whose gaze pierced through the atmosphere with intensity. Since their return from the town, Liamo had felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding this individual, especially now as he observed Mouse casting furtive glances at Xiaobai. The look in his eyes had evolved beyond mere curiosity. Amidst the laughter surrounding them, Liamo's brow furrowed slightly. The lively crowd, filled with jubilant families, flocked to welcome their men back to the village. Traditionally, each family would rush home to relish the rare moments of familial joy. Yet this time, the entire village, men, women, and children alike, was irresistibly drawn to Liamo's doorstep. Liamo stood in a daze before the mountain-like carcass of a wild beast, and the men behind him shared in his astonishment. It was not long before the teasing remarks of the women jolted them back to reality. Is this for real? How could this be? One man gasped, his knees nearly buckling as he struggled to maintain his grip on the supplies slung over his shoulder. Could it be that this was truly brought back by that child from the Caramel family? Another man, cigarette in hand, laughed nervously to his wife, though the trembling matchstick betrayed his inner turmoil. My wife mentioned it yesterday, and I thought it was a jest. His voice quivered after their return. They had feasted on meat and heard tales, yet remained oblivious to the actual circumstances. This was the first time they beheld the physical evidence, and they were taken aback by its formidable presence. Merely the sight of the corpse was enough to weaken their legs, leaving them to wonder how that small child possessed the strength and valor to retrieve such a beast. This size. It surpasses anything we've caught in our last 2 or 3 sea expeditions, doesn't it? Another man remarked, unable to suppress a sigh, his tone tinged with envy. After all, that child was far more capable and courageous than they, and yet, this admiration was coupled with a burning desire for recognition. The consensus among the men was that the Karamo family had struck a fortune, aligning perfectly with the conclusions drawn by the women. The cacophony of voices persisted, especially from the men who had just returned, all eyes now fixated on Xiaobai. Yet, he remained unfazed by their scrutiny, calmly accepting their skepticism, envy, eagerness, astonishment, and fear. Xiaobai cast a perplexed glance at the individual who bore an expression of astonishment and trepidation. The person was also gazing intently at Xiaobai, who offered a faint smile in return. However, the individual immediately averted his gaze in a flustered manner. Xiaobai was somewhat taken aback, but was quickly diverted by the cries from beside him. Could it be that the creature you stumbled upon yesterday was not merely a stroke of luck? Liamo regarded Xiaobai with a gaze akin to that of a monster, oblivious to the fact that his voice had taken on a high-pitched tone. Xiaobai was rendered speechless. He finally comprehended why others had looked at him with such peculiar expressions, while Liamo had always regarded him with an understanding demeanor. Initially, Xiaobai had been slightly surprised, believing that Liamo possessed a discerning eye for talent. After all this time, he realized that this individual had never truly believed in him, but had always presumed that he was merely a chance find. I was mistaken. Xiaobai shook his head, realizing how naive he was to have harbored any expectations of this fellow. Liamo, astonished, meticulously surveyed the wild goat before him. Habitually, he reached for a cigarette, and suddenly recalling something, he pulled out one and offered it to Xiaobai. Staring at the cigarette extended towards him, Xiaobai was rendered utterly speechless. Liamo also recognized the absurdity of handing a cigarette to a child of merely 7 or 8 years. He awkwardly chuckled and retracted his offer. Xiaobai, witnessing this scene, pinched his arm with a look of reproach. It's just a habit. We're all accustomed to sharing like this. But truly, are you only 7 or 8 years old? Xiaobai's pupils contracted slightly. The speaker's casual remark resonated deeply with the listener, leaving Xiaobai astounded by Li Mo's unexpectedly keen intuition. Following the shock came an overwhelming joy, as the flesh of this goat would indeed be shared among every household. Judging by its size, it would undoubtedly provide ample sustenance for each family. The men, unable to crowd around Xiaobai, instead gravitated towards Kaimo, the head of the household, engaging him in lively conversation with fervent enthusiasm. Meanwhile, a group of women gathered around Aunt Bai, whispering and gesturing towards Xiaobai from a distance, expressing sentiments of admiration for his capabilities and understanding, lamenting that if only their own children could possess half of his qualities. Aunt Bai, with a gentle hand covering her mouth, smiled widely and playfully winked at Xiaobai, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xiaobai was fully aware, yet chose to feign ignorance, wishing to remain uninvolved to avoid further entanglement. The women exhibited a keen interest in him. Any hint of indifference would result in an overwhelming onslaught of attention. The exhilaration brought forth by an abundance of food lingered in the air. Even as the center of attention, Xiaobai preferred minimal interaction with others. As the individuals present were somewhat aware of his disposition, the beast laid before them was a shared responsibility, and they knew it would soon be dismantled thoroughly. All that remained for him was to seize the moment for training and recovery. Wandering to a secluded spot beneath a tree on the precipice, Xiaobai paused, realizing that Kalyana had resolutely followed him. The path here was treacherous, littered with boulders, posing a considerable challenge for a child of 4 or 5. Yet Kalyana persisted with unwavering determination, undeterred by the dirt that clung to her or the pain from her scrapes, steadfastly drawing closer to her beloved brother Xiaobai. Did she trust me more than the others? Xiaobai gazed at Kalyana, who was striving to draw closer to him, and recalled the words spoken by Aunt by the previous night. Like you, she was fortuitously discovered and rescued by your Uncle Imo, and she seems to have forgotten most of her memories, carrying only a doll with her. She arrived merely 2 months before you and shares your aversion to playing with other children. Before your arrival, she would spend her days clutching her doll, though now it has mysteriously vanished from her possession. We named her Kalyana, and she appears to harbor some fondness for the name. Presently, she feels a greater affinity towards you than any of us. If possible, please extend your care to her. Aunt Bai's melancholic words echoed in Xiaobai's ears, and he could not help but let out a barely perceptible sigh as he observed Kalyana. In a world rife with conflict and strife, where could one possibly find days of tranquility? Alas, the plight of countless innocent victims has likely played out across the globe. This is not the world I yearn for, even if it remains unaltered by my will. Perhaps one day, I shall establish a haven of eternal peace upon this tumultuous land. Kalyana stood beside him, her pure and innocent eyes gazing up at him with an ethereal brightness. Little Kalyana, would you like to hear a fairy tale? Kalyana tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment before breaking into a smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with joy as she nodded eagerly. Come. Xiaobai smiled gently, taking her hand and embracing her in a tender hold, light as a feather, fragile as if without bones. Amidst her startled exclamations, he effortlessly leaped several times, landing gracefully upon the dry, sturdy branch of a colossal tree. His agile movements elicited a melodious laugh from Karyina, reminiscent of tinkling bells. The view here was breathtaking. An endless expanse of azure waves under a boundless sky, accompanied by the refreshing sea breeze that rustled through the lush foliage, creating a symphony that captivated the soul. Xiaobai settled on a sturdy trunk, allowing Karyina to rest comfortably against him as he recounted enchanting fairy tales one after another. Above them stretched the vast, clear sky, and beneath lay the radiant blue sea, while amidst the verdant leaves, 2 small feet danced playfully. A young boy with flowing black hair, embodying the ethereal grace of a swordmaster, held in his arms a lively, adorable girl with pink hair, whispering tales of a breathtaking world that wafted through the air like a gentle melody carried by the sea breeze. Can Nana also be a beautiful princess? Karyina gazed at Xiaobai with hopeful eyes, her sparkling gaze reflecting her dreams. Is that how you got your name, Nana, bestowed by Aunt Bai? Xiaobai pondered for a moment. Of course, little Karyina is indeed a beautiful princess. Then can brother Xiaobai be Nana's prince? She asked, her voice filled with innocence and anticipation. Oh, it would be a great honor. Nana wishes to be a princess with many loyal soldiers and princes, Karyina declared with a childlike earnestness, causing Xiaobai to feel a sudden flush of embarrassment. Must the loyal soldiers perish? Xiaobai felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his fairy tale was far too realistic. Nana wished for her loyal soldiers not to perish. How could they avoid death? Perhaps they could transform into zombies. Thus, Nana envisioned herself as a princess surrounded by countless loyal zombie soldiers in the future. Xiaobai realized that he truly lacked the talent for storytelling, as his themes had repeatedly shifted from fantasy to alternate history, and then from alternate history to horror. The summer sea breeze was remarkably refreshing. On this night, due to the game Xiaobai had hunted, the fishing village held a rare bonfire party. Xiaobai carved out a secluded corner for himself, kindling a fire with great care. Holding a generous platter of lamb skewers, he commenced his grilling. With his current agility and mastery of seasoning, any barbecue technique seemed effortless. Coating the skewers with the various spices meticulously traded back by Uncle Limo, the aroma of the grilled lamb wafted through the air, captivating the attention of many adults. Not to mention the children from the fishing village, who were too intimidated to approach him. Kalyana, resembling a protective hen, clutched Xiaobai's hand tightly, casting a menacing glare at the curious children. Occasionally, she would take a bite of the delicious lamb skewers grilled by Xiaobai, giggling while rubbing her small head against his clothing, using the opportunity to wipe her mouth. She reveled in the envious glances cast by others, chewing proudly and basking in Xiaobai's evident pride and satisfaction. However, the tranquility was about to be disrupted. Barbecue? Haha, that is my forte. It's been so long. You know, the villagers used to call me the grilling godemu. Limo chuckled as he approached, causing Xiaobai to frown and quietly gather his perfectly grilled skewers. Limo, oblivious to Xiaobai's unease, began to fumble with the grilling tool Xiaobai had crafted, clumsily attempting to set up his own fire while incessantly imparting his so-called grilling techniques. Xiaobai remained silent, on guard, as some children noticed Limo's approach. They timidly inched closer, casting fearful glances at Xiaobai and the pouting Kalyana. Seeing that Xiaobai did not object, they gradually began to mimic Uncle Limo's actions. Limo, noticing the throng of young admirers, distinct from his own children, listened with reverence. He grew increasingly smug, culminating in a display of his supposed superior skills. All the while Xiaobai observed with a cold gaze. Inevitably, the flimsy metal skewer could not support the hefty chunk of meat, which wobbled precariously before snapping the skewer in two, sending the meat hurtling towards the fire. In a panic, Limo reached out to save it, only to be met with the searing heat of the flames. The sparks flew, inadvertently singeing two nearby children, and, in a dance-like motion, he tripped, scattering the remaining skewers across the ground. In his frantic attempt to retrieve them, he stumbled over his own feet, rendering all the soy sauce and spices a complete disaster. Thus ensued chaos, children weeping, lamb ruined, sauces spilled, and charcoal scattered, leaving the area in disarray. Even those who had been eagerly watching from afar were left speechless. While Limo stood amidst the wreckage, holding a half-cooked piece of meat, a sheepish grin plastered across his face. Xiaobai had long sensed that something was amiss, so he swiftly embraced Kalyana and stepped aside, observing quietly. When the moment of verification arrived, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This fellow is truly a marvel of the universe. Little Kalyana, are you already full? Xiaobai retrieved a platter of meticulously roasted meat he had concealed in advance and addressed Kalyana, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her refusal. Let us deliver this to Aunt Bai, he suggested. Casting a glance at the still awkward Remo, Xiaobai took Kalyana by the hand and began to depart. Remo chuckled nervously, yet suddenly paused, furrowing his brow, and called out to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, hold on a moment. What is it? Xiaobai inquired. Remo gestured for Xiaobai to first see Kalyana off, Observing Remo's serious demeanor, Xiaobai, albeit with a hint of disdain, allowed Kalyana to take the roasted meat to Antbai on her own. All right, speak your mind, he urged. Xiaobai followed him to a secluded beach. Where Feng Dao spoke plainly, I shall be direct. Xiao, have you recently offended anyone or caused any trouble? Limo's serious demeanor left Xiaobai feeling puzzled. No. He replied, I usually either hide away in my room or venture to remote places, rarely interacting with others. What is it? It's nothing, Limo replied. It's just that there is someone in our village, known as the Rat. Yes, that one. He seems to have an unsettling interest in you. As if he's been watching you with a peculiar intent. Limo spoke in a low tone, and Xiaobai furrowed his brow slightly, recalling that he, too, had sensed something amiss. Perhaps I'm being overly cautious, but do keep an eye out, Limo added. For now, let's keep this between us. There's no need to worry your Antbai. After murmuring this, Limo hurried back to the evening gathering. Xiaobai pondered for a moment, feeling at a loss, and ultimately chose to dismiss the concern. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this very act of dismissal would lead to irreparable and grave consequences. Day by day, life resumed its orderly rhythm, and quietly, another week slipped by. Xiaobai continues his daily ascents to the mountain for cultivation, enveloped in tranquility. Amidst the rich aura of the dense forest, his injuries have completely healed, and everything unfolds with both expectation and surprise. He has achieved a breakthrough. The Xiao Dian does not delineate levels with precision. Apart from the elevation of emotional and artistic realms that can accelerate progress, everything remains nebulous, yet imbued with greater autonomy and malleability. The venerable Hongjun once proclaimed that this scripture is capable of guiding one towards the path of sainthood, incomparable to the rigid, tiered methodologies of conventional practices. It is not akin to a system of incrementally larger vessels, where one transitions from a small jar to a larger one, and then to an even grander container. Rather, it presents one with an infinite cosmos from the outset, where the extent of one's capacity defines one's prowess. Truly, the heavens are vast for birds to soar, and the seas are expansive for fish to leap. If one must categorize, it pertains to the elevation of the physical form, allowing the body to break through repeatedly, accommodating ever more with each instance, completing a natural progression from quantitative to qualitative transformation. There are no specifics, yet one can sense the advancement at every moment. It is not merely the essence of true energy, but the profound enhancement of the physical being that one truly benefits from. Xiaobai pursues speed, excelling in it, yet, as everyone knows, high velocity imposes significant demands on the body, particularly on internal organs. Should physical resilience fail to keep pace with speed, the inevitable consequence is collapse, an all too expected demise. This is precisely why Xiaobai has always hesitated to excessively develop the elusive techniques of carefree movement and swift evasion, fearing that pushing beyond his limits might result in internal injuries. However, he now perceives that both his external physique and internal organs have strengthened significantly, by approximately 30%. This implies that he can now withstand velocities even faster than before. Everything unfolds as he had envisioned, breaking through, and then establishing his stance. In recent days, Xiaobai continues to hunt colossal beasts, returning to the village not daily, but every other day. Excessive indulgence can lead to complacency, and he is determined to prevent the villagers from harboring false hopes or becoming overly reliant on him. Currently, due to an excess of comfort, Xiaobai finds himself growing somewhat lethargic, contemplating that perhaps it is nearly time for him to depart. As thoughts of bidding farewell to Karina swirl in his mind, Xiaobai is beset by a headache. In a dimly lit room within the bustling market town frequented by the fishing village, 2 rows of uniformed individuals stand rigidly at attention. At the head of the assembly sits a burly man clad in a long coat, observing a trembling figure kneeling before him. He furrows his brow and speaks slowly, his voice hoarse and deep. Are you certain he is the genuine article? Why, yes. Officer, I would not dare deceive you. The kneeling man trembles even more at the response, casting furtive glances at the long weapons wielded by those flanking him. Very well. According to our agreement, the informant shall receive 1/10 of the bounty. Once we confirm the information, the payment will be dispensed. Until then, you will accompany us. You, take him to rest. The low voice leaves no room for dissent. Upon hearing of the bounty, the kneeling man's face lights up with joy, but as he learns he must follow them, his expression falls into a mournful grimace. He glances around, hesitating to voice his objections, and then obediently lowers his head, following his guide out. You may all leave as well. Remember, do not leak any information. The burly man commands, watching them depart with a solemn expression. Yes, Major General. The naval personnel file out in an orderly fashion. The man referred to as Major General ponders for a moment before dialing a nearby communicator. Yes, preliminary confirmation has been received. Understood. Yes, I comprehend. The guide has arrived, and the team can set out at first light tomorrow. What? Yes. My apologies. Yes, I understand. I will obey all orders. The Major General hangs up, gazing at the sweat beading on his brow. Lost in thought for an extended moment, the fishing village greets a new day. The team that had ventured into town for trade, which was supposed to return last night, has finally arrived. Have you heard? Someone has gone missing? Indeed. It seems that rodent from the edge of the village disappeared after wandering around town. They searched all night, but found no trace of him, so they returned late, intending to retrieve him next time. What a nuisance. I heard that. Xiaobai cast a glance at the fleet before entering the mountains, eager to depart before Kali Ino woke. Otherwise, she would insist on accompanying him once more. Aunt Bai and the others were well aware of his habits and recognized his ability to navigate freely within, having tacitly accepted Xiaobai's actions. As the sun gradually ascended, the fishing village began to stir, bustling with preparations for the men's next venture out to sea. Xiaobai was diligently cultivating in the mountains, having fully acclimatized to the speed brought about by his physical breakthrough. Contemplating the evolution of his body, including his blood, Xiaobai mused that with the current refinement of his blood, the talisman should indeed be strengthened by a third. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. Sensing the winds had begun to stir, he looked up at the sky. Perhaps it was simply the season of unpredictable weather. As the previously warm atmosphere rapidly darkened before his eyes, brewing a palpable sense of impending rain, an inexplicable restlessness arose within him, and suppressing a flicker of unease. Xiaobai involuntarily furrowed his brow. Within the fishing village, Yubi, where are you going? Sister-in-law, good morning. Nothing much. My Kalina just dug out her doll and ran off to the rocky cliff again. Sigh, both of my children are like this. They spend all their time outdoors. Is that so? Which villager wouldn't envy you for having these two little ones? You should count your blessings. By the way, it seems some people from the town came by earlier, asking a few odd questions before leaving in a hurry. People from the town? That's quite rare. Hey, look over there. Isn't that a ship? An observant villager, with keen eyes, pointed out a distant shadow, her distinctive voice drawing the attention of others. Is that a ship? Why is it just anchored there? How peculiar. The men, exhausted from a night of toil, were still asleep, while a group of women and children gazed and whispered among themselves. Only Limo, who was chopping firewood, glanced over at the distant sight before turning his attention back to the forest, subtly furrowing his brow. At the near shore of the fishing village, 10 warships lay anchored, steady as a rock, on the foremost ship's deck. A man clad in a grand coat emblazoned with the word Justice lowered his binoculars and solemnly inquired of 2 returning men in black suits. Indeed, Commander, we've confirmed the information. That village has never dared to leave its confines due to the threat of ferocious beasts, and all the men who ventured out have returned, save for one named Rat. One of the men in black suits reported loudly upon hearing the inquiry. Is that so? The man in the grand coat cast a casual glance at a frail man trembling in the corner, unable to utter a sound, then turned to a phone bug that had already been connected, addressing it with deference. Just so, Marshal. On the other end of the line, a heavy silence descended, and amidst the tense atmosphere, a deep voice slowly emerged. Give the order. To attack. Do not let anyone escape. The call was abruptly severed, and the naval personnel felt an oppressive aura of impending storm. The man in the grand coat swallowed nervously, seizing the glimmering phone bug. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed across the warships, and chaos erupted as everyone sprang into action. This is an emergency mobilization order. All vessels, take your positions. Prepare for bombardment. Repeat. All vessels, take your positions. Prepare for bombardment. In the name of justice, deliver absolute retribution upon the nefarious sword sage Xiaobai and his accomplices. Emergency mobilization initiated. The target is the fishing village before us. The objective is complete annihilation. Commence. Fire. The thunderous roar that suddenly erupted startled the birds from the trees, halting Xiaobai mid-action as he turned to face the source of the sound, a wave of confusion and unease washing over him. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaobai's complexion turned pale, and the subtle tremors beneath his feet intensified his unease, compelling him to abandon the beast without a second thought. He summoned Xiu and soared towards the heavens. The scene that unfolded before his eyes was shrouded in billowing black smoke, revealing a village in ruins. The air was thick with anguished cries and desperate pleas for salvation that resonated through the very fabric of the earth and sky. Xiaobai plunged downwards. Upon entering the village, he was utterly bewildered, unable to trust the evidence before his eyes. Ruin, crumbled walls, raging flames, scattered debris, lifeless bodies, severed limbs, dislodged eyes, devastation. Cries for help. The scene before him shattered his heart. Bai! Xiaobai bellowed as he rushed towards the familiar figure. Aunt Bai! Aunt Bai! A heavy stone fragment crashed down, pinning her beneath. Xiaobai knelt on the ground, gently cradling Aunt Bai in his arms, his eyes reddened to the point of tears. His voice hoarse as he cried out, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he turned her face towards him, too afraid to let her see the mangled remains of her lower body. Xiaobai, you've returned, she murmured, awakening slowly to the sound of his voice. Feeling his embrace, she weakly raised her hand, attempting to touch his face, but her strength faltered halfway. Xiaobai quickly grasped her hand. Aunt Bai, why are you crying again? Little Xiaobai, why, can't I see you? She gasped, and suddenly coughed up blood, nearly driving Xiaobai to madness. Her words rendered him momentarily speechless, and tears began to stream uncontrollably down his face. It's so dark here. So cold. Little Xiaobai, are you here? Hold me tight. A few strands of hair fell over her hollow eyes as Aunt Bai forced a smile, the vivid blood staining her pale face. A sight so piercing it made Xiaobai's heart constrict painfully. You're not cold. Aunt Bai, you're not cold. It's me. I'm here. I've always been here. Xiaobai dared not gaze into her eyes any longer, enveloping her head tightly within his embrace, shouting fervently and with great force. A shell hurtled directly towards them, but Xiaobai, with his head bowed, swatted it away with a single hand, sending debris flying from the nearby ruins. He held Aunt Bai firmly in his arms, determined to shield her from any harm, yet she seemed scarcely aware of the booming artillery nearby. Coughing softly, she murmured, "Ah. Right, I remember now. I am on the brink of death, am I not? No, that cannot be. I refuse. It is simply unthinkable. Who has granted you permission to die? Who has allowed you to leave this world?" Xiaobai trembled even more violently, his roar piercing through the raging inferno surrounding him. Audible even amidst the distant clamor of warships. Yet, in his arms, Aunt Bai seemed oblivious to it all, lost in her own murmurs. "I have failed. Haven't I? I always regarded you as my children, yearning to be your mother. Cough, cough. But neither you nor Kalina has ever called me mother. Cough, cough. Ah, I feel a bit drowsy. Mother, mother, I have called out. I have already called. So do not sleep. Please, do not fall asleep." Xiaobai's voice trembled with urgency as she fervently shook the frail body. Yet she could not halt the alarming dilation of her pupils. The necklace. Aunt Bai murmured softly, struggling to lift her hand towards her neck. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai hurriedly fumbled to extract the pendant from around her neck, placing it into Aunt Bai's grasp. However, with the last remnants of her strength, Aunt Bai pressed the pendant back into Xiaobai's hand. "I, once, lost my daughter. She is now 13 years old. Please find her. Her name is Fa." The final vestiges of her strength were expended, Aunt Bai's eyes half closed. Her delicate lashes unable to conceal the utter disarray within. Yet, her hand, clutching the pendant, remained firmly wrapped around Xiaobai's, her face still adorned with a gentle smile. "I understand. I will search. I swear I will find her. I will." Xiaobai held the already cold Bai tightly in his embrace as the scorching waves of fire surged around him, offering not a shred of warmth. The dim sky was pierced by a brilliant blue light, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. At last, the rain began to fall. Xiaobai knelt there, embracing Aunt Bai, softly murmuring words of uncertainty, yet his trembling form betrayed an overwhelming turmoil within him. Suddenly, the sound of collapsing debris startled him. He turned in confusion, and then, memories of Uncle Limo and Karina flooded his mind. Instinctively, he glanced towards the house he had inhabited for the past fortnight, his pupils constricting in anxiety. Uncle Limo, Karina, Xiaobai, with bloodshot eyes, roared in fury. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to lift Aunt Bai completely into his arms and swiftly darted into the house. After a brief search, he discovered nothing. Suddenly, a flicker of intuition ignited within him. He hastily emerged, bearing Aunt Bai's lifeless body, only to find a scene that chilled him to the core amidst a pile of timber. There, a body lay, impaled by wooden planks, a sharp object having cleaved through the abdomen, the wound so grievous that internal organs were visible, blood gushing forth. One hand clutched the stomach while the other clawed desperately at the ground, trailing a long, blood-soaked mark in its wake. As he beheld the barely breathing, yet fiercely struggling Limo, Xiaobai felt the depths of that agony but could not fathom the source of such tenacity. The tragic scene before him rendered him speechless, his lips moving without producing a sound. In a moment of ethereal clarity, Limo seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze. At last, he beheld Xiaobai and the beloved Yubai he had been striving to find, his body stiffening, pupils constricting in shock. The two faced each other in a profound silence. Xiaobai could feel the pulsation of his own heartbeat, which undoubtedly hastened his bleeding and impending demise. His crimson eyes radiated boundless hatred as he held on to Aunt Bai, feeling utterly helpless and on the verge of tears once more. But then, Liamo roared, summoning every ounce of strength within him as the veins on his forehead stood out prominently. "What are you standing there for? Put Yubai down. Where is Kalaina? Go find Kalaina at once. Hurry." Xiaobai was startled by the shout, hurriedly placing Aunt Bai gently beside Limo. Standing aside, he hurriedly wiped the tears from his face, yet suddenly, he found himself staring blankly at Aunt Bai's lifeless form. "Hurry up." Limo's thunderous roar jolted Xiaobai back to reality, but the tears that had briefly subsided surged forth once more at the sound. Not daring to linger for even a moment, Xiaobai pushed his speed to the utmost, vanishing in an instant. Limo watched as Xiaobai disappeared, a sense of relief washing over him. His lips parted slightly, his voice barely audible. "Do not bear any burdens. You must survive." He then turned to gaze at Yubai, who lay peacefully with her eyes closed. The vitality in his own eyes was fading at an alarming rate. Yet his gaze remained filled with deep affection and focus, indifferent to the wound on his abdomen. He reached out toward his beloved's face, his hand halting midway, then retracting as he painstakingly wiped the blood staining his hands. With renewed determination, he extended his hand again, inch by inch, until the familiar yet icy sensation met his palm. When his trembling hand finally brushed against Aunt Bai's pale yet still delicate face, the trembling ceased. Limo smiled at the slumbering Xiaobai, a gentle smile masking the tears that flowed silently down his cheeks. The wind howled violently, and his hand fell limp. Xiaobai, in a frenzied state, rummaged through the collapsed remnants of the house, desperately searching for that small figure. The relentless downpour cascaded around him. Yet it could not extinguish the fierce flames that crackled ominously. The incessant collapse of the structure drove Xiaobai to the brink of madness. Xiaobai, Karina, where are you? Answer me. Where on earth are you? Come out. Karina. His turbulent emotions surged forth, pushing the torrential rain away from him, as he violently overturned the debris, wishing he could unearth the entire village. His protective aura could not shield him from the multitude of wounds that marred his hands. Oblivious to the pain, he wiped away the tears that blurred his vision, only to smear his face further with dirt, while the tears continued to flow. Karina. Karina. Please don't do this. Come out. Karina. His frantic movement showed no sign of pause. Yet his cries emerged hoarse and ragged, akin to torn fabric. Despite the fiery pain in his throat and the overwhelming despair that engulfed him, Xiaobai persisted. Time and again, as if in prayer, yearning desperately for a response. Charred corpses were unearthed, their features unrecognizable, blackened beyond all acknowledgement. Among them, he found the bodies of children resembling Karina, but he cast them aside immediately. That could not be Karina. How could it possibly be Karina? Karina was a living, breathing, adorable little girl. She was alive. Xiaobai cried out, firmly believing. Why, can't I find? The artillery fire continued unabated, with shrapnel and debris exploding beside him, tearing his clothes and even slicing through his hair. Amidst the chaos, Xiaobai seemed oblivious, mechanically and frantically searching, as memories surged uncontrollably in his mind. Have you offended anyone recently or caused some trouble? In our village, there's a person called Hausi. Yes, that's him. He always seems to watch you with a peculiar intensity. After returning from the town, he had exchanged glances with himself, filled with inexplicable dread. Since his last visit to the town, he had not returned to find Hausi. The village, suddenly struck by artillery, and the anger in Huang Yuan's eyes as he watched him depart, along with the resentment of the fighting dogs. One scene after another flooded Xiaobai's mind, seemingly connected by an invisible thread. Xiaobai stood in place, his eyes suddenly turning bloodshot, and he let out a tremendous roar that echoed into the heavens, nearly drowned out by the thunderclap. It is I. It is truly I. Xiaobai suddenly descended into a frenzied state, tearing at his own hair, before racing towards the location of Uncle Remo and Aunt Bai. The two lay on the ground, drenched by the relentless rain, devoid of life. They were gone, all gone. Silence enveloped the scene. No. The force of his rage shattered the rain around him, sending droplets flying. Xiaobai's resentment soared to the heavens. You were injured. You should recover quickly. Then we and Kalina would be so much happier. Such a loving bond. Little Xiaobai, do you wish to become my family's son-in-law? Aunt Bai is truly worried about you. Do you know that? Wait a moment. I believe that living safely is the most important thing. If one day we are destined to die in the sea, it would be our fate and our honor. No, please, don't. Brother Xiaobai, I want Brother Xiaobai to get better soon and play with me. Can Nana also become a beautiful princess? Then can Brother Xiaobai be Nana's prince? No. The overwhelming sorrow ignited Xiaobai's true essence, surging forth like a tangible force, erupting violently into the sky. It was a magnificent torrent. Memories rushed past like fleeting shadows, forever lost, and in a moment of heart-wrenching transformation, Xiaobai fell heavily to his knees. I cannot find Kalina. What should I do? I cannot find her. He wept hoarsely and despondently. Even the surging true essence could not conceal the depth of his grief. The village is gone. All the people are dead. Everyone has perished. Only I remain alive. Only I. The one who has brought calamity upon all, still breathes. It is my fault. What are you doing? Get up and curse me. You can hit me too. Just don't be silent. Get up. The heavens raged with wind and rain, and the surroundings burned with fierce flames. Leaving Xiaobai alone, solitary, lamenting, and howling at the sky, a thunderous bolt struck the island, illuminating the dim world in a ghostly white, shaking the island and resonating with the howling winds, creating a mournful dirge that echoed across the sea. Thank you for the discussion at the tea house. The book review questions have been addressed. The colossal thunder illuminated the faces of all the sailors on the 10 warships, drenched by the frigid rain, their expressions pale, trembling in fear or chill, spreading like an infection across each vessel. Major General Wushu, the leader of this assembly, surveyed the surrounding naval forces. His brows furrowed deeply. Relay the order to cease fire. The command was swiftly communicated, and the sailors halted their bombardment. Yet the ensuing silence left by the storm only intensified the oppressive unease. Major General Wushu gazed quietly at the remnants of the once blazing land, his growing anxiety becoming more pronounced. All majors, step forward and accompany me to the island. The rest remain here and do not act rashly. Major General Wushu's voice thundered through the tumultuous winds and rain, reaching every warship. Yes. Leading the charge, he leaped forward, moving with the grace of a moonlit dance. And in synchrony, 4 other figures sprang from their ships. The relentless rain fell, the fire blazed on. The air was thick with black smoke. mingling with the acrid scent of charred flesh and roasting meat. The five who set foot on the island immediately spotted the child, kneeling in the storm, murmuring in sorrow. There was no need for discernment. He radiated an aura that warned against approach, as even the flames and rain dared not encroach upon his space, with water itself seemingly avoiding him. Though they had been forewarned of his extraordinary nature, the sight of these phenomena caused the five to grow solemn. They exchanged somber glances and nodded, cautiously advancing. "Are you the sword immortal Xiaobai? Who are you?" Xiaobai remained bowed, his voice hoarse, yet he did not turn around. "Major General Wushu of the Naval Headquarters." The composed leader drew his sword. "Major General Longzi of the Naval Headquarters." A giant, masked figure replied, gripping a massive double-bladed axe fiercely. "Major General Jianduo of the Naval Headquarters." Another giant, slowly grasping a colossal sword. "Major General Guizhou." With 6 arms, he wielded 8 blades. "Major General Dogfighter." The last, a scarred face, was an old acquaintance, Dogfighter. The 5 majors: Bombardment, Annihilation, the Demon-Slaying Order, correct? Xiaobai's voice remained hoarse, devoid of any discernible inflection. He slowly turned his head, the rain failing to obscure his blood-red eyes. Upon meeting his gaze, the 5 generals trembled slightly. "What?" The focus of his scarlet pupils wavered and intensified, throbbing violently, as if his mournful words were questions directed at both the person before him and the heavens themselves. "Must I, Xiaobai, be destined to die?" General Wusua tightened his grip on his sword and shouted amidst the wind and rain, "I shall obey the command." To eradicate the vile sword immortal Xiaobai and his accomplices, for the sake of absolute justice, even at the cost of my life. Yet, Xiaobai appeared oblivious to their slander. Slowly rising amidst the tense vigilance of the 5, each movement seemingly draining him of his last ounce of strength, murmuring softly to himself, "The Demon Slayer order. Slay the demons. Do you wish for me to become a demon? For you? Then, I shall forever be a demon to you." The final declaration erupted from Xiaobai with all his might, unleashing a surge of energy that flung the rainwater against the faces of the generals, causing them pain despite their prior caution. "Be careful," General Wusua suddenly bellowed, startling the others who were momentarily dazed by Xiaobai's overwhelming presence. Too late. An emotionless summons akin to that from the depths of hell echoed behind Jialindo. Startled, he sprang away with incredible speed. His massy Xiaobai instantaneously vanished from behind Long Zi, only to reappear, crouching on the massive surface of the axe, a sinister grin etched upon his face. How swift. The thought barely flickered in the minds of the spectators, yet they beheld Xiaobai's violet crystal sword transform into a streak of purple light in an instant. "Stop!" The shout from Wushu, Jianduo, and Dogfighter resonated, as Wushu surged forward, employing the utmost finesse of his technique. However, with a swift kick and a pivot, Xiaobai forced Wushu to retreat. The other 2, witnessing the impending threat, were equally startled and hastily fell back. It was a head, an enormous head. Long Zi's decapitated visage, still donning its mask, rolled upon the ground, clanging ominously, igniting a sense of dread among the onlookers. The colossal headless body loomed, blood gushing from the severed neck like a torrent, while Xiaobai stood atop the axe. His blood-stained eyes and visage rendered all the more fearsome under the electric glow. The 4 generals clenched their weapons tightly, their expressions a tumult of emotions, particularly Dogfighter, who had once engaged in battle with Xiaobai. Long Zi, a general, had just met his demise. In terms of combat prowess, he was scarcely weaker than any present. And in rank, he stood on equal footing with the assembled generals. Yet here he lay, decapitated by a single stroke, reduced to a state more feeble than an ant. Long Ci was no weakling. All present were aware of the might and ferocity of the giant race, which could rival their own when unleashed. Yet this formidable strength was utterly impotent against Xiaobai's strike. The word instant kill surged through the minds of the 4 generals, a chill rising from the depths of their being. Even when they had received their orders and notifications, they could not have fathomed that a mere child of 7 or 8 years could possess such formidable power. They began to comprehend the tension that had gripped their faction, but it was too late. The remaining 4 could only bitterly reflect on this fact. At that moment, Xiaobai made his move. His blood-red eyes glimmered as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Back to back, Wushu shouted urgently, and Ghost Spider and Dogfighter immediately heeded his call, drawing closer. Suddenly, Wushu erupted with a commanding aura, prompting the others to unleash their own. Regret washed over them. They had grown complacent, and Xiaobai's relentless assault had dulled their combat instincts. Amidst the rain and thunder, the wind howled like a tsunami. The 3, now closely aligned, listened intently, their nerves taut. Xiaobai's speed was astonishing. The modified steps he employed produced sounds quieter than the rain itself. His ethereal movements, shrouded in silence, sent chills down their spines as they glimpsed the sporadic deep craters left in his wake. A stark reminder of their precarious position as prey under the watchful gaze of a predator. A moment's lapse could spell death. The trio, steadfast in their stance, suddenly widened their eyes in horror. They had been careless. "Stop! You dare!" Their frantic cries bore no weight. Jianduo immediately recognized the alarm in their expressions and attempted to move, only to discover a segment of purple crystal sword protruding from his chest. his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. General Jianduo. They shouted in unison, launching themselves forward at breakneck speed. Their formation shattered in an instant. They could never have anticipated that Xiaobai would abandon them to strike at the already weakened adversary. You shall perish. Xiaobai let out a sinister laugh, twisting the hilt of his sword with force. The initially determined Major General Jianduo, who sought to cast Xiaobai aside, faltered in his movements due to the excruciating pain, his vitality swiftly dissipating. How audacious! What a wretched creature! The three who rushed to his aid were already too late. Jianduo, having lost a limb and bled excessively, now faced the grim reality of a shattered heart, his lifeless body crashing heavily to the ground, splattering mud and water around him. Xiaobai, you scoundrel! Your heinous act of slaughtering a naval major general will surely lead you to a death sentence. The dogged fighters, emboldened by their earlier success, shouted at Xiaobai, only to be met with his maniacal laughter. Ha! You think that killing one or two of you warrants execution? What of the villagers? What of those innocently blown to bits by your reckless cannon fire? What shall you say about that? And what of me, unjustly hunted down by your orders? Condemned to obliteration by your demon-slaying decree? Have I not done anything to earn this label of utmost evil? Answer me. Answer me. You are the true wretches. The trio remained silent, their expressions transforming into a mask of indifference as they regarded Xiaobai. As naval officers, they believed that all their actions were righteous, while all opposition was deemed malevolent. Such was their unwavering conviction. Sword Saint Xiaobai, if you surrender now, it is not too late. We may still consider a reduction in your sentence for the crime of killing a major general. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable. His laughter was hysterical, revealing an unmistakable undertone of mockery and derision. The harsh, rasping sound of his mirth was jarring to the ears, causing the three companions to frown deeply. Yet they dared not make a move. Once the madness subsided, Xiaobai vanished once more. Back to back, roared the weasel general, as the other two had already prepared to position themselves in an instant. Here it comes. The trio's observation hockey immediately sensed Xiaobai's sudden appearance, forewarning them of the impending attack. The ghost spider felt a sinking dread as its 8 arms brandished long blades to meet the oncoming threat. Suddenly, the fighting dog recalled something critical, his expression shifting dramatically, and he urgently cried out, "Do not clash blades with him." The ghost spider, taken aback by the warning, retreated in an instant, but the onslaught from Ziyu had already arrived. A series of sharp clangs echoed as 4 swords, caught off guard, were effortlessly severed as if they were mere threads. What? The weasel general and the ghost spider were both astonished, their faces quickly reflecting the same grimness as the fighting dog. All three were swordsmen, yet Xiaobai could effortlessly sever their blades. Shift to armed hockey immediately. The fighting dog urged in a grave tone, but Xiaobai had already delivered a cold smirk and vanished once again. Suddenly, Xiaobai's swift movements faltered for a moment, causing him to stumble slightly, his pace abruptly slowing. Although the three were perplexed, they feared a trap and hesitated to advance, for they had already lost 2 generals permanently due to their initial underestimation. At this moment, Xiaobai's expression was exceedingly grim. His once frigid mind began to comprehend that the previous speed was merely a fleeting breakthrough, a momentary eruption of his true essence brought forth by an explosive surge into a transcendent realm. Now, however, his true essence had stabilized, and his body, still bearing the faint traces of internal injury, could not withstand such intense exertion again. In the foreseeable future, it was utterly impossible to elevate his speed any further. Damn it! Xiaobai roared in fury, his crimson eyes fixated on the 3 individuals before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the purple feather and charged directly at them. Be cautious. The fighting dog, having discerned Xiaobai's intent, moved forward despite his confusion. Suddenly, he noticed the purple feather slicing towards him and instinctively retreated, only to feel an inexplicable force compelling him to withdraw further. How is this possible? The other two, initially planning to encircle him, immediately pulled back upon hearing the fighting dog's exclamation. With a shared experience to draw from, they turned their gaze towards him, only to find him staring in shock at a long gash across his chest. Though the wound was shallow, the blood flowed incessantly. His attack, it's flawed. It can unleash invisible, extending strikes. Observing the intensity in the eyes of the two, the fighting dog clenched his teeth and spoke in a low tone, the revelation causing their pupils to contract in alarm once more. Xiaobai was aware that this was the sword energy. Yet the 3 of them were oblivious to the fact that with each new ability they discovered within him, their expressions grew increasingly grim. How could such a monstrosity exist? His bizarre powers emerged in rapid succession, capable of overwhelming 5 major generals without even employing the flight and teleportation abilities they had been informed of. Was he merely 7 or 8 years old? Having lived for so long, they felt as if they had truly been reduced to the level of a mere dog. How could they possibly combat this? The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing boundless astonishment and exhaustion reflected in the other's eyes. In silence, they once again tightened their grips on their weapons, resolute in their thoughts. You all deserve to perish. Xiaobai, his throat hoarse, unleashed a roar akin to a solemn oath, and abruptly sprang from his position, wielding the purple feather with fervor as he struck down with great force. A thunderous crash resounded as a vast crater was formed in the place where the three had once stood, just as Xiaobai withdrew the purple feather. The trio launched their assaults from three disparate directions in an instant. Still consumed by rage, Xiaobai exhibited no trace of panic, deftly evading the attacks of the other two while coldly confronting the ghost spider. Initially startled, the ghost spider quickly transitioned to delight. Realizing that Xiaobai had lost his extraordinary speed, channeling his armament haki, he unleashed 4 long blades and 4 short ones, attacking simultaneously from both flanks. The ghost spider chuckled, for at this distance, given Xiaobai's current speed, any attempt to evade one side's assault would surely result in injury from the other. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiaobai smiled in return. The 4 short blades embedded shallowly into one side of Xiaobai, clutched firmly in his grip. In the ghost spider's incredulous gaze, Xiaobai grinned wickedly and, with a powerful swing of the purple feather, effortlessly severed the 4 intact blades as if slicing through tofu, continuing unabated to cleave towards the limbs of the ghost spider. Iron. Steel. The resounding thuds echoed as the purple feather descended without hindrance, severing limbs in rapid succession. Ghost Spider Commander. Damn it. Witnessing the instantaneous dismemberment of an entire side of the ghost spider's limbs left all onlookers momentarily stunned, their expressions darkening. This brutal exchange of injuries revealed Xiaobai's unwavering resolve to fight to the death. The fighting dog and the squirrel suddenly snapped to attention, eager to rush in for aid, only to be met by a swift motion from Xiaobai as the purple feather flung toward them, effectively blocking their path. As they attempted to breach the barrier, the feather emitted a soft hum, cleaving through the air and catching the two off guard. The accompanying sword energy left them flustered. And what astonished them further was that this amethyst sword seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, autonomously launching attacks with a keen edge potent enough to sever weapons. Though they managed to evade each strike, the bizarre nature of the purple feather rendered them utterly cautious. Meanwhile, the entanglement between the ghost spider and Xiaobai had escalated, rendering any intervention from them impossible. I have just found a family. I have only just begun to feel the warmth of kinship. Why? What have I done to offend you? Why must you treat me this way? Xiaobai grasped the 4 arms of the ghost spider with one hand, the blade piercing his body seemingly unnoticed. In an instant, he crashed into the spider's embrace, while his other hand delivered a fierce elbow strike to the chest. The force of Xiaobai's elbow, bolstered by his enhanced physique, struck the ghost spider with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily dazed. They are innocent. Damn it. Why do you spare no one? Are you not the Navy? Do you not bear the emblem of justice on your backs? Using his arms as leverage, Xiaobai spun his body, elevating his legs high. With a swift pull and a bending of his knees, he unleashed a powerful kick to the ghost spider's chin, instantly rendering him unconscious. Is this your version of justice? Very well, I shall have no part in such a navy, nor in this so-called paradise. Xiaobai forcefully hurled the unconscious ghost spider into the air, instantly following suit. Above his body, he transformed his leg into a whip and struck down fiercely. The ghost spider plummeted to the ground like a falling meteor, creating a shower of debris. The fighting dog and the flying squirrel watched in a mix of astonishment and fury, yet found themselves helplessly entangled and assailed by Xiao. With a flick of his wrist, Xiaobai summoned the purple feather back into his grasp, leaving the 2 bewildered individuals momentarily stunned. They soon beheld the maniacal grin of Xiaobai. The deaths of Admiral Longzi of the Giant Clan and Admiral Jian Duo had been confirmed, while the fate of Admiral Ghost Spider remained uncertain. Before them stood the Sword Saint, Xiaobai, radiating an aura of murderous intent. The fighting dog and the squirrel exchanged a glance, their hearts plummeting into despair. It was already the 4th hour. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate, QQ Group, 241696972. A sense of emptiness lingered. At Marine Ford, the headquarters of the Navy, a man with seagulls perched atop his head stood by the window, gazing out into the dimming sky. A gust of wind stirred a persistent agitation within him. How is the emergency summon proceeding? He inquired in a deep voice. Behind him, a vigilant naval officer promptly saluted and responded, Yes, Admiral. There has been no news yet. And the 3 admirals? The man frowned in silence for a moment, still staring out the window, before posing another question. Yes, reporting to the Admiral. Admiral Akainu is currently quelling the Revolutionary Army's uprising in the New World. Admiral Kizaru has gone out on a bicycle, leaving a message that he is off to capture pirates, while Admiral Fujitora is accompanying the Celestial Dragons on an inspection. The naval officer, maintaining a rigid salute, recounted the details. Upon hearing this, the man, referred to as the Admiral, furrowed his brow even deeper. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly to the officer. Contact them and instruct them to set aside their current tasks and return at once. I have an ominous premonition. Inform Kizaru that I will explain the situation to the Celestial Dragons. Off you go. Yes, Admiral. In the waters near Fisherman S Village, 10 massive warships swayed perilously in the raging storm. The sailors, drenched by the cold rain, dared not move. 5 admirals had been on the island for some time, and the soldiers of the Luteon had also remained there for a while. Some of the Navy personnel, initially hesitant about the bombardment and slaughter of civilians, found their nerves fraying under the relentless downpour, their faces turning pale as they struggled to maintain their footing. Hey, is there something strange in the sky? Look. It seems something is coming from over there. The soldiers' shouts drew the attention of the lower-ranking officers aboard the warships, who frowned but did not intervene. After all, the admirals had been absent for a long time, and the harsh weather had cast a pall over everyone. As they glanced up at the sky, their gaze fell upon a flying object that plummeted violently onto one of their ships, revealing a shadowy figure that sent the soldiers into a frenzy. Silence. Quiet down. The commanding officers shouted in unison, attempting to mask their growing anxiety. No one dared to make a move, as they were among those who had a basic understanding of the unfolding reality. Though only speculation, their insights were far superior to those of the ordinary sailors. In a flash of lightning, they caught a blurred glimpse of a child wielding a colossal purple sword, the very target deemed a heinous criminal. Must be a mirage, thought those in the know, clinging to a glimmer of hope. With a thunderous crash, Xiaobai emerged from the shattered remnants of the wooden deck, an aura akin to that of a malevolent spirit emanating from him, instilling fear in the hearts of all the Navy personnel on deck. For a moment, no one dared to move. You, who are you? How dare you trespass upon a naval warship? Xiaobai lifted his gaze in response to the sound. At that moment, he was drenched in his own blood, which cascaded down with the rain, forming a crimson stream upon the ground. The intersecting knife wounds marred his body, and his abdomen bore scars that resembled a tattered net. Most terrifying of all was the deep gash on his forehead, which revealed bone beneath, causing the onlooking Navy personnel to collectively gasp in disbelief at the sight of someone capable of movement under such dire circumstances. The bloodshot eyes he possessed emanated a sense of oppression and terror, compelling all who met his gaze to instinctively take a step back, turning their heads away in fear of direct eye contact. The one who had spoken earlier trembled intensely after just a fleeting glance from Xiaobai, descending from above. Resembling a demon of battle, Xiaobai's fierce presence had momentarily extinguished any thoughts of resistance among the naval forces. Where's the rat? Xiaobai's voice was hoarse, yet the underlying timbre sent a chill down the spine. No one responded. Some were unfamiliar with the name, while others were astonished by the unreasonable and tremulous sound emanating from a child. Where is the rat? This time, everyone heard him. He was searching for someone called Rat. Confusion spread among the crowd, eyes darting about, reflecting the bewilderment of their companions. Only Xiaobai, in an instant, perceived the swift exchange among a few individuals of apparent high status at the ship's bow. Where is he? In a blink, he vanished from sight, leaving these individuals unable to capture his presence. The next moment, Xiaobai stood before those whose expressions had shifted. He spoke softly, inquiring. The surrounding Navy personnel were taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps. You are of no use now. With a swift motion, a flash of purple shadow appeared, and in a seamless sequence of movements, almost instantaneous, a severed head tumbled to the ground. Only then did the Navy awaken from their stupor, some incredulous, others trembling, and many screaming in panic, desperately retreating. It wasn't until a junior officer bellowed that the Navy remembered to raise their weapons. A cacophony of frantic chambering and cocking resonated, encircling Xiaobai in a tightening ring. Xiaobai remained utterly motionless. Consequently, the two naval officers confronting him also refrained from any action. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a simultaneous realization that they were paralyzed by the penetrating gaze of Xiaobai. His eyes conveyed a chilling message to the seasoned officers. Any movement would lead to their demise, mirroring that of the deceased. After all, even the most obtuse among them comprehended that the figure before them was capable of ruthlessly taking lives without a second thought. I shall inquire once more. Where's the rat? That warship. Over there. Spare me. I have seen him board it. One officer, unable to withstand the malevolent glint in Xiaobai's eyes, finally succumbed, collapsing to his knees and pointing frantically at a nearby warship. His cowardly demeanor sparked a wave of bewildered glances among the naval personnel. Though lacking the immediate incapacitating effect of sheer intimidation, Xiaobai's aura exerted a profound pressure that shook the very souls of those present, instilling a sense of dread that bordered on madness. Upon hearing the answer, a sinister smile crept across Xiaobai's face. The deep gash on his forehead cracked open once more, sending waves of pain through his visage, yet he continued to grin maniacally, as if oblivious to his suffering. Fool. You. Another officer, witnessing his comrade's capitulation and the unsettling expressions of those around, as well as the mocking smile Xiaobai coughed up blood, nonchalantly wiping the corner of his mouth, and with a sinister smile, murmured a few words. Grasping the purple feather, he vanished once more from the spot. It was the fifth watch, everyone. Welcome to the esteemed readers of Feilu, where the latest, swiftest, and most popular serialized works await your perusal. What is happening over there? What on earth is going on? The Major General stood on the deck, exasperatedly swatting away the communication bug. The distant screams from the adjacent warship sent chills down the spines of all the sailors aboard, including him. Yet, the communication bug was unresponsive, and the telescope revealed nothing. Amidst the dim, torrential storm, anxiety reigned on his own ship. The flashes of lightning amidst the relentless rain rendered even the nearby vessel merely a shadow, and the distance of over 40 meters between the two ships loomed like an insurmountable chasm. The foreboding danger loomed like a predatory beast amidst the tempest. enveloping everything in an ominous shroud of anxiety. Signal the flags. Send the emergency signals. I must ascertain what has transpired over there. However, Major General, given this weather, flag signaling is. I care not. I must know precisely what has happened. The Major General cast a glance at the trembling figure huddled in the corner, snorted in irritation, and roared at the messenger, causing the sailors to fall silent in dread. No need. I have already arrived. Impudence. You, the raspy, subdued voice that reached his ears only fueled the Major General's wrath. He turned around, full of rage, only to be met with the source of his fury. His furious shout faltered at the sight. It was the prime target, the most nefarious villain. The Major General staggered back, his pupils constricting in terror. Emergency summon had confirmed the cannon fire on the island, and 5 high-ranking generals had been dispatched to verify his demise. Now, those 5 generals had yet to return, and the target had appeared. The wanted notice was incredibly powerful and malevolent, the screams from the neighboring warship. The Major General dared not dwell further. He realized his body was shaking uncontrollably, a reaction once born of excitement, yet he understood this time was different. This was fear. Fear of the demon that even the demon-slaying order could not vanquish. Fear of the entity that had kept them waiting endlessly for the return of the 5 generals. Fear so profound that his heart seemed poised to leap from his throat. Even though the adversary was battered and appeared gravely wounded, drenched in the blood of others, he felt an undeniable dread. I will die? The Major General cried out inwardly, yet his throat could emit not a single sound. Xiaobai paid no heed to the trembling officer and the naval personnel who appeared as if they were facing an imminent threat. He strode directly towards a corner where, upon his approach, the rear admiral uttered not a single word, hastily parting to create a clear path for him. At the end of this path stood a figure who had, since the commencement of the bombardment, remained cowered in the corner, trembling and clutching his head. Rat, come, look up at me. Yet the rat did not raise his gaze. Instead, his quaking form shrank even further. Xiaobai chuckled softly, reaching out to grasp his hair and yanking it upwards with force. The face revealed was one of terror, despair, and subservience, with an unseemly mixture of rain, tears, and mucus. The eyes, filled with dread, met the gaze of Xiaobai, who crouched before him, a blood-stained smile upon his lips. No. Please, I know nothing. Help. He recognized Xiaobai and, in a frantic struggle fueled by fear, cried out for assistance. Yearning to escape, to climb away, yet, despite his contortions, Xiaobai's grip on his hair rendered him powerless to flee. The surrounding sailors exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the silent Major General, awaiting his command. To their surprise, he silently stepped back a few paces. The astute sailors quickly understood and instinctively distanced themselves, creating an even greater expanse between Xiaobai and the rat. No matter how vehemently the rat cried out for help, the sailors remained unmoved. But Xiaobai was stirred into action, seemingly vexed by the struggles of his captive. With a fierce motion, he slammed the head down onto the floor. The piercing cries for help abruptly ceased, leaving the sailors momentarily stunned, swallowing hard, rendered mute by the chilling atmosphere. Xiaobai once again lifted the head of the rodent, its bloodied visage rendering it pitiable, its cries now transformed into feeble whimpers. Yet, Xiaobai displayed no trace of compassion. Instead, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, emanating a palpable aura of menace that immediately struck fear into the hearts of the battle-hardened sailors nearby. Those closest to him, the naval officers, found themselves trembling and instinctively retreating, creating an even greater void around Xiaobai. It's nothing, merely that rodent from our village. It seemed somewhat peculiar when it gazed at you. Oh, that rodent? It went missing after wandering around town. The crowd averted their gazes, heeding Uncle Li's warning. The amiable villagers, the gentle Aunt Bai, the charming Kalina. Xiaobai suddenly let out a thunderous roar that even overshadowed the sound of thunder itself. His body, marred by wounds, erupted with blood, resembling a malevolent spirit. The excessive loss of blood caused him to sway slightly, yet it did nothing to diminish the oppressive force he exerted upon those around him. Look at me. Raise your heads and behold me. Xiaobai fiercely grasped the rodent's hair, shaking him violently, yet the rodent's consciousness remained shrouded in a haze, utterly unresponsive. Crack. In an instant, the murky awareness was jolted awake. The excruciating pain from the contorted arm prompted a harrowing scream from the rodent. The surrounding Navy personnel gasped in shock at the sight of the exposed white bone, their expressions paling as they beheld Xiaobai's nonchalant demeanor. The valor they once embodied dissipated in that moment, replaced by an atmosphere of dread. The rodent's anguished wails incited a wave of panic and commotion among the crowd, who instinctively began to distance themselves from Xiaobai. Stop screaming. Xiaobai addressed the still wailing rat. Yet the creature was so tormented by pain that it failed to heed his words. Cease your cries. In an instant, with a swift motion, Xiaobai shattered the other limb, the sound of breaking bones rendering the wails into a hoarse rasp. One among the naval officers could no longer endure the sight and collapsed to the ground, while the countenance of the rear admiral darkened further. He possessed a clearer foresight than the rest, already envisioning the grim fate that awaited those who dared confront such a callous demon, indifferent to human life. At that moment, Xiaobai had grown impatient with the rat's incessant noise. Grasping its hair with one hand, he seized a long knife discarded by the Navy with the other, methodically carving into the rat's flesh, eliciting even more piercing cries of agony. Is this all it takes for you to scream? Do you not realize that the villagers of Fisherman's Village have suffered 1,000-fold more than you in their deaths? Do you understand? For what purpose? To summon the Navy to apprehend me? What benefit do you gain from this? Everyone lies dead, all slain by those you brought back. Is your hatred for me so profound? Do you yearn for my immediate capture and demise? What wrong have I committed against you? Have I harmed you? Impeded you? Or is it simply that the wild beasts I brought back do not suit your palate? Which is it? Which? Xiaobai roared furiously, suddenly vanishing from his original spot. In the next moment, he reappeared, dragging a nearby sailor back with him, gripping the sailor's collar tightly. His eyes were filled with an endless fury, nearly causing the sailor to faint from fear. Pray tell, why did he act in such a manner? Speak. Xiaobai, with a fierce countenance, inquired, while the Navy personnel, rendered speechless by fear, trembled uncontrollably. Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and with a swift twist of his hand, a crisp snap echoed as he broke the neck of the Navy man. The lifeless body was then dismissed with a kick, as if it were mere tattered cloth. Once more, Xiaobai's eyes swept over the remaining Navy members, instilling a palpable terror in their hearts. The unfathomable, spectral speed with which he struck, the ruthlessness of his actions, and the chilling intensity of his gaze plunged the gathered Navy into a state of icy despair. In a frantic bid for survival, they recoiled. Acutely aware of Xiaobai's intent to seize another victim, none wished to be the next to meet their demise. Xiaobai suddenly felt an urge to laugh. A sorrowful and haunting laugh. Do you fear death? When you swiftly unleash artillery fire upon the innocent villagers of the fishing hamlet, where is your fear? As you take aim amidst the anguished cries for mercy from the villagers, where is your fear? When you witness hundreds of lives reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, where is your fear? What is owed must be repaid. Xiaobai's smile was so sinister. He has seen your bounty, a bounty of 200 million. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously, a profound sorrow enveloping him. With a twist of his naval saber, he forcefully plunged it into the thigh of the rat-like figure before him. Is that so? 200 million? For that sum, I have sacrificed the lives of 300 souls from the entire village. 200 million has led to the demise of Uncle Remo, Aunt Bai, and Karina, among others. Ha. The rat had already succumbed to the pain, but the knife's relentless twisting in his thigh jolted him back to consciousness. His throat hoarse and incapable of producing further cries, his body convulsing from the agony. Do you truly crave wealth this much? Is the entire village, which has nurtured you for so many years, worth merely 200 million? Have you even considered this with a rational mind? The rat trembled even more violently at Xiaobai's booming voice, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down his face, his disfigured mouth barely managing to utter a few words. I don't know. It's not my concern. I don't know. It's not my concern. Don't know? Not your concern. Xiaobai plunged his long knife into the other thigh. The rat could no longer utter a sound, his face now grotesquely contorted. Look, the Navy you have allied with seems utterly indifferent to your life and death. How lamentable it is for you. And what of your money? Not a single cent shall you receive, I presume? I almost neglected to inform you. Xiaobai leaned slightly closer to his ear, and the mouse, regaining a flicker of awareness, immediately began to struggle in a frenzy, albeit futilely. Do you comprehend what the Demon Slayer order is? It is akin to the devastating bombardment you witness now. It is an edict that obliterates all individuals involved, leaving no one behind. Do you grasp the gravity of this? You reside in that very place. What fate do you believe awaits you? Can you fathom how the Navy, to whom you have desperately appealed, will ultimately treat you? Can you? You doubt it, do you not? You may inquire of him. He should possess a clear understanding. With each utterance from Xiaobai, the expression on the rat's face shifted dramatically. Yet, Xiaobai remained wholly indifferent, yanking his collar and flinging him forcefully before the Major General. Desperately, the rat cast a hopeful glance towards the Major General, clinging to the faintest hope of mercy. However, the Major General averted his gaze. In an instant, the rat's face drained of color. As the knowledgeable party, the Major General chose to remain taciturn. Xiaobai erupted in maniacal laughter, his incessant loss of blood compounded by his relentless struggle, rendering his true essence insufficient for sustenance. As the warship swayed gently, he staggered towards the rat, plunging the blade in his hand deep into the rat's back, allowing a sufficient length of the sword to protrude visibly from his chest. The rat gazed incredulously at the blade jutting from his torso, desperately attempting to scream, yet his throat convulsed, producing no sound. His body grew increasingly cold, while Xiaobai's sinister laughter echoed in his ears. Fear not, you shall all perish. Each of you will accompany the dead, go forth and repent in hell, and you shall never find forgiveness. The storm raged on, the torrential downpour unrelenting, seemingly destined to continue indefinitely. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, as if it were sinking into an abyss without end. Equally interminable was the despondency that gripped the hearts of the naval crew aboard the vessel. Standing defiantly upright, grasping the violet feather, he loomed high in the void, lightning flashing behind him. At that moment, every sailor beheld the scene with clarity. All the rear admirals witnessed it, their hearts simultaneously heavy with gravity and suspicion. Xiaobai gasped for breath, his body now bearing numerous knife and gun wounds compared to before. He could no longer wield the shave technique or employ his agility. Exhaustion and excruciating pain washed over him like a relentless tide. He demanded 8 ships, even if death awaited him today. He vowed that all of them would accompany Bai to the grave. A low hum filled the air, seemingly concerned for Xiaobai's injuries. Ziyu trembled gently, her worry enveloping him in a warm embrace. It's all right, Ziyu. You know what I must do. So, please, lend me your strength. No matter what, unwillingness, resentment, fury, madness. In perfect harmony with Xiaobai's emotions, Ziyu began to resonate after a surge of intense feelings coursed through her. Her pulse fluctuated like a heartbeat, synchronizing with the rhythm of the heavenly principles. I shall strike down. Xiaobai infused the last remnants of his true essence into the purple feather, causing its rhythm to grow increasingly stable. A faint violet shadow expanded rapidly from 5 meters to 10 meters to 30 meters. The sound of the phoenix's cry resonated through the heavens. As the crystalline essence within the purple feather's blade surged with greater velocity, releasing an overwhelming and ancient aura that shattered the falling rain, the purple feather ascended. In the void above, the majestic 100-meter-long violet sword emerged, pointing furiously towards the sky. What is that? A rear admiral. A rear admiral. Is it a sword? Is that a person behind it? Alert. Everyone, on high alert immediately. The anxiety was not confined to the Navy. The rear admirals were even more frantic. More so than the soldiers. The soldiers merely knew they were summoned to bombard that island, while the officers understood they were there to eliminate that demonic child. And the enormous sword was the distinctive weapon of that very child. The soldiers were merely astonished by the appearance of the giant sword, feeling a disquiet towards the unknown. While the informed individuals were acutely aware that this heralded an impending attack, provoking the slumbering demon king in his sanctuary had summoned retribution from the fiend. Could they withstand it? A rear admiral gazed bitterly at the giant sword in the air, feeling powerless to attack or evade, a sense of despair washing over him, mirrored on the faces of all those in the know. I hold no grudge against you, yet I have been repeatedly provoked, even to the extent of having my cherished family slain. Our enmity is irreconcilable. I vow to exact 100-fold retribution. Today is merely the beginning. The thunderous roar, akin to a declaration of war, echoed in the ears of every Navy officer. Many wore expressions of terror, while even more gazed up at Xiaobai and the colossal sword, filled with confusion. Flash. Xiaobai, consumed by fervor, bellowed mightily as he swept his colossal sword across a line of warships. In that fleeting moment, he was a deity. The wielded sword exuded an extraordinary sword aura, instantly cleaving the vessels in twain. The severance was absolute. The naval officers stood agape, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Disbelief, astonishment, shock, and despair flickered across their faces, ultimately transforming into anguished cries and pleas for salvation, reminiscent of the devastation they had wrought upon the fishing village earlier. Slash, slash, slash. With each swing of the colossal sword, Xiaobai expelled a mouthful of blood. With every strike, a vessel was inevitably torn asunder. Regardless of the previous bravado in aiming and jesting, or the earlier laughter that accompanied the merciless slaughter of the innocent, trampling upon the lives of civilians at this moment. Confronted with an insurmountable onslaught, these perpetrators appeared as fragile as paper. Their screams rendered them even more diminutive and ludicrous. Ignoring the absurd pleas for mercy and the furious outcries, the overwhelming might descended like a tempest, impossible to withstand or evade. After 10 strikes, what remained were the remnants of sunken ships, countless fragments, and a sea-stained crimson. Humph. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiaobai tilted his head back and let out a hoarse laugh, tears mingled with blood cascading down his face. Shaking slightly, he gritted his teeth to resist the overwhelming dizziness. Disregarding the chaotic sea before him, lying on the purple feather, he stubbornly fought to return to the island. No. I cannot faint yet. There are still matters to attend to. The cultivation of the divine scriptures had fortified Xiaobai's soul, rendering it more powerful than others. His indomitable willpower was a testament to this. Gritting his teeth, he raised the sky-piercing giant sword once more, aiming at the proud boulder standing in front of the village on the island. With each stroke, he was compelled to pause and catch his breath. Yet he would again lift the sword. Each movement brought excruciating pain, blood and tears streaming down his face. Blood had pooled into a puddle, splattered into crimson blossoms as the rain pelted it. When the final stroke was made, exhaustion, pain, fatigue, and a sense of helplessness surged forth, the intense dizziness finally overwhelming him. Go. He barely managed to utter to the purple feather before his body swayed, and Xiaobai ultimately closed his eyes, collapsing limply, his hand releasing the sword. The purple feather let out a mournful cry. Having evolved, it no longer required Xiaobai's energy to fly. It swiftly shrank to a manageable size and caught the unconscious Xiaobai, soaring into the sky with a clear, resonant call, gradually departing from the scene, disappearing into the horizon. The rain continued to pour, unrelenting, while the colossal boulder in front of the fishing village was entirely marked by a massive grave character, standing strong and resolute against the sky. Thunder roared incessantly, and when all had turned to ash, only that boulder remained, a monument of sorrow. Crack, crash, cough, hiss. The ghostly spider, with a grim visage, pushed aside the rubble and crawled out of the pit. Stumbling through the wreckage in search of its lost arm, spared from incineration by the downpour. Gritting its teeth, it silently reattached the 3 black limbs on its back. A surge of pain coursing through it. Once more, the ghostly spider spat out blood, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. However, the normal arm could not be restored. The ghostly spider's expression darkened. After the 8-sword flow, it seemed it could only revert to 7 swords. Or perhaps seek assistance from the world government to replace it with a mechanical arm. Gazing at the nearby ruins, the ghostly spider's pupils constricted, fear and reluctance flickering in its eyes. As a high-ranking general with undeniable vitality, it had witnessed Xiaobai's prowess, those fragmented images etched into the depths of its soul, casting shadows that would forever haunt its encounters with Xiaobai. Previously, it had been able to move but refrained from doing so, watching everything until it confirmed Xiaobai's departure before daring to emerge. What a disgrace! The ghostly spider clenched its fist in rage, casting a resentful glare in the direction of Xiaobai's retreating figure. After a long moment of staring, it ultimately felt powerless, a sense of defeat causing it to spit out blood once more, deepening its resentment towards Xiaobai. Casting a gloomy glance, it found the wounded dog and squirrel, lying lifelessly with gaping wounds. It reached out. Although their breaths were faint, there was still a trace of life left, but time was of the essence. Removing the wrist communicator from the squirrel general, the ghostly spider took a deep breath and dialed. In silence, after much contemplation, it finally uttered a single sentence. The mission has failed. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed ominously, an unsettling rhythm that persisted endlessly. It must be past midnight. The outcome of the demon-slaying incident in the fishing village was relayed back to the naval headquarters at the earliest opportunity, followed by the world government, and then to various organizations with their own networks. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Behind the main desk, a man with a seagull perched atop his head, his beard braided, and wearing round glasses, was none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Seated on the left in a striped yellow and black suit was Admiral Kizaru. In the center sat a grim-faced man in a hat, Admiral Akainu. The final figure on the right was a tall man wearing an eye patch, Admiral Akiji. In this office, the 4 individuals who represented the absolute pinnacle of the Navy's power gathered, their expressions grave. It was all due to one man, the sword immortal Xiaobai. As the individual who had caused the Navy the most significant losses in recent years, and the youngest to do so aside from Robin, Xiaobai's meteoric rise in strength had captivated all eyes, accompanied by an astonishing speed that was far beyond mere potential. Recognizing this, the high-ranking officials of the world government and the Navy fell into silence, setting aside their other affairs to address the matter with utmost seriousness. Given that Xiaobai was the only individual daring enough to openly challenge justice in recent years, it was only logical that he was treated with such caution. At this moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku repeatedly furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the report in his hands. Feeling an unprecedented sense of irritation and headache since assuming command, Marine Vice Admiral Longs, Kia. Marine Vice Admiral John Giando, Kia. Marine Vice Admiral Dogfight, critically injured and unconscious. Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, critically injured. Marine Vice Admiral Squirrel, critically injured and unconscious. Marine Rear Admiral, Kia. Marine Rear Admiral, Kia. Marine Colonel, Marine Lieutenant Colonel, Marine Major, Marine Captain, Sergeant, Corporal. In total, 2 Vice Admirals were killed, 3 critically injured, 6 Majors were deceased, with several Colonels, Lieutenants, and Captains also among the casualties. The staggering list of names, the heavy and blood-red word Kia, and the shocking numbers left a chilling impression. Each time he read it, Sengoku felt an absurdity wash over him. Yet each glance at the report sent a shiver through his spine. How long had it been since he took on the role of Fleet Admiral? Had he faced a situation with such a staggering number of casualties? In a daze, Sengoku's eyes grew clouded once more. But upon seeing the grave expressions of the 3 admirals, especially Kizaru's serious demeanor, he sighed deeply. You are all mostly aware of the situation. The world government has issued a strict order to capture him. The CP units have also been deployed, and the information gathered by the survivors has been compiled. Warring States cast a dossier onto the table, resting his elbows on the surface, leaning slightly forward, his expression grave. Sword immortal Xiaobai, aged between 7 and 9. Possesses indeterminate abilities, wielding an unknown form of haki that significantly enhances both speed and recovery from injuries. It appears to have a certain range of intimidation surpassing the Conqueror's haki, yet lacks its incapacitating effects. The known ability includes a capacity for instantaneous short-distance teleportation, the creation of purple crystal swords that fly with remarkable velocity, and a proficient mastery of the 6 forms, particularly shaven paper drawing. The purple crystal swords are exceedingly sharp, capable of severing any ordinary weapon upon contact, and can autonomously attack. When detached from the wielder, they still deliver invisible, piercing strikes empowered by the unknown haki. Most terrifying is their ability to amplify their invisible sharpness for comprehensive assaults. Warring States read solemnly, and the 3 admirals seated below him furrowed their brows deeper with each revelation. In this incident, the subject did not utilize his teleportation ability. According to Kizaru's report, He approached the situation with a mysterious note, leading to the preliminary conclusion that his abilities stem from an external source. However, this remains mere speculation. We are still in the dark about everything concerning him, including that enigmatic purple crystal sword, his unknown haki, and the various secret methods by which he has rapidly grown powerful. Despite his youth, this opponent poses a threat greater than many of the notorious pirates of the previous generation. A new bounty has already been issued from headquarters, and we require the assistance of the 7 warlords of the sea. Unacceptable. Akainu interjected sharply. The 7 warlords were established only recently. Their constraints are limited, and as pirates opposed to us, they cannot be relied upon. No, they will cooperate. Warring States asserted confidently, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The heavenly government has already issued stern warnings. Those chosen as warlords are astute individuals, once they comprehend our resolve. They would be foolish to engage in any form of harboring. Furthermore, we require their influence and connections, as there are many realms and dimensions beyond our reach. Akainu's gaze flickered momentarily, but he refrained from further dissent. At that moment, Warring States turned his attention to Kizaru. Kizaru, I had initially suppressed the censure for your earlier oversight in letting him go, but according to the latest investigation from HQ, the initial stance towards Sword Immortal Xiaobai was to treat him as a commoner privately learning the 6 forms. The heavenly government's intention was to gently persuade and absorb him. However, the director at that time acted unilaterally and mischaracterized him as a pirate, resulting in tremendous losses for the Navy. Consequently, the principal decision-maker behind this incident has been suspended for 3 years. As the one who initially pressured him, you are now under further scrutiny, and the repercussions will be disclosed soon. Nevertheless, you understand how these matters operate, so do not worry. Kizaru nodded silently, the weight of the situation settling upon him. Even Akainu and Akiji displayed expressions of indifference. As they had attained the rank of admiral, they understood that the notions of acting unilaterally in 3-year suspension were merely for show. If a serious investigation were to occur, it could implicate numerous individuals, far beyond the triviality of a 3-year suspension. The issuance of the demon-slaying order could not have been initiated without broad consensus. The Navy, being an organization of absolute righteousness, could not afford to make mistakes. Thus, a scapegoat is presented to maintain the faade of infallibility while allowing those beneath them to find solace and vent their frustrations, especially given the heavy casualties from this operation. Once the superficial appearances were managed, Kizaru's involvement would be minimal. However, Warring States' next words snapped Kizaru to attention. Kizaru, we will discuss your punishment later. Your earlier oversight has allowed him to grow stronger, and now the primary responsibility for capturing Sword Immortal Xiaobai falls to you. Yes, I understand, Kizaru replied, his demeanor unusually serious. The atmosphere in the Navy headquarters felt stifling, while outside, the world had already begun to stir with hidden currents. 3 days later, a new bounty for Sword Immortal Xiaobai spread across all seas and lands. Unlike the previous notice, this one encompassed the 4 seas, the paradise, and the new world. Sword Immortal Xiaobai, age 7, bounty of 550 million. He has ruthlessly annihilated a village and stealthily murdered 2 vice admirals along with several Navy personnel. A truly monstrous figure. This bounty is issued with no regard for life or death. Note, informants providing detailed information will receive 10% of the bounty. The staggering amount, the astonishing youth, and the shocking notoriety were all unprecedented. Compared to the previous youngest bounty of 79 million for the 8-year-old Robin, Xiaobai's bounty, which shocked the world, was directed globally. This indicated that both the Navy and the heavenly government had completely lost track of his whereabouts. Previously, the public had begun to take notice due to the newspapers portraying his vile image, and now discussions erupted once more among them. This was just a small segment of the populace. Meanwhile, many individuals who typically overlooked the news began receiving the bounty notice as well. On that day, the name Xiaobai reverberated through the streets and alleys of the world, marking his formidable strength and potential as he was finally recognized by the world. In the East Blue, at a seaside tavern, a conversation unfolded. Do you think he resembles that previous boy? My wife insists he looks just like him. Nowadays, every child looks the same. Besides, if it truly were him, our windmill village would have been annihilated long ago. This is the hometown of the Navy hero who relentlessly pursued Roger. Would a fiend like that dare to come here? The speaker, exuding an air of sagacity, analyzed with pride, while others at nearby tables nodded in reluctant agreement. Haha. You're right. Drink up. Drink up. Makino, are you all right? I'm fine, village chief. Makino's body trembled as she hurriedly concealed the bounty notice, her hand trembling uncontrollably despite her efforts to wipe her eyes. I apologize, everyone. I'm not feeling well today, and the tavern will be closed for business. What? No. We just started enjoying ourselves. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, atop Garbage Mountain in the East Blue, 3 children stared blankly at the bounty notice in Kurita's hand. The older Ace and Sabo exchanged incredulous glances, both reflecting the shock in each other's eyes, while Luffy struggled to count the zeros. Well, it's 5 billion. Xiaobai truly. Luffy. Ace and Sabo simultaneously covered Luffy's mouth with one hand while dragging him away with the other. swiftly disappearing from the puzzled gazes of Dayton and the others. They brought Luffy to a secluded spot, where the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings before finally releasing their grip on him. Just as Luffy was about to protest, Ace fixed a serious gaze on him and said, "Luffy, you must remember, we cannot tell anyone that we know Xiaobai or that he once lived here." Luffy, wanting to inquire further, was intimidated by Ace's fierce expression and quickly retreated. "I understand. I would never betray my friends," he declared earnestly, clenching his fists tightly. The matter was no longer about betrayal. It could lead to dire consequences. Though Ace and Sabo did not voice this concern, they exchanged dark glances, each wearing a grim expression. In the West Sea, aboard a pirate ship adorned with a flag. "Ha ha ha, Robin. This kid is even more formidable than you were at his age, much more so. Ha ha." A burly man guffawed heartily after taking a swig of drink. Robin paused in her page-turning, adjusting her glasses silently, a flicker of confusion evident in her eyes. At the Chambered Islands, in a bar, the proprietress, clad in a spider-patterned outfit, stepped over a bloodied patron while holding a bounty notice, appearing somewhat astonished. Are they pushing Shalu onto someone else again? Even deploying a demon slayer order and 5 vice admirals couldn't capture him. Are kids nowadays really that powerful? Really? A bespectacled man at the bar smiled slightly, savoring his drink. In the backstage of an auction house at the Chambered Islands, a man in flamboyant glasses lounged comfortably on a sofa, his pink feathered attire swaying gently as he raised his glass. The auctioneer stood before him, sweating profusely, stealing glances at 2 brothers who had killed each other on the floor. Swallowing hard, he dared not speak. Picking up the bounty notice from the table, the flamboyant man maintained his smile, seemingly indifferent to its contents. Somewhere along the Grand Line, on the edge of a chaotic battlefield, a man with cross-patterned scars on his face sneered at a bounty notice in his hand. "Kill the Navy, huh? Heh. Let's go, Ivan Kuma. The celestial dragons have set out. We must return to the East Sea." 2 massive figures instantly appeared by his side, acknowledging his command. The scarred man smiled, casually releasing the bounty notice, allowing it to drift freely into the chaos of battle. In the first half of the Grand Line, within a certain country's territory, a man with a hook for a hand and a cigar in his mouth casually picked up a corner of a bounty notice protruding from the body of a slain man, glancing at it before narrowing his eyes. On the terrifying Sanjiu mast of the Grand Line, a towering figure leaned against the wall, observing the bounty notice unfurled by 2 shadowy bats, grinning widely. On a war-torn island in the Grand Line, a man bearing a massive black sword on his back scrutinized a bounty notice in his hand, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Aboard a drifting ship in the Grand Line, a red-haired man, his hair blown wildly by the wind, revealed 3 scars on his forehead. He gazed at the bounty notice in his hand, took a sip of his drink, and remained silent. In the windless zone of the Grand Line, on Amazon Lily Island, an elderly woman with a cane unexpectedly appeared in a palace, shaking a bounty notice at 3 angry young girls who had intruded. "This person is so foolish. He's declaring war on the entire Navy and the world." The 3 girls snatched the bounty notice from her, exchanging deep looks filled with understanding. In the new world of the Grand Line, aboard a ship resembling the head of a whale, a massive figure was being cared for by a group of graceful nurses, receiving in 4 drip as he observed the approaching figures. "Old man, the latest bounty. Quite intriguing." Upon receiving the notice, the man with the 4 remarked, "They've changed the bounty so quickly? Impressive. Humph. With the Demon Slayer order rendered ineffective, the Navy should have a headache this time. Boys, prepare the drinks." Ignoring the nurse's attempts at caution, he laughed heartily. As people around the world reacted with joy or despair, the ignorant began clamoring for the sword immortal Xiaobai to be brought to justice, while those with a modicum of intelligence scoffed at such extreme measures. Those well-versed in the world's intricacies largely disregarded this uproar, recognizing it as a mere attempt to elevate oneself by disparaging others. Those who had reached a certain stature were accustomed to such tactics. Their focus lay on the young rising figure known as Xiaobai, eagerly anticipating the developments that would follow. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the East Sea Navy base, who had initially attacked Xiaobai, were engulfed in silence, their spirits dampened. In recent days, the nearby pirates had become increasingly active, yet the Navy showed no inclination to retaliate, spending their days lethargically hiding in the base, performing perfunctory tasks while remaining on edge. "Do you think he will come back to seek revenge? After all, he did say, 'I don't know anything.'" The questioned Navy man brusquely interrupted, noticing the vacant stares directed at him before retreating to a corner, weary and defeated. "I have a newborn at home. I want to go back." One Navy soldier timidly spoke up, unable to bear the oppressive silence. "Me too. My elderly mother has no one to care for her. I shouldn't have impulsively joined the Navy." Another soldier chimed in, his voice faltering. "I've realized I'm not suited to be a Navy soldier." As if contagious, similar declarations of withdrawal echoed throughout the room. Several sergeants attempted to intervene, rising to their feet, but found themselves at a loss for words, exchanging bitter smiles before retreating into the corners to smoke in silence. On a secret naval island governed by the Navy's headquarters somewhere in the Grand Line, within a towering medical facility, the air was filled with wails. Doctors and nurses hurriedly moved about, tending to the aftermath of the Demon Slayer Island incident. "How are they?" An officer inquired, looking at the shivering survivors from the incident. The attending physician, furrowing his brow at the officer, shook his head slightly and sighed. The psychological trauma is too severe. They probably won't be able to return to the battlefield. The attending physician departed abruptly, leaving the remaining officers in a stunned silence. After a moment, one of them struck the wall with a heavy fist, as if conjuring certain memories. His face paled suddenly, but upon regaining composure, he resumed pounding the wall with a sense of suppressed rage. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru, stationed at the Navy headquarters, abandoned his usual frivolity and engaged in the same act of frustration. In a secret chamber, within a vast and intricate vessel, Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes. It was 4 o'clock. Is anyone there? Please call me the diligent little bee. I respond to your flowers and collections. Speaking of which, if you desire a painstaking 5th chapter, in a final note, QQ Group, 241696972. Amidst the emptiness, Xiaobai, jolted awake, struggled violently. His eyes snapping open amidst the liquid. The terror and fury in his pupils were still palpable, yet they quickly faded as he recalled everything and accepted his fate. However, where was he? He ruptured the gas supply tube, choking slightly on the infused liquid, and rose, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. The mechanical duplicates, advanced instruments, nurturing tanks, and cultivation fluids. Was this the homeland of the doctor who manufactured the devil fruit of the combined entity? Or was he within the very laboratory that transformed individuals into pacifists? Or was he still in the world of pirates? Unlike the typical disorientation of someone arriving in an unfamiliar place, Xiaobai, with his exceptional spiritual prowess, swiftly processed a series of questions in his mind. At that moment, his submerged body felt an unsettling slickness. He wondered where Xiao had brought him. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he quickly reached for his chest. When he felt the unique pulse emanating from Xiao, he exhaled in relief. So he was saved, then? Climbing out of the shallow cultivation vessel, Xiaobai, still damp and leaving a trail of water behind him, found a bathroom in the corner of the instrument-laden room. After a moment's hesitation, he washed himself and fashioned a robe from a piece of clothing that Xiao had provided. As he opened the massive wooden door, a blast of cold wind laden with snow rushed toward him. Standing in a high pavilion amidst the swirling snow, Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the vast, snow-laden landscape. The overwhelming majesty of nature, capable of instilling a sense of insignificance, was indescribable. The true snow he had never witnessed in his previous life was unexpectedly magnificent. A chill swept over him, and even in his currently wounded state, he felt the cold. Regaining his senses, Xiaobai walked along the corridor, determined to express his gratitude to the one who saved him, regardless of their motives. The practitioner valued the concept of karma immensely. How could one not acknowledge a life-saving grace? Shaking his head to dispel the fleeting images of Remy and Aunt Bai, he clenched and released his fist. Exhaling a deep breath, Xiaobai quickly adjusted his mood. Dwelling on thoughts was futile. It was up to him to take action. As he composed himself, approaching a corner, he heard an unusual sound of footsteps. Pausing momentarily, he wore an expression of mild peculiarity, but soon adopted a mask of calm indifference. There, he encountered an unusually tall figure with fluffy blue hair at the temples and behind the ears, a face that seemed unnaturally pale. The individual wore glasses atop their head, a blue scarf adorned with yellow dots around their neck, and a white doctor's coat over a blue ensemble. This sight seemed somewhat familiar to Xiaobai. His first instinct was recognition, but then he noticed the eccentric individual gesturing animatedly toward him, hands moving in complex, abstract motions, yet no words escaped their lips. A mute? Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment, swiftly sifting through the narrative in his mind. Yet he truly could not recall any mention of a mute character within the storyline. You have finally awakened. The words suddenly emerged from the peculiar individual, catching Xiaobai off guard as he was still contemplating the meaning behind them and how to elicit a clearer expression without causing embarrassment. He found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that the person could indeed speak. Greetings, I am Xiaobai. Thank you for your rescue, he said with utmost politeness, his expression grave. Xiaobai? Oh, no need for thanks. I am Dr. Indigo. Let us find a quieter place to converse. The meeting area has already been prepared. Coincidentally, the captain is also on the island, so we can discuss matters while we wait. An island and a captain? Xiaobai nodded slightly, and Indigo gestured to the robust attendant behind him, who promptly rushed away. Xiaobai paid no mind to it, merely following Indigo while a wave of confusion washed over him. The enormous and magnificent palaces he had traversed, the intricate instruments and advanced technologies of the place where he had awakened, and even the doctor-like figure with several attendants. Was there some hidden power in this world that he remained unaware of? Could it be the butterfly effect of my arrival? Could it be that upon awakening, a millennium has passed? No one could provide answers, and Xiaobai chose to ponder no more. Following Indigo's lead, he was soon invited to a grand hall where a table awaited him. Before the host could speak, Xiaobai could hardly contain himself. Excuse me, but may I inquire how many days I've been asleep? Days? Indigo paused for a moment, taken aback. Xiaobai's heart sank as a sense of unease crept in. Perhaps his grievous injuries and prolonged slumber could no longer be described merely in terms of days. Then, could it be months? Years? If we were to reckon from the moment we discovered you, it has likely been 7 days. Xiaobai momentarily froze, yet Indigo appeared to recall something. His face alight with fervor. What exactly is the condition of your body? When we discovered you, your injuries were deemed fatal. The captain ordered us to rescue you. But the medical team held little hope. Yet, astonishingly, you revived from the brink of death in merely 2 days. 2 days. We then examined your physiology. What a miracle. Your physique, resembling that of a mere child of 7 or 8 years, is comparable to that of a beast. Not only does your extraordinary recuperative ability astound, but the sheer strength of your body surpasses that of an ordinary person by over 30 times. As Indigo continued in his fervent excitement, Xiaobai's pupils constricted in apprehension. Examined my body? Extracted marrow? Or perhaps taken biopsies? Have they introduced anything foreign into my system? Or even turned hostile? Xiaobai promptly closed his eyes, attuning himself to his body. Upon realizing there was nothing amiss, he dispelled the chilling sensation that had enveloped him. Exhaling a sigh of relief, just as he contemplated interrupting Indigo's incessant chatter, a sharp metallic sound resonated from afar, growing closer. Both turned their gazes towards the door, which had been thrust open. There stood a towering figure with golden, spiky hair, adorned with what appeared to be a fragmented ship's wheel as an ornament. A cigar dangled from his mouth, and a wild mane of golden beard framed his chin. A loosely draped golden chain coiled around his waist and at his legs were 2 swords. A flicker of recognition stirred within him, but who could it be? Jahahaha. Welcome to Miracle Island, little one. I am the master of this island, Golden Lion Shiki. Upon their first encounter, the man with the ships will burst into laughter directed at Xiaobai. The term little one momentarily distracted Xiaobai, reminiscent of how Uncle Remo used to address him. Shaking off the reverie, Xiaobai quickly regained his composure. Greetings, I am Xiaobai. Ah, Momotaro? The man, who proclaimed himself as Golden Lion, suddenly exclaimed dramatically at the sight of Xiaobai. Indigo rushed to his side, delivering a sharp slap to his shoulder while bellowing, "It's Xiaobai." At this moment, Xiaobai found himself momentarily perplexed, reflecting upon the fact that the master of this place was rather muddled. Unexpectedly, the two of them suddenly struck a victorious pose. Hey, X2A short play, perhaps? Xiaobai cast a fleeting glance at the accompanying personnel, seeking to gauge their reactions, only to observe them silently closing the door behind them as they departed. He furrowed his brow, pondering that it was perhaps best to feign ignorance. After all, in this world, the foolish actions of the elderly were all too common, and taking them to heart would only lead to defeat. Indeed, the lack of response from Xiaobai seemed to be a familiar occurrence for the two individuals present. The man who proclaimed himself the Golden Lion casually perched himself across from Xiaobai, yet the latter noticed that he was suspended in midair. Suspended. Golden Lion. You are the captain of the flying pirate crew, the Grand Admiral of the pirate fleet. As memories collided, Xiaobai suddenly recalled the identity of the person before him, a figure once renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard, a notorious pirate who had nearly obliterated Roger. The only individual who successfully orchestrated Peyton's escape. The user of the float fruit, the Golden Lion. Oh, you are aware of my identity? A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in the Golden Lion's eyes. I am quite curious to learn how you arrived here. For Miracle Island is a concealed entity suspended high in the sky, and it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to reach. Xiaobai's momentary excitement was swiftly extinguished. Now, confronted by the questioning of the Golden Lion, he felt an intangible pressure that made him appear even more composed. Standing tall and unyielding, he was merely a child. This demeanor prompted Indigo, who also sensed the pressure, to cast a sidelong glance. Choosing silence, Xiaobai refrained from revealing anything about Ziyu, even to his savior. The silence persisted, the oppressive atmosphere remaining, yet Xiaobai remained unperturbed. Ha ha ha. You truly are intriguing, young one. How about joining my pirate crew? You must be aware of our formidable strength. I have high hopes for you. The Golden Lion suddenly burst into laughter, the pressure dissipating in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of admiration in his eyes for Xiaobai. Xiaobai smiled and gently shook his head. I am truly grateful for your assistance and fully aware of your formidable strength, but I must apologize. I believe I have already established my own pirate crew. The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent, and waved his hand dismissively as if unconcerned by Xiaobai's rejection. He did not pursue the matter further, and even Indigo cast a surprised glance at him. Instead, it was Xiaobai who spoke again. I plan to leave after a while, so rest assured. I will take care of my own accommodations and meals. Once again, I appreciate your help, and I intend to compensate you during my stay. There's no need for such formalities, young one. I have already expressed my confidence in you. We have no shortage of provisions here, and I am not a miser. Besides, I believe you will ultimately join us. Furthermore, your forehead injury has not completely healed, has it? Indigo quickly interjected, following the captain's lead. Forehead? Summoning a small mirror. Xiaobai examined the so-called injury on his forehead, a faint pink mark extending from the right side of his forehead to the corner of his eye. It bore no grotesqueness, having almost completely healed, yet the gentle touch elicited a profound pain within him. This is the mark from that day. No. My injury has fully healed. This, I wish to keep forever. A sense of melancholy, sadness, and nostalgia washed over Xiaobai's face. prompting a shared glance between the seasoned golden lion and Indigo. It was a sorrowful moment, one that even shifted the atmosphere. Yet who among them was free from an unresolvable past? All right, young one, would you like to tour my island? He cackled heartily, awakening from his reverie. Xiaobai turned toward the laughing golden lion. A praying mantis, towering 5 to 6 meters high, effortlessly bisected a giant tree with a 3-meter diameter. From the fallen tree leaped a red-haired gorilla, crashing down and causing the ground to tremble. Before the giant mantis could regain its footing, it was seized by a 6 to 7 meter tall black and white gibbon, which swung it around violently. The boulder 10 meters away was shattered upon impact. The gorilla bared its teeth and pounded its chest, roaring in provocation toward the gibbon, which responded with a ferocious roar of its own. Nearby, the mantis, amidst the rubble, shook its head and, as if unscathed, rose again to charge at the two beasts. Xiaobai stood upon the wooden boat summoned by the golden lion, gazing down from the heights at the monstrous battle unfolding below, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Aunt Bai, Kalina, Uncle Rimmer, and the innocent villagers of Fisherman's Village. I shall soon avenge you. Beside Xiaobai, I sensed his excitement. The golden lion, with a cigar clenched in its jaws, exchanged a silent glance with Indigo, sharing a quiet laugh. 3 late hours passed. If the group cannot accommodate more members, simply join the Xiaobai throne discussion group. 3 days later, Xiaobai refrained from mentioning his departure, while the golden lion and Indigo feigned ignorance. Miracle Island, the main island, is the largest and the highest. With the palatial residence of Golden Lion and Xiaobai perched atop its snow-clad mountains, a stark contrast to the warmer terrain below. Surrounding Miracle Island are 7 smaller islands, one of which seems to harbor inhabitants. Xiaobai, however, did not delve into that matter. He brazenly broached the subject of claiming an island for himself, only to be met with a curt refusal from Golden Lion. Unperturbed, he chose to follow Indigo around during the day, who appeared indifferent, proudly showcasing his research findings. Yet, Xiaobai's interest was singularly focused on one particular matter. This matter pertained to a unique plant known as IQ, which, when refined, could catalyze the combative evolution of the island's creatures. Serving as one of the island's core secrets, the captain had mentioned that joining their ranks would yield access to their research, albeit limited. However, he cautioned Xiaobai that without their foundational knowledge, he could not hope to achieve significant discoveries. The current applications they had were the culmination of over a decade's collaboration among leading scientists, with detailed information held by him and Lord Shurji. Disregarding Indigo's persuasive arguments, Xiaobai recognized the plant's extraordinary ability to accelerate animal evolution, capable of being directed towards desired outcomes with minimal inducement. Such potential, if harnessed effectively, could prove revolutionary. Upon acquiring this pink, single-flowered herb, he found it perplexing that he could not identify any reference to it in the compendium of flora from his previous world, suggesting it was either unique to this realm or perhaps of a level too low to be catalogued. After several days of studying the plant, Xiaobai found himself at an impasse. He was disinclined to rely on the research reports provided by Golden Lion and his associates, as their findings bore the flaw of inducing irrational ferocity in the creatures. Most importantly, Xiaobai was unwilling to barter his freedom and status for their knowledge. He held firm in the belief that his own intellectual arsenal could enable him to negotiate on equal terms. The abundant resources here piqued Xiaobai's interest in the concealed research of Golden Lion and his team. Despite Golden Lion's apparent interest in having him work under his command long-term, Xiaobai politely declined. Previously, when he had been affiliated with Luffy's Straw Hat crew, there had been an underlying implication of manipulation, a notion that held no allure for a practitioner of the carefree path. At this juncture, Xiaobai had originally intended to hone his skills on the Grand Line to grow stronger and seek vengeance. Yet, the myriad opportunities presented by Golden Lion's domain sparked a new perspective. Being a fugitive, he recognized that the concealment and training environment here were impeccable, especially with the array of formidable monsters that intrigued him. His devil fruit abilities allowed him to replicate creatures for assistance in combat, but he had always lacked formidable entities to aid him. Although he had contemplated replicating Kizuru, the process was time-consuming, and given Kizuru's capabilities and experience, traversing the unknown mirrors was implausible. Moreover, even if he managed to summon a copy, it would amount to a powerless imitation, as his fruit could only replicate physical strength, excluding energy potency. Here, however, the existence of powerful monsters offered the possibility of creating robust replicas, although they were not yet the formidable beings he envisioned. And experiments revealed that the energy cost of summoning replicas was not viable. Xiaobai was willing to wait. He estimated that the narrative's progression would unfold in approximately a decade, providing him ample time to both strengthen himself and research IQ to accelerate the evolution of these creatures, ensuring they would soon reach a formidable stature. Suddenly, an exhilarating idea struck him. Dr. Indigo, could you provide me with a quiet research facility? One equipped with a confinement area for beasts, as I wish to study those creatures. Indigo hesitated for a moment, recalling Captain Golden Lion's directive to grant Xiaobai autonomy over everything except core matters. After a brief pause, he nodded. Very well. But the capture of those ferocious beasts will be your responsibility. We can assist you, but you must join us. Additionally, Even if you possess the capability to capture and study them, under no circumstances should you harm these creatures. Many are among the last of their kind in existence. And if any were to perish, it would lead to significant complications. Even if the captain does not hold you accountable, I certainly will not let it slide. Xiaobai merely smiled, paying no heed to it. After a moment of contemplation, Indigo led Xiaobai to the research laboratory. Suddenly, there were sounds of a roar, a clap, and a boom. Xiaobai deftly evaded an attack from his side, leaping swiftly to take refuge atop a grand tree. The spot he had just vacated was reduced to rubble by the massive gorilla, towering over 6 meters, which had struck down with tremendous force. Watching the pulverized granite, Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a pang of dread. Had he been caught beneath that blow, his fate would likely have been dire. Yet, a flicker of delight illuminated his face. How splendid! The more formidable you are, the more joy it brings me. Concealed among the lush foliage, he observed the blue-haired behemoth rampaging through the nearby trees in frustration, unable to locate him. He silently calculated his options: a toothy pterosaur, a fire-breathing titanic rhinoceros beetle, a gargantuan caterpillar with menacing fangs, and the blue-haired gorilla before him. For should suffice, he mused. Suddenly, Xiaobai's body froze as an exceptionally keen sense of smell detected a revolting stench. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly distanced himself from the area. Crack! Just as he made his escape, a massive green and camouflaged serpent struck the branch he had just vacated, snapping it with a diameter exceeding a meter. The severed wood hissing ominously as it began to corrode. Venomous. Even a mere touch could prove fatal. He must remain vigilant. In the original tale, these monsters, having thrived for a decade, would require the strength of Luffy and his Gear 3rd to subdue. Licking his lips, Xiaobai summoned his weapon, Xiao. Vanishing in an instant and reappearing atop the colossal serpent's head. With a powerful strike of Xiao, he delivered a resounding blow to its skull. The serpent plummeted to the ground like a comet, its head embedding itself into the earth. Without hesitation, Xiaobai leaped beside it, delivering another forceful strike. He was unperturbed by the possibility of killing it. He understood that these creatures possessed tough hides and would awaken within half an hour, rendering him unconcerned about the notion of dispatching them with a mere 2 blows. Time was of the essence. As he observed the enraged gorilla charging towards him, Xiaobai contemplated the onslaught of these bizarre and aggressive monsters, each more formidable than the last, relentless in their pursuit. The ferocity of their attacks startled even him. The gorilla, in its fury, was clearing a path through the trees, and Xiaobai wished to avoid a direct confrontation. He opted to repeat his earlier tactic, leaping onto a branch to catch it off guard. Yet, midair, his right foot was ensnared by an unseen force, causing him to falter, his leg entangled. A transparent rope. A net? A translucent spider's web? With his foot ensnared, his entire body hung precariously in the air, discomfort coursing through him. Xiaobai tugged at the webbing, but it would not yield. Stubbornness ignited within him, and he exerted all his strength. The silk resisted momentarily before finally giving way. To his horror, he beheld the architect of this trap, a spider the size of a truck, crawling leisurely towards him, its glossy black body adorned with thick, lustrous fur. Its swollen abdomen bore the visage of a grotesque face, and its 8 robust limbs moved with a soft rustling sound. The dark, hollow eyes glinting ominously as they locked onto him. Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine. He had always maintained a respectful distance from these multi-legged, fuzzy creatures. And the gigantic, terrifyingly enhanced hairy phantom spider before him only intensified his unease. Even with his considerable skills and audacity, he found himself shuddering at the sight of it. This creature was best avoided. Suppressing the overwhelming itch that enveloped him, Xiaobai swiftly struck the colossal gorilla 3 times, rendering it unconscious. With a quiet exclamation, he hoisted it up and hurriedly departed from the area without a glance back. Perhaps due to its cumbersome movement, the spider did not pursue him, emitting a high-pitched screech of frustration before retreating into the foliage once more. Sighing in relief, Xiaobai tossed the blue-haired gorilla onto the vibrant giant serpent. Then, with a playful grin, he pointed at a massive snail nestled among the trees. In a monitoring room within the palace, the golden lion and his companions were momentarily taken aback as they observed the screen. After a brief pause, the golden lion furrowed his brow and turned to Indigo. Did you inform him about monitoring the snails? No, I never mentioned it to him, and to my knowledge, no one else has either. It's curious how he came to know, and it seems he has been aware of our surveillance all along. The golden lion pondered for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, this young lad, so composed at such a tender age, is indeed fascinating, especially with his remarkable speed, strength, and that mysterious ability. He is undeniably well suited to our cause. Have someone assist him with his research, let him explore freely. As the wind began to calm. Later on, Xiaobai observed the ferocious beasts within the cages before him and smiled. Are you suggesting that if I provide you with suitable blood from rare beasts, you could produce something even more powerful? The affirmative response from the golden lion and Indigo filled them with uncontainable excitement, leaving Xiaobai a bit perplexed. Is this truly so valuable? He mused, noting their exhilaration. Absolutely essential, the golden lion and Indigo chorused. Unlike Xiaobai, whose experiences had always revolved around individual combat, they measured worth by collective strength. Xiaobai's talismans were trivial compared to their level of combat prowess, but for ordinary combatants, they held immense value. Such talismans required no cost and were akin to the abilities of devil fruits. They were universally applicable, effortlessly carried, and ideal for ambushes. If every subordinate possessed one, their power would increase 2- or 3-fold. As the golden lion and Indigo's eyes glistened with fervor, their gazes toward Xiaobai grew increasingly fervent. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, Xiaobai felt a swell of joy within. He had initially conceived the idea of utilizing the blood of these monstrous beasts to supplement his own, enabling him to mass-produce talismans without depleting his vital essence. The results had proven successful. Although the initial power seemed modest, he had found a promising path. With the right blood, he was confident he could amplify the potency of these talismans tenfold. Moreover, in the future, as the strength of the ferocious beast's blood increased, so too would his own cultivation, allowing him to forge talismans of unimaginable power, far surpassing those recorded in history. Though it was a distant prospect, it was already within reach. Mr. Xiaobai, how many of these can you produce in a day? Suddenly, Indigo seemed to recall something and hurriedly inquired, prompting the golden lion to look over with keen interest. Unbeknownst to them, Indigo's tone had subconsciously adopted a note of respect. 5, perhaps 2. Xiaobai remarked that with his current physique and cultivation, he could produce approximately 7 or 8 talismans in a single day if he exerted himself to the fullest. However, such an endeavor would not only drain his mental energy but also consume a significant amount of time. The creation of these talismans would deplete the true essence he had painstakingly accumulated, thereby hindering his cultivation. Moreover, it would exhaust his spiritual power. And overextending himself could lead to fainting, which left Xiaobai quite hesitant regarding the cost-effectiveness of this undertaking. Although the Golden Lion and Indigo claimed that these talismans were beneficial, Xiaobai regarded their assertions as one-sided. He wished to observe the effects of these talismans in action and their impact on the world before determining their true value. Speculation was merely conjecture. Only concrete evidence could win his trust. Ideally, he hoped to witness the Golden Lion and his companions utilize his talismans in battle, allowing them to shine in this world. After assessing the results, he would evaluate the cost-effectiveness of these talismans and decide whether it was worthwhile to invest significant time and cultivation in their creation. Until he arrived at a definitive conclusion, Xiaobai intended to diversify his own development, exploring formations, medicinal pills, and advanced martial techniques, with talismans being just one aspect. He would not allow his entire focus to be consumed by them. Thus his responses to the Golden Lion and his companions were increasingly conservative. Even though the Golden Lion and Indigo had begun to perceive Xiaobai's reservations, they were still elated upon hearing the figures he presented. Initially, they believed that producing 1 talisman a day was already commendable, but now it seemed that acquiring these talismans was even more promising than they had anticipated. 2 a day, 60 a month, 730 a year, 730 powerful strikes, each more formidable than the last. Let me clarify. I cannot be preoccupied with crafting these items from dawn until dusk, and this is merely a transaction, with me retaining the unilateral right to terminate it. The essence of the exchange revolves around various raw materials, specifically the blood of different monsters and some herbs. By the way, starting tomorrow, I may need to filter suitable blood, so I must deal with those monsters. This is entirely negotiable. We will provide everything we have. It doesn't matter even if those rare beasts are slain. The Golden Lion waved his hand grandly once more, choosing to selectively disregard Xiaobai's previous statements. It is indeed of great importance. Xiaobai found himself at a loss for words. However, contemplating the prospect of freely utilizing those ferocious beasts, he couldn't help but smile. As long as he had access to their blood, he could incessantly produce talismans without the need to enhance his own cultivation. Furthermore, he could conduct numerous advantageous studies on these monstrous creatures. Provided that the attributes aligned, not only would this correspondingly increase the success rate of crafting the talismans, but it would also significantly amplify their potency. Although it appeared that the finished products lacked the strength of those created from his own blood, the potential for improvement was substantial. Most importantly, the absence of reliance on his own blood eliminated numerous constraints, such as the scarcity of resources, allowing for greater mass production. Moreover, based on Xiaobai's understanding of the Golden Lion, he knew that it would be more eager than he to test the capabilities of the talismans. Given its nature, as long as what it possessed proved useful, it would not hesitate to create chaos in the vicinity of Wufeng. Those who dared to pass through were often pirates or navy personnel. Xiaobai cared little if the pirates faced calamity, but he would find great pleasure in seeing the navy suffer, relishing their distress. Empowering his savior while inflicting discomfort upon the opposing navy was a notion Xiaobai readily embraced. He mused that if he had a more detailed introduction and distribution map of the various monstrous beasts, he would expedite his research considerably. Xiaobai pondered for a moment and was taken aback when the Golden Lion promptly responded, "This is not an issue at all. Starting tomorrow, let Indigo accompany you. He specializes in the study of the rare creatures on Wiremayu Island and possesses extensive knowledge on many matters. As a guide, he is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Furthermore, he can offer invaluable insights regarding your research." Xiaobai nodded slightly, then smiled. Could it be for the purpose of surveillance and stealing knowledge? At this, Jean Shitzi was momentarily taken aback, while Indigo's face, painted in a pale white, flushed crimson as he erupted. Who am I? Even before the era of great pirates, I was a scientist standing at the pinnacle. Why on earth would I need to pilfer your trivial knowledge? Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at him. It was difficult to discern whether his expression reflected the embarrassment of being exposed or the frustration of having his authority questioned. He waved his hand dismissively, signifying that he bore no ill will, and left with the words, "I shall come to find you tomorrow," as he exited through the gaping hole that had been created. At that moment, Indigo quickly regained his composure, tightly gripping the talisman in his hand as he exchanged a knowing glance with the golden lion. The lion produced one of the talismans, studied it for a moment, and nodded in affirmation. A look of joy blossomed on Indigo's face, and he promptly dashed out, clutching the remaining talismans. Within the grand hall, the remaining golden lion resumed smoking a cigar, igniting it with a flourish. Amidst the swirling smoke, his fingers traced the patterns on the talisman, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly erupting into hearty laughter that echoed through the spacious hall. The following are esoteric revelations that many may not comprehend. First, register or log in. Then, locate the volumes titled Xiaobai's Throne or Pirate King Xiaobai. The name shall remain unspoken here. Next, click to add to your collection, and you will find that your genetic locks have been unlocked. Subsequently, click on the flowers section. You possess flowers, and they are bestowed upon you daily. This is a decree from Jesus, and you must believe and participate. After this, you will find today has become significantly enriching. Look, out of the billions on this planet, I have revealed this to you. Welcome, esteemed readers, to indulge in the latest, swiftest, and most popular serialized works available. 10 days later, a disheveled and haggard Xiaobai emerged from his exclusive research chamber, his face alight with exhilaration. The massive automated transmission beetles, acting as surveillance devices, promptly relayed the images back to the monitoring room, where the staff rushed to inform the Golden Lion and Indigo, both of whom were reportedly quite intrigued by the child's actions. Thus, when Xiaobai stormed into the grand hall, the Golden Lion and Indigo were already seated. Xiaobai, undeterred, plopped down at the prepared table and began stuffing food into his mouth. The staff member, who was about to take their leave, was taken aback. Had anyone else dared such a bold act, they would have been swiftly dealt with by the Golden Lion. With this thought, the staff member furtively glanced at the Golden Lion, only to find him unconcernedly puffing on his cigar, while Indigo simply continued to enjoy his meal. The staff member instantly understood. Their gaze towards Xiaobai transformed into one of profound respect. They bowed slightly and promptly exited. Uncle Shiji, may I ask you a question? Xiaobai suddenly ceased his voracious eating and inquired, raising his gaze. Initially, the Golden Lion was incensed at being addressed so directly by name, but he restrained his fury, perhaps feeling it beneath him to argue with a 7- or 8-year-old child. Eventually, he grew accustomed to this informal address and found himself less resistant to Xiaobai's manner. Seeing the seriousness in Xiaobai's eyes, the Golden Lion had intended to respond with a jest, but Xiaobai had already posed his question. It seems you have been rather indulgent with me. May I inquire as to the reason? Do not attempt to deceive me. I am quite astute. Xiaobai maintained an air of nonchalance, though only he was aware of the tension brewing within him, as it was his first attempt at posturing. The Golden Lion, upon hearing this, merely smiled, unfazed by Xiaobai's tone. How you arrived here went unnoticed by us. By the time we discovered you, you were on the brink of death. You are already aware of this, are you not? What you do not know is that despite your near demise, you have managed to instill fear in the ferocious beasts surrounding you. The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Xiaobai. You are aware of the concept of dominance, I presume? On this island, numerous ferocious creatures have evolved to disregard ordinary displays of power. Yet they are intimidated by the aura emanating from you. More specifically, it is the purple sword you conjured from thin air that has unsettled them. To be frank, even Scarlito, the king of these beasts, a formidable red-haired gorilla, lacks such an ability. I find your prowess quite intriguing. As I pondered the days to come, I was curious about how one, gravely injured, could ascend to the heights of this island, possessing the capacity to create such a formidable presence, alongside that unprecedented healing ability. It is inconceivable that you are an insignificant figure. Thus, I described you to my subordinates, who attempted to investigate. Remarkably, within half a day, the news returned. The Golden Lion erupted into hearty laughter, casually producing a piece of paper from his bosom and letting it drift lazily into Xiaobai's hands. Upon receiving it, Xiaobai's pupils constricted in shock. A bounty of 550 million. To evade Admiral Kizaru, who possesses the light fruit, to survive the Demon Slayer order, and to confront 5 rear admirals, resulting in 2 deaths and 3 severe injuries, alongside the annihilation of 10 warships and the loss of over 2,000 Navy personnel. Haha, I am exceedingly fond of you. Your accomplishments would shame many of those who now boast of being the so-called great pirates. The Golden Lion's tone grew increasingly exuberant, his excitement palpable, and the resonance of his laughter was deafening. Meanwhile, Xiaobai merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the bounty in his hands, rendered speechless by the string of zeros. 550 million. What a formidable figure. What a level of existence this represents. Yet, the Golden Lion continued to coax him. Based on my understanding of the world government and the Navy, your actions have undoubtedly caused them immense embarrassment and losses, and they will spare no effort in retaliating against you. TSK. The loss of 5 esteemed rear admirals and the soldiers on 10 warships. Haha. Moreover, with the slander they will cast upon you, your future in the pirate world will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The Navy will certainly seek to eliminate you swiftly. I do not speak in hyperbole, with your intellect. You can surely conceive of this, can you not? Xiaobai gazed at the golden lion, a slight frown creasing his brow. What exactly do you wish to convey? Ha. You must be unaware, right? This is the doldrums, soaring high above, a place even the Navy cannot locate, and even if they did, they would never succeed in an assault. It is undoubtedly the optimal sanctuary. Even in opposition to the world, we possess ample and vulnerable ground. Young one, you must have already forged an unyielding enmity with the Navy, haven't you? The formidable Navy, with its deep-rooted heritage and the might of the world, is far beyond your capacity to fathom. Once they set their sights on you, you will find yourself utterly immobilized. Moreover, this location can serve as your bastion against the Navy. Join us. We can assist you in your battle against them, with relentless persuasion. The golden lion's swords clanged against the stone tiles, creating a peculiar rhythm, akin to the very pulse of Xiaobai's heart. The figure leaned in closer, squatting before him. Listen to me. Do not even think about leaving. You will discover that your only refuge lies here, and it is indeed your best sanctuary. Align yourself with me, become my instrument. I possess an array of potions, a multitude of talents, and an assortment of powerful mythical beasts. I am on the verge of acquiring the strength to alter this world. I shall facilitate your swift and secure ascent to formidable power, enabling you to exact unrestrained vengeance upon the Navy. With your existing strength combined with mine, we can undoubtedly overturn this world. So, young one, follow me. I refuse. Xiaobai's resolute voice resonated with unwavering certainty. Silence. The unbearable stillness enveloped the vast hall, reaching a point where the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Xiaobai remained undaunted, defiantly gazing at the golden lion, embodying the pride of a cultivator, an unyielding pride. Indigo, initially filled with fervor, momentarily lost himself in thought before regaining composure, eager to diffuse the tension. Meanwhile, the golden lion had risen to his feet, towering over Xiaobai, his eyes narrowing slightly, the brilliance within them flickering incessantly. The atmosphere felt as though it had thickened, rendering even the heartbeat hesitant to echo loudly. Tension hung in the air, poised to erupt at any moment. Ha. The golden lion erupted in laughter, and as he and Xiaobai exchanged mirthful glances, the thickly charged atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Indigo, bewildered yet quick to adapt, opened his mouth wide and joined in with his distinctive, raucous laughter, filling the grand hall with the vibrant sounds of the three men's joviality. In the chamber, the golden lion furrowed his brow, shaking the parchment inscribed with runes in his hand. Is this what you've been toiling over these past few days? He inquired, taking a puff of his cigar and arching an eyebrow. Do you truly think to barter this trinket for the right to reside here and the privilege of utilizing those rare beasts? Do you underestimate me, the golden lion? Xiaobai chuckled lightly, offering no explanation as he produced 6 or 7 talismans and handed them to the curious Indigo beside him. You may give them a try. Simply tear open the side with the symbol facing outward. Ideally, find a more spacious location. I have just completed these and am uncertain of their power. Power? Jean Shitzi scoffed, beginning to follow Xiaobai's instructions and tear one open. We had an agreement, little one. Oh, before Xiaobai could intervene. The talisman in the golden lion's hand unleashed a colossal fireball upon being torn apart, a fiery sphere with a diameter of 6 meters that shot forth like a cannonball, crashing through the walls of the grand hall. The ground trembled slightly, yet this subtle movement was perceptible to the 3 formidable experts present. Debris cascaded from the crumbling edges of the wall, and the frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, surged into the hall with wild abandon. The golden lion and Indigo stood there, dumbfounded, while Xiaobai frowned at the damage inflicted upon the wall. The impact was likely akin to half the potency of the unique cannonball that Baki later faced during his confrontation with the prison beast in the underwater prison. Nevertheless, it was merely a phase of experimentation. I had clearly specified the necessity for an open space in advance. Xiaobai observed the 2 individuals appearing somewhat dazed and nonchalantly spoke up, for the destruction did not concern him. However, the golden lion immediately glanced over with reddened eyes, his tone shifting noticeably. How much do you have left? Can you obtain more of such items? Wait, can ordinary people even use these? I've given you all I could, but I can still condense it into a form. Moreover, this item is usable by anyone. However, I require the blood of those creatures. As long as I have sufficient blood, I can produce a certain quantity. Excellent. That is feasible. We can grant you the right to utilize them freely, provided you can create this paper without harming them. The golden lion waved his hand grandly, exuding a sense of magnificence. This paper is a talisman. This is merely a preliminary attempt. If the blood is adequately matched, I can forge even more potent versions. More powerful. The golden lion and Indigo exchanged glances, excitement reflected in their eyes. Are you suggesting that if suitable rare beast blood is supplied, you can produce something even more formidable? The golden lion exclaimed, expelling the remnants of his cigar, his expression filled with exhilaration. Xiaobai nodded. The two golden lions grew increasingly excited. Early birds catch the worms. This is merely the fire-spitting beetle, possessing a hard shell and the ability to breathe fire, capable of low-altitude, short-distance flight. Indigo explained as he guided Xiaobai towards the dazed beast. Have you tried this one? What about the broad-eared elephant, which can fly short distances at relatively high altitudes, with a thick keratin layer and immense explosive power upon impact? That one doesn't work either? Then what of the scythe fox? Lasting for a month. Xiaobai and Indigo, accompanied by a group of laborers, meticulously sifted through all the monstrous beasts inhabiting the island. Xiaobai, rising early and toiling late, was engrossed in urgent research, contemplating the limitations of his mirror abilities. After careful consideration, he initially selected 7 creatures, a 6-meter-long, streamlined, fire-breathing lizard known as the black dragon, a nearly 3-meter-tall, bipedal creature with a hard exterior known as the claw dragon, a 5-meter-long shark with a rocky exterior, a blue-striped, 6-legged, double-tailed saber-toothed tiger measuring over 6 meters, a 4-meter-tall green mantis with razor-sharp sides, an imposing 5-meter-tall, ferocious brown bear, and the only seemingly tranquil creature, a 1.5-meter-tall Qing Wan. In choosing these formidable beasts, Xiaobai endeavored to move beyond mere appearances, focusing instead on their compatibility with talismanic attributes and their potential for growth into future summoned beasts. While their combat prowess may not be the most formidable among the selection, Xiaobai discerned that they possessed the greatest potential. The blood of the black dragon could be utilized for fire attribute talismans, the blood of the rock shark for water attribute talismans, the blood of the double-tailed blue tiger for wind attribute talismans, the brown bear's blood for defensive talismans, and the Qing Wan's blood for lightning attribute talismans. Furthermore, he envisioned the claw dragon and the side mantis as pivotal elements in cultivating high-end combat prowess. As they are nurtured and grow stronger, these creatures will elevate Xiaobai to new heights. Moreover, when the time comes for Xiaobai to delve into alchemy, they may very well provide him with unexpected assistance. Xiaobai gazed upon the defiant beast before him, satisfied. As the initial cohort of his foundation and support, they would be entitled to bask in unparalleled glory alongside his own ascent. 5 days later, Golden Lion and Indigo stood dumbfounded before a vast pit, 3 meters deep and 10 meters wide, the result of an explosion. After a prolonged silence, Indigo finally spoke. Is this your new invention, Lord Shurji? Indeed. Indigo replied, somewhat dazed. How long did it take? It's only been a little over a month since the last one, right? Yes, Lord Shurji, Indigo answered, still in a stupor. The power must be at least 4 times greater than before. With just a dozen of these talismans, one could obliterate a naval warship, correct? Golden Lion took a deep drag from his cigar, letting the smoke obscure his intense gaze. Yes, Lord Shurji, Indigo said, his voice tinged with both excitement and helplessness. To think you could develop something 3 times more potent in just over a month, while you lot have squandered resources and time for over a month with no progress to show. Golden Lion suddenly yanked the cigar from his mouth and hurled it to the ground, unleashing a fierce roar. What are you all doing? A bunch of useless fools. Indigo and the team of researchers immediately lowered their heads, silenced by fear. Had it not been for the presence of others, some would have knelt in submission. Witnessing the once arrogant geniuses now cowering, Golden Lion's frustration grew more acute. Indigo, I don't care what means you employ, within a month. You must either devise a method to produce this device or find a way to ensure that young Xiaobai remains with us forever. Golden Lion strode up to Indigo, seizing him by the collar and glaring fiercely. Indigo wilted under the pressure. Golden Lion was notorious for his volatile temper. He had a history of executing subordinates on the spot for perceived failures. Although he had tempered his outbursts in recent years, when he erupted, even Indigo, who had served him for years, dared not utter a word of dissent, let alone the weaker researchers. At the slightest raise of his voice, they trembled in fear. Lord Shurji, are you implying? Indigo ventured cautiously, only to be met with a thunderous roar from Golden Lion that sent him reeling. What if he escapes when pressed? You have seen him wield that sword. While it may not match his ultimate speed, it allows for flight and prolonged aerial suspension. We do not even know its maximum velocity. If he flees, how will you pursue him? Can you chase him? Foolishness. I told you to utilize all available resources. Keep him here. Do you understand, foolish one? Why yes, of course, Lord Shurji. Indigo stammered, hastily lighting a new cigar for Golden Lion, desperately seeking to appease him. If necessary, the contents inside can be exchanged. Lord Shurji, that is inadvisable. Please reconsider. Enough. Golden Lion thundered, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. The researchers, unaccustomed to such intimidation, were instantly paralyzed. Some, overwhelmed, fainted on the spot, leaving an oppressive silence in the hall. You are all my carefully selected elite. I have provided you with instruments, materials, finances, and status. All I ask is that you diligently assist me. What now? Golden Lion's gaze bore into the cowed assembly. You, who deem yourselves geniuses, have toiled over these matters for so long. Yet all you've produced is a mere IQ, and that is only in its rudimentary stages. In that case, it would be better to trade those worthless items for a few of the boy's talismans. A bunch of useless gluttons. Some researchers seemed eager to protest. But the moment they met Golden Lion's gaze, they quickly bowed their heads, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Do I need to repeat myself? If you understand. Then get to work. You too. Get out. Leave this place immediately. Indigo and the researchers, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated, leaving Golden Lion alone in the grand hall. Talismans, you say? Golden Lion inhaled deeply from his cigar, furrowing his brow momentarily before relaxing, exhaling a plume of smoke that could not conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Mature in mind, exceptional in ability, transcendent in combat prowess, and possessing astonishing potential. I find myself quite taken with you. Ha 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 ha. The next update may arrive at midnight. My apologies, do not wait up. Xiaobai indulged in a refreshing wash, shedding the grime of past days, which left him feeling invigorated. He casually picked up an unknown fruit that had been delivered and took a bite, juice splattering, leaving a delightful fragrance lingering between his teeth. Meanwhile, Indigo, licking his parched lips, felt a mix of sourness and fatigue in his mouth, yet he persevered in his monotonous discourse. As Xiaobai listened to Indigo's repetitive persuasion, he absent-mindedly flipped through the research notes on IQ, his expression revealing a lack of enthusiasm. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, Dr. Indigo, are you suggesting that you possess some unknown herbs? Xiaobai raised his head, his gaze filled with anticipation. Ah, indeed. Upon hearing this, Indigo paused for a moment, then recalled the captain's instructions. Previously, he may have felt reluctant and unwilling, but now there was no other choice. Moreover, Indigo was wholly absorbed in the study of talismans, leaving him with no inclination to engage in anything else. I have a keen interest in those herbs. Could you take me to see them? Xiaobai exuded in eager anticipation, casually tossing aside the research notes, which had been hailed as the culmination of over a decade of scientific endeavor, causing Indigo, who observed him from across the table, to twitch uncontrollably at the corners of his eyes. If necessary, I can offer a novel talisman in exchange. Xiaobai suddenly leaned a little closer to Indigo and whispered, the new type. All right, let's go take a look. Please follow me. The words of Xiaobai undoubtedly possess immense allure for the current Indigo. Upon hearing of the new talisman, Indigo experienced a surge of excitement and joy, casting aside all other thoughts. Although the nature of this new talisman remains unknown, based on his studies of Xiaobai, Indigo surmised that it must be a powerful and convenient tool. More importantly, he contemplated the possibility of leveraging this new talisman, examining its subtle distinctions, in hopes of swiftly unraveling its underlying technology. The more Indigo pondered, the more exhilarated he became, prompting him to quicken his pace, following closely behind. Xiaobai had also gleaned some insight into Indigo's thoughts. Just as he had once recognized their covetousness for his talismans, he now raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, as he harbored his own plans. The crafting of talismans had been temporarily suspended. His current relationship with the Golden Lion and others could be likened to a transactional partnership, wherein he exchanged the talismans he produced for a foothold in this realm, or perhaps understood as a form of rent. With the talismans he had provided to the Golden Lion and the accumulated resources at his disposal, he had secured ample space and time for exchange. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Firstly, the cessation of his talisman crafting hindered the advancement of his own cultivation, consequently limiting the potency of the talismans. This created a vicious cycle. He yearned for both personal cultivation and extraordinary talismans, but it had become a dilemma akin to a fisherman's dilemma. The talismans were fundamental to his exchanges, yet their dependence on his cultivation development seemed counterproductive, for the essence of his pursuit was to attain personal strength. While lower-tier talismans held some utility, their assistance was inherently limited. Secondly, he found himself constrained by the creatures he had nurtured. Although these beasts appeared formidable, their levels were evidently low, which in turn meant their bloodlines lacked potency. The reality was that the attributes contained within their blood were diluted, resulting in diminished power, thereby restricting the level of the talismans. The immediate priority lay in elevating his own cultivation while simultaneously enhancing the levels of the creatures he had raised. As for Indigo and his companions' nurturing efforts, Xiaobai held no expectations. Their research efficiency was woefully inadequate, and the pace of evolution was dismally slow. If he were to rely on them to elevate the levels of these ferocious beasts, he might as well wait for an eternity. While they might be deemed impressive in the context of this world, their application of medicinal herbs was, in Xiaobai's eyes, nothing short of crude and substandard. Xiaobai casually perused the scrolls of elixirs in the Xiao Dian, discovering that some potions were remarkably suitable for the evolution of ferocious beasts. However, he lamented the lack of raw materials at his disposal, rendering him powerless to pursue these opportunities. Despite possessing no experience in alchemy, Xiaobai was confident that even a rudimentary attempt to concoct potions, guided by the recipes within the scrolls, would far surpass the crude efforts of Indigo and his companions. Upon hearing Indigo mention not only the inexplicable IQ but also various herbs, Xiaobai pondered that the specimens collected and cultivated by Indigo's group could not possibly be of inferior quality. Indeed, they might contain numerous ingredients perfectly suited for his alchemical endeavors. The prospect of alchemy excited him. It promised the unlocking of new celestial techniques, with a direct and profound impact on individual strength. The journey to success, he mused, begins with the legends of potions. With this thought in mind, How could Xiaobai not feel elated? As they navigated their path, perhaps anticipating the success of their imminent research, Indigo's enthusiasm was palpable as he engaged Xiaobai in incessant conversation. Yet, Xiaobai, preoccupied with his own thoughts, responded with a perfunctory attitude. By the way, Mr. Xiaobai, Indigo inquired nonchalantly, his gaze fixated on Xiaobai's face. Are your talismans difficult to manufacture? Indeed, they are quite challenging, much like giving birth. Xiaobai raised his head slightly to glance at him, then lowered it again to ponder. Is it akin to giving birth? Indigo was momentarily taken aback, only to become incensed and turn his head away. What a ludicrous metaphor. Who would believe that? It was merely an evasion of the method. With our esteemed scientists, what do we have to fear in terms of unraveling this mystery? Just by following the drawings, we should be able to produce a plethora of results. Yet, despite his thoughts, Indigo could not help but furrow his brows. They had long been engaged in research concerning those talisman papers, toiling relentlessly. Yet their creations remained identical, lacking that elusive capability. The essence of those papers and images, stripped down to their fundamentals, left the scientists on the verge of despair. Having squandered considerable manpower and resources with no advancement, and consequently facing the wrathful reprimands of the Golden Lion on several occasions, the more Indigo contemplated, the more vexed he became, unable to comprehend what Xiaobai had truly accomplished. The only certainty was that it was extraordinary and nothing more. Just that. A heartbreaking and infinitely frustrating just that. To seize? Merely a thought. The other party could flee before his own group could even catch a glimpse of him. What threats could they possibly wield? In terms of ruthlessness, the other party boasted a formidable record of vanquishing 10 ships and their crews with ease. Even the heavy narcotics they had previously employed had merely caused him a momentary inebriation, a fleeting intoxication. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ing's eyes involuntarily twitched. Lost in contemplation, he meandered forward and pushed open the grand door of a vast greenhouse. Melview was the original name of this main island, also known as the Island of Miracles. It was once a towering island nestled in the windless belt of the Grand Route, but the Golden Lion forcibly severed it, bestowing it with the ability to float. The cliffs were enveloped by a thick layer of seawater, allowing it to exist as a self-sustaining floating island, concealed above the clouds. An oasis beyond the reach of the world. Through the various resources supplied and transformed by the Golden Lion's fleet, and the relentless hunt for various ferocious and rare beasts to join the Grand Route, the scene Xiaobai beheld today came into existence. The medicinal herb greenhouse. Sprawling over an area equivalent to 2 standard football fields, a grand expanse of 15,000 square meters, served as the core of the Golden Lion's research. Though the outcomes were modest, the collection was bountiful, quietly cultivated in a hidden location behind the palace. In a world teeming with superhuman abilities and formidable individuals, the practice of medicine was destined to languish. Various superpowers could resolve a multitude of injuries, and those with extraordinary strength possessed remarkable self-healing capabilities. When such individuals required medical assistance, conventional remedies proved ineffective. Fortunately, thanks to the foresight of the Golden Lion and Indigo, efforts were concentrated on herbal studies, not only for medicinal purposes but also leading to one of the few extreme applications of pharmaceuticals in the pirate world. Astutely gathering these herbs from various locales from the outset, while the research yielded limited results, the collection was undeniably rich, much to the benefit of Xiaobai, who possessed divine insight. From the very moment Xiaobai laid eyes on the collection, he was utterly captivated. The heart-eating flower of worry-free severance, the celestial heart herb bestowed by divine grace, the flowing fire golden lamp of Tao rhythm, a petal of the reincarnation cocoon lotus. These were merely glimpses of what Xiaobai recognized. Each one was a renowned entity within the esteemed compendium of elixirs and herbs, with conditions for their appearance exceedingly stringent. They were extraordinarily rare, yet here, they were piled high. Such divine treasures were encounters that could only be witnessed during the primordial chaos of the universe's inception. Xiaobai's heart convulsed violently. What are these? He was unaware that his voice trembled. Click, clack. This is the place where we gather various unknown herbs. It is the very core of our research. Indigo gazed affectionately at this land of ethereal herbs, exhilarated, his hands dancing in the air. For nearly a decade, we have amassed rare herbs from around the world and the island itself. Although they pale in comparison to IQ, these are indeed some remarkably precious herbs. Is that so? Xiaobai bent down, his slightly trembling hand gently caressing an herb with fiery red leaves. His voice appeared calm, yet within him, tumultuous waves of emotion churned. Indeed. Behold this herb, it is one we procured from the great maritime route. This one is from, at that time, how can it compare to IQ? Guarding a treasure mountain without recognizing its worth. A group of ignorant souls. Xiaobai suppressed the shock within, speaking with a hint of sarcasm, yet harboring a profound perplexity. How could these celestial herbs, which evidently require stringent conditions for growth, thrive here as if they were mere weeds? However well they are nurtured, if they fall into the hands of the ignorant, they are destined to be squandered. No, I must acquire them all. They ought to be in the possession of those who truly appreciate their worth. Everything should rightfully belong to me. Xiaobai's heart screamed with intensity. The thought that some of these herbs might have been extinguished by Indigo and his ilk filled him with sorrow. How infuriatingly ignorant they are. Indigo, witnessing Xiaobai's astonishment, felt a surge of pride swell within him. However, as he noted the bewilderment in Xiaobai's eyes, disdain crept in. After all, he was merely a child, captivated by the beauty of these herbs, utterly unaware of their true value. When he saw Xiaobai crouch down to touch them, a pang of irritation struck him. Fearing that the boy's ignorance might lead to the ruin of these precious plants, he struggled to suppress the urge to admonish him. But the thought of Xiaobai's status and the captain's instructions restrained his impulse. Truly, what ignorance! They both shared a tacit understanding of this sentiment. With a contemptuous grunt, Indigo's self-satisfaction resurfaced. The allure of the rare herbs and Xiaobai's infatuation was enough to buoy his spirits. He began to boastfully elaborate on the treasures before them. Yet to Xiaobai, whose understanding far surpassed his own, his words only served to render him a figure of ridicule. Unbeknownst to Indigo, he continued to flaunt his knowledge with great delight. Of course, these were not the most precious specimens. The true treasures lay deeper within. There, he had fortuitously uncovered rare saplings plundered from the heart of the sacred giant tree, Adam, towering over 1,000 meters. These saplings were 100-fold more extraordinary than Adam itself. You are familiar with Adam, are you not? Never mind. Your experience is limited. I shall take you to witness it firsthand. And do take care not to step on or disturb the herbs here. They are all exceedingly valuable. Indigo prattled on, his tone dripping with arrogance, while simultaneously cautioning Xiaobai against his potential folly. Upon hearing the words, Xiaobai merely raised an eyebrow, silently disparaging Indigo. Yet his interest in the Adam tree and the serendipitous acquisition of the sapling was immense. With excitement coursing through him, his gaze was captivated. But before he could behold the sapling that had been exalted to celestial heights, he was suddenly astonished by a delicate fox, ensnared within an iron cage. Curled up on a stone platform, he found himself frozen in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ah, that little fox, it had been discovered alongside the sapling. Lingering beside it, impossible to shoo away, possessing no remarkable traits. It was only later that the captain remarked on its ability to ascend to great heights, suggesting that the guardian of the sapling must be extraordinary. Hence it remained. Indigo expounded softly, unaware that Xiaobai was utterly absorbed by the tiny fox, or rather, what Indigo and his companions perceived as the small fox. In Xiaobai's eyes, however, it was nothing short of an exquisite, divine little girl, a prodigy of nature. Xiaobai was overwhelmed, a wave of dizziness washing over him. In that mere 10-square-meter iron cage, apart from some flourishing weeds, there lay a smooth stone platform at the center, upon which curled a stunning silver-haired little girl. Her long, silky hair, as noble as ivory, cascaded down the edges of the rock, emanating a gentle glow. Her skin, so exquisitely tender, was as delicate as an egg's shell, while her exquisitely crafted features were so breathtaking that Xiaobai found himself unable to meet her gaze. A soft, snow-white tail occasionally brushed against her slender form, and a pair of pristine cat ears atop her head quivered, exuding an allure beyond measure. She was a Tianwei white fox, a transformed juvenile of this extraordinary lineage. This was a being that transcended even the nine-tailed fox, a creature of divine grace. Such a race appeared only once every 10 million years, and each emergence could incite a war among the gods. No one knew the reason for her birth, nor the time of her arrival. She was an absolute gift from heaven, a treasure to be encountered only by chance, possessing unparalleled beauty that could overturn the stars. They had the power to grant their beloved immunity to all forms of temptation and soul attacks. In their lifetime, they could absolve their loved ones of earthly karmas 3 times. They could harness the energies of the stars and moon to catalyze rare treasures. Most maddeningly, their essence and blood could elevate a spiritual artifact to the level of innate treasures, such as the Eastern Emperor Bell. According to the records in the Xiao Classic volume of oddities, such beings had only appeared 3 times since the primordial era. Each time, their beauty and potential sparked wars among the gods on a cosmic scale. Each occurrence concluded with their tragic demise amid countless fallen bodies. Now, this celestial creature was right before him, within reach. Presently, the young white fox girl had yet to fully transform. She must have only taken on this form a few years ago, as Xiaobai could see through her guise with a mere glance. However, in the eyes of Indigo and the others, this enchanting girl merely appeared as a beautiful white fox, a mere illusion born of instinctual self-defense. Yet, even this rudimentary illusion was beyond the comprehension of Indigo and his companions, who lacked true essence. Mine. You are mine, Xiaobai roared within. As if ensnared by a malevolent spell, panting heavily as he cautiously approached the little white fox girl step by step. With trembling hands, he swiftly brandished the purple feather twice. The iron pillar, without emitting a sound, was abruptly severed. Quick of eye and hand, Xiaobai deftly caught the broken iron piece and gently placed it on the ground, fearful that even the slightest noise might awaken the slumbering little white fox girl. Indigo had initially intended to admonish Xiaobai for his reckless behavior, but upon witnessing the cleanly severed iron pillar, he promptly silenced himself, standing quietly in place with a look of submission. Yet, as he observed the uncharacteristically different Xiaobai, confusion filled his eyes. Was it merely a fox? Despite his light steps, Xiaobai still underestimated the little white fox girl's vigilance. with a slight twitch of her delicate nose and a flutter of her long eyelashes. The little white fox girl suddenly opened her large, glistening eyes, tilting her head slightly as her pure, untainted pupils reflected the approaching Xiaobai. Xiaobai's steps faltered momentarily. At this moment, Xiaobai appeared utterly bewildered. Instinctively, he felt compelled to approach the little white fox girl. His mind had yet to conjure any other thoughts. He was simply drawn to her like a moth to a flame, captivated by the allure of extraordinary treasures and serendipitous encounters. However, as their eyes met, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within him, one that he desperately sought to suppress, yet it continued to proliferate uncontrollably. Xiaobai stood frozen, captivated by the delicate white fox girl before him. Her long, trembling eyelashes fluttered, framing her enchanting emerald eyes that sparkled like dreamlike glass. Though slightly drowsy, her gaze exuded an irresistible charm. Gradually, she supported her fragile form, her dewy, jelly-like lips slightly parted, adorned with a faint silver thread. With a tender hand, she rubbed her right eye, looking at Xiaobai with an alluring curiosity, her soft pink lips gently parting to utter, "Yuli?" Her voice was ethereal, enchanting. A siren's call that struck a chord in Xiaobai's heart, stirring emotions he had long kept at bay. This mere girl, no more than 6 or 7 years of age, wielded a captivating allure potent enough to rattle even the steadfast heart of Xiaobai. He felt an undeniable urge to claim her for himself. Maintaining a calm facade, his mind raced with potential strategies. Meanwhile, the little white fox girl, after a soft murmur, craned her delicate neck towards Xiaobai, sniffing the air with her dainty nose. Suddenly, she let out a melodious cheer, leaping down from the stone platform. She wrapped her arms around Xiaobai's neck, nuzzling against his chest, occasionally inhaling his scent with her exquisite little nose, before bouncing on her tiptoes in joyful exuberance. Yuli! 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 Xiaobai was utterly perplexed by the cause of her delight. He stood there in a daze. It was so soft, so comfortable. The sensation was so overwhelming that Xiaobai found himself uncontrollably releasing his vital energy, which only made the little lowly nuzzle against him with greater enthusiasm. It was simply too unable to restrain himself, as Xiaobai reached out to embrace her. He suddenly noticed the little white fox lowly revealing her tiny silver teeth, giving a playful bite to his arm. Before he could even register the sting of pain, 2 intricate sigils appeared between them, seamlessly embedding themselves into their foreheads. Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. A reader mentioned the Tianfu issue, which was intentionally misrepresented. After all, everyone could see that Xiaobai was set against the government, and in the future, there would be attempts to tarnish his reputation. A direct mention would inevitably lead to issues of harmony and accusations of anti-government sentiments. The plight of the author. The next update will be late at night, so there is no need to wait. If you happen to have any spare recommendation votes, feel free to give them. And so it goes. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and suspicion flooded his mind, only to be transformed into pure ecstasy, causing Xiaobai to tremble with excitement. Acknowledgement. This is an acknowledgement. Xiaobai was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into a shout. Indigo, however, watched in astonishment as the small white fox nibbled at Xiaobai's arm. He panicked, fully aware of the captain's current regard for him. In his astonishment and anger, before he could chastise, he was engulfed by a blinding radiance emanating from Xiaobai and the white fox, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Once the dazzling light faded, he quickly turned to look at Xiaobai, only to find the pair, one human, one fox, embraced in gentle harmony, seemingly oblivious to the earlier brilliance. No. Indigo's mind was filled with suspicion as he scrutinized Xiaobai. He did not know what had transpired moments ago. Yet he would not be foolish enough to dismiss that brilliant light as an illusion. Just then, it was clear that Xiaobai had undoubtedly acquired some miraculous opportunity, and his uncharacteristic display of elation suggested it was something truly extraordinary. Indigo was consumed with resentment as he suddenly glanced at the white fox nestled in Xiaobai's arms. Indeed, whether it was Xiaobai's previous peculiar behavior or the extraordinary scene that just unfolded, all arrows pointed to this very snow-white fox. The fox. If the captain's initial conjecture were correct, if this fox possessed various mysterious and unique attributes, perhaps I could embark on a new research endeavor. Yes, I must not allow him to keep it. It surely harbors a significant secret. Indigo's gaze upon the white fox intensified with fervor. Under normal circumstances, such a heated gaze would be immediately sensed by Xiaobai. However, at this moment, his entire focus was devoted to the little white fox, his mind still dazed by an overwhelming sense of happiness. This sudden fortuity felt akin to a starving man discovering a bowl of kanji filled with 100 billion diamonds. An unexpected delight that left Xiaobai in a state of euphoric bewilderment, as if he were floating in the clouds. According to the original narrative, she would have perished when falling into the sea at Miracle Island, for compared to the extraordinary abilities of adulthood, the young Tianyu white fox was quite fragile. Aside from a few rudimentary instinctive spells, it possessed no other means of survival and was subject to various forms of oppression, leading many to meet their demise before they could shine brightly. Otherwise, the extensive records of the Xiaoyao classic would not reflect merely 3 occurrences. Yet now, with only myself, an individual who recognizes her worth, and she has already been marked as mine, countless others yearn for what I possess. While I have been bestowed this gift at my doorstep, could it be that this is fate? Xiaobai was still enraptured when the white fox in his arms suddenly paused, its delicate nose twitching as it sniffed the air. In an instant, it released him and darted away. Startled by the sudden emptiness, Xiaobai was jolted back to reality. Indy, who had been intently observing, suddenly recalled something upon seeing the direction the white fox had taken, and his expression changed drastically. Quick! Stop it! It's headed for that little sapling! Indy shouted urgently, racing after it, while Xiaobai, deeply concerned for the white fox, moved even faster than Indy. Suddenly, as he chased the white fox, Xiaobai felt an inexplicable surge within him, his inner essence boiling uncontrollably. This astonished him further, as he sensed a long-dormant power from the devil fruit awakening. With shards of mirrors flickering in his hands, the unexpected turn of events left Xiaobai alarmed, yet an instinctive intuition assured him that this was not a calamity. Driven by a blend of sensation, inner turmoil, and the white fox's call, he surged past Indy, racing forward. Don't let it. Indy had already spotted the sapling, and seeing the white fox dash towards it filled him with rage. His concern for the sapling made him furious at the fox's reckless behavior, his voice rising in pitch. However, he was taken aback as he saw Xiaobai halt mere steps away from the fox, a mix of frustration and urgency flooding through him. Xiaobai was mesmerized by the little sapling before him, which radiated a shimmering green light. This was a tremendous opportunity. Meanwhile, in the void above, on a floating island ship, a magnificent half-ship peninsula swayed gracefully with its colossal oars. Within a palace-like hall, a golden lion stood, listening intently to his subordinates' reports. Report to Lord Shiki, we have just received news from the island. Lord Indy has taken Lord Xiaobai to the herb garden. Report to Lord Shiki. We have detected naval warships ahead. At the current speed, they will encounter our forces below in 10 minutes. Report to Lord Shiki. The surveillance team has confirmed the identity of 5 naval vessels as those under Rear Admiral Fire Mountain. Report to Lord Shiki. Our naval forces have received the information and are preparing for battle. Ha 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 ha. Good. Let them experience the might of our new weapon, the talisman. At the naval headquarters, Rear Admiral Fire Mountain confirmed the approaching fleet as that of the notorious pirate Golden Lion Shiki, commanding his messenger to relay orders. The messenger stood tall and saluted loudly. With his ever-present cigar and a smile that belied the brutality hidden beneath, Fire Mountain did not respond. He merely gestured dismissively, and the seasoned messenger promptly began making arrangements. Fire Mountain stood at the bow of the ship, exhaling smoke, his eyes narrowed in a smile directed towards the horizon, seemingly indifferent to the pirates. Unbeknownst to them, above in the clouds, the Golden Lion stood before a screen, also with a cigar in his mouth, grinning widely. Indy reached Xiaobai, who watched as the little white fox attempted to uproot the sapling a few times, only to return to his embrace in frustration. Indy sighed in relief. He valued that sapling above all else, willing to forsake all herbs to keep it safe. His long-term care had revealed its extraordinary qualities, such as its ability to make flowers bloom and invigorate life, alongside numerous unknown functions, making it incredibly precious to him. Thus, witnessing the fox's actions ignited a storm of fury within Indy. Casting a discontented glance at the white fox in Xiaobai's arms, he begrudgingly noted Xiaobai's capability to restrain the creature, yet he ultimately held back, a source of resentment brewing within him. After all, Xiaobai was now a favored individual appointed by the captain, and confronting him could backfire, deepening Indy's animosity. Unperturbed by Indy's gaze, Xiaobai's astonishment rivaled that of his first encounter with the celestial moon white fox, if not exceeding it. The world tree. It truly is the world tree. Unbelievable. Xiaobai, despite his refined upbringing, couldn't help but utter a curse. The legendary world tree is said to surpass even the likes of the ginseng fruit tree, the peach of immortality, and the yellow plum. Even in the Xiao Dian, it is merely referred to as a legend. Xiaobai finds it increasingly difficult to perceive the world around him. Possessing various devil fruits that allow for the subtle manipulation of the forces of law, he wields elemental abilities that many celestial beings do not possess. Now, legendary species such as the heavenly moon white fox and the world tree have emerged. Xiaobai found himself at a loss for words. Mr. Xiaobai, you. Oh? A colossal mirror, towering 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, suddenly emerged behind him, transforming into a portal reminiscent of heaven's gates. Unlike the ordinary reflective surface of the past, it was now filled with an endless cascade of vibrant, prismatic hues. Indigo, still reeling from the sudden appearance of the magnificent mirror, caught a glimpse of the world tree, which had captured his keen attention, undergoing a dramatic transformation. Its surface began to crack incessantly, revealing the luminous essence of its trunk, radiating an intensity 100-fold greater than usual, with the veins of its leaves adorned in a shimmering glaze. Countless visible green tendrils, resembling ribbons, surged wildly in every direction. The world tree was metamorphosing, beginning to reveal its true form. The emerald tendrils emanating from the sapling stretched and spread, each one seemingly imbued with its own vitality, only to be abruptly halted as if pulled back, swiftly changing direction, and in that instant, The multitude of glimmering green strands was entirely drawn into the radiant mirror. Xiaobai's astonishment at this moment transcended the limits of verbal expression. The vital energy coursing through his body surged uncontrollably into the kaleidoscopic mirror, while the powers of the devil fruit recklessly siphoned away his strength to sustain itself. Astonishingly, the world tree began to draw closer to the mirror's surface as the radiant strands were absorbed. Hurry, stop it. Indigo, previously lost in the throes of transformation, now saw the sapling being seized after years of existence. He could only gaze in horror as the luminous sapling was gradually pulled away, disregarding all decorum and status, and shouted directly at Xiaobai in desperation. Xiaobai struggled to turn his head and cast a glance at him, his lips slightly parted. I cannot control it. Is it you? Did you do this? Stop it now. Indigo bellowed, reaching out to grasp Xiaobai. But his efforts were utterly futile. In the midst of Indigo's fury and confusion, Xiaobai managed to turn his head with great difficulty. I cannot control it. Gritting his teeth, he uttered those few words, equally engulfed in the terror of his uncontrollable demonic powers. No. Indigo's eyes were ablaze with rage as he roared, his hands frantically tugging at his own hair. To him, this sapling was an invaluable treasure, one he personally nurtured, and now it was being brazenly snatched away before his very eyes. Clenching his jaw, Indigo's expression hardened, disregarding the fact that the mirror was Xiaobai's possession. Chemical juggling balls. A series of fist-sized yellow and purple fireballs swiftly manifested in Indigo's hands, radiating an astonishing heat and eccentricity. Then, with a furious gesture, he unleashed them into the vibrant mirror, but rather than exploding as they usually would, the chemical juggling balls were swallowed whole without a trace of resistance. The attack was futile. The sapling of the world tree was drawn even closer. Xiaobai, I warn you, stop this at once. Cease immediately. Indigo shouted in exasperation, yet he was utterly helpless. Although he could discern Xiaobai's struggle, he was at a loss, not knowing how to remedy the situation. The only hope he clung to was that Xiaobai's claim of losing control was mere jest. With a sudden burst of physical exhaustion, compounded by the tumult of his true essence rapidly depleting, Xiaobai could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His complexion turning ashen. Even with his superior stamina, he felt nearly drained. Indigo's face mirrored the pallor, and upon witnessing Xiaobai's blood, he comprehended that Xiaobai had not deceived him. He knew Xiaobai possessed the ability to conjure mirrors. Yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of this power, an immense mirror that could not be attacked or obstructed. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered, his mind in disarray. At this juncture, Xiaobai trembled, the excessive expenditure of his true essence nearly toppling him. He was bewildered by the madness of his demonic abilities. And what tormented him most was that this chaos exacted a toll on his own vitality and essence. It was an uncontrollable force, one that compelled him to desperately absorb spiritual energy to satisfy its insatiable demands. I am going to die. Xiaobai's countenance darkened, as his rate of absorption fell far short of the speed at which his energy was being drawn away, leading him to once again spit out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the exuberant little white fox beside him seemed to sense something amiss. Her delicate hands grasped his, the soft and cool touch bringing a refreshing breath of vitality. In that instant, Xiaobai realized that his rate of absorbing spiritual energy had surged to more than 3 times its previous speed. Yet, the peril remained. The violet-feathered creature before him appeared to perceive Xiaobai's crisis as well. Its instinct to protect its master compelled it to reveal itself, transforming into its true form above Xiaobai. The genuine energy it had accumulated over the days was directly transferred to Xiaobai, alleviating the gravity of his predicament. Meanwhile, the world tree drew even closer to the prismatic mirror, now just over 3 meters apart. Indigo grew frantic, summoning the chemical juggling ball once more, hurling it desperately at the colorful mirror, yet it was swallowed whole without leaving a trace. Suddenly, it seemed Indigo had resolved something within himself, his expression growing increasingly fearsome as he gazed at the mirror and the tree. Do not blame me. A colossal chemical juggling ball, he roared, swiftly gathering a massive yellow and purple fireball over 3 meters in diameter. Xiaobai could even discern the vividly grotesque expression upon the fireball. With a thunderous shout, Indigo lifted the enormous fireball and hurled it fiercely towards the radiant world tree. Even the most foolish of individuals, like Xiaobai, could recognize that this was his moment of opportunity. He was taken aback, yet his body remained paralyzed, leaving him no choice but to watch helplessly as the colossal fireball descended upon the world tree. Meanwhile, a manic smile began to surface on Indigo's face. However, before he could fully express his delight, his grin abruptly froze. The world tree, struck by the oversized chemical jester's sphere, emerged unscathed. Instead, it seemed invigorated, swiftly propelling itself into the iridescent mirror. The diminutive tree, standing at 6 meters tall, was effortlessly engulfed by the towering 10-meter mirror. Indigo was left in a state of shock, his entire being trembling with a mix of astonishment and rage. Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, but soon his heart swelled with joy as he realized he no longer needed to expend his physical and spiritual energy. His body weakened, nearly causing him to stumble, and he felt a profound sense of relief, akin to surviving a catastrophe. along with an exhilarating understanding of his serendipitous fortune. Before he could contemplate further, the mirror of the world tree suddenly erupted with radiant beams of white light. The brilliance intensified until it coalesced into a vast luminous screen, ascending majestically into the sky. This enormous light curtain pierced the heavens like a blade, violently dispersing the clouds that obstructed its path. The dazzling radiance captivated every being on the island. From the ferocious beasts engaged in battle, the birds and fish in pursuit of prey, to the indigenous inhabitants, the researchers from Lutian, and the patrolling guards, all were simultaneously drawn to the magnificent surge of white light. In an instant, a tremendous gale swept through, forcing both humans and beasts alike to crouch down against its might. The beam of light lasted merely half a minute, after which the immense mirror vanished like an ephemeral illusion, leaving no trace of its former grandeur, as if a gaping hole had been ripped through the roof of a greenhouse. Only Xiaobai, in the fleeting moment before the mirror vanished, beheld the little white fox girl darting into it. It was not merely a passage. She plunged into it like the world tree itself, vanishing in an instant, never to reappear. Everything transpired too swiftly. As realization dawned upon him, Xiaobai's mind raced to comprehend the situation. He cast a quick glance at the still shell-shocked indigo, knowing that any attempt at explanation would be futile and might provoke a furious response. In his current state, a mere husk of his former self, he was utterly defenseless against such wrath. Xiaobai subtly sensed certain truths, conjecturing a potentially astonishing opportunity that lay ahead. The immediate priority was to find a sanctuary where he could stabilize his precariously wavering Dao body. Only then could he examine and uncover the extraordinary rewards of his journey. With his thoughts guiding him, and seizing the moment before Indigo could awaken to the situation, Xiaobai ascended into the sky atop his purple feather, leaving behind the abundant celestial herbs without a second thought. By the time Indigo roused in fury, Xiaobai had vanished without a trace. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaobai settled into a rocky cave he had discovered while hunting for monsters. He inserted the purple feather into the cave's entrance and quickly instructed, "Purple feather, guard me." He then assumed a meditative posture, directing his 5 hearts toward the heavens. It was not that Xiaobai doubted the golden lion and his companions. Rather, the recent series of events had drained his true essence to a perilous extent, jeopardizing his foundation. At this moment, he felt exceedingly frail, and the significance of this opportunity compelled him to exercise utmost caution. His sole desire was to recover swiftly and to explore the potential of this opportunity. Until then, he wished to avoid any contact with others, desiring no unexpected changes. Xiaobai was acutely aware of the critical importance of the present moment. This might be the greatest opportunity in his life, aside from being granted the carefree classic and traversing time, until every dust particle settled. He could not allow any unforeseen incidents to occur. He dared not gamble. At this moment, apart from Xiao, he trusted no one else. Outside the cave, amidst the islands, a multitude of beings, humans and beasts alike, remained bewildered, exchanging glances in the wake of the recent luminous column. Meanwhile, in the windless zone, the navy led by Fireburn Mountain faced off against the pirates under the banner of the Golden Lion. The distance between the two factions had shrunk to within 30 meters. With the navy prepared for the imminent close-quarters combat, their cannons primed and grappling hooks ready. Yet, what puzzled the naval officers was that, despite the evident fear on the pirates' faces, they stood resolutely in formation without firing a shot. Was it a human wall? Or did they intend to be slaughtered? The commanding officer contemplated seeking guidance from the rear admiral. One naval officer, unable to bear the bizarre situation, ignited a cannon fuse, and with a resounding explosion, the cannonball sent a towering plume of water crashing down upon the lined-up pirates, finally prompting them to move in unison. However, the naval forces were left astounded as the pirates produced sheets of paper. Surrender documents? Prayers? Love letters? What were they doing? This was the first encounter of its kind for the navy, and confusion reigned in their eyes. They exchanged knowing glances and, in an unspoken agreement, refrained from attacking. For they were aware of their superior numbers and wished to discern the pirates' intentions. Some seasoned veterans even crossed their arms, watching the spectacle unfold with a sense of detached amusement. At the rear, Fireburn Mountain raised an eyebrow in curiosity while the Golden Lion, standing before a large screen, let out a sinister laugh. Just then, a pirate tore open the paper before him. In the incredulous eyes of the naval officers, a massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, materialized in the air, startling everyone into action. The enormous fireball, propelled by the wind, surged forward. Fireburn Mountain opened his eyes wide, while the Golden Lion grinned menacingly. Boom! The fireball crashed violently into the main mast. The Navy, who had just managed to regain their footing after dodging, watched in horror as the mast began to topple. It was coming down. Quick, flee. Evade. Look, here comes another. Whether it was the attacked warship or the nearby one caught in the chaos, pandemonium ensued. The triangular formation of ships made it difficult for Fireburn Mountain to discern the source of the pirates' assault. As he raised an eyebrow to issue a command, he noticed 2 more fireballs appearing out of thin air. Only the crew of the 2 frontline ships understood that these incoming fireballs were a staggering 6 meters in diameter. Boom, boom. Both naval vessels were struck almost simultaneously, the resounding impact echoing like a colossal bell, followed by the cries of the wounded. Please, no. Help. My ears. I can't hear. Help me, my legs are trapped. The cries of despair rose in a cacophony. A few relatively unharmed soldiers glanced at their ship. Realizing that the ironclad had been bombarded, leaving a gaping hole over 3 meters wide, with crumpled sections covering the entire surface. How could this be? One soldier, who had long revered the Navy's invincibility, collapsed into despair, unable to comprehend how a vessel encased in reinforced steel could suffer such devastation. Fireburn Mountain's expression finally shifted. Although he was unaware of the damage inflicted ahead, the 2 earth-shattering explosions and the resulting waves of turbulence startled even the sea kings in the vicinity. The force of the shockwaves stung their faces. With a grim countenance, Fireburn Mountain bellowed orders for a retreat and counterattack. On the ship, the Golden Lion, standing before the massive electronic screen, was elated. He had not anticipated that the second iteration of the talisman would yield such astonishing results. It was merely double the size of the experimental version, yet its power exceeded his expectations by 3 to 4 times, perhaps even more. What he had initially thought would take 10 or so strikes to sink the warships now seemed achievable with just 5. Such might, such marvel, such capability. He continually overestimated Xiaobai's potential, yet he persistently underestimated him. He pondered what would transpire if Xiaobai were to serve him, if these talismans could evolve further, and if enough could be amassed. Haha. In the sky, the Golden Lion, under the gaze of his subordinates, suddenly spread his arms and laughed heartily. At this moment, Fireburn Mountain's demeanor had turned harsh, even his cigar had been discarded. The pirate artillery remained motionless, while the colossal fireballs appeared like fireworks. Yet no Navy officer found them dazzling. Faced with overwhelming uncertainty, the price they paid was the mute suffering of 2 warships being mercilessly ravaged. This was not a battle. It was an unrelenting display of horror, with the 2 warships desperately attempting to evade the onslaught. Fireburn Mountain, without understanding the enemy's attack mechanism, dared not let his own ship draw near. Instead, he darkened his expression and ordered a retreat from the battlefield. Fully aware that they were in a windless zone, a perilous realm. Should they fall overboard or lose the protection of their vessels, the outcome would be a gruesome fate. Devoured by countless sea kings, leaving no trace behind. The crew of those 2 warships was doomed. But he could not afford to let his own ship share the same fate. The once invincible fleet of the Admiral faced an undeniable defeat. Though he had encountered loss before, such a powerful and strange assault was unprecedented. He felt utterly powerless, unable to devise any defensive strategy, even struggling to comprehend the nature of the enemy's attack. Most critically, the previous incident in Fisherman S Village had already drained the Navy of manpower and morale, leaving them in disarray. Now, 2 warships had sunk, taking both men and vessels with them. Fireburn Mountain clenched his fists until they nearly bled. Admiral, look at their hands. Snatching the telescope, Fireburn Mountain focused intently, and this time, he finally witnessed the release of the fireballs after tearing the paper. An attack of such magnitude, originating from a mere piece of paper. This was inconceivable. Years of experience rendered Fireburn Mountain unable to accept such otherworldly phenomena. Yet, almost immediately, he roared in a low voice, his thick beard bristling with fury. Shiki, what on earth have you developed? He muttered, his body trembling slightly, whether from rage or fear. Suddenly, he heard the gasps of his fellow sailors as a massive shadow loomed over them. Fireburn Mountain squinted upward. A colossal island ship broke through the clouds, hovering steadily above their warships, as if gazing down upon them from nearly 100 meters in the air. An island, floating in the sky. There are sails above. There are oars. I have spotted the Jolly Roger. Quickly, look. A colossal golden lion's head appears before the island. That is, the ship of the Golden Lion. What? How is this possible? A pirate of such magnitude, rivaling Roger himself. The bombardment ahead has barely ceased. And now a legendary pirate has made his entrance, casting a grim shadow over Fire Mountain. Seemingly relishing the chaos below, the Golden Lion descends gracefully, hovering several dozen meters above the warship, leaving the startled Navy utterly speechless. I am Shiki, the Golden Lion, a pirate. And you must be a Vice Admiral, correct? Today, I merely wish to test the talisman in my possession. By the way, this is a talisman, my latest strategic weapon. Impressive, isn't it? Haha. The Golden Lion continues to laugh uproariously while the Navy, including Fire Mountain, grits their teeth in silence, none daring to challenge him. I quite enjoy your expressions and your cooperation has been quite delightful, but today is merely a test. If you survive this encounter, please extend my regards to Sengoku and Garp. Haha. His words leave the crew momentarily stunned, followed by a mixture of suspicion and trepidation as they warily observe the Golden Lion. As anticipated, he gestures toward the sea, and a vast area begins to churn violently. Lion's might. The colossal lion's head, formed from nearly 100 meters of water, takes shape, roaring menacingly at the naval crew aboard the warship. Such an overwhelming presence is unprecedented for them. Some of the more timid sailors collapse in fear at its roar. Isn't this amusing? Ha! The Golden Lion exclaims, pointing a finger, causing his pirate ship to soar into the air, disregarding the warship entirely. With that, he and his vessels vanish into the clouds. While the water-formed lion moves with lethal intent, the enormous sea lion lunges forward with a cataclysmic force, surging toward them. It is akin to an apocalyptic scene, about to engulf them. Some Navy personnel crumple in terror, weeping. Fire Mountain's expression darkens, and he suddenly bellows, drawing his sword and vanishing in an instant. Boom. Crash. Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral. The massive water lion's head gradually dissipates, returning to the ocean, while Fire Mountain is thrown onto the deck of the warship by the waves, feeling as though his body is in disarray. He suppresses a mouthful of blood, rejecting the offers of assistance from the awestruck Navy, struggling to rise. He was merely toying with us. Relay my orders. Abandon the rescue. Change course immediately. We are returning to the naval headquarters. Gazing at the wreckage of warships being mercilessly ravaged by sea kings and then back at the direction the Golden Lion departed. Fire Mountain dismisses the discontented crew, standing silently at the bow, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Meanwhile, reports arrive that the Golden Lion, having soared into the sky, has vanished, leading to the execution of the messenger. All right, to the 3000, the next update will be late at night. So do not wait. One thing is faster than this. Yes, it is essential. Many have read closely, and I thank you for that. Also, regarding Luffy's mention of 55 million being 5 billion, that was intentional, to showcase Luffy's innocent nature at that age. Those familiar with the original work understand his character well. That is all. Thank you. Where is he? Where has he gone? I just used up all those talismans, and you tell me this. Enraged, the Golden Lion grips Indigo by the collar, his fury palpable. While the crew lowers their heads in trepidation, Master Shiki, he flew away after stealing that Adam Tree sapling. Do not speak to me of such trivialities. I do not care for the items taken. I demand the person. I want his powers. Where is he? I entrusted him to your care. Did I not? Tell me. Where is he now? The Golden Lion's eyes blaze with rage as he shouts, several times nearly striking Indigo, but ultimately restraining himself, shoving him aside. His predatory gaze shifting to the small head of security. I do not know. Bang. The gun in the Golden Lion's hand still smolders. Yet none dare look up, not even at the corpses. This is the third one, and no one wishes to be the next. Find him. Utilize every telephone bug at your disposal. Deploy all surveillance snails and security forces. Search day and night. I know he did not simply escape. I want you to dig 3 feet into the ground, if necessary, to retrieve him. Get moving. A multitude of personnel scatter like birds set free, leaving the Golden Lion alone, roaring in fury. On the main island, within a cave atop a certain cliff, Xiaobai sat cross-legged in the depths of the cave, his body racked with immense agony, trembling incessantly. His flesh seemed to be crushed and contorted, spasming without respite. And a dark, viscous blood seeped from his wounds, trickling down and forming a small pool on the ground, a congealed mass of thick blood. The excruciating pain permeated every neuron, infiltrated each cell, and penetrated deep into his very marrow. Yet, his body, far beyond the limits of an ordinary human, allowed him to endure. Or perhaps it was the intensity of his suffering that repeatedly jolted him from the brink of unconsciousness. However, he had to endure. Xiaobai comprehended that this was a far more intense body tempering than any he had previously experienced. He also grasped that this was an opportunity bestowed by the World Tree and the White Fox. Should this tempering succeed, his physique would become immensely formidable, significantly enhancing both the capacity for true essence and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. This was a metamorphosis, a complete rebirth. However, if he were to truly faint, the chances of failure would be substantial. Thus, he had no choice but to endure, to persevere with unwavering focus, enduring the agonizing pain until the completion of this transformation. Simultaneously, in the inner world unbeknownst to Xiaobai, amidst the boundless void, darkness enveloped everything. A delicate little girl, exquisitely sculpted like fine jade, timidly embraced the luminous tree, becoming the solitary beacon of light in this endless expanse. Time stood still, sound was non-existent, and all that prevailed was the infinite darkness. The little girl wept, calling out in anguish repeatedly, yet receiving no response. The luminous tree continued its journey through the unending void, with no sign of a destination, leaving only the hurried, sorrowful cries of the little girl echoing in the silence. Suddenly, as if sensing the warmth emanating from the intricate and profound array inscribed upon her forehead, a look of bewilderment crossed the girl's face. She glanced at the luminous tree she clutched, and, wiping away her tears, her expression hardened with resolve. Untrained yet instinctively aware, she invoked the forbidden techniques inherited from her sacred lineage. Her delicate hands swiftly formed countless intricate seals, and then she coughed up a mouthful of blood, which coalesced into a sphere in the air. Following her hand gestures, it spun rapidly before erupting with a violent explosion. Like grains of crystal sand scattering, the nourishing droplets of blood were adorned by the luminous tree, resembling twinkling stars. A barely audible lament emerged, and the little girl swayed unsteadily before collapsing beneath the tree. The once unconscious luminous tree, now sensing the scent of blood, began to thrash wildly. It twisted and tore at the surrounding void, shredding it apart. From the fragments, countless starlights twinkled faintly. The luminous tree absorbed the shattered pieces, visibly growing at a breathtaking pace. Its roots expanded frantically, intertwining and layering, rapidly coalescing into a patch of land. This was the genesis of the World Tree. In a state of barely hanging on, With a dim and fading consciousness, Xiaobai had endured excruciating pain for 3 days. A full 3 days. With a spirit and willpower far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he had stubbornly persevered through this ordeal. At this moment, Xiaobai found himself at the most critical juncture of body tempering, the final threshold. He was as frail as a newborn infant. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance suddenly emanated from Xiaobai, instantly filling the entire cave. The purple feathers at the cave entrance quivered violently, beginning to absorb the scent. Yet the absorption rate could not match the speed of Xiaobai's release. The rich aroma began to seep out of the cave, dissipating into the distance. A rare beast grazing at the foot of the mountain suddenly froze, sniffed the air, and abruptly raised its head, staring intently at the cave where Xiaobai resided. Then came the second, the third. The entire herd of rare beasts, munching on grass, seemed as if frozen in time, fixated on Xiaobai's location. Following the sudden movement of the first 2 grazing creatures, the entire throng of beasts in the grassland surged towards Xiaobai, roaring as they charged forward in a frenzy, crashing through everything like a tidal wave. Gradually, it was not just herbivorous creatures. Even some ferocious beasts engaged in battle, flying monsters, fluttering birds and butterflies, and even aquatic monsters struggled to emerge from the water, all drawn irresistibly towards Xiaobai's location. The ground trembled under the stampede of myriad beasts. The patrolling guards, already on high alert, quickly sensed the unusual movements of the beasts and reported to the Golden Lion. At that moment, the Golden Lion was on the brink of fury, having searched for Xiaobai for 3 days without a trace. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Indigo, at the forefront, did not dare to breathe. A riot? Dr. Indigo, what on earth is happening with those rare beasts? I'm sorry, Lord Shurji, I have no idea what's going on. Report, Lord Shurji. What is it now? Our troops have discovered Mr. Xiaobai. What? The Golden Lion and Indigo shouted in unison, their voices filled with ecstatic surprise. The Golden Lion then seized the report bearer and dashed out. Apologies for the delayed update. The next chapter may arrive between 1 and 2 o'clock. Those who are waiting, please do not linger. Yes, today was my fault. To all the readers waiting, my apologies. Welcome, dear readers, to enjoy the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works. Led by the Golden Lion, the group stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing across at the mountain where Xiaobai was located. Lord Shurji, our men cannot approach. They would be indiscriminately attacked. The frantic voice from the communicator made the Golden Lion furrow his brow. Standing in the prepared area, he casually touched a few small boats nearby and soared into the air, soon spotting the cliff and the cave entrance, the purple feathers relentlessly striking down the attacking beasts. And within the cave, Xiaobai was faintly visible. However, he appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness. Being besieged by a circle of ferocious beasts was astonishing enough. But even more surprising was the purple crystal sword that autonomously defended itself, striking down the incoming beast with precision. That was Xiaobai's unique weapon, a sword imbued with sentience. Capable of self-attack, reportedly able to grow to 100 meters in length. A flicker of greed passed through the Golden Lion's eyes. But he quickly shook his head in disdain. That was in the past. He had once been a dual-wielding swordsman, but to escape the legendary, inescapable underwater prison, he had severed his own feet and used his beloved blades as his legs. But now, he had long surpassed the pursuit of personal martial prowess. He understood that no matter how powerful one became, human strength has its limits. He valued the expansion of influence, which had led him to develop formidable monsters for combat strength, to the emergence of a notorious leader lurking for 20 years, and to the invitation of notorious pirates a decade later for an alliance. As a swordsman, he cherished the mystical and powerful purple feathers. As a leader, he was captivated by the enigmatic and unparalleled potential of Xiaobai. When he forsook the life of a fearless warrior to become a leader intent on unifying the world, he inevitably relinquished the external powers that once made him strong and resolved to never let go of Xiaobai. Moreover, who could discern whether the purple sword was merely a manifestation of Xiaobai's demonic abilities? The Golden Lion stood silently in the void, observing, while those aboard the floating vessel dared not intrude. Lord Shurji, more powerful rare beasts are charging in. The urgent report came, prompting the Golden Lion to dispel the last vestiges of distraction and focus his gaze. In the sky, countless birds and beasts surged like a tempest, their numbers darkening the heavens. For the researchers and guards on the island, it was the first time witnessing such a spectacle. Many were left in shock. The ground trembled as numerous ferocious beasts, large and small, barreled forward, trampling everything in their path. People firing weapons and towering trees were knocked down one after another. The thunderous sound of their stampede resonated, creating a seismic wave that left many standing on the ground unable to maintain their balance. The base of the cliff was already carpeted with the corpses of beasts, and whenever a vacancy appeared, countless creatures rushed in, using their horns, fists, and heads to desperately collide, as if vowing not to relent until they brought Xiaobai down. Debris flew through the air, and even within the cave, Xiaobai swayed slightly with the impact, yet showed no signs of awakening. The Golden Lion watched as yet another colossal bird attempted to breach the cave, only to be ruthlessly cut down by the purple feathers, its mutilated body plummeting into the abyss, immediately engulfed by the beast crashing into the cliff. His brows knitted tightly. Did that little brat Xiaobai incite all of this? What on earth has he done to provoke such a riot? The golden lion cast a cold glance at the beasts relentlessly battering the cliff, then suddenly turned to the dazed Indigo. What is going on? And what about that red-haired gorilla, Scarlito? Huh? Dr. Indigo snapped back to reality, flailing his arms as the golden lion and a group of researchers looked on in confusion. Only to hear him seriously state, "It is in a closed state, undergoing evolution. You can speak." The onlookers were incredulous. While the golden lion's gaze remained fixed on the carnage within the cave, his frown deepening. Scarlito was a red-haired gorilla they had acquired from this island, possessing a unique ability known as the King of Beasts, which allowed it to exert a certain degree of control over other ferocious beasts. Indigo and his team had repeatedly subjected it to closed evolution trials to fully unleash its capacity, intending to achieve complete mastery over these creatures' powers. This was a crucial aspect of the golden lion's domination plan. Yet, its abilities were still in an immature state. We cannot rely on it any longer. We must devise a plan. We cannot afford to let these precious beasts perish in internal strife. The invaluable ferocious creatures were falling one after another. Even with the understanding that these rare beasts were being slaughtered and that it was all due to Xiaobai, the golden lion was reluctant to turn against him. He valued Xiaobai, or rather, his capabilities far more, even if the current Xiaobai did not wish to serve him. Yet, with his understanding and grasp of Xiaobai, he was confident that one day he would ultimately seize control over him, given Xiaobai's uncomplicated grievances. The current leniency towards the ferocious beasts that he had slain had led the golden lion to contemplate a request for compensation afterward. However, the ferocity and madness of the monsters, coupled with the swift killings by Xiao, caused the golden lion to furrow his brows in concern. It was evident that the losses had exceeded acceptable limits. Should the rare beasts truly be exterminated, it would be far from his desire. Beside him, Indigo and a group of researchers, who regarded the study of these ferocious beasts as their life's work, were anxiously watching the silent golden lion. Yet they dared not overstep or urge him to take action. Finally, after a brief moment of silence, the golden lion could no longer contain himself. With one hand he beckoned to the ground, and with the other, he gestured towards a lake, causing the earth to tremble more violently. Great volumes of water surged upwards, seemingly intent on enveloping the flying beasts in the air. Suddenly, there was a jolt, and then it dissipated. It was not a loss of control, but rather a sudden change at the cave entrance he had been observing. A streak of light burst forth from the heavily surrounded cave, leaving a trail of purple shadow. Standing firmly between heaven and earth, accompanied by a clear cry, the figure gradually became discernible amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd of humans and beasts below. A sword and a person, with eyes closed, stood suspended in the void, a bloodied body unwavering against the raging winds. It was Xiaobai. The ferocious beasts were momentarily taken aback, then surged wildly towards the figure, especially the flying beasts, each vying to devour him in haste. Just as the savage expressions manifested on their faces, they abruptly came to a halt. It was Xiao. It was rapidly growing at a terrifying pace. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. The colossal sword stood upright in the air, dominating the entire expanse, overshadowing all living beings beneath it. The once arrogant ferocious beasts now appeared as diminutive as ants in its presence. The fierce expressions that had previously adorned their faces vanished in an instant, replaced only by sheer panic. In that moment, even the wind seemed to cease. The beasts dared not move an inch, and the crowd held their breath, creating an atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of resplendent light vanished in an instant. "Roll," he uttered, the single word barely escaping his lips. The sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a fierce gale. The ferocious beasts in the sky plummeted like dumplings, too terrified to spread their wings, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. The beasts on the ground, as if in a pilgrimage, pressed themselves firmly against the earth, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to utter a sound even as they were struck by falling creatures. Meanwhile, the golden lion and his companions, feeling the weight of the oppressive force, were compelled to lower their stance. The blood-stained garments of Xiaobai billowed in the air, undulating without a breeze, producing a rustling sound. He stood aloft, wielding a colossal sword, so diminutive yet appearing monumental in the eyes of the onlookers. No one dared to utter a word, fearing even the slightest hint of blasphemy. Faced with that figure, the crowd could only look up in reverence. One man, one sword, defiant against the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the golden lion's breath quickened. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, ignoring the goat devouring classified documents beside him, Admiral Sengoku sat with interlaced fingers, his expression dark and brooding. He gazed at Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, who bowed before him, and the nonchalant Kizuru standing nearby, enveloped in silence and tension. "I have reviewed the written report," Sengoku began, breaking the silence. "During the confrontation with the Golden Lion's pirate crew, you assert that the attack was executed by tearing paper, producing an eerie yet formidable assault. Are you certain?" Fire Mountain nodded solemnly. "Yes, Admiral." Sengoku fell into contemplation, furrowing his brows. He suddenly turned to Kizuru. "Kizuru, In the case concerning Sword Saint Xiaobai, you previously reported that Sword Saint Xiaobai managed to escape by tearing a piece of paper. Correct? Ah, yes. What of it? Kizaru replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. This raises a significant issue. Sengoku shot him a displeased glance, his brow furrowing further as he continued. Xiaobai utilized paper to execute instantaneous movements akin to devil fruit abilities, while the pirates under the Golden Lion also employed paper to unleash attacks that appeared from thin air. If this is the same novel technique, could it not imply a connection between Xiaobai and the Golden Lion? Or perhaps he is currently allied with the Golden Lion? Sengoku's eyes narrowed, his tone resolute. Both Fire Mountain and Kizaru were taken aback, struggling to comprehend Sengoku's line of reasoning, deeming it somewhat far-fetched. Aware of their skepticism, Sengoku scoffed and retrieved a file from his drawer, tossing it onto the table. Do you doubt it? This report, received 2 days ago from the West Sea, details how the son of the devil, Robin, nearly captured, escaped using an unknown ability, and the medium employed was precisely this paper. Sengoku paused, then threw another document onto the table, continuing. Vice Admiral Dogfight mentioned that Xiaobai clandestinely boarded a Navy warship from a pirate fleet in the West Sea, and subsequent investigations revealed that Robin was aboard that very ship. This indicates that Xiaobai and Robin were once on the same vessel. Whether Robin acquired this technique from her interactions with Xiaobai, or Xiaobai suddenly gained this paper ability after some time with the Golden Lion. All signs pointed to Xiaobai. Hence, I believe this technique originated from him, perhaps even. Sengoku's tone grew somber. A fleeting glimmer of intensity in his eyes. This technique was indeed developed by Xiaobai. Impossible. No way. Fire Mountain and Kizaru exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Sengoku, seated behind the desk, cast a veiled glance of discontent at Kizaru, his brow furrowing further. He knew all too well that had they only adopted a more conciliatory approach, had Kizaru not acted with such arrogance, forcing Xiaobai into opposition against the Navy, they might not have found themselves in such a passive position, confronted by a figure of such terrifying potential. The more Sengoku pondered, the more he furrowed his brow at Kizaru, but respecting his rank, he refrained from voicing his frustrations and turned his attention back to Fire Mountain. You have suffered the loss of 2 warships and the lives of their crews. Although it was not your fault, you must still face the necessary consequences. Accept your punishment. Yes, Admiral, I understand, Fire Mountain replied promptly. Very well, you may leave. Dismissing the two, Sengoku resumed his silence within the room, the weight of his thoughts lingering ominously. Sword Saint Xiaobai, he mused, rubbing his brow. The beginnings of a headache taking hold. In the grand hall of the Golden Lion's palace, having donned a new set of garments, Xiaobai lowered his head, silently savoring the food presented to him, seemingly oblivious to the 2 supreme authorities nearby, his demeanor appearing somewhat dazed. The Golden Lion, unhurried, reclined at the head of the hall, leisurely smoking, while Indigo, standing nearby, hesitated repeatedly before ultimately choosing silence. Xiaobai remained indifferent, consumed by a mixture of elation and trepidation over his astonishing acquisition, although he appeared quite nonchalant on the surface. Internally, he grappled with the surreal nature of his current reality. The unexpected windfall felt almost illusory. After undergoing a profound transformation and experiencing the tumultuous upheaval following the spectacle of Pride Sword shocking all spirits, he hurried back to his abode, eager to examine the peculiar fluctuations in his demonic abilities, neglecting even to investigate the changes in his newly transformed physique. As it turned out, his instincts were indeed correct. He discovered that he was capable of conjuring a new mirror, not a mere replica, nor one towering 10 meters high, but a singular mirror, 3 meters tall, radiating an ancient aura. Entranced by its allure, Xiaobai stepped through it, only to find himself entering an entirely new realm. Xiaobai beheld a towering tree, radiating a vibrant emerald glow, which had grown swiftly, resembling a colossal world tree that seemed to touch the heavens. He gazed upon a vast expanse of land, intricately woven by the roots of the world tree, spanning a circumference of 800 meters, perpetually expanding with each passing moment. Above him lay the boundless expanse of the starry sky, while around the tree swirled an endless, murky chaos. He observed the leaves, incessantly absorbing chaotic energies to nourish and strengthen the tree's form. This was the genesis of a new world. In that moment, the elation surged within Xiaobai, prompting an ecstatic roar that resonated through the air. Eventually, his eyes fell upon a small white fox, curled up beneath the world tree, filled with both confusion and compassion. He rushed over to embrace her, noting the pallor gracing her delicate, blurred features. Upon touching the contract array that shimmered on her forehead, enlightenment dawned upon him. He comprehended everything. The small white fox had sacrificed a portion of her innate gifts and, with her own blood, guided the materialization of this world. The price for such a profound act was the permanent forfeiture of certain celestial endowments, leaving her in a state where she could only recuperate her diminished essence through prolonged slumber, as it was the fundamental life force of the demon race. Xiaobai trembled, pondering what merit or capability he possessed that warranted such dedication from you. Gently, he laid the slumbering little girl back down, aware that the life force emanating from the world tree would hasten her awakening. For now, all he could do was ensure she remained undisturbed in her peaceful slumber here. Xiaobai ultimately pressed his trembling hand against the world tree, distinctly perceiving the rhythm of life pulsating within it. The eternal essence intertwining with his own heartbeat in a gradual synchronization. The records in the Xiao classic regarding the world tree are rather limited. Known only as the extraordinary root sought after by countless legendary powers. It is said to emanate life essence and possess the ability to devour and transform the primordial chaos of the universe, thus creating a realm uniquely belonging to its possessor. Even with scant knowledge, the mere prospect of opening a world for its owner nearly sent Xiaobai into a euphoric stupor. A world that belongs solely to him. No measure of restraint could quell his exhilaration. Xiaobai recognized that remaining here would be impossible amidst his overwhelming joy and understood there were pressing matters awaiting him outside. This was not a time for indulgence. After casting a reluctant glance at the little girl, he temporarily departed with great reluctance. Upon emerging from the mirror realm, he proceeded with a mechanical routine. Where the golden lion had seemingly anticipated his arrival, summoning several young maidens with feathered elbows to attend to him. Still dazed from the impact of the small world, Xiaobai felt as if he were in a dream. Have you had enough to eat? Your recent actions seem rather excessive. I think it would be best for you to clarify. The golden lion exhaled a cloud of smoke, speaking leisurely. Yet Xiaobai soon regained his clarity, glancing at the golden lion and indigo, then bowing his head in contemplation. Suddenly, he looked up at them. Give me 5 days, and I can double the power of the talismans I provided you. What? Not only was it convenient, but it also possessed astonishing power. Most importantly, it was a terrifying talisman even a child could wield. Moreover, Xiaobai had hinted that there were other similarly miraculous talismans. Such miraculous technology was a divine gift. And Xiaobai had already made remarkable advancements in just over a month. The golden lion felt immense satisfaction. Now, Xiaobai claimed he could further enhance the already formidable talismans capable of sinking warships by 6 or 7 times. Other scientists made progress incrementally. But he proposed a direct multiplication of power. If it were to grow even stronger. A vision suddenly flashed in the golden lion's mind. A blissful, snot-nosed child. 3 or 4 years old, unexpectedly presenting a paper disguised as a thank-you note at a crucial conference. Playfully tearing it apart in front of unsuspecting high-ranking officials from various nations, amidst their feigned smiles and goodwill. Boom. The golden lion grinned widely. While Indigo, who fancied himself a genius surrounded by a multitude of exceptional scientists, screamed in frustration at their fruitless efforts to develop talismans. In that moment, both erupted into laughter. Indigo's was a pained smile, while the golden lion laughed maniacally, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction as he looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, however, merely smiled faintly before once again descending into a reverie. Everything is possible. Give me 5 days, and I can double the power of the talismans I provided you. Xiaobai pondered for a considerable time before presenting an answer that left both the golden lion and Indigo in a state of astonishment and euphoria. In the context of this world, Xiaobai's acquisition was beyond anyone's imagination. All changes were merely reflected in the world within the mirror, leaving outsiders utterly unaware. Xiaobai could easily fabricate an excuse to placate the golden lion and others, and given his current significance to them, he could inquire about anything without expending his own essence to assist in crafting symbols. Yet, Xiaobai was unwilling to resort to such tactics and held disdain for them. They had bestowed upon him boundless opportunities with ferocious beasts, provided him with a haven for tranquil growth, gifted him a world tree, and presented him with an entire world. Such monumental fortune and grace could only be described as a life-altering benefaction, alongside the previous life-saving favor. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the two individuals before him were the ones with whom Xiaobai shared the deepest connection in this world. Many would gladly play the role of a white-eyed wolf, yet not Xiaobai. He firmly believed in clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity. To recognize kindness and repay, it was a fundamental principle of humanity. Offering them more powerful symbols was merely a gesture of reciprocity. Even if this act paled in comparison to what he had received, it was a testament to Xiaobai's sincere intentions. His conclusion was reached after careful consideration. It was not that he lacked the ability to create superior and more numerous symbols. With his transformed strength, he was worlds apart from his former self, encompassing his body, speed, and the symbols he could produce. He could easily manufacture symbols that were twice or thrice as powerful, but he understood the arrogance of the golden lion. If he were to bestow upon him something excessively formidable, it could lead to the golden lion's egotism, potentially inciting conflict with various ants he would underestimate. Such a misstep could result in his downfall, should he be overwhelmed by jealousy or fear from those he dismissed. If captured by the Navy, he might face execution or be spared for his technological prowess. However, should he fall to pirates or reclusive masters, the cause of his defeat would not be something Xiaobai could currently manage. Given the golden lion's typically haughty demeanor, it was certain that no one would come to his aid in such a scenario. Even refraining from adding insult to injury would be a considerable act of mercy. Ultimately, this would lead the golden lion and his companions to a tragic demise. In the past, Xiaobai might not have been overly concerned, but now he had come to deeply respect them and would never allow them to meet such a grim fate. Yet, he was self-aware. He recognized that he was not yet in a position to temper the Golden Lion's boundless pride. He could only restrain him to a degree. After all, the Golden Lion had once missed the throne of the Sea King, having once commanded a territory and could single-handedly turn the Navy headquarters upside down. No one in the world could truly control him. All Xiaobai could do was strive to prevent his power from accelerating unchecked. He needed to bide his time until he grew strong enough to influence the Golden Lion, to reach a point where he could save them should they encounter peril. Many truths were best kept to himself. He willingly accepted the responsibility of protection within his means and would act in their interest without voicing his thoughts. Just as he would never disclose the existence of a nascent world he had acquired, he requested 5 days of freedom to attend to his own affairs. Xiaobai's expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly cast a glance at Indigo, recalling the vast medicinal garden hidden deep within the palace. The myriad of celestial herbs therein had surely thrived due to the presence of the world tree. Now that he had taken the world tree away, devoid of the life essence it provided, what fate awaited those herbs, which were already known for their stringent growing conditions? The state of the medicinal plants in that garden now. As Xiaobai's words remained unspoken, Indigo's expression suddenly shifted. The Golden Lion exhibited little reaction, as he possessed only a superficial understanding of herbal studies and held little interest in them. However, Indigo was different. He was a researcher whose livelihood depended on his studies. He suddenly recalled the urgent report from the manager of the herb garden 2 days prior, amidst his own overwhelming chaos, and how he had furiously dismissed it. It seemed there had been reports of some plants beginning to wither, which he had momentarily neglected. Now, he wondered how they fared. With this thought in mind, Indigo bypassed even the most basic of greetings and rushed out. Xiaobai immediately followed in his wake, while the Golden Lion furrowed his brow and trailed behind. Upon arriving at the expansive herb garden, they were met with the sight of lifeless, withering flora. The colors had faded starkly, resembling a desolate wasteland in contrast to the previous ethereal beauty, akin to the difference between a desert scaffold and the iconic sail of the Burj Al Arab. The oppressive silence and ashen decay left Xiaobai aghast, and the sight of the wilting herbs pierced his heart with anguish. Equally pained was the one who had established this garden. Dr. Indigo. My lord, Indigo, I had previously reported, he stammered, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. The unfortunate youth responsible for the herb garden appeared to be in a state of panic, oblivious to the murderous intent radiating from Indigo. Instead of discerning his own precarious position, he rushed to offer explanations, only to be met with Indigo's icy dismissal, a chemical fireball sent hurtling into the mud. Xiaobai met Indigo's gaze, and he could somewhat fathom that it was due to the transgressions caused by his taking of the sapling. The murderous intent in Indigo's eyes was palpable, almost tangible. Previously, after the sapling and the white fox had been seized, the Golden Lion had restrained his fury. But now it surged forth, intensifying with each passing moment. In his hand, he held a swirling sphere of chemical flames, flickering and dancing ominously. Xiaobai gazed at him, meeting his murderous glare with a surprising lack of fear. Though a hint of trepidation lingered within him, his predominant emotions were anguish and urgency. Each herb before him was a rare treasure, vital to his mission. He yearned to swiftly transport them into his pocket realm to revive them. However, Indigo appeared increasingly agitated. A careless discharge of his fireball could easily incinerate these semi-flammable herbs, and in that moment, it would be Xiaobai who found himself in peril. Do not harbor such hostility. I acknowledge my mistake, and it was never my intention. The priority is to save them. They are on the brink of demise. If you do not retract your fireball, they may perish even sooner. Xiaobai felt a surge of urgency within, yet maintained a facade of tranquility as he spoke. The stability of Indigo's emotions was one aspect, while his own state of mind and cultivation was another. Meanwhile, Indigo, noticing the approaching Golden Lion behind Xiaobai, perceived the displeasure in his gaze. His expression fluctuated between shadows and light, and the flame orb in his hand flickered several times before ultimately vanishing. With a taut expression, he merely nodded. Xiaobai paid no heed to Indigo, fully aware that ultimately, the final say rested with the Golden Lion. Without the slightest hesitation, he locked eyes with the Golden Lion and declared, I require these items. I can bring them back to life. In return, I shall remain on the island for an extended period. Indigo, taken aback by his words, was soon engulfed in fury. He attempted to voice his objections, but the Golden Lion raised a hand to silence him, maintaining a steadfast gaze upon Xiaobai. Suddenly, he smiled. Very well. Quite decisively. Indigo was astonished, and Xiaobai experienced a similar shock. While Indigo's astonishment morphed into frustration and anger, Xiaobai's transformed into sheer ecstasy. He found himself spared from reciting the elaborate arguments he had prepared, and even the sacrifices he had considered making to secure his request now seemed unnecessary, as he had succeeded with such unexpected ease. Moreover, his earlier ambiguous statement about remaining on the island for a long time was merely a vague notion, entirely at his discretion. Furthermore, rather than viewing his stay as a condition, it felt more like a personal appeal. The island was comfortable, abundant with exotic creatures for him to study, and populated by numerous people he could indirectly command. At this stage, Xiaobai had no intention of leaving. Unbeknownst to him, the Golden Lion harbored his own concerns. In truth, the Golden Lion placed little value on the herbs and such. Even the world tree he had previously regarded was primarily of interest to Indigo and his cohort of researchers. What the Golden Lion truly valued was Xiaobai and his myriad abilities. He understood that with Xiaobai's cunning, particularly after his recent breakthrough, it would be exceedingly difficult to retain him should he choose to depart. Aware that Xiaobai's demands were a mere ruse, he still dared not gamble. The prospect of losing the wondrous talismans or this immensely powerful ally, or worse, of Xiaobai aligning himself with unfriendly factions, was not a vision he wished to entertain. Thus, weighing his options, he conceded, at least outwardly complying with Xiaobai's terms with apparent nonchalance. From the moment Xiaobai laid eyes on the apothecary, he had begun to scheme, and now, with just a few words, he had achieved his goal. The immense disparity between his expectations and reality left him momentarily dizzy with joy. Ignoring the distraught Indigo beside him, Xiaobai turned to the Golden Lion with a serious demeanor and said, "Excuse me, Uncle Shiji, I require your assistance with something." "Yes, please ensure that all of these are delivered through that door. With your capabilities, it should be a simple task, correct?" Xiaobai has summoned a 3-meter-high mirror leading to a small world, or rather a door, although it is smaller than the original 10-meter height. The mirror's resplendent colors instantly revealed to Indigo that this was the very mirror that had seized the world tree, igniting a fiery glow in his eyes. The Golden Lion gazed at the emerging kaleidoscopic mirror, casting a knowing glance at Xiaobai. "This must be the manifestation of your devil fruit ability, intriguing indeed." With a flick of his finger, the Golden Lion unleashed a torrent of herbs from the medicinal garden, which swirled upward and surged toward the mirror. Fully absorbed by its vibrant surface, Xiaobai remained unfazed by this chaotic display. Within this realm, he held dominion over all. As long as the herbs traversed into his world, he could ensure their proper arrangement. In no time, all the medicinal plants from the 15,000 square meter garden had entered Xiaobai's small world, which was spacious enough, thanks to the world tree's expanse of 800 meters in diameter, with a radius of 400 meters to accommodate these herbs comfortably. Casting a glance at the barren soil left behind and the dazed Indigo standing there, Xiaobai sighed softly and summoned Xiao, who soared into the sky. "I shall not be coy, my dear uncle. In 5 days, I will return with the refined talismans. I am busy organizing these herbs, so I must take my leave." "Very well, I shall await your return." Ha 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 ha. The recently repaired gaping hole in the ceiling was once again torn open by Xiaobai, after a long, contemplative gaze at the spot where Xiaobai had vanished. The Golden Lion ultimately chose to trust him and refrained from pursuing. He then turned to the still-dazed Indigo and grunted in irritation. "When we dominate the world in the future, you shall have as much of these as you desire." With that, he paid no heed to Indigo and stepped away with the crisp sound of swords clashing at his feet. Indigo's eyes gleamed momentarily at the words. Yet he remained lost in thought, gazing vacantly in the direction Xiaobai had departed. Join the group, perhaps, in the Xiaobai archipelago. At the number 1 Red Tree district, the auction house. The auctioneer, drenched in sweat, surveyed the assembly of nobles below, swallowed hard to moisten his dry throat, and continued to articulate his pitch with remarkable eloquence. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. This is an item entrusted to us for a temporary auction by a certain dignitary. We present 3 talismans in total, 2 explosive fireball talismans and 1 guardian talisman. It is said that these talismans possess extraordinary effects. The explosive fireball talismans can unleash powerful fireball attacks with a mere tear of the surface, while the guardian talisman automatically activates defensive measures in the face of danger. The starting price is a mere 1 million berries each, with no limit on the increments. Let the auction commence." Silence ensued. Faced with the cold stares of the high-ranking dignitaries, beads of sweat dripped down the auctioneer's brow, yet he pressed on. "As for the efficacy, due to limited materials and the seller's insistence on no testing, we cannot verify their effects on site. I ask for your understanding. However, the seller has repeatedly assured us of their efficacy, and our auction house guarantees these talismans based on our past collaborations." Wiping his brow again, the auctioneer lamented internally. He himself lacked faith in these items, let alone expect others to invest heavily. If it weren't for the powerful figure behind him who had instructed him not to offend the seller, he would never have taken on this task. He waited for a moment, but still, no bids were heard. Murmurs of discontent began to arise, with some individuals already rising to leave. "Isn't this an auction for slaves? Why are they now selling such dubious items? Is that a masterpiece? It's so small and costly. What? Can't you hear? They read talismans. It must be fragments of a treasure map. Look at those odd patterns. Why not buy one and see? It might genuinely possess some miraculous effects. Are you foolish? You buy it if you wish. It's just a scribbled piece of paper. Do you really believe it? Spending $1 million on scrap paper. Though they do look quite attractive, if I had the money, I might purchase one as a piece of art." The auction house patrons could not truly be so foolish as to try and deceive with these items that even children would doubt, could they? It's a mutual choice. If you don't buy, just watch others bid. The auctioneer wiped his brow again, grateful that individuals like the celestial dragons were not present today. The attendees were few in number, or else, considering their pride, they might feel insulted and rise in outrage at the audacity of auctioning such fantastical items in their presence. The auctioneer forced a smile, reflecting on the seller's inflexible pricing, which was set so high, and could not help but grumble inwardly. However, hearing that the seller was affiliated with the legendary Golden Lions faction, he, a mere nobody, could only harbor his grievances in silence. As the auction threatened to end in failure, he wondered how he would respond when the time came. "I will take that guardian paper." A languid voice from an elegant noblewoman rang out, akin to celestial music to the auctioneer's ears. "That is the guardian talisman, esteemed lady. Your choice is as wise as your life itself. This distinguished lady has bid 1 million. Does anyone wish to raise the offer?" With someone finally making a bid. The next 2 fire talismans were similarly auctioned off at their base price. The auctioneer could not discern whether these patrons were driven by curiosity, a desire for collection, or other motives. He merely rejoiced at the completion of his task, lamenting the abundance of wealthy individuals devoid of common sense in this world. On Miracle Island, within the palace atop the snowy mountain in the Grand Hall, Xiaobai sat at the same table as the Golden Lion and Indigo, alongside a clothed red-furred gorilla named Scaridu. However, Xiaobai paid little heed to this, engaging in conversation with the Golden Lion and the others. It had been a month since Xiaobai had collected those herbs, and during this time, Indigo exhibited an unusual fervor, seemingly forgetting past grievances, which left Xiaobai in a state of bewilderment for a while. Nonetheless, considering it a positive development, he accepted it with a smile. By chance, Xiaobai learned of a connection between the Golden Lion and Don Quixote da Flamingo. After some contemplation, he decided to ask the Golden Lion to send someone to auction his talismans. This decision was motivated not only by the desire to earn some extra income and have a bit of fun, but also by a curiosity to observe the impact of the talismans on the world. After all, the talismans he had entrusted to the Golden Lion were subject to such strict control that they could hardly circulate. At this stage, he was not in a position to venture into the core of the Navy, so he had to rely on them, due to Doflamingo's influence behind the scenes. The auction house would comply with the Golden Lion's request without hesitation. However, the act of auctioning seemed to sever some of the Golden Lion's intentions. The two faced off for a considerable time until Xiaobai finally offered a guardian talisman capable of withstanding a close-range cannon blast for 1 minute, which prompted the Golden Lion's agreement. In the end, Xiaobai entrusted him with 3 newly crafted fire talismans and 2 guardian talismans for auction. The guardian talisman was an advanced version of the Golden Bell talisman he had initially given to Sabo. The emergence of these new talismans filled the Golden Lion with ecstatic delight, igniting new hopes and intensifying his enthusiasm for Xiaobai. Ultimately, with a grand gesture, he allocated a miniature floating island spanning 6 to 7 square kilometers to Xiaobai, where he could retreat for cultivation and research. Today, Xiaobai was particularly inspired and lingered there a while longer. "By the way, little one, your 5 talismans fetched 3 million berry. The funds are sent to your new residence," the Golden Lion suddenly recalled. "Oh," Xiaobai responded, noting that the 5 talismans had only sold for 3 million, averaging nearly 600,000 berry each, a figure significantly lower than what he and the Golden Lion had anticipated. This realization dampened his enthusiasm, leaving him uncertain whether this price reflected a deduction of 2 talismans by the Golden Lion. "By the way, uncle, with your strength, wouldn't any casual strike surpass the power of my talismans? Why then do you still require my talismans and insist on my joining?" Xiaobai inquired casually while biting into an appealing fruit. "Ha ha ha ha. I am the Golden Lion, the great pirate. Though I am powerful, I cannot engage personally in every battle. Otherwise, what would my subordinates be for? I value these talismans that bestow strength upon the humble. And I am particularly intrigued by your creative ability. What surprises these talismans continue to bring me? I find myself increasingly fond of you. You. Stop, stop, stop. Little one, join us. I possess formidable strength and countless things that people covet: wealth, beauty, and power. I can even help you stand against the entire Navy and the world government. As a companion, I will fulfill every demand you have, if you desire it. I can grant you everything. You could become my right-hand man, like Indigo, obeying only me while enjoying absolute freedom. Just imagine. If we were to dominate the world in the future, you would be one of the founding elders, revered by people across the globe." "Stop, stop, stop, stop." Xiaobai repeatedly raised his hand and exclaimed, having heard similar remarks countless times before. Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred to remain silent. Just as he contemplated leaving, the mocking voice of the Golden Lion unexpectedly echoed, "Little brat, those herbs were quite beneficial for you, weren't they? How about it? Did they bring you back to life?" Upon hearing this, Indigo beside him momentarily froze, feigning indifference while his ears perked up. Xiaobai chuckled in response. "Enough of your probing. I'll surprise you when the time comes. I'll be waiting." The laughter resounded throughout the Grand Hall, where an old man and a young boy engaged in such a playful exchange. One was a legendary pirate, while the other was merely a child of 7 or 8. Though the scene was peculiar, neither the guards nor the maids bustling about felt any sense of awkwardness. On the contrary, many gazed at Xiaobai with fervent admiration that was inadvertently revealed. This was a world where strength commanded respect, and Xiaobai's imposing figure, wielding a colossal sword and standing tall amidst the beasts, was imprinted in the minds of all who witnessed it. The sheer astonishment of those who had experienced the monstrous might of the creatures, only to see them cower before Xiaobai, was palpable. For those who had not witnessed it firsthand but had their friends' tales embellish the event, Xiaobai had undoubtedly become a mythic figure. Moreover, the knowledge that Xiaobai could create powerful talismans, unmatched even by research teams, alongside his youth that was astonishingly remarkable, only served to elevate his status. Even the formidable Golden Lion treated him with utmost respect, subtly indicating that Xiaobai's reputation had soared to unprecedented heights, unimaginable even to figures like the Golden Lion. In response to the fervent gazes directed at him, Xiaobai merely smiled in surprise and bid farewell to the Golden Lion before returning to his island palace. Shortly thereafter, he slipped into a small world in the Navy headquarters. Within the operations conference room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow as he listened to the soldier's report. Remaining silent for an extended period, "Are you certain that the item auction was indeed a talisman's paper?" "Yes, Admiral. We have confirmed it once more." "What are the samples? Have they been retrieved?" "Admiral, among the 3 talismans sold at the auction, 2 were purchased anonymously by wandering merchants, and we are currently seeking to recover them. The 3rd was given to a celestial dragon." "The celestial dragons?" Sengoku's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, and he quickly inquired. "Have we identified who consigned it?" "Admiral, our operatives who entered the auction houses back in to inquire were expelled by the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. When they returned, he was already gone, and the auction staff claimed ignorance." Sengoku dismissed the soldier, intertwining his fingers as his gaze fluctuated between hope and despair. "The warlords? Humph. Pirates are indeed untrustworthy. Talismans, is it? You again, sword immortal Xiaobai." Sengoku lightly closed his eyes, rubbing his temples in frustration, feeling as though the entire weight of his duties rested upon this one individual. However, he was powerless. For everything concerning sword immortal Xiaobai had been classified at the highest level of urgency, given their current assessments of Xiaobai's potential and the opposing stance. A misstep could lead to the Navy's downfall. Though the world government remained dismissive, Sengoku adhered to the principle of being vigilant in times of peace. He could foresee Xiaobai's rise and the terror it would bring. "Talismans. Talismans. What exactly are your intentions, Xiaobai?" Sengoku fell into deep contemplation, abruptly interrupted by the sound of incessant munching. Looking up, he saw Vice Admiral Garp, hailed as the Navy's hero, leisurely enjoying a donut on the sofa. This sight ignited Sengoku's fury, veins bulging in his temples. "Garp, what on earth are you doing?" "Haha." Vice Admiral Garp merely laughed heartily, displaying a carefree demeanor as he continued to relish his treat, which only exacerbated Sengoku's rage. You still eat. Get out. When you have time, go capture Xiaobai. Don't be angry. Here, have one." "Scoundrel." Garp laughed unabashedly, suddenly recalling the mention of Xiaobai and some rumors he had heard back in his hometown of Windmill Village. He contemplated sharing the amusing tale circulating, but thought better of it upon seeing Sengoku's enraged countenance. It was fortunate he refrained. For under the current climate of paranoia gripping the Navy, such chatter would undoubtedly prompt a thorough investigation, potentially unearthing connections to Luffy and the hidden son of the former pirate king, Ace. The small world had grown a little more over the course of the past month. Xiaobai stood beneath the world tree, gazing up at the distant, unattainable starry sky. Each time he contemplated his role as the possessor of this world, an ineffable sensation enveloped him. The world tree, towering at 100 meters, had seen the radius of the ground expand from 400 to approximately 500 meters. Its growth rate had significantly slowed since its inception, now stabilizing. Yet, for the development of a world, this pace remained remarkably swift. The rare herbs had been revived and meticulously arranged by Xiaobai, flourishing with a vitality more vibrant than ever, which filled him with delight. The little white fox girl continued to slumber peacefully beneath the world tree, nestled in the princess bed he had custom-made for her. Her exquisite features, delicate alabaster form, and waist-length silver hair cascading across the grand bed rendered her 100 times more enchanting than the sleeping beauty of fairy tales. Although her complexion had improved considerably, witnessing her serene visage, knowing she had fallen into slumber for his sake, stirred profound sorrow within Xiaobai, leaving him feeling helpless. Gently brushing the silver strands from her forehead, he sighed softly, when suddenly his gaze was drawn to the stone sculptures at the edge of the miniature world. These statues were, in fact, replication templates of the creatures he had previously duplicated, manifested here as proportional stone effigies. Given the limited number of beings he had replicated, the space occupied by these templates was minimal. Moreover, the ample space of the miniature world allowed him to regard them with indifference. Yet, the presence of these sculptures reminded him that the ferocious beasts he had previously selected for domestication required fortification, not only in combat prowess, but also as he had been utilizing their blood to refine talismans. Particularly the black dragon, used for crafting fire talismans, which had nearly been bled to the brink of exhaustion. It was time to embark on the journey of alchemy. Xiaobai glanced at the vibrant herbs, swiftly rifling through the alchemical text in his mind. Soon, he arrived at a new resolution. He decided to have the Golden Lions prepare a few alchemical cauldrons for him. It was time to request some of those IQ as well. Xiaobai murmured to himself, casting a glance back at the slumbering enchanting little girl, before summoning the door to step out of the miniature world. He first visited several prisons, observing the fierce beasts within. Although labeled as such, these creatures had gradually returned to their natural state due to the recent lack of IQ injections in Xiaobai's training. They now shrank back into the corners at the mere sight of him, no longer daring to roar. Unbothered, Xiaobai extracted blood from a black dragon before leaving, intending to take advantage of his free time to craft additional talismans for future needs. Following his transformation, both his physical prowess and the capacity of his true essence had significantly increased. Moreover, due to his heightened proficiency, the speed at which he refined talismans had markedly improved. Within just an hour, he had successfully created 3 enhanced fire talismans. Exhaling deeply, he stretched his body, which had grown slightly sore from intense concentration and tension, then pushed open the door of the secret chamber and stepped outside. The island bestowed by the Golden Lion was truly picturesque, devoid of the snowbound peaks and palatial storms. It was a realm where spring reigned eternal. Each day, individuals arrived to replenish the supplies, ensuring their freshness and abundance. Furthermore, the once ferocious beasts had been entirely expelled to the main island, their perimeter lined with towering plants resembling large radishes to deter them. Consequently, this island was inhabited only by small, lively creatures, birds, butterflies, and squirrels, darting about playfully. Coupled with the meticulously designed scenery, it exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the outside world. Xiaobai stretched his muscles and suddenly noticed a large snail with a blue shell and pink body. It was a surveillance snail. Had it not been for the angle, Xiaobai might have overlooked it entirely. His mind's eye was still a nascent skill, somewhat cumbersome to wield, and currently, it posed a considerable burden on the young Xiaobai. Typically, he refrained from scanning with his mental perception. Yet this instance served as a timely reminder. With a light chuckle, he waved his purple feather in that direction and strolled back to his residence. In the monitoring room, the Golden Lion suddenly beheld the screen transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. He paused momentarily, then shook his head in resignation. How outrageous, this little one. This is my island, and yet you exploit it without my knowledge. Alas. He gestured to the anxious staff member standing by, beads of sweat adorning their forehead. The Golden Lion reignited a cigar, a cryptic smile gracing his face. Speaking of which, the earlier incident involving the destruction of 2 naval ships could be deemed a form of retribution for him. Perhaps it was time to mention it. Amidst the heavy fog, a new batch of wayward souls arrived at the ominous Sanjiao Mass today. The already infamous Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, gazed mockingly at the pirates before him who were screaming and scattering in fear, his eyes reflecting an indescribable pride and disdain. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward a shadowy corner. Who? Stepped forward. Evidently startled, a little girl with pink hair timidly emerged from the shadows. Her delicate skin and exquisitely sculpted face, coupled with her large, enchanting eyes, evoked a profound sense of empathy. Moria cast a glance at the panicked pirates who paid no heed to the girl, and then turned his attention back to her, his expression inscrutable. The girl clutched a large doll, gazing at Moria with trepidation, gradually hiding her face behind the plush toy. Moria regarded her with palpable disdain in his eyes. Such a frail child lacked the qualifications to even merit his attention. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed 2 spectral figures slowly emerging from the girl's form, hovering translucent behind her, oscillating gently as they regarded him. Moria halted momentarily, his eyes narrowing. Child? Hey, who are you? Startled by Moria's voice, the girl buried her face deeper, shaking her head fearfully. I don't know. They brought me here. She responded, her voice quivering. They? That band of pirates? Where are your parents? I don't know. The girl's head shook vehemently, her tone growing increasingly sorrowful. Don't know? Were you abducted by those pirates since childhood? Moria grinned widely, revealing a fearsome visage that only heightened the girl's terror. And no. I don't know. The pink-haired girl clutched her doll tighter, as if it were her sole protector in this moment. You know nothing, do you? Have you forgotten your own name? Huh. Just as she uttered a syllable, the girl winced in pain, a sharp ache piercing her head, causing her to momentarily loosen her grip on the doll. It seems, Perona, today marks the inaugural day of the Dan's emergence. Xiaobai, drenched in sweat, gazed anxiously at the large, swirling alchemical furnace before him. His heart raced with uncertainty. He had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. Remaining seated in this very spot, tirelessly channeling his vital energy into the furnace to facilitate its continuous rotation and refinement. The furnace consumed only a modest amount of vital energy per moment, yet the passage of time proved relentless. Given his current reservoir of vital essence and the rate at which he could absorb and convert energy, sustaining this effort without rest for 3 consecutive days was nearly his limit. Although he sensed that the elixir was on the verge of completion, his vital essence was nearing depletion, leaving Xiaobai in a state of unease. The formula in the alchemical scroll is written this way. It should be correct. Xiaobai felt an unsettling anxiety within him. His innate talent for talisman crafting had engendered a sense of self-importance, leading him to naively believe that success would come effortlessly. After merely studying the alchemical scrolls from the Xiao Dian, he was eager to embark on his experimentation. Could it be due to the addition of IQ? He pondered. No. I have indeed cross-referenced the herbs with similar properties. Lacking a mentor, the advantage of being self-taught lay in breaking conventions and daring to innovate. Yet this very trait often sowed the seeds of tragedy. Could it be that the amount of true energy I release per unit of time is incorrect? The alchemical scroll provided detailed formulas and simplistic methods, yet its vague instructions left him in a state of frustration and despair. Xiaobai was beginning to grow anxious. Am I destined to fail at the last hurdle? After 3 days of tireless effort and intense concentration, even his formidable mental fortitude, born from the strength of his soul, was faltering, leaving him in a state of dejection that he could scarcely share with others. Suddenly, the alchemical furnace exhibited a slight instability, gradually shaking more violently. This cannot be the moment of failure. It felt reminiscent of those online games from his past life, where one would grind for an item for days on end, repeating the same actions hundreds of times, filled with hope, only to have the power cut out just as the coveted item appeared beneath the final defeated boss. Such heart-stopping occurrences were thrilling, yet Xiaobai yearned to avoid such a fate. Crack! A fine fissure appeared on the surface of the furnace, causing Xiaobai's heart to skip a beat. Crack, crack. The fissure widened ominously as his trembling hands struggled to maintain their grip on the furnace. Buzz. Despite the unfamiliar sound, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Could it explode? No, it couldn't. Boom. The furnace erupted suddenly. As Xiaobai had feared, the explosion sent shards flying, but his instinctive awareness allowed him to evade the debris. Unfortunately, the surrounding objects were not so fortunate. The blast, infused with immense true energy, was devastatingly fierce, even shattering the reinforced walls of the chamber. Once the chaos subsided, Xiaobai surveyed the wreckage, contemplating how 3 days of labor had culminated in utter failure. He had expected to rage and fury, but was instead met with waves of exhaustion that drained him of any anger. A profound sense of despair washed over him. Sweat dripped from his body, yet his heart wept tears of blood. Had his first foray into alchemy ended in failure? 3 days of relentless dedication, expending both true essence and spirit, only to result in nothing? Wait. Xiaobai sniffed, and suddenly stepped forward, carefully sifting through the rubble. Amidst the debris, he discovered a group of 5 elixirs, their crystalline green hue glistening with a faint, enchanting fragrance, quietly resting there. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiaobai shouted in exhilaration. My first attempt at alchemy has succeeded. Ha! He cradled the 5 resplendent elixirs as if they were precious treasures. The arduous efforts of the past 3 days had not been in vain. The feeling of having gained back what he had almost lost filled him with exhilaration. Even with his current state of mind and cultivation, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although, in comparison to the 20 elixirs he aimed to produce, his success rate of 25% left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiaobai, being affluent and magnanimous, regarded this loss with equanimity. What Xiaobai was unaware of was that in the realm of cultivation, during one's initial attempt at alchemy, the likelihood of successfully producing a pill, even under supervision and guidance, is infinitesimal, merely 1 in 10,000. Achieving a success rate exceeding 3% on a first trial is already considered the hallmark of extraordinary talent. Yet, against all odds, Xiaobai, without any guidance and armed only with unrecorded IQ herbs, managed to attain a remarkable success rate of 25% on his very first attempt at alchemy, a feat that transcends the mere label of genius. Xiaobai, taking advantage of the situation, seated himself upon the disheveled ground, briefly inspecting the elixir in his hand before carefully placing it into a small porcelain vial he had prepared earlier. The remainder shall be tested on those ferocious beasts. I wonder how effective my elixir truly is. I hope it does not tarnish my reputation. Xiaobai pondered silently, when an overwhelming fatigue suddenly washed over him. With a bitter smile, he attempted to resist, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ruins and drifting into slumber. It seemed that the suspense had long been unraveled by many. How regrettable. Tomorrow afternoon, it appears there will be a new update. Everyone should remember this book. For those who have not yet collected it, please do so. In the days of the Grim Reaper, this is the work of a very obedient junior brother. If you are fond of it, do take a look. Well, as usual, the next update will be late at night, so classmates need not wait. Upon the azure expanse of the sea, the inspection team organized by the world's aristocracy, the Celestial Dragon, encountered a band of pirates aboard their luxurious vessel. Sir, that group of pirates has surrendered. The Celestial Dragon, adorned in protective gear, listened nonchalantly to the report from his attendant clad in a black suit. However, upon hearing the news, his expression soured. Such lowly pirates dare to surrender to someone as noble as I. Without a hint of hesitation, he kicked away the reporting attendant and stepped to the ship's railing, gazing at the small pirate ship, which barely matched half the height of his opulent vessel. The Celestial Dragon scoffed and extended his hand into the air. An attendant, quick-witted and adept, promptly handed him a shoulder-mounted cannon. Boom. The cannonball obliterated 2 unfortunate pirates, leaving the remaining surrendering pirates on the deck in a state of uncertainty. While those aboard the inspection vessel looked on in fear at the Celestial Dragon, too intimidated to utter a word. The Celestial Dragon, however, merely sneered disdainfully, discarding the cannon before suddenly recalling something. He summoned another attendant, taking from him a piece of talisman paper, curiously inspecting it for a moment. He then tore it towards the pirate ship. Boom. A massive fireball erupted, instantly destroying half of the wooden vessel, sending waves and blood splattering onto the shield above the Celestial Dragon's head. Yet, for the first time, he felt no anger. What is this? The celestial dragon stood in a daze for a while before asking his black-clad attendant in a trembling voice. Master, this is said to be called a talisman. Puff, 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 puff. The golden lion stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside when he abruptly heard a peculiar sound of footsteps. Each step caused a twitch at the corner of his eye. Master Shiki. Master Shiki. Dr. Indigo, when will you resolve that damned sound of footsteps? Indigo, who had rushed in with a beaming expression, was momentarily taken aback by the golden lion's roar. Stopping in his tracks, he began gesticulating with a test tube in hand. We have finally developed this medicine, Indigo stated suddenly with a serious expression. You can talk after all. Never mind. What did you just say? Master Shiki, after our relentless research on IQ, we have successfully created a super drug named SQ. This medication is significantly more potent than its predecessors, and according to our extensive research, it can accelerate the evolution of those rare beasts, potentially increasing their overall strength by up to 30% upon first use. This potion, Indigo was initially excitedly explaining, but noticed the golden lion's gaze shifting towards him, filled with an odd expression. Years of loyalty made him immediately sense something was amiss, prompting him to gradually halt his narration. Master Shiki? Indigo queried, bewildered. Bring forth those visuals you just showed me. Several staff members swiftly wheeled in a screen. And though Indigo was confused, he dared not neglect the matter and quickly approached to observe. The first thing that caught his eye was a vast open space, and due to his recent spying, he instantly recognized it as a location on Xiaobai Island. Next, he saw Xiaobai single-handedly dragging a rare beast from a building. The bizarre yet powerful scene was striking. Then, Xiaobai hurled the rare beast into the open space, and as it was freed, it immediately retaliated furiously against him. The creature's attacks were exceptionally fierce, yet Xiaobai deftly evaded. Everyone fell silent, watching the starkly contrasting yet strange battle unfold. While Indigo's expression grew increasingly grave as he pondered. All right, share your thoughts, the golden lion commanded suddenly, dismissing the staff. The formidable beast in Xiaobai's possession had been meticulously investigated by Indigo and his team due to their initial favoritism towards him. This included the creature depicted in the footage. They possessed an abundance of detailed and precise investigative data. Thus, even through the screen, Indigo could immediately discern the stark contrast, realizing that its combat capabilities had increased by more than mere multiples. This extraordinary creature. Before Indigo could fully articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by the golden lion. This footage was clandestinely captured this morning, according to the attendant who tended to its daily needs. The child had fed them some unknown pills he had personally concocted, resulting in their current state. The golden lion's tone was laced with admiration, astonishment, and a hint of sorrow, yet to Indigo, it resonated like a thunderclap. He recalled a decade of research, his self-proclaimed genius, and his status as the leading figure in scientific endeavors. He remembered the fleeting pride he felt upon developing a potion that merely enhanced capabilities by 30%, as well as the peculiar gaze of the golden lion moments ago. Realizing this, Indigo hastily turned his attention to the golden lion. The latter regarded him with a profound expression, remaining silent, yet inducing a chill that coursed through Indigo's veins. Indigo's body stiffened, clutching the SQ potion that could amplify effects threefold, feeling as if it were a searing piece of iron in his grasp, leaving him in a state of disarray, drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't until the golden lion averted his gaze that Indigo finally exhaled, only to realize his back was completely soaked. Perhaps even his position as the foremost individual beneath the golden lion was beginning to face a crisis. This Xiaobai, merely a child of just over 7 years, according to the investigation. As Indigo continued to perspire, the golden lion, with his back turned, remained silent, quietly puffing on a cigar, gazing out at the swirling snow beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass, squinting slightly while exhaling wisps of smoke. In an expanse that had been cleared, Xiaobai gazed at the black dragon before him, which had succumbed to frenzy after being fed elixirs. His brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, has it lost even the most basic semblance of intelligence? Is it left with nothing but a relentless thirst for blood? Xiaobai skillfully evaded the onslaught of the black dragon, deftly pivoting to deliver a powerful kick. The dragon was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into several towering trees nearby, splintering them with ease. Dazed, the dragon shook its head, blood seeping from its broken wings. With eyes aflame and teeth glistening with saliva, it mindlessly lunged once more at Xiaobai. Indeed, IQ is truly remarkable. The elixirs crafted from it can drive these beasts to evolve wildly, yet the side effects are rather excessive. Xiaobai gazed at the relentless and frenzied black dragons, pondering to himself. After being fed the potent elixirs, they had indeed grown immensely powerful. Yet they had nearly entirely lost their rationality. Now, upon encountering any creature of considerable size, they would instinctively attack, oblivious to their own injuries during combat, their eyes seemingly consumed by a singular desire for destruction and chaos. At this juncture, they had become a true pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Their strength had surged by 1 to 2-fold, yet their sanity had dissipated. This was of little consequence, for Xiaobai had initially sought out their formidable physiques. However, their unstable foundation and the excessive potency of the elixirs had resulted in a mere doubling of their strength, which was already approaching its limits. With an ominous sense of impending collapse lurking beneath the surface, This realization caused Xiaobai to furrow his brows. First, let us replicate their current state. It seems that in order for them to continue growing, I must allow Indigo and the others to approach gradually, just as in the original tale. Xiaobai let out a heavy sigh, delivering a powerful blow that rendered the black dragon unconscious. Unbeknownst to him, within the palace of the main island, Indigo stood with a contemplative expression, clutching his newly developed IQ, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Alas, it was slightly late. The tale unfolding tonight carried a hint of tragedy. Let us consider it the third chapter. In the East Sea, amidst a lavish gathering of the affluent, chaos reigned. The venue was in disarray, with the wealthy guests huddled in corners, their faces reflecting utter despair as they watched the deranged captor not far away. Ha! You wretched rich people. It is you who have plundered the resources of our homeland. It is your greed that has led to my son's untimely death due to lack of medical care. My parents starved because of you. I demand that you all pay the price. Boss. And the brothers. I shall take my leave. The captor gripped the terrified noblewoman tightly, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he ignited the explosives strapped to his body. No. Let me go. I'll give you money. Run. It's going to explode. Quickly. Hide behind there. The frantic voices echoed, each person desperate to avoid calamity. The captor clung fiercely to the noblewoman's clothing, a mad glint in his eyes. Boom. The deafening explosion was followed by a cacophony of horrifying screams, as those affected clutched their mangled limbs and cried out in agony. Some fortunate enough to evade harm dared not peek out for fear of what they might see. Yet, upon glimpsing their companions' frozen expressions, they too hesitated, peering out in trepidation. They stood in shock. The ground was littered with debris, blood, and flesh, and there, unaffected and dazed, sat the noblewoman. How could this be? The injured held their breath, incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld her, specifically the faint protective barrier surrounding her and the smoldering paper that floated before her chest. The noblewoman collapsed, gazing upward at the paper slowly disintegrating in the air, murmuring absent-mindedly. It is a guardian talisman. It was true. In the dense forest, Xiaobai moved with a fluidity akin to a swimming dragon. He reveled in the surging energy within him and the formidable strength of his body, particularly after integrating the improved shave technique with his newfound carefree agility, achieving astonishing speed. If previously, during his battle against 5 rear admirals, he had barely survived through sheer desperation, now he felt confident that he could annihilate them all within half an hour, sustaining only minor injuries. These were rear admirals, 5 representatives of absolute military might. They towered over the vast majority of humanity with their overwhelming power, regarded with awe by countless pirates and navy personnel alike. Yet, Xiaobai felt little trepidation. He did not consider exterminating them to be a monumental feat in the battle at Fisherman's Village. 2 of the 5 rear admirals were killed and 3 injured, a fact he had learned from the Golden Lion. The deceased Rear Admiral Longzi and Rear Admiral Jiandu were later revealed to be the same individuals who were effortlessly dispatched by Whitebeard during the Marineford War. Indeed, a single strike. Even in his twilight years, Whitebeard managed to eliminate 2 robust men in their prime with mere flicks of his wrist. This stark contrast underscored the disparity between supreme and advanced combat power. As Xiaobai's abilities grew, he became increasingly aware of this gap. With a burgeoning sense of pride, he found himself comparing his progress to that of figures like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, while most pirates reveled in their minor victories over lowly foes. Considering themselves the greatest, Xiaobai, a mere child of just over 7 years, had already set his sights on those standing at the pinnacle, like Whitebeard. And now, he was drawing ever closer to them. The energy within him approached the limits of his young body. It must be noted that Xiaobai's rate of absorbing spiritual energy was extraordinary, particularly after his rebirth through the World Tree. While other cultivators might spend years in seclusion to replenish their energy, Xiaobai struggled with an excess of it, unable to convert it properly. This was largely due to his pauses in absorption caused by the crafting of talismans and elixirs. Recently, his daily routine had become increasingly structured. He devoted time each day to talisman crafting, while the production of IQ-type elixirs had ceased due to their drawbacks. Other enhancements to his physique remained unattainable due to insufficient herb quality and scarcity. The mystical formations within the divine texts tantalized him, yet his soul lacked the strength to even peruse them. Thus, he focused on physical training. Among the 6 techniques he practiced, he abandoned moonwalk due to its excessive energy consumption, especially since he had access to superior aerial techniques in the divine texts. With the presence of Xiu, he also set aside Storm Step-in Finger Spear as they proved ineffective in high-level combat, rendering them obsolete. Iron Block was discarded as his body no longer required such torturous techniques. What remained were the increasingly refined and powerful Shavan paper drawing, which complemented his agile movements and adapted seamlessly to this world. This became the focal point of Xiaobai's training regimen. After completing a series of drills and exercises, Xiaobai emerged from the forest, drenched in sweat, only to find Indigo standing there, a contemplative expression on his face, as if he were on the verge of speaking. In the grand hall, Xiaobai had already changed into a fresh set of garments. A piece of fruit held delicately between his lips as he leisurely observed the awkwardly fidgeting Indigo, feeling a peculiar sense of intrigue. Had the recent tidying services been satisfactory? Indigo rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. He often engaged in various experiments that had led him to inadvertently devastate several rooms, yet upon awakening, they were typically restored and tidied. However, Xiaobai found it difficult to discern the intent behind Indigo's inquiries. Have the supplies been timely? Indigo's strained smile had become somewhat rigid, his already small eyes squinting into near invisibility, his face, once pale, now taking on a rather ghastly appearance. He opened his mouth in a daze, ultimately only managing a nod. Xiaobai, however, was left even more perplexed. What was this? A casual conversation? This fruit is delicious, isn't it? Xiaobai was nearly choked by his unabashed words, almost flinging the fruit from his hand as his eyes widened in a daze. What was that just now? The so-called first mate of the legendary pirate was speaking in such a rustic manner? The awkward expression and words sent a shiver down Xiaobai's spine, raising goosebumps all over him. Those provisions. Stop, stop, stop. Just say what you need to say. Your inquiries seem rather uncomfortable, and I find myself feeling even more uneasy. Xiaobai hastily raised his hand to intervene. Indigo's contorted smile momentarily froze. After taking a deep breath, he managed to compose his expression, quietly observing Xiaobai, yet his gaze was filled with boundless sorrow. Sorrow? Xiaobai's hair stood on end. Just as he was on the verge of breaking down from being scrutinized, Indigo, feeling despondent, finally spoke. I have heard that you have developed a potion capable of doubling the strength of rare beasts. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the subject of discussion pertained to the elixirs he had refined using the IQ herb. He began to surmise Indigo's intentions for coming here, furrowing his brow slightly before nodding in response to Indigo's eager gaze. May I see it? Indigo inquired, his excitement palpable. I mean, just for research purposes. Rest assured, I will exchange it with my own developed SQ as compensation. Indigo's face lit up with urgency, his gestures animated with anticipation. However, Xiaobai merely shook his head. Immediately, Indigo appeared deflated, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. An oppressive silence ensued, heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, Xiaobai let out a soft sigh. Follow me. I will show you something. Indigo's expression brightened, and he eagerly followed suit. The morning brought its own rewards. Although somewhat delayed, everything was welcome. The comments appeared a bit sparse. Please do engage enthusiastically. That is all. Feel free to take a look. Xiaobai opened the iron cage and pointed at the beast within, which was barely clinging to life, addressing Indigo. Indigo hesitated for a fleeting moment before swiftly entering the cage. Although he trusted that Xiaobai would not harm him without cause, he remained vigilant, eyeing the beast with its still blood-red eyes. After all, these ferocious creatures could become wildly aggressive up close, something a frail researcher like him could hardly withstand, even with his demonic abilities. However, he soon realized that although the beast retained its ferocity, it seemed utterly devoid of strength, merely gasping for breath as it glared at him. Indigo furrowed his brow and glanced back at Xiaobai, receiving no answers. He promptly retrieved a portable device from within his white robe and began to examine the beast. Indigo murmured in surprise as he scrutinized the data displayed, his expression shifting dramatically. Now you understand, do you? A soft, ethereal voice emanated from behind him, prompting him to turn abruptly. There stood Xiaobai, leaning against the cage door with an impassive expression, articulating. The physical attributes have surged dramatically, increasing by 1 to 2 folds, encompassing attack intensity, speed, and reflexes. Aggressiveness has escalated immensely, while rationality has significantly diminished, and the perception of pain has dulled. The bodily tissues are on the verge of collapse, ultimately leading to muscular exhaustion and immobility. This is the consequence of consuming the elixir I have concocted. Its potency is excessively stimulating, rendering dilution ineffective. Fortunately, the test subjects on this island of ferocious beasts are in even numbers. Otherwise, we would have exhausted the materials needed for further talisman crafting. As Xiaobai calmly recounted the tale, he kept a watchful eye on Indigo's expressions. He observed the transformation from initial dejection and disappointment to a sudden spark of joy, reminiscent of a forgotten memory, followed by a tumult of relief and frustration that intertwined in a complex array of emotions, leaving Xiaobai utterly perplexed. I have thoroughly disclosed all the shortcomings to you. Do you still desire such a pill? After granting him ample time to compose himself, Xiaobai spoke with a serene demeanor, a maturity etched on his youthful face, undisturbed by praise or blame. Indigo pondered for a considerable while upon hearing this. He recognized that Xiaobai's actions stemmed from his own failed research, seeking to learn from his experience. Yet, he also acknowledged his need for Xiaobai, who resembled a potent stimulant. With a resolute determination, Indigo exclaimed, I want it. Very well, Xiaobai replied. Xiaobai finally revealed a smile so enchanting that even Indigo was momentarily captivated. He retrieved a glistening pill from his bag, pinching it between his fingers. Give me your latest concoction, and let us strike a deal. The scene unfolded in the auction house on the Red Tree district of the Xiaobai archipelago. 1 month after the last auction of the so-called talisman, the auctioneer had been consumed with anxiety, fearing retribution from those who had previously purchased the deceitful talisman. To his astonishment, no one had come to confront him, and just as he began to relax, he received 2 new talismans. This was truly maddening. The auctioneer felt tears welling in his eyes. These high-priced fraudulent items were one thing, but to repeatedly deceive wealthy merchants was a perilous game that could cost him dearly. Perhaps it was time to flee. After all, his wife and son were not here, and he felt light as a feather on his own. As he pondered, he couldn't help but curse his boss, whose reckless decisions had allowed these dubious items to infiltrate their auction house. As an employee, he was left to bear the brunt of this relentless psychological and impending physical pressure. The thought of those two new fraudulent talismans sent another wave of dread coursing through him. The curtain on the high platform slowly drew back, and the auctioneer was astonished to find the esteemed guests more fervent than ever. Upon closer inspection, the ostentatious display and prominent transparent helmets revealed the presence of celestial dragons. This was disastrous. Now, they were auctioning off those deceiving talismans. Heaven help him. May the celestial nobles not take offense. Despite his inner turmoil, the auctioneer maintained a facade of professional cheerfulness, smoothly conducting the auction while secretly wishing for the celestial nobles to take their leave. However, fate did not favor his plea. Although the celestial dragons appeared somewhat impatient, they remained, their interest seemingly piqued. This defied logic. The auctioneer wanted to weep. He had reserved the talismans for last, hoping the guests would grow bored and leave. Yet, the most impatient of the celestial dragons had chosen to wait. How could this be? Hadn't they sent out a catalog detailing the auction items in advance? Was there truly nothing particularly alluring among them? What were these people waiting for? As the auction of the talismans approached, the prospect of the celestial nobles bidding on them sent shivers down his spine. How could he repay his life if deceiving the world's elite, who wielded life and death with impunity? No one was leaving, regardless of the auctioneer's growing anxiety. The inevitable loomed closer. The two talismans were placed on a delicate jade stand, encased beneath a pristine glass dome. Under the intense gaze of every attendee, they were presented on the display platform, adorned with exquisite decorations to elevate their perceived value. Next, we have the final items of this auction. One explosive fireball talisman and one guardian talisman. Their starting bid is 1 million. The auctioneer uttered his words with an uncharacteristic lack of conviction, averting his gaze from the crowd below. 1,500,000. A voice erupted from the corner, nearly drowning out the auctioneer's words, and the identity of the item was hardly questioned. 2 million. Another voice chimed in, this time from the opposite corner. Its increase is staggering 50,000. The auctioneer was taken aback. 230,000. I bid 3 million. 320,000. The bidding escalated like thunder in the auctioneer's ears, awakening him to the reality that this was not a dream, yet tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Please, if you do not understand, do not be so enthusiastic. This is neither an artifact nor a treasure map. I do not wish to perish. The bids continued to surge, each one more overwhelming than the last, until a brash voice declared, I bid 20 million. What? The auctioneer gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom the audacity of this figure, only to realize it was a celestial dragon. Very well, now even the celestial dragons have joined the fray. The auctioneer felt darkness encroaching upon him, as if he might faint. The celestial dragon stood, surveying the room with arrogance, instilling fear in all present. The previously jubilant crowd fell silent. The celestial dragon scoffed, settling back into his seat. Silence enveloped the room, while the auctioneer, still stunned by the multitude of shocks, struggled to regain his composure. I bid 25 million. For the guardian talisman. A noble woman hesitated under the gaze of the celestial dragon, then resolutely proclaimed her bid, drawing the attention of all competitors. Still bidding, the auctioneer summoned his strength to dispel his dizziness, suddenly recalling the noble woman who had previously purchased a mere piece of paper for 1 million, under the impression she would be avenged. I bid 100 million. 100 million for both. The celestial dragon rose once more, surveying the crowd with disdain. Do you lowly commoners dare to compete with me? The celestial dragon's audacity silenced all bidders, regardless of their rank or wealth. Those who had been eager to bid were restrained by their companions, fists clenched in frustration. Yet they remained voiceless. 100 million? 200 million for both? In previous auctions, the auctioneer would have reveled in such high stakes, but now his heart shattered. The realization struck him. The high bidder was a celestial dragon, known for their violent temper and willingness to eliminate anyone who displeased them. Had these bidders previously encouraged the price hike? The auctioneer paused, realizing that those present were cunning elites from various fields. Why would they engage in such reckless bidding? Could it be that the tales of the talismans held some truth? How could that be? Deal. The auctioneer did not forget that the noble celestial dragon was waiting below. Without any superfluous words, he struck the gavel decisively. Yet, the celestial dragon paid no heed to him, joyfully ascending the stage to grasp 2 talismans. Surrounded by the envious, jealous, fearful, and hateful gazes of the bidders present, he departed with an air of pride. It was only after his exit that the crowd began to discuss animatedly. The auctioneer, keenly aware of the unfolding conversation, lingered nearby, knowing that the information he sought lay within the chatter. Remarkable! An astounding 100 million for each talisman, exclaimed a man with a small mustache wearing a tall hat, his tone tinged with envy. Indeed, if it weren't for them being so domineering, the price might have soared even higher. Chimed in a lavishly dressed middle-aged gentleman, his certainty momentarily startling the eavesdropping auctioneer. Absolutely. I've heard that a single fire talisman can obliterate over a dozen large ships, leaving nothing but debris. Interjected a passing noble, eliciting gasps from those who overheard. But the guardian talisman is even more formidable. It is said to provide automatic protection to its bearer. There are accounts of individuals enduring bombardments from warships unharmed. Even the Sea Kings are powerless against it. A corpulent gentleman added, leaving the auctioneer in a state of bewilderment. No need to speculate. I witnessed the guardian talisman in action. Suddenly declared a flamboyantly dressed young noble, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd and pricking the ears of the auctioneer. Remember that daring noblewoman who dared to bid against them? It was she who acquired the guardian talisman during a recent auction. On that occasion, a sudden terrorist attack saw those villains laying explosives everywhere. That noblewoman was placed right at the center of it all, and when the explosives ignited, it detonated with a deafening roar, creating a chasm several meters deep and claiming thousands of lives. Yet, that noblewoman emerged unscathed, protected by the guardian talisman. A collective gasp echoed among those who heard, many of whom valued their lives above all else in a world where one misstep could lead to utter annihilation. If the explosives were so powerful, how did you survive? Inquired a young noble, tilting his head in confusion as the crowd swelled. I was simply clever enough to escape quickly, the young noble replied, recalling that both he and another noble had their limbs severed in the chaos, becoming collateral damage of that fateful event. The gathered nobles fell silent, their belief in the talismans unwavering, their shrewdness fueling their fervent interest in the auction. The auctioneer, upon hearing this revelation, was utterly dumbfounded, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, inadvertently knocking over some displays with a loud crash, which drew the attention of the crowd. Their expressions brightened instantly. You are the auctioneer? You still have more talismans, correct? How about we negotiate a private sale at a high price? Yes. I desire a guardian talisman. I will pay the same price of 100 million as just mentioned. Or perhaps even a bit more. Indeed, I too wish to acquire one. The auctioneer found himself encircled by a throng of eager nobles. Yet his mind was reeling from the barrage of information, leaving him momentarily speechless, his expression despondent as he futilely waved his hands in protest. So it was all true. People from all corners of the world were indeed drawn to those talismans. The auctioneer could not help but admire his astute employer, particularly the enigmatic genius behind the creation of such miraculous artifacts. As the darlings of the aristocracy, the news of the celestial dragon's 200 million purchase of the talismans had already become the headline of newspapers. For those striving for survival, the sheer magnitude of this transaction, combined with the sensationalized accounts of the talisman's extraordinary capabilities, stirred great interest among the populace. Curiosity and desire for these mysteriously revered papers flourished. In East Blue and Windmill Village, as Marcino tidied up the tables littered with newspapers left by patrons, her eyes inadvertently fell upon a headline, causing her to pause. Marcino, unable to contain her surprise, halted her work to delve into the article. A gasp escaped her lips as she gently covered her mouth with her hand, offering an apologetic smile to the surrounding patrons before hastily retreating to a secluded corner to read in earnest. Could it be? Is that Xiaobai? Marcino mused, her disbelief palpable as she scrutinized the image of the celestial dragon proudly displaying the talismans. Her delicate hand pressed against her chest, where lay the talismans Xiaobai had once gifted her. On the summit of Mount Goera, amidst a dense forest, Ace and Luffy unfolded the newspaper they had stealthily acquired that day, staring blankly at the figures. 100 million. Ace, do you think this is? Shut up. Don't say it out loud. Ace interrupted Luffy, who was equally bewildered. Regardless, no one must learn about the talismans we possess. Understood? Ace admonished, his tone stern, yet his eyes glittering with a peculiar light as he suddenly recalled Sabo's acquisition of a diamond talisman. In a secluded area of the West Blue, Robin discreetly escaped from a pirate crew, glancing at the newspaper under the faintest light. Is it you? Robin murmured, her gaze drifting toward the sea, filled with depth and contemplation. A flicker of warmth passed through her eyes, but was quickly extinguished. She hesitated, contemplating the newspaper in her hands before ultimately rolling it up and placing it into her backpack, venturing deeper into the alleyway. On the miraculous island in the clouds, Indigo emerged from among the researchers, wearied and incredulous. He was aware of the Golden Lion's world-shaking plans, and his earlier exchange of Xiaobai's elixir was meant to serve as a stimulant for future experiments. After dedicating himself to exhaustive research, he discovered that these alluring pills, much like the talismans, were beyond analysis. Their composition remained a mystery. All he could ascertain was their utility in enhancing IQ and that they were crafted by Xiaobai. Beyond that, he was left in utter ignorance. Frustrated, he hurled his glasses to the ground, overwhelmed by exasperation. It is widely known, of course, that this is the first release of, if possible, Please Send Flowers and Collections on. Here, it has lost much of its significance. A rather disheartening issue. I logged into the author's backend for 2 days, countless times, and faced server timeouts, which has been quite vexing. Enough said. It's quite disheartening. 2 updates in succession. That is all. Above the clouds, in the exclusive floating island of Xiaobai, it has been over 5 months since the last elixir transaction. At this moment, Xiaobai has vanished from his residence, creating an atmosphere of tranquility that the servants have grown accustomed to. They dare not inquire about his absence. Having completed their duties, they hesitated briefly before leaving in disappointment. As lingering on the island is strictly forbidden by Xiaobai, from the highest-ranking indigo to the lowliest attendants, none dare to defy him. At this juncture, Xiaobai is filled with exuberance. Beneath the boundless starry sky, amidst the softly glowing emerald-hued expanse of the ethereal land, he stands alone, trembling with excitement. His elation does not stem solely from the flawless resolution of Indigo's SIQ, though he relished that accomplishment for a time. It is not enough to significantly disturb his profound state of mind. Rather, it is the serendipitous discovery of an astonishingly abundant collection of herbs within this miniature world that has captured his curiosity. He has stumbled upon a small spring, roughly the size of a bowl. This spring, clear and exuding an ancient aura, has rendered Xiaobai utterly speechless. Without needing to deliberate, it is unmistakably the fount of life, an elixir born from the world tree. This miraculous substance is extolled repeatedly in the annals of divine artifacts. The world tree is rare, but even more elusive is the sacred spring of life. With trembling hands, he yearns to touch it yet fears to soil its purity. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the surrounding herbs away, asserting his dominion over this world, where he holds absolute control. The herbs have begun to absorb the essence of the life spring. Although they too are precious, they pale in comparison to the life spring before him. This is the quintessence of life itself, the most primordial substance of all living forms. A single drop of this sacred elixir would drive any connoisseur to madness. It is invaluable for alchemy, crafting life-related talismans, cultivation, instant recovery, healing wounds, and even achieving immortality. This is a forbidden, transcendent treasure. Though it is but a small bowl now, its potential is boundless. It may very well become a well, a pool, or even a lake in the future. Moreover, Xiaobai cast a gentle glance at the peacefully slumbering white fox girl, his eyes filled with tenderness. She possesses the ability to awaken her more swiftly. In the grand hall, the golden lion, Xiaobai, and Indigo occupied the elevated seats, attentively listening to the reports from those below. This was essentially Xiaobai's sole means of acquiring information from the lower realms. The golden lion would invariably check if Xiaobai was available to listen, and if so, he would invite him to join in the proceedings. Xiaobai was acutely aware of his intentions, which merely revolved around facilitating his integration and creating a fade of inclusion. Instead of exposing the ruse, he welcomed it, as he was in dire need of external information due to his isolation, approximately 5 months prior. Upon learning that his talismans had sold for an astounding 100 million each, he was so taken aback that he spat out his tea in disbelief. The expressions on the faces of Jean Shitzi and his companions shifted dramatically upon hearing this news. Their astonishment stemmed not only from the auction price of the talismans but also from the broader implications it represented. Subsequent reports of frenzied bidding at elevated prices left them in a profound silence. The reasons for their silence were glaringly obvious. The talismans commanded exorbitant prices and were sought after by the elite, affirming that Xiaobai's worth had been recognized. It signified that should he step into the world, he would be fervently pursued and treated as an esteemed guest, thereby gaining both wealth and power. Moreover, the current scenario indicated that if he were willing to humble himself and accept guidance, both the Navy and the global Tianfu faction would readily set aside their differences, assist him in redeeming his past, and entrust him with significant responsibilities. This was no longer a matter of jest. Jean Shitzi and Indigo had long since regretted their decision to auction those talismans, having anticipated they would garner attention but never imagining the extent of their allure. However, the situation was now beyond remedy. Xiaobai had begun to reveal his brilliance, which could no longer be suppressed. His innate ability to attract the masses was a testament to his depth. The freedom to choose his path without obstruction was his remarkable skill. Furthermore, his charm rendered every follower devoted after a brief encounter. The only tether that bound him was the gratitude he felt. Xiaobai is deeply cherished. Indigo understands this, as does the golden lion. Indeed, nearly everyone on the island is aware of it. Do you not recall how, even in his dying moments, he stood amidst the smoke of battle, only to depart after coughing up blood? Do you not see that, even now, he remains humble despite his elevated status, consistently practicing his craft and dutifully delivering the charms? Are you not aware that he, fully cognizant of the charm's worth, still bestows them upon the most humble of servants who attend to his meals? There have indeed been bloody incidents among the lower ranks, sparked by the fierce competition to serve him. Some esteemed researchers have even stooped to disguise themselves as aides, all in a bid to draw nearer to him. This is because Xiaobai treats those who serve him with unparalleled kindness and courtesy, surpassing anyone else on the island. And he may casually grant some astonishing discoveries from his research. This has become common knowledge, yet Xiaobai remains elusive. After all, he has grown accustomed to solitude, and the island does not easily permit close contact. Aside from a few attendants and the golden lion, others yearn for interaction but find it utterly unattainable. As for the golden lion, from the moment the news of Xiaobai's high-priced amulet auction spread, he began to grant him unconditional authority. This is true strength, the kind of power that commands respect and allegiance, even from the defiant golden lion. Currently, Xiaobai stands as the sole entity capable of wielding the decision-making powers of the Sky Pirate crew, despite not being a member himself. This implies that the Navy, remaining still yet vigilant, is likely probing to uncover our identities and confirm the source of the charms. Xiaobai took a bite of the fruit and, with indifference, inquired. The people below quickly nodded in agreement at Xiaobai's words. Xiaobai pondered deeply, arriving at this conclusion due to the incessant reports that had been coming in. From the very beginning, the Navy and the world Tianfu had initiated a pursuit of the vendors as soon as the talismans emerged. Initially, their efforts were somewhat tepid, but as the talismans fetched exorbitant prices at auction and rumors regarding their capabilities began to circulate, many became restless. With the fervent embrace of these talismans, the high-ranking officials issued a flurry of clandestine orders. Especially after receiving definitive reports and witnessing the talisman's efficacy firsthand, the upper echelons fell into a contemplative silence, subsequently tightening their operations. On one hand, they surmised from various investigative data that these talismans were the brainchild of the sword immortal Xiaobai, whom they loathed, prompting their resistance. On the other hand, they were captivated by the mystery and might of the talismans, recognizing their potential for convenience and the extraordinary feats they could achieve. This was reminiscent of the initial reactions of the Golden Lion and his ilk, who saw in these talismans the dawn of a groundbreaking technological era. Consequently, their desire to seize this technology intensified, even to the extent of coveting Xiaobai himself. The subsequent attempts to discreetly outbid one another for these talismans only served to underscore this reality. Once those talismans changed hands, our people were immediately monitored. How deeply you are regarded, little one. The Golden Lion, cigar in mouth, gestured towards Xiaobai. Yet there lingered a hint of trepidation in his tone. Xiaobai was acutely aware of being watched. The personnel tasked with selling the talismans were not only under the scrutiny of the Navy and Tianfu, but also of numerous powerful factions. However, everyone was restrained by mutual interests, which prevented any decisive action. Moreover, due to the Golden Lion's tactics and the strategic advantages of Miracle Island, those who sought to investigate ultimately returned empty-handed, let alone acquire any information about Xiaobai. Yet, regardless of their intentions, Xiaobai, the enigmatic instigator behind the scenes, had already been marked as a priority target by various factions. However, given the limited patience and overwhelming influence of the Navy and the Tianfu's upper echelons, they are likely on the verge of directly intimidating the vendors into compliance. Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and he inwardly mused. Xiaobai pondered for a moment, then suddenly lowered his head and chuckled softly. He gradually lifted his gaze to the Golden Lions and declared, "Let it be known, I am the creator." Xiaobai's words left both the Golden Lion and Indigo momentarily stunned. Their attitude towards Xiaobai at this moment could only be described as cautious. They exchanged glances, swiftly weighing the gains and losses of revealing the information. Suddenly, a spark ignited in the Golden Lion's eyes. He realized that since the auction had been executed by his own people before, announcing it now would effectively convey to all factions in the world that Xiaobai, the mastermind, was indeed standing alongside them. The Golden Lion's insight was mirrored by Indigo, whose astuteness led him to the same conclusion. They shared a knowing smile, and a decisive agreement was reached. Excellent. I, too, am eager to witness the intriguing reactions of those high-ranking naval officers. Ha 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 ha. Xiaobai delicately examined the peculiar fruit, a faint smile gracing his lips, as a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. If this were to vanish, then it could only mean catastrophe. The enigmatic creator of the mystical talisman was none other than the notorious pirate, sword immortal Xiaobai. Unbelievable. The mastermind behind such an extraordinary talisman is merely 7 years old. This revelation was confirmed by the very words of the informant. A discourse on the true identity of the talisman creator, sword immortal Xiaobai. The mercy of a demon? An exploration of the motivations behind the talisman creations of the dread pirate Xiaobai. Enormous banners emerged on the pages of newspapers, disseminating across the globe. This time, the need for probing and verification was rendered unnecessary. Those who initially planned an ambush no longer needed to be dispatched. The principal figure had made his identity public. Was this not a display of power? The high-ranking officials of the warring states and various celestial realms flung their newspapers into corners in sheer disbelief upon learning that Xiaobai was the creator of the talismans. Their immediate reaction was a twitching of the eyes, followed by an urgent rush to enforce information lockdown. However, it was evidently too late. While government-affiliated newspapers complied swiftly, smaller independent outlets, free from official control, showed no restraint. Even with the Navy and celestial officials repeatedly declaring prohibitions, many had already disseminated the information beyond retrieval. The publishers were shrewd individuals. Witnessing the government's frantic actions only heightened their awareness. They acted swiftly, printing and distributing with astonishing speed. By the time the officials arrived, newspapers had already been sent worldwide at a frenetic pace. In a desolate wasteland, a group of hooded figures gathered, their faces concealed. After perusing the newspaper, a profound silence enveloped them. This was a force capable of altering the world. We need him. The leader of the cloaked assembly raised the newspaper, and the others lifted their hats, exchanging contemplative glances. Will you be our ally? The man at the forefront cast a sharp gaze towards his subordinates, who were tending to their wounds post-battle. As the gentle breeze stirred, he lifted his head, allowing the wind to unveil part of his face, adorned with mottled, intersecting tattoos. Within a shadowy fortress, a robust man sat at the head of the hall, observing the newspaper unfurling before him, held by a shadowy bat. He sipped from a glass of red wine. "Oh, this child again." A smirk unfurled across his lips as his gaze drifted over the doctors and their assistants scrutinizing his creation, along with a pink-haired girl fiddling with her umbrella, gazing towards the new world's horizon. "If I could win him over. For Emperor's Kaido." Dispersing the shadowy bat, he rose and glanced at the corner where a recently captured pirate was held. With a flick of his wrist, a massive pair of scissors materialized. "Bring them here." On Mount Gorbash, Makino, alongside the village chief, had delivered the wine. Seizing a moment amidst the chief and Dayton's banner, she beckoned to the cool Ace standing aside. "What is up?" Though somewhat reluctant, Ace followed her. After all, Makino was among the few who genuinely cared for them, often teaching manners and presenting new clothes to him and Luffy. "You know Xiaobai, don't you?" Ace gasped. With his experience and the notorious reputation of Xiaobai, he realized that revealing their acquaintance could lead to dire consequences. Alarmed by Makino's inquiry, he hastily exclaimed, "Makino, you." Yet, he suddenly noticed her slender finger pressed against her lips, her large eyes winking at him. Confused, Ace watched as Makino swiftly handed him a concealed newspaper. "What is this, huh?" The title of the newspaper immediately caught Ace's attention, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise, glancing at Makino, who then revealed a layered talisman hidden in her bosom, waving it before him. Understanding dawned upon Ace, and he quickly composed himself, concealing the newspaper on his person. Makino smiled gently and waved goodbye. Left standing in contemplation, Ace pondered deeply. Ace, what are you doing here?" Luffy exclaimed. "Wait, our training is about to double." "Huh? Why?" "I just heard they discovered a mighty king in the forest over there." "Don't ask. I'll tell you later. Stop playing around. Go train right now," Ace shouted, watching Luffy retreat with a reluctant expression, pressing his chest where the newspaper was hidden, gritting his teeth as he followed suit. The revelation that the creator of the talismans was Xiaobai sent shockwaves through all who were aware, particularly among the aristocracy. Months prior, a celestial dragon had boasted about acquiring a fire talisman for a staggering sum, demonstrating its power on an unfamiliar pirate ship docked at the port. The roaring fireball, the deafening explosion, the colossal flames reduced to ash, the overwhelming might. A massive vessel was obliterated in mere minutes. Those who had survived the prior hostage incident pondered in dread. Had they possessed such wealth to employ that talisman back then? Witnessing the horror and excitement of the wealthy and noble, they fervently surrendered their admiration to this magnificent talisman, while the celestial dragon himself blushed with excitement. Ensnared by the power of life and death it wielded, utterly captivated. As the affluent and noble once again turned their eager gazes upon him, he became alert. Even he, despite his foolishness, recognized their desire to witness another renowned protective talisman he possessed. Thankfully, his remaining wits led him to withdraw, realizing the wisdom in knowing when to stop. Yet, their fervor could not be extinguished. Having witnessed the manifestation of the rumored power, they grew increasingly eager for the next tale, cultivated even more fervently in its absence. However, despite their incessant attendance at every talisman auction, they still found themselves unable to procure any, merely left to lament their unfulfilled desires. After all, the informant stated that the creator had decreed only 2 talismans could be sold each month, primarily for self-preservation. This could not quell the insatiable appetites of the wealthy aristocrats. Subsequently, the celestial authorities intervened forcefully, under the influence of the world government and the celestial dragons. The opportunities to seize him dwindled, and the competition and adulation escalated. 3 months after the talismans first appeared at auction, they had usurped the status of mermaid and devil fruits, becoming the most coveted items among the aristocracy. Without exception, the mysterious talisman creator, once dubbed Holy Master, saw this title officially recognized, as the affluent and noble yearned for him, imposing upon him a myriad of flattering speculations. Now, the Holy Master, whom they had fervently awaited, turned out to be the very villain they once despised. The wealthy and noble found themselves in an awkward silence. Yet their subsequent actions left the world government and navy dumbfounded. The notion of Xiaobai as the Holy Master elicited vehement reactions, particularly among certain nobles, who, having tasted the sweetness of captives, spontaneously began to champion Xiaobai. Those who managed to seize the talismans are far from ordinary individuals. In their trepidation that Xiaobai might cease to provide such life-saving charms, they collectively petitioned the world Tianfu to withdraw the bounty. To eliminate the bounty on a notorious pirate, responsible for the deaths of over 2,000 naval personnel, including 2 vice-admirals. And with a staggering reward of 550 million, the Navy and the Tianfu officials were left speechless. What manner of folly drives these individuals to such absurdity? Over this matter, even the sagacious strategists of the warring states have shattered a few porcelain cups in frustration. This farce continues in a state of unresolved chaos, with only the name Xiaobai stirring up endless waves, particularly among the higher echelons. Well, I shall endeavor to update as much as possible, provided there are no further issues with the backend. For any concerns, Please leave a review or add me on QQ. 1 month hence. Xiaobai sat cross-legged beneath the world tree, gradually exhaling a breath of turbid air. After nearly 6 months of diligent study, he ultimately discerned that the essence of the principal technique was, at its core, a divine scripture for body refinement. The capacity to encompass all things and the amplification of strength are fundamentally rooted in a powerful physique. True essence and soul are intertwined. The evolution of the body is driven by the stirrings of the mind and emotions, which is its distinctive trait. Embracing the surging true essence and soul with a formidable body is its very nature. He was uncertain of the exact strength of his current physique, however. He was undoubtedly immune to any mundane blade with his present physical prowess. Moreover, compared to over 5 months ago, his speed in executing the technique shave had surged by 30%. A 30% increase at such exhilarating velocity. It was akin to the speed of a 100-meter dash in his previous life. Where surpassing 10 meters per second meant crossing an insurmountable chasm. Yet, within a mere span of 5 months, Xiaobai had achieved this remarkable enhancement. At his current velocity, among all the monsters on the main island, only the frenzied horned cattle that could launch their bodies like projectiles could rival him. This was merely the raw physical strength without the amplification of true essence. One must remember that the 6 forms relied solely on physical power. Perhaps it was time to hunt down a few naval forces. Xiaobai pondered earnestly, only to shake his head in denial shortly thereafter. He recognized that he was still not sufficiently formidable, given the attention he had garnered. Daring to provoke the Navy would likely attract numerous hidden experts. Such individuals would undoubtedly take extensive measures against him. Escaping once could be attributed to carelessness, twice to mere luck, but thrice would be deemed a miracle. Regardless, they would not permit him to elude their grasp again. Should he fail to extricate himself unscathed, the consequences would be dire indeed. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while longer. Xiaobai cast a gentle glance at the white fox little girl nestled upon the princess bed. Beneath the resplendent world tree, the intricately adorned princess bed, with its delicate white trimmings, framed her silky hair and exquisite visage, creating an enchanting scene. Shaking his head, he raised his hand to unveil the shimmering portal, poised to step through. Suddenly, a wave of soul resonance washed over him, subtle yet stirring. Xiaobai froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he abruptly turned his head. There was no sound, just a moment of bewilderment. Then, in an instant, Xiaobai came to a realization and smiled. Is it so? Am I about to awaken? The attendant had come to convey the invitation from the Golden Lion, displaying utmost respect. Along the journey, regardless of their tasks, everyone who encountered Xiaobai would immediately cease their actions and respectfully bow, sincerely addressing him as Lord Xiaobai. He had grown somewhat accustomed to this treatment. Despite having stated several times that it was unnecessary, he simply smiled in response. And this gentle demeanor only deepened the reverence of those around him, including the towering men. This behavior was a spontaneous manifestation of respect from all on the island, encompassing guards, attendants, and even researchers. It had begun several months prior, fueled by Xiaobai's formidable power, esteemed status, and amiable nature. Everyone was aware of the various talismans he crafted, acknowledged their staggering prices, and recognized the adulation he received from those on the mainland. The very person whom the world had long sought was now vividly present before their eyes. Particularly, those who had witnessed the potency of his talismans were genuinely awed by Xiaobai. This admiration was further amplified among the researchers, who were fervently obsessed with his groundbreaking achievements in talisman creation. Many guards and attendants had been forcibly taken by the Golden Lion, deprived of their rights. Yet Xiaobai consistently afforded them absolute respect. Occasionally, those who assisted him cleverly were rewarded with temporary creations of his, though most would eventually be claimed by the Golden Lion and Indigo under various pretenses. Notably, several maidservants who served him had, to varying degrees, received 1 or 2 invaluable protective talismans. Although only Xiaobai knew they were flawed prototypes, given out of concern for their safety during their ventures into the forest. The maidservants remained blissfully unaware. Even if they had known, they would still be moved and ecstatic. At a young age, he had invented various wondrous devices of uncertain principles, possessed astonishing strength, and was rumored to have faced 3 generals and emerged unscathed, effortlessly eliminating 10 lieutenant generals with a mere wave. He wielded the power to create talismans capable of upending the global military paradigm, all while remaining courteous and gracious to those around him, consistently upholding the dignity of his subordinates. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaobai had already amassed a substantial following of devoted admirers within the Grand Hall. Xiaobai observed the 2 individuals before him, clearly fidgeting and displaying an anxious demeanor, yet unwilling to lower their pride. They feigned composure while sipping their drinks with exaggerated deliberation. He couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaobai let out a chuckle, and indeed, the 2 paused momentarily, exchanging a subtle glance. Ultimately, it was Indigo who cleared his throat twice and began to inquire, "Well, Mr. Xiaobai, I have heard that you have recently developed a new type of talisman. Is that correct?" Xiaobai offered no response, merely smiling with a sense of leisure. Indigo cast a glance at the nonchalant Golden Lion before mustering the courage to inquire further. "Well, you see, we have nothing that might pique your interest. Our medicinal garden and saplings are." "Ah, I am aware." Xiaobai spoke earnestly. regardless of whether it was being rescued, offering refuge from pursuers. The celestial moonlit white fox, the world tree, various medicinal herbs, or the nascent miniature worlds, all of these were direct and indirect gifts from them. A manifestation of their benevolence. An indelible, monumental grace. I overheard a bit. Indigo unhalted, staring blankly at Xiaobai, who suddenly revealed a blue-patterned paper talisman in his palm, momentarily rendered speechless. Xiaobai possessed an intricate understanding of his talismans, every stroke etched in his memory. After all, he devoted countless nights to fervently studying them whenever he sensed a glimmer of direction, despite the inevitable disappointment that followed. In the realm of knowledge regarding Xiaobai's talismans, there was none as profound as his own understanding. He was well acquainted with the Crimson Fire Talisman, the Golden-Tinged Protective Talisman. The Turquoise Whirlwind Talisman developed 3 months prior and yet to be unveiled, as well as the striking Azure Talisman before him. This talisman bore a resplendent crystalline blue pattern. Enchanting and profound. Indigo murmured softly, his gaze slightly unfocused, instinctively reaching out to grasp it. However, Xiaobai deftly withdrew his hand, leaving Indigo momentarily empty-handed. A smile suddenly illuminating Xiaobai's face. Indigo hesitated, awkwardly retracting his hand, his expression a mix of embarrassment and confusion, frozen in place. Even the golden lion paused imperceptibly at the scene. At this moment, the water avoidance talisman, an auxiliary talisman that possessed an unparalleled allure for those with abilities, was revealed. Seemingly oblivious to the expressions of the two, Xiaobai once again produced the new talisman, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he gazed at them. Shall we test its power? I believe you will find it quite delightful. The golden lion and Indigo exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Well then, let us collect it. Portions of the sea surrounding the eastern side of Miracle Island were drawn away, an act orchestrated by the golden lion. The servants kept their distance, oblivious to what transpired, only aware of the ecstatic expressions on the faces of the golden lion and Indigo as they hurried into the palace. Equally hurried was Xiaobai as he made his way back to his quarters. He lingered not even a moment longer, disregarding the bowing guards along the path. Upon entering his room, he immediately stepped into his small world. His breath quickened, anticipation mounting. It was nearing. The surge within his soul intensified, a tide of fervor swelling ever more forcefully. Xiaobai trembled with excitement. Are you about to awaken? At long last, will you awaken? Sacred dependency. Pure as tender sprouts kissed by the fresh rain, the little girl on the bed slowly fluttered her long eyelashes, gently trembling, and gradually opened her eyes. Her charming yet radiant gaze, drowsy and bewildered, captivated the heart and mind, as her star-like emerald pupils reflected the uncontrollable Xiaobai. The little girl, in her confusion, opened her eyes wide, only to see Xiaobai looming close, causing her to instinctively shrink back in fright. Xiaobai hesitated, his hand, initially reaching out to touch her, lingered in the air. The little white fox girl sat up, retreating slightly, curling up in her place, her delicate ears quivering gently, her eyes brimming with fear and confusion. Fragile, pure, and irresistibly endearing, she possessed a beauty that could captivate nations. Xiaobai's pupils constricted, and he hesitated momentarily, yet resolutely extended his hand. Despite the overwhelming reluctance and slight tremor, the little white fox girl gazed at the approaching hand, her eyes filled with an intensifying fear as she curled up tighter. Even closing her eyes, her delicate lashes quivering incessantly. Do not be afraid. It is I. Xiaobai's voice gently wafted through the air, causing the delicate ears of the soft fox to quiver momentarily. A flicker of curiosity urged the creature to open its eyes. Yet the sensation of hair brushing against it rendered it momentarily still. The anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, it was met with a sense of familiarity, warmth, affection, and a shared pulse of souls. Oh? With a curious blink, the eyes opened to reveal Xiaobai's countenance, filled with remorse and compassion. The little girl, with her silken silver hair, swayed gently, her tiny nose crinkling in confusion as she sniffed at Xiaobai's hand. Xiaobai was suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity with this gesture. As if a revelation had dawned upon him, his vital energy surged forth. Indeed, the little girl was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon lit up with delight as her delicate hand rested upon Xiaobai's, playfully rubbing against him. Oh joy! It was indeed as he had suspected. Xiaobai gently caressed his silken, luminescent white hair, lost in thought. Subsequently, he was enveloped by the irresistible softness of the lustrous strands and the cool, smooth touch of a delicate hand, which left him momentarily entranced. Was it the influence of his true essence? Witnessing the affection of the little white fox girl, Xiaobai generously released his vital energy. Xiaobai remained oblivious to the fact that he was not cultivating true primordial energy. The Xiao classic, as a supreme scripture capable of leading one to sanctity, could not possibly be practiced like ordinary practitioners who begin with primordial energy. Instead, he was honing the authentic divine energy. As the highest manifestation of energy, divine energy possesses an unparalleled allure for all sentient beings, absolutely. It is akin to the automatic allegiance of the world tree or the previous automatic contract signed by the little white fox. Part of the reason for this is that neither had ever encountered such elevated energy before, leading to an innocent and unconditional belief that ultimately benefited Xiaobai immensely. Moreover, it was fortuitous that Xiaobai was the first to present such energy before them. You have been calling out Yoli Yoli. May I henceforth refer to you as Xiaoli? Or perhaps, Xiao and I? Xiaobai gazed into those enchanting green eyes, feeling himself drawn deeply into their mesmerizing depths. Yes, it is decided. Henceforth, you shall be called Yuli. Yuli? Luli Luli? Xiaobai, with one hand gesturing in the air, caught the attention of the little girl, who tilted her head in confusion and pointed at herself. Her silky long hair cascading gracefully in the air. A soft halo surrounded her, rendering her akin to a celestial angel descended from the heavens. Her voice, a melodious blend of crispness and a hint of sweetness, enveloped Xiaobai in a warm sensation, leaving him utterly enchanted and weak at the knees. Luli? The white fox girl smiled radiantly at Xiaobai, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with a captivating aura that made his heart skip a beat. Just as he found himself at a loss, he noticed the little girl sway slightly, her delicate form tilting to one side. Xiaobai hastily caught her, scarcely able to attend to the excruciating sensations coursing through his hands. After a thorough examination, he even channeled his true essence into her several times. Yet it was akin to a drop of water lost in the vast ocean, yielding no response whatsoever. After a prolonged period, the fluctuations in their spiritual connection finally began to subside, weak, yet steady. The continuous infusion of life essence into her mouth proved futile, and Xiaobai had come to a fundamental conclusion regarding the cause of her spiritual frailty. Damn it, I thought that after acquiring a miniature world, she could continue to thrive. How could such a notion be so naive? Xiaobai bitterly contemplated. He understood that it was the young girl, with her immature essence, who had activated the ability to eliminate the causal connections of heaven and earth, which could only be invoked 3 times. This was the extraordinary power of their celestial pet clan, yet each invocation exacted a toll on life and soul. Her early awakening was a consequence of Xiaobai's daily provision of the life spring, which allowed her to sate and absorb its essence. The next brief awakening would not require much time. Xiaobai held her tightly, his expression growing increasingly somber. He took a seat behind the desk, where Sengoku discreetly met with a messenger. What intelligence had been acquired this time? Sengoku gestured for the messenger to relax, then inquired in a grave tone. Yes, Commander. According to the information I gathered from the Central Command, the talisman of Sword Immortal Xiaobai is currently under study by Dr. Bikapunk. The messenger promptly replied. Well, what are the results of that research? Sengoku asked with keen interest, fully aware of the strategic implications that Xiaobai's talisman technology could yield. If successfully deciphered, it would lead to an exponential surge in the combat and defensive capabilities of both the world government and the Navy, particularly within the world government. These technologies could significantly enhance their CP teams. Yes, Commander. The research has failed. The messenger answered, delivering news that evoked a mix of regret and relief in Sengoku. Only he knew that he secretly hoped for the Navy and the world government not to suddenly gain strength. He harbored a deep-seated apprehension toward Xiaobai, as well as a growing concern over the increasingly reckless world government. The balance of power in the world was still delicately poised. Whether it was the Navy and the world government, the pirate factions led by the New World, or the revolutionary forces spearheaded by Dracula, the equilibrium had only just been established. If any faction were to suddenly gain overwhelming power, it would inevitably lead to chaos and bloodshed, affecting not only the pirates and the revolutionaries, but also the innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and suddenly asked, Do you know the reason for the failure? Yes, Commander. It is said to be due to the presence of an unknown energy. It is rumored that this energy is neither the power of the devil fruits nor any of the 3 known hockey types, but rather a completely new energy that perhaps only Sword Immortal Xiaobai possesses. The messenger reported, his excitement palpable, despite the adversarial circumstances and lack of direct contact. The messenger's admiration for Xiaobai was evident, rooted in the knowledge of his formidable strength, remarkable achievements, and innovations. Sengoku cast a subtle glance at the messenger, his brow slightly furrowing as a fleeting look of intensity passed through his eyes behind his glasses, but he ultimately suppressed it. Is there anything else? Sengoku's calm demeanor prompted the messenger to regain his composure. Without noticing the shift in Sengoku's attitude, the messenger respectfully continued, Yes, Commander. Due to the scarcity of experimental talismans, the research has been forced to halt temporarily. Additionally, reports from Punk Hazard indicate that Dr. Kessekrin intentionally blew up the laboratory. Understood. Thank you for your efforts. Now, you may return, but remember to keep this under wraps. Yes, Commander. The messenger bowed respectfully and exited the room, leaving Sengoku in silence as he observed the retreating figure. After a long moment of stillness, Sengoku, seated in his chair, closed his eyes in irritation, rubbing his temples. Once again, it's you, Sword Immortal Xiaobai. Well, how should I put this? I won't be uploading on Wednesday due to copyright issues. It's rather unfortunate. It had been a month since Liuli's initial awakening. During this time, she had awakened approximately every 4 to 5 days. But each episode lasted only 2 or 3 minutes before she lapsed back into slumber. This frustrated Xiaobai immensely, yet he felt helpless. The fountain of life could remedy many ailments, but the trauma to Liu Li's soul was of the purest essence. The infusions from the fountain could only replenish her depleting vitality. The healing of the Heavenly Pet Clan's soul injuries required a unique approach. Neither he nor she could address it, at least, not at this stage. All he could do was to continually grow stronger, relentlessly striving until he could ensure that those around him would no longer suffer because of him. No one should endure misfortune or harm. Calculating it, she should awaken today, right? Xiaobai silently pondered. Yet he remained seated in the grand hall of the Golden Lion Palace, his inner turmoil not betraying a hint upon his countenance. With a barely perceptible shake of his head, Xiaobai eventually composed himself, listening to the reports from below. Unbeknownst to him, every gesture he made was discreetly observed by all present, particularly by the astute commentator adept in reading subtle cues. Noticing Xiaobai's slight shake of the head, the commentator felt a twinge of panic, causing his tone to grow increasingly hurried as he continued his report. Xiaobai paid little heed to his feelings, quietly listening to the dynamics of various world powers over the past month, as well as the peculiar movements of the Celestial Court and the Navy. Particularly intriguing were the dark secrets and hidden intrigues surrounding the Celestial Court and the Navy, many of which were unknown even to those within their own military governance, yet had been uncovered by the agents of the Golden Lion. This revelation compelled Xiaobai to regard the Golden Lion with newfound respect. Upon hearing that members of the military governance were secretly studying his talismans, Xiaobai could not help but smile, for he alone understood that these supreme systems, which did not exist in this world, could not be deciphered through mere research. It was said that the primary figure leading this investigation was Dr. Becca Ponk, who possessed technological wisdom surpassing that of the world by 5 centuries. Suddenly, the Golden Lion interrupted, his gaze fixed upon Xiaobai, while Indigo immediately perked up his ears. Xiaobai curled his lips in disdain, thinking to himself, is it merely fear of the Navy that Tianfu could decipher this? Must they resort to veiled insinuations? To unravel the talisman, they would require at least a millennium, as if oblivious to the underlying tension. Xiaobai merely responded to the Golden Lion's words with a faint smile. The Golden Lion, momentarily perplexed by his demeanor, exchanged a glance with Indigo, his lips moving slightly. Yet he refrained from pursuing the inquiry further. Frustrated, he gestured for the reporter below to continue with his report. At that moment, however, Xiaobai's body stiffened. An irresolute expression finally graced his face. Is that so? Has she awakened? Each fleeting encounter only deepened the animosity. This time, let her pass through in solitude. Although the change on Xiaobai's face was fleeting, it quickly returned to normal. Yet the fleeting expression of unwillingness was strikingly evident. This left Jean Shitzi and the others in a state of perplexity and confusion. Information continued to be reported. When Xiaobai finally returned to his island and stepped into his own realm, he discovered a rather disheartening situation. Before his eyes lay a fearsome beast. Its black scales tinged with purple. Nearly 10 meters in length, its body was adorned with lustrous purple-black scales, broad wings sprouting from its back, in a streamlined form. Its bright purple eyes gleamed, complemented by 2 prominent horns, while its clawed limbs lay sprawled upon the ground. The overwhelming vitality it exuded was almost palpable, accompanied by a subtle aura of pressure. Was this a streamlined Western black dragon? Xiaobai was taken aback. His initial reaction was to question whether he had entered the wrong place. However, a surge of anxiety quickly engulfed him, regardless of the nature of that ferocious beast. This was his sanctuary, a delicate realm where Liu Li was currently recuperating. Given her present condition, any entity with the potential for aggression could inflict harm upon her. This was absolutely unacceptable. Without a moment to ponder, Xiaobai propelled himself towards the creature with his utmost speed, the air around him seeming to tear apart. In the next instant, he arrived beside the exquisitely ornate princess bed, only to find Liu Li nestled amidst a cluster of medicinal herbs and flowers not far away. Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. He rushed forward. Each herb was extraordinarily precious. In this world of endless upgrades, they thrived, their blossoms forming a vibrant and enchanting garden. A kaleidoscope of colors that was nothing short of a dream. Yet, Xiaobai trampled upon them without a shred of mercy, hurrying to Liu Li's side. Indifferent to the destruction wrought upon the herbs beneath his feet, what mattered to him was whether Liu Li had suffered even the slightest harm. He cradled her as if she were a precious gem, his mind momentarily oblivious to the bone-deep, soul-stirring sensation that enveloped him. Within his essence, a steady pulse resonated, alleviating his anxiety. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that only her delicate hands and bare feet were speckled with a trace of earth. A sigh of relief escaped him at last. Gently, he embraced her and laid her softly upon the princess bed, finally exhaling the weight of his worries. It seemed everything would be all right. Xiaobai quietly observed her for a moment, absorbing her tranquility. Then, he turned away. Before him lay the black dragon, which had remained silently coiled in place, its violet pupils shimmering with boundless delight as they regarded Xiaobai, yet it made no move whatsoever. This was also the reason Xiaobai refrained from attacking it immediately. From its form emanated a faint sense of familiarity, coupled with an unwavering feeling of subservience to his control, infused with an endless fervor. Xiaobai gazed at the entity, his brow furrowing in perplexity. What on earth was happening? Had it intruded from the outside? That was inconceivable. Not only had he never encountered such a being on his island, But this realm was his own microcosm. Unless permitted, no existence could traverse in or out of here. Absolutely not. The vibrant aura of life surrounding it, was it birthed from the world tree? That was impossible, setting aside the question of whether it could materialize instantaneously. The world tree lacked the capability to nurture such a creature. Could it have pierced the spatial barrier to arrive? That too was unlikely, despite its evidently formidable physique. Potentially surpassing all creatures on the island, it was still insufficient to breach the spatial veil. In a mere blink of time, an entity capable of upheaving this place had manifested, and such an abrupt emergence could very well spell catastrophe for him in the days to come. Confusion, anger, panic, and a sense of disarray enveloped Xiaobai as he tightened his brow, a surge of agitation rising within him. Perhaps only Liuli could elucidate the mystery of its presence. Xiaobai turned back to glance at the peacefully slumbering Luli, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Moreover, this was a truly unique being. An awe-inspiring black dragon with an extraordinary vitality. Xiaobai furrowed his brow as he gazed at the entity that continued to fixate on him with fervent intensity. Suddenly, as if a forgotten memory had resurfaced, his expression shifted dramatically. There was no need for him to examine it personally. His consciousness had already conveyed with unmistakable clarity that the large vessel of the fountain of life had quietly run dry. Xiaobai's eyelids twitched, revealing the reason for its subservience to such a degree. No wonder it appeared so familiar. No wonder its life force was so vibrant. No wonder the traces of water on Liuli's hands felt so intimately rich. With an impassive expression, he cast a glance at the edge over there, where a stone statue symbolizing his replicated creature stood. There, a dragon beast statue, which once existed, now lay absent. And Liuli, she must have poured the essence of life into it, awakening and transforming it, am I right? Come closer. With a commanding call from Xiaobai, the black dragon sprang into action, its speed and agility astonishing. In an instant, it appeared beside Xiaobai, its violet eyes narrowing as it gently nudged the depths of his hand. So, this is how it is? The fountain of life. Nearly 2.5 years have quietly slipped away. By calculation, it has been 3 full years since Xiaobai set foot upon this land. Over these 2 years, Xiaobai has transformed from a youthful boy into a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an intoxicating aura. His subtle smile, coupled with his humble demeanor and increasingly formidable reputation, captivates the hearts of the women among his attendants wherever he goes. After all, the essence of a cultivator lies in their profound foundation. To rise above the mundane world in the most optimal form is one of the fundamental natures of a cultivator, and Xiaobai stands out as a paragon among them. During these 2 years, the extent of Xiaobai's strength remained a mystery to those on the island. Even he himself was unaware of his limits. The lack of comparison was one reason, but more significantly, there was no one here who dared to spar with him. It was not a matter of inability, but rather of fear of his current status, fear of the immense reward on his head, and fear of his extraordinary capabilities. This included many former subordinates of the Golden Lion who often maintained close ties with him. Those who originally belonged to the Golden Lion, but now commanded respect as notorious pirates across various seas. Furthermore, whether by their own design or at the behest of the Golden Lion, the news of Sword Immortal Xiaobai being associated with the Golden Lion, Shiji, was known to all major powers, inciting deep trepidation. The military officials, aware of this intelligence yet unable to act, could only gnash their teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the major powers, feeling threatened by the imagined might of the Golden Lion, stirred with undercurrents, propelling the world into a state vastly different from the one Xiaobai was familiar with. In this period, the small world supported by the World Tree has expanded from an original radius of 800 meters to a current radius of 2,000 meters, transforming from half a square kilometer into a sprawling 3 square kilometers. The tree itself has grown mightier and taller, and the fountain of life has increased 6-fold. Numerous herbs have flourished across the land, and a kaleidoscope of flowers blooms year-round, rendering this area akin to a fairy tale realm. Liuli, the celestial moon white fox of the Holy Clan, continues to spend her time largely in slumber. Now, she has regained the ability to awaken every 3 days, albeit for no more than 10 minutes each time, a significant improvement compared to before. In this small world, unnoticed by Xiaobai, the Fountain of Life has also given rise to several new creatures, 7 in total. Each one has been birthed by Liuli, utilizing the life force of the fountain, imbued with rich vitality and potential. Each creature, a resurrection of a replica statue, possesses an unwavering loyalty toward Xiaobai. Each boasts the strength to contend with a general in battle. These newly birthed beasts typically remain docile, merely prostrating themselves and occasionally moving within a limited range, exhibiting exemplary obedience. However, each harbors a faint regal power, and the only beings capable of commanding them, aside from their absolute master Xiaobai, are the celestial foxes of the Holy Clan, Liuli. Though they yearn for herbs, they dare not trample or consume them, nor do they covet the fountain of life. Meanwhile, Liuli often flits about like a joyful sprite, her laughter ringing like delicate chimes as she feeds them herbs and the essence of life. Xiaobai often wishes to interject. Yet each time he meets Liuli's pure azure gaze, he finds himself silenced, instead breaking into a gentle smile. The black dragon is the first and the one who has received the most nourishment from the fountain of life. It possesses bright violet eyes and a sleek, slender body, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, with wings that span 12 meters when fully extended. Its black scales have evolved to a point where ordinary physical attacks cannot penetrate, and its claws have developed the ability to easily pierce metal, even learning to exhale corrosive dragon breath. As the most pampered of the birth beasts, it boasts a speed that surpasses even that of a cannonball and is capable of flying with a rider. The second creature is a hybrid Tyrannosaurus, standing 6 meters tall in its bipedal form. It possesses crimson eyes and sharp teeth, adorned with menacing horns. Its entire body, including its limbs, covered in layers of glistening obsidian-like armor that even ordinary iron cannot scratch. At the tips of its fingers, 30-centimeter-long blades extend, sharp enough to rival renowned swords. Its spiked, flexible tail can easily pierce through solid rock, making it the most formidable single combat unit in Xiaobai's arsenal. Even Xiaobai himself is hesitant to engage it directly. The third creature is a rock shark, measuring 8 meters in length, its body covered in impenetrable rocky armor. Its fins are akin to blades, extending from its back to its tail, and its massive form moves through water with the speed of a sailfish, excelling at rapid strikes that slice and dice. This type of attack is something even Xiaobai would avoid taking head-on, yet its active range is quite limited. To accommodate it, Xiaobai has even constructed a small pond. The fourth is a golden-eyed cloud-winged tiger, boasting golden eyes and saber-like teeth, with a white belly and blue body adorned with black lightning patterns. It has white wings and 2 lightning quicktails extending 4 meters each, its body reaching 6 meters in length, with wings that stretch to 8 meters. It runs swiftly on the ground and can also fly, though its flying speed is only slightly slower. Fifth is the jade mantis, aptly named, a giant mantis standing 6 meters tall, its body glimmering like jade yet remarkably resilient. Armed with scythe-like arms, it can easily cleave through metal and stone, its slicing strikes unparalleled among the beasts Xiaobai possesses. It also has the ability to short-distance fly. The sixth is a colossal earth bear, its brown fur covering a 7-meter-tall frame, with long arms that can touch the ground, though it appears soft. Its body is as tough as steel, possessing immense strength when upright, capable of shattering mountains and stones. Its dark claws gleam with a cold light, and it excels at burrowing tunnels. Due to its outstanding attributes, its blood is often used by Xiaobai to refine talismans, with astonishing success rates, though he has chosen not to disclose this. Lastly, there is a colorful phoenix. Truth be told, its offensive power pales in comparison to the previous 6. One might even describe it as weak. However, its appearance is stunningly beautiful, measuring only 2 meters in length and standing a mere 1.5 meters high, with wings that span 3 meters and a tail that resembles a multicolored ribbon, nearly 3 meters long. As it grows under care, it has begun to exhibit hints of lightning attributes, and even with its modest abilities, as long as it captures Liu Li's affection with its beauty, Xiaobai feels it is all worthwhile. Throughout, Xiaobai has never allowed them to step outside the small world, keeping them all confined within. After all, there is ample space, they are exceedingly obedient, and most importantly, they can always accompany little Liu Li when she awakens to play. Additionally, the blood of each beast can be refined into even more powerful talismans. However, Xiaobai has refrained from doing so, a decision made after careful consideration. However, Xiaobai gazed at the slowly accumulating spring of life, his heart filled with sorrow. It seems he truly must conceal it in a location that little Liu Li cannot discover. Moreover, Xiaobai cast a glance at the slumbering Xiao Liu Li and the myriad of obedient beasts gazing at him with eager eyes. He stepped out of the miniature world. It was time to depart from this place. To clarify, this book has been signed, and due to copyright issues, it can only be shared from this point forward. I extend my sincerest apologies to all those who have supported me thus far. For those interested and with intentions, please do not hesitate to join the QQ group, 2416966972. Are you truly leaving? In the Grand Hall, the Golden Lion seated in the main throne took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, while Indigo remained silently by his side, sitting not far from them. Xiaobai nodded earnestly, though the grip on his cup faltered slightly, causing it to crack under the pressure. 3 years of companionship cannot be easily brushed aside with a mere handful of words. The sorrow of parting runs deeper than that. I am immensely grateful for your unwavering care and support. From the very beginning, Xiaobai was fortunate to have received your aid, and subsequently, you provided him with refuge from relentless pursuers. Over these 3 years, Xiaobai has gained so much, all of which ultimately stems from your generosity. A kindness that he shall forever cherish in his heart. The bonds forged during this time have led Xiaobai to develop a profound affection for this place, for the land, for the rare beasts, and for all of you. Everyone has treated Xiaobai with such kindness, making it all the more difficult to part ways. Yet, Xiaobai feels that he has grown strong enough to protect himself, that he can no longer continue to rely on your shelter. While he is truly grateful for everything you have done for him, Xiaobai has his own path to pursue. Today, he must tender his resignation. Xiaobai fiddled with the cup before him, his gaze slightly unfocused as he observed the tumultuous tea swirling within. He spoke slowly and deliberately. The Golden Lion remained silent, and Indigo too did not utter a word. In the Grand Hall, only the lingering echoes of Xiaobai's words and the disordered sounds of the Golden Lion's breath filled the air. There was no response. The weight of silence hung over the entire hall like a palpable presence. Xiaobai abruptly raised his head. I, Xiaobai, before departing, earnestly desire your blessings. A profound silence ensued. The golden lion ceased its rhythmic breathing and calmly met Xiaobai's gaze. Xiaobai, undeterred, held his ground. This was a prolonged silence that tormented Indigo deeply. Why? Is it not advantageous to join us? At last, the golden lion spoke. Its voice deep and laced with a raspy timbre. Ultimately, Xiaobai will depart, and deep down, they all comprehend this truth. From the very beginning, Xiaobai has steadfastly refused to join them, citing a myriad of reasons. Yet, Indigo and Golden Lion are unwilling to accept this fate. Presently, there lingers a subtle sense of reluctance, an emotion that Golden Lion has always scorned in the past. In truth, our collaboration could propel you towards unparalleled supremacy in no time. Golden Lion has risen, his feet, wielding the renowned blades Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, striking the ground with a crisp resonance as he stands before Xiaobai. Looking down upon him, you are aware of my philosophy. Supremacy is not a pursuit I desire. Xiaobai resolutely met his fierce gaze, slowly rising to his feet. I speak no empty words. We require your assistance, as well as the aid of your talismans. I cannot permit you to leave at your whim. The imposing aura of the Golden Lion intensified, causing Indigo to take a small step back, yet Xiaobai remained unyielding, standing upright with a defiant seriousness. This should not be the case. The talismans in your possession are sufficient for your use. You ought to comprehend better than I the catastrophic impact that their proliferation could inflict upon the world. Utilizing them for self-preservation is acceptable, and I will grant you that. However, to wield them for the purpose of dominating the world and wreaking havoc upon the innocent runs contrary to my intentions. I am not a foolhardy do-gooder. But I absolutely will not tolerate the entanglement of the innocent. For the first time, Xiaobai openly refuted the Golden Lion, and for the first time, his stance was resolutely unwavering. Xiaobai recalled the Golden Lion from the original tale, remembering how he had mercilessly obliterated several civilian towns in pursuit of his own desires to proclaim his return. Whether the Golden Lion would behave similarly now remained unclear to Xiaobai. Nevertheless, his fervent wish was to avoid such a fate. The incident in Fisherman's Village had profoundly impacted him, and the faint scar on his forehead, concealed beneath his bangs, continued to throb intermittently, a reminder of the turmoil he wished never to witness again. Is that so? The Golden Lion's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of sharpness flickering within. Does that imply your power is no longer at my disposal? Silence ensued, yet Xiaobai's steadfastness served as a testament to his unwavering stance. Very well. If you wish to extricate yourself from my grasp, allow me to ascertain whether you possess the requisite substance. With a mere flick of his hand, the Golden Lion swung the doors of the grand hall open with a resounding crash. A tempest of wind and snow surged into the chamber, rustling the garments of all present with a cacophony of sound. The Golden Lion cast a fleeting glance at Xiaobai before soaring into the air, while Xiaobai, with a slight pursing of his lips, offered a subtle nod to the somewhat disheartened Indigo, who stood by, lost in thought. He summoned his purple feathers and swiftly pursued the Golden Lion into the storm. The towering summit of Miracle Island remained perpetually shrouded in snow. Countless snowflakes danced through the air, enveloping the landscape in a pristine white expanse, the pinnacle of the mountain. Beyond the palace was an expansive plaza, blanketed by a thick layer of snow, giving it an aura of vastness and tranquility. Xiaobai and the Golden Lion stood apart in the void above. Today's wind and snow were more ferocious than ever, causing their fluttering garments to tug restlessly. Little one, this marks our first confrontation face to face. The Golden Lion's robust voice resonated through the swirling tempest. Yet, the blizzard obscured any view of his expression at that moment. Xiaobai stood atop Xiao, offering no response, seemingly indifferent to whether the Golden Lion was aware of his presence. He merely smiled with humility, his warmth particularly striking amidst the swirling snow. The Golden Lion cast a fleeting glance at Xiao, furrowing his brow before ultimately succumbing to curiosity and inquiring, is your crystal sword a manifestation of your abilities, or a fusion of the devil fruit and innovative technology? Ah, he is Xiao, my companion, who has indeed consumed a devil fruit, the Wanfeng fruit. Xiaobai, for the first time, candidly divulged the truth, causing a flicker of astonishment in the Golden Lion opposite him, who soon erupted into laughter. Haha, is that so? Well, allow me to clarify. The renowned blades beneath my feet are Sakura Tin and Withered Wood. They have even severed the likes of Gold. Roger. Furthermore, the Golden Lion fixed his gaze upon Xiaobai, shrouded in the swirling snow, and suddenly broke into a sinister grin. Now that our fates are intertwined, do not expect me to show any mercy. Xiaobai maintained a serene and humble smile, yet he had quietly prepared to confront the impending onslaught. After all, the legendary title of the great pirate from the last generation was not mere embellishment. Moreover, he witnessed the Golden Lion extending his hand. Lion's might, empty scroll. He felt the silent support. Ah, how touching. Many people, whether through flowers or votes, cast their tokens. Only fleeting moments that perhaps even I did not notice as they vanished into the ether. The only memories I retain are those I have captured. For this, I often find myself refreshing. I have recorded numerous monthly votes and rewards, every instance, every sequence. I possess them all. Though I prefer not to let them disappear into the chapter's end, yet I have never forgotten. These are my witnesses, and I hope to present them in a single chapter soon. perhaps rendering them more enduring. This is my contemplation. Today may yield 2 chapters. The next one will be completed before 9 o'clock. I have lost the detailed outline, and things seem to be spiraling out of control. I beg your pardon. In the void, a gentle beckon from the golden lion's finger accompanied his calm yet resonant voice that echoed through the heavens. Lion's might. Empty scroll. As the words fell, Xiaobai heard a series of hissing sounds. The air, as if siphoned away, brushed against his skin, with sharp and rapid friction producing a cacophony that was painfully jarring. Before Xiaobai's eyes, a colossal lion's head materialized from nothingness. This enormous lion's head, spanning nearly 100 meters, appeared as tangible as reality itself. Its pristine white form and flowing mane reminiscent of a living being, with menacing fangs poised to devour. Standing before this gargantuan visage, Xiaobai felt as insignificant as an ant. The sheer size instilled an overwhelming sense of intimidation and pressure. Hiss, hiss. The golden lion's fingers continued to direct, the piercing sounds of friction unceasing. The surrounding snowflakes, along with those on the ground, were infinitely extracted and condensed, swift and orderly, as if the very air were being torn apart. In an instant, 4 white lion heads manifested in the arena, enclosing Xiaobai tightly within their midst. 4 towering, snow-white lion heads danced in the void. With fangs bared, their tremendous roars reverberated through the cosmos. Roar, roar, majestic and formidable. The thunderous roars shook the distant palace, causing countless individuals within to pause their activities, gazing in astonishment at the colossal beast suspended in the air. Many recognized the might of the golden lion, and some, utilizing tools, glimpsed the minuscule figure of Xiaobai ensnared within, appearing utterly insignificant. Xiaobai and the golden lion are engaged in a fierce battle. Xiaobai finds himself encircled by terrifying, monstrous beasts. The rapid dissemination of information spreads panic and unease swiftly among the crowd. Yet, facing the colossal, snow-white lion's head, and confronting its ferocious roars, Xiaobai feels the gale force generated by the howls tugging at his garments. Nevertheless, he stands resolutely on the purple feather, unyielding. With a proud demeanor, he stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Child, it is still not too late to reconsider. The golden lion presses down with both hands, and the 4 lion-like giants stir restlessly. I am sorry, but my decision is resolute. Xiaobai exhibited an air of confidence, nonchalance, and pride, seemingly unfazed by his surroundings. The golden lion, for reasons unknown, suddenly curled its lips into a smirk. Oh, humph. Its flowing golden mane danced gracefully as the golden lion's fingers twitched ever so slightly. Before Xiaobai stood the colossal lion spirit, which let out a thunderous roar, baring its fangs and charging forth like a bolt of lightning. The onlookers in the palace beheld an instant in which Xiaobai was utterly engulfed. Gasps and shrieks erupted all around. Yet, within mere seconds, the lion spirit's engulfing presence dissipated with a resounding crash, transforming back into a flurry of snowflakes that danced in the air, while Xiaobai remained steadfast in his position, unmoved amidst the swirling fragments of snow. The spectators in the palace were momentarily stunned, only to erupt in a tumultuous cheer, before abruptly recalling the presence of Indigo and falling silent. Humph. Without any hint of surprise, the golden lion merely emitted a low grunt towards the palace, then turned its gaze upon Xiaobai, its hands subtly shifting. Roar, roar, roar. 3 resounding roars, imbued with overwhelming power, accompanied by the simultaneous assault of 3 lion spirits, surged forth with even greater ferocity this time, uprooting decorative trees in their wake. The 3 lion spirits converged from different angles, sealing off all escape routes for Xiaobai, baring their fangs, and launching a fierce attack. Xiaobai was instantly engulfed. The resounding roar echoed endlessly, causing the very earth to tremble. The people within the palace felt their ears ringing, and the aftershocks from the giant spirit's charge left them swaying unsteadily. Yet, at that moment, their concern lay solely with Xiaobai's predicament. Many female attendants clenched their fists, turning them white with anxiety. However, it wasn't long before their tears transformed into laughter, as the fierce winds scattered countless snowflakes. The ground where Xiaobai stood appeared almost like a vacuum. Any stray snowflakes that ventured near were obliterated into steam as if caught in an infinite vortex. The golden lion, equally astonished, squinted to observe. An endless surge of sword intent manifested as a faint ethereal shadow, resembling a chief phoenix spreading its wings. A sound, indistinguishable between reality and illusion, suddenly erupted, a clear cry imbued with a subtle pressure that spread far and wide, resonating across the land. At that moment, Xiaobai stood resolutely within the illusion of the chief phoenix, unwavering as always. The onlookers in the palace erupted in fervent cheers, while the golden lion in the void discreetly exhaled, only to soon adopt a defiant demeanor once more. Is this all you have? Let's see how you handle this. The golden lion remarked coolly, then abruptly gestured downward with both hands, bellowing. Lion's might, earthquake. A tremendous surge of the earth's energy roared forth, shaking the palace to its core. Countless individuals screamed in fright, tumbling to the ground, only to witness the soil coalesce into colossal mud lions, ferociously roaring towards Xiaobai. Though equally immense, the weight and menace of these figures were incomparably greater than before. Xiaobai finally adopted a serious demeanor. a solemn expression beginning to manifest upon his visage. Without granting him a moment's respite, colossal earthen lions roared forth. Infused with the boundless might of the heavens and the earth, surging towards him with tremendous force, Xiaobai found himself utterly cornered, engulfed by an overwhelming tide. The rumbling was more thunderous than ever before, its resonance stirring curiosity among the rare beasts and inhabitants of distant islands, who raised their heads in wonder. With no mercy to spare, the golden lion swung his arms, summoning the swirling earth and thick soil to merge and churn violently, twisting like a coiled rope. Some unfortunate snow hares and other creatures were swiftly reduced to mere puddles of blood, yet Xiaobai, the one most at risk, had vanished without a trace. No. Lord Xiaobai. The anguished cries echoed throughout the palace, while the golden lion stared at the twisted earth, silent for a long while, his brow furrowing deeply. What are you looking at, old man? A faint, amused laugh came from behind the golden lion, startling him into shock. How did you? The golden lion swiftly turned, retreating in disbelief as he beheld Xiaobai, leisurely seated atop the purple feathers. An expression of calm composure on his face, leaving him momentarily speechless in astonishment. Xiaobai was on the verge of making a jest when suddenly, both individuals furrowed their brows in unison. The air was filled with ominous sounds. Howls and thunderous roars reverberated around them. From the horizon, a relentless horde of ferocious beasts surged forth with an insatiable fervor, poised to reach them in an instant. They exchanged a glance, both acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. Daft greed, a colossal plant reminiscent of a radish, possessed the unsettling ability to induce bodily rigidity upon inhalation. Yet, it was the sole entity capable of compelling all the bloodthirsty beasts to retreat. The recent skirmish with the golden lion had already obliterated a corner of the circle of daft greed surrounding the palace. The tremors from the battle had summoned these frenzied, bloodshot-eyed creatures, and within the palace, many were merely unarmed attendants. Should these savage beasts converge upon the palace? Inside the palace, the onlookers could already perceive the impending threat of these monstrous entities, and despair began to etch itself upon the faces of countless individuals. Xiaobai cast a glance at the golden lion and suddenly charged forth. Xiao, in the face of countless ferocious beasts surging forward. Even the golden lion had to retreat. Yet Xiaobai stood alone before the palace, his youthful yet imposing figure silencing the throngs around him. In that instant, a hush fell over the crowd, and even those frantically trying to escape gradually came to a standstill. Xiaobai had no time to heed them. The purple feather in his grasp suddenly expanded, rapidly growing under his fervent command, akin to a heavenly soldier, towering and formidable. In that instant, it felt as though the very heavens and earth had come to a standstill. An astonishing aura surged skyward, dispersing countless dark clouds, and for the first time, the perpetually snow-capped and gloomy peak was graced by the first rays of sunlight. Xiaobai stood as the one enveloped in the boundless brilliance of the sun. The rotating purple feather had transformed into an enormous sword, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation as it thunderously took its place at the breach. Radiating a potent and noble presence, countless ferocious beasts were instantly quelled. In a state of panic, they halted abruptly, colliding and tumbling into a chaotic heap. Those who had surged forward just moments before now dared not take a single step further. All of you, begone. The voice, though not loud, resonated like a divine decree, amplifying the infinite intimidation of the purple feather, spreading forth in a sweeping wave of dominance. Xiaobai, formidable without anger. The endless ferocious beast trembled in fear. Incredibly, the researchers regained their senses at an astonishing pace, and then, they fled in a frenzy. Not a single one dared to remain. They fled in a wild panic. Xiaobai stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the scene before him, and suddenly broke into a satisfied smile. The joy of surviving calamity brought countless individuals within the palace to tears of elation, and more than a few expressed their boundless gratitude towards Xiaobai, some even bowing in reverence. Paying them no mind, Xiaobai turned his gaze towards the golden lion. At that moment, the golden lion regarded him with a complex expression. Suddenly, he let out a despondent sigh, dispersing the heavenly vines with a casual wave. This signal was understood by Xiaobai, and his smile grew even more radiant. Uncle, I must take my leave now. Xiaobai addressed the golden lion with a resonant voice, yet the content of his words left countless listeners in a state of astonishment. Upon hearing this, the golden lion's lips moved as if he had a multitude of thoughts to express. Ultimately, he could only let out a profound sigh and cast his gaze toward the distant side. Must it be so urgent? Xiaobai remained silent, beckoning to retract the purple feather, leaving behind a vast chasm. Once he remounted the purple feather, a radiant smile spread across his face as he waved towards the direction of the imperial palace, exclaiming, "Everyone, I, Xiaobai, am departing." An eerie silence ensued. An oppressive stillness, as everyone remained ensnared in the sudden revelation, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. Xiaobai turned around and, unexpectedly, bowed deeply to the golden lion without uttering a single word or displaying any semblance of pretense. With remarkable agility, he commanded the purple feather, casting a lingering gaze over the land before soaring into the sky. The crowd remained in a state of bewilderment. The frost had quietly arrived, leaving countless individuals standing in silence, gazing towards that direction. In the corners of the palace, A few maids who had come early to clean and were deliberately left with talismans murmured the name of Lord Xiaobai, collapsing softly in a corner as they began to weep. The wind and snow returned once more. The disarray of the vast square was concealed beneath a fresh layer of white snow, restoring the usual chill of the surroundings. Dark clouds gradually gathered, casting a shadow once again. The monotonous silver landscape was, in truth, so bleak and solitary. In the emptiness, the Golden Lion suddenly felt a chill creeping into his heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of restlessness. He abruptly turned back and shouted to those below, "What are you still doing? Get back to your posts." Countless individuals, with complex emotions swirling within, stood up in a daze, only to behold the massive lion spirit that had silently coalesced. A wave of confusion ensued. Only Indigo observed as the Golden Lion quietly vanished into the air, direction unknown. It was slightly later than expected. Approximately 4,000 words. Let us consider it a combined chapter, shall we? This was my first attempt at writing a battle scene, and I suddenly felt a sense of reluctance towards the Golden Lion. With a flurry of ink, I hastily complied and didn't have the chance to revise. As for collections, the Yushi, a ferocious species of highly venomous sea serpent, instills fear in even the mightiest of marine creatures, compelling them to retreat in its presence. Presently, 2 enormous sea serpents were bound by ropes, serving as reluctant draft animals. Upon the deck, the crew consisted solely of women. This was particularly rare in a world predominantly ruled by men, due to the absence of wind and the lack of interference from other pirate crews. Coupled with the presence of the 2 formidable serpents, the ship had not encountered any attacks from sea creatures. The women on the deck leisurely basked in the sunlight, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, a woman from the lookout tower let out a startled cry. Those daring enough to traverse the seas as women must possess exceptional skills, and each had been meticulously selected as warriors from their respective nations. Their commendable training prompted them to instinctively grasp their weapons at the sound of the alarm. In an instant, they transformed from relaxed companions into battle-ready soldiers. What is happening? A robust female warrior stepped forward from the crowd, addressing the lookout. As the strongest among the 3 esteemed leaders, she held a prominent position within this meritocratic group aboard the ship. From the lookout tower came a directive, causing the women on the deck to collectively gaze upwards, where a faint, diminutive figure was indeed visible in the sky. It has been following our ship since earlier. The lookout's words ignited a stir among the women on the deck, primarily due to the monotony they had endured, now finally having something to engage with. They felt a surge of excitement. However, the lead warrior furrowed her brow at the news. "Can we ascertain its identity?" she inquired stubbornly, only to be met with a negative response from the lookout. "No, it emits light. The telescope cannot clarify." "Is that so?" The strong female warrior pondered momentarily, glancing towards the cabin where the 3 leaders were resting. Given their status, no one dared to disturb them. Turning back, she observed the eager and questioning expressions of the women around her, gritting her teeth. She felt an unsettling sense of urgency yet issued a command without hesitation. "We are not far from returning to our homeland. Do not allow it to follow us onto the island. Archers, take aim and eliminate it." The command, filled with a fierce aura, ignited enthusiasm among the female warriors. Despite being women, they were undeniably combative. Almost as soon as the order was given, a line of bow-wielding female warriors surged forth, their presence emanating a powerful energy. With an indomitable spirit, the energy enveloped the bows and arrows, revealing an unparalleled sharpness. Release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows shot forth, tearing through the air with a swift ferocity, the culmination of rigorous training manifesting in their formidable and precise assault, crossing distances in an instant. Only a few battle-hardened female warriors suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Xiaobai sat cross-legged atop the violet feather, drifting through the tranquil winds of the void. 3 years had passed. He had finally departed from that secluded island and returned to the realm of the Sea King. He had anticipated feeling elated and exhilarated. Yet, the reality was one of profound disappointment. The boundless, serene ocean enveloped him in an endless sense of confusion. Here, he felt an unsettling unfamiliarity. Xiaobai suddenly recalled that he was nearly unfamiliar with anyone in this vast sea. With a tinge of melancholy, he found himself at a loss as to where to go next. After so many years apart, perhaps it would be fitting for me to first pay a visit to Fisherman's Island for a tribute. Xiaobai fell into a contemplative silence. The faint mark upon his forehead continued to throb intermittently, a lament of lost souls, a haunting reminder of a past that Xiaobai could never truly let go. Xiaobai extended his hand to caress the already faint pink mark, reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, he fell into a trance. He recalled the simplicity of the fishing village, the carefree children confined to its corners, Uncle Remo's profound yet unassuming wisdom, the gentle and virtuous Aunt Bai, and the charmingly proud Kalina. Whoosh! Crack! The vivid scenes shattered abruptly, and Xiaobai gazed expressionlessly at the arrow in his hand. Even gripped tightly, it retained its formidable vigor, its fletching trembling incessantly. Whoosh! 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 Arrows surged like fish crossing a river, imbued with a heart-stirring sharpness, whistling toward him. Xiaobai either reached out to catch them or sidestepped with grace, his face perpetually maintaining an air of indifference. Yet only he was aware of the surging intent to kill that coursed through him at this moment. How long had it been? Ever since his talismans and strength gained recognition, he had been revered on the island of the Golden Lion. Wherever he went, he was met with bows and greetings. Wherever he tread, he was fervently worshipped. Yet now, just upon departure, he was subjected to such inexplicable assaults, scornful and brazen attacks. And moreover, Xiaobai rose from the purple feather, her gaze icy as she regarded the vessel below. The arrows in her hand were transformed into fine particles by the sword aura she casually emitted, scattering freely into the air, regardless of their motives. They had extinguished by Yi and Kalaina. Without the need for mental enhancement, Xiaobai, through the wisps of mist, discerned the newly launched arrows, observing the flickering cold light upon them. Is it so? Very well, since they dare to strike, they must be prepared to face death. The murderous intent in her eyes intensified, and with a flash of red in her gaze, Xiaobai suddenly leaped down from the purple feather. Xiaobai disregarded the fierce winds that howled around him and spoke softly. At the very moment he leapt from the ship, the female warriors aboard were left in a state of astonishment, not only due to the inexplicable reflective object that concealed a figure, but also because they were utterly perplexed by his daring descent. Would they continue their assault? The archers, still clutching their bows and arrows, turned their gazes toward the commanding, robust warrior, only to be met with her suddenly widened eyes. They instinctively followed her line of sight, and what they beheld was a colossal amethyst sword soaring skyward. No further answers were needed. The magnificent blade expanded before them, its divine aura almost compelling them to kneel. They were the finest warriors of the Amazonian realm, capable of valor and fearlessness, yet in this moment, they were gripped by terror. Without exception, confronted by the overwhelming presence of the gargantuan sword, they felt on the brink of collapse. The sunlight, refracted by the immense purple blade, cast a soft lavender hue upon their faces, freezing their expressions in a moment of sheer dread. Xiaobai smiled, a grimace that even he had not anticipated. With a thunderous roar, amidst the screams, a colossal wave surged forth, mingling with countless fragments that soared through the air. A chasm of sword energy extended outward, leaving in its wake the dismembered remnants of the Sea Kings. Xiaobai's sinister grin suddenly froze, and he gazed at the scene before him with disbelief. After several revisions, the narrative felt somewhat bland. The call for support was tinged with melancholy. He was entangled in the question of whether to delay the release, even with a postponement. How many would lend their support? He warmly welcomed avid readers to indulge in the latest, swiftest, and most popular serialized works. The waves surged violently. On the ocean's surface, a terrifying chasm with a smooth edge was rapidly mending itself, slowly radiating a horrifying crimson aura from its center. This was the doldrums, yet today, it was mercilessly ravaged by fierce winds. Fragments of wood drifted on the water, alongside the lifeless bodies of sea creatures, suspended in the void. Xiao had been summoned back by Xiaobai, and now stood beneath his feet. Yet, he stared at the unfolding scene in a daze, having descended to the ocean's height. Xiaobai observed the shattered hull, fractured by sword energy, with a sense of silence. The female warriors, some injured and others unconscious, were scattered. Only a few, possessing the observation haki, managed to narrowly evade the onslaught. Most were paralyzed in shock, having been intimidated by Xiao, and unable to react in time to avoid the lethal strikes. At that moment, the conscious female warriors, perched upon the fragmented wood, regarded Xiaobai with trepidation. Even the wounded holding their breath in wary anticipation. They could not comprehend Xiaobai's identity, nor could they fathom his overwhelming strength. Yet, as they marveled at his youth and striking appearance, they were equally astonished by his formidable and ruthless nature. In the eerie silence of the doldrums, the atmosphere grew oppressively still. Finally, a young female warrior, still in the early stages of her journey, could no longer contain herself and broke the hush, demanding, "Who are you, and why do you attack us?" Xiaobai cast his gaze in that direction. The female warrior, fiercely defiant, attempted to meet his eyes, but was startled by the crimson light that flickered within Xiaobai's gaze at the moment of contact. She lowered her head in submission, trembling uncontrollably. "It was you who first attacked me." Xiaobai's voice resonated with a deep and husky timbre, while the flickering crimson light in his eyes ebbed and flowed. Persistently suppressed by his will, those who dare to offend me would be better off perishing. Xiaobai's eyes burned with a crimson hue as he surveyed his surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, the female warriors, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, lowered their heads. The voices that had previously sought to retort and rebuke fell silent in an instant. The intense murderous intent, amplified by his inner energy, enveloped the entire sea, creating an atmosphere so terrifying and oppressive that even the fish dared not surface. For the first time, these Amazonian warriors, who had never bowed to any man, found themselves submitting. Equally astonishing was the sight of the sea serpent, revered by the female crew for its fierce and untamed nature. Though it had been wounded and provoked into a state of aggression, it too averted its gaze, submitting completely beneath Xiaobai's indifferent glance, too fearful to even stir. The crimson light in Xiaobai's eyes surged with increasing intensity, when suddenly, an overwhelming sensation surged within him. He instinctively lowered his head. A stream of fresh blood rose to his throat, yet he forcefully suppressed it. The heart's demon. Xiaobai struggled to maintain his composure, yet his mind seethed with resentment. Xiaobai let out a muffled groan, forcibly suppressing the turmoil of his inner demons, which inflicted severe internal injuries upon him. At last, he comprehended the reason behind his previous irrational behavior and the uncontrollable bloodlust that had overtaken him. Why did this sudden turmoil arise at such a moment? Xiaobai felt a tumultuous surge of energy within, yet his exterior remained composed. Despite being unaccustomed to the current predicament, he discerned that the situation had escalated beyond the point of reconciliation. Observing the dazed serpentine figures, each possessed a mysterious aura capable of withstanding his oppressive force. Xiaobai began to surmise their identities. On Nine Serpent Island, a nation of warriors, every inhabitant was an indomitable and fierce combatant. The current scenario dictated that his actions, having inflicted damage and destruction, had rendered it a matter of life and death. Were it not for the weight of his own presence, he would likely have been overwhelmed by their collective assault. Under normal circumstances, he could dispatch them with relative ease. However, in his present condition, Xiaobai was besieged by inner demons and grievous injuries. His vital essence was nearly inaccessible, and he feared entering his inner realm, dreading the possibility of losing control and harming Lu Li. To cease fighting now would be the epitome of folly. Thus, his only recourse was to instill fear in them. Esteemed one, we were previously unaware of your presence above. Otherwise, we would never have dared to offend, spoke the robust female warrior, who was among the few fortunate enough to evade harm initially. Observing her comrades on the brink of collapse under Xiaobai's oppressive aura, she bravely stepped forward to elucidate their predicament. Xiaobai suppressed the surging energy within him, offering no response, merely casting her a fleeting glance. Yet in her eyes, that fleeting look was imbued with a palpable sense of threat, a chilling glimmer of murderous intent. Xiaobai's aura surged and ebbed, the murderous intent that occasionally erupted from her resonating with those who had long practiced the art of dominance, evoking both a profound sense of reality and an undeniable trepidation. Suddenly, a female warrior exclaimed in alarm, drawing the attention of everyone in the tense atmosphere, which felt as taut as a drawn bowstring. As she noticed the collective gaze upon her, her voice quivered with panic. Lady Sandasonia and Lady Marigold have lost consciousness, and Lady Snake Ji Shalu may has also succumbed. But Lady Snake Ji is missing. She might have fallen into the sea. What? No. A chorus of shocked inquiries erupted. This was the calm zone that had transformed into a lair for monstrous sea kings, and should anyone plunge into the ocean? A robust female warrior, in her haste, disregarded Xiaobai's presence and prepared to dive into the depths. Yet, a figure moved swifter than she, vanishing into the ocean in an instant. She paused, realizing it was that person. Xiaobai swiftly tore apart the water-repelling talisman and plunged into the ocean, creating an immediate 3-meter diameter zone of protection around himself. Guided by Xiao, they shot downwards like a released arrow, racing towards the depths of the sea. Saving a life was but one aspect. Of greater significance was the urgency of the moment. Cough, cough. Xiaobai could no longer conceal his inner turmoil, and the pent-up resentment surged forth from his throat like a torrent. In an instant, the foul essence was expelled from the confines of the watery abyss, revealing a figure slowly sinking beneath the surface. In a state of half-conscious struggle, hesitation flickered within Xiaobai, yet he resolutely urged Xiao to rush forward. It appeared that the presence of a savior had been sensed, causing the struggling form to momentarily pause. Xiaobai, illuminated by the faint glow, beheld the restless sea kings, whose sheer size and formidable presence surpassed that of the surface-dwelling creatures by a considerable margin. Xiaobai was taken aback. He reached out and forcefully tugged at the garment of the shadowy figure within the aquatic realm. With a muffled sound, a piece of the garment that had loosened due to the struggle in the water was torn away, revealing a smooth back. The figure momentarily froze, then began to thrash wildly. Long strands of black hair danced and swirled in the water, obscuring Xiaobai's view of her face. In her desperate struggle, the lack of air and the inundation of seawater soon caused her to lose consciousness. Xiao swiftly advanced. Xiaobai swiftly drew her into his embrace, deftly adjusting her clothing before commanding with urgency. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of his presence, colossal sea creatures were already surging nearby. The turbulent currents they stirred eliciting a sense of alarm in Xiaobai. He swiftly admonished. Xiao moved with remarkable speed, yet she had to temper her pace to accommodate the existence of the water avoidance space. Nonetheless, she was still beyond the reach of those aquatic behemoths. In a fleeting moment, Xiaobai had already extricated that figure from the depths. Lady Snake. Lady Snake. Despite a momentary hesitation regarding Xiaobai, the resolute warriors surged forward, seizing the figure from his grasp and immediately forming a protective barrier around her. As she emerged from the water, her hair cascading down, Xiaobai beheld her visage, a woman of striking beauty, perhaps excessively so. Had he not spent considerable time in the company of the ethereal and exquisite Liu Li, he might have been utterly captivated. Furthermore, by Xiaobai's estimation, the Lady Snake was now 22, having governed Nine Serpent Island for 4 years. In that time, she had transformed from a trembling figure, once gripped by fear, to one whose warriors were willing to risk their lives in her defense, demonstrating her exceptional capabilities. Observing the warriors, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, some even gravely injured and requiring support to stand, Xiaobai let out a deep sigh. Very well. I shall escort you back. Xiaobai's reliance lay upon Xiao. He merely wished to make amends as best as he could. However, his words momentarily stunned the assembly of female warriors, who swiftly regarded him with palpable wariness. There is no need. We can return on our own. Is that so? The resolute stance of hostility toward him caused Xiaobai to furrow his brows. Upon witnessing the shattered remains of the ship's hull, cleaved and crushed by the force of the assault, he found himself at a loss for words. The female warriors remained vigilant, their gaze firmly fixed upon him. Meanwhile, the two younger sisters of the Serpent Queen had regained consciousness, appearing to be largely unharmed. Suddenly, Xiaobai propelled two talismans towards them. The female warriors gasped in surprise, unable to intervene in time as the talismans landed in the hands of the sisters. You were the ones who provoked me first. Xiaobai stubbornly uttered a remark. And as the violet feathers rose quietly, the female warriors instinctively took a step back. Without a glance back, Xiaobai soared into the sky, showing no signs of hesitation. The female warriors tightened their grips on their weapons, gazing at the distant figure for an extended period. Alas! Lady Serpent? Lady Serpent has awakened. Lady Serpent, are you all right? Exclamations of joy echoed, yet the Empress wore an expression of profound pallor, tinged with darkness. She had been seen. The Empress murmured, Lady Serpent? He has seen her. What are you saying, Lady Serpent? The female warriors were still puzzled, but the expressions of Sandasonia and Marigold, the Empress's sisters, suddenly transformed. I will certainly kill that child. The Empress bit her silver teeth, her tone laced with an icy menace that sent shivers through the surrounding female warriors. The two women holding the talismans glanced at them, and suddenly, as if a realization struck simultaneously, they looked up at each other, their eyes reflecting boundless shock. The release was initially scheduled for tomorrow, but I postponed it for 2 days, reasoning that I wanted to allow more readers the opportunity to see it over the weekend. After further consideration, I requested again from the editor to delay it until next Wednesday for the same reason, striving to provide more for the readers. I will post 2 updates over the weekend. Since the notification of the release appeared in the self-review, the collection has stagnated and even declined, leaving me disheartened. No more words on that. That's all. Every second is torment. Every minute is agony. Xiaobai is barely holding on. 1 day? 2 days? Xiaobai was uncertain how much time had elapsed. At this moment, due to the prolonged suppression of his inner demons, he found himself in a state of semi-consciousness. Such a condition rendered him increasingly hesitant to retreat into his inner world. The remnants of his awareness led him to contemplate the perilous possibility that if he were to succumb to madness within that realm, no one would be able to halt his descent, leaving the defenseless Luli at his mercy. He was unwilling to allow Luli to suffer even the slightest harm. Yet the current circumstances were pushing him toward the brink of despair. The divine canon was a cultivation method focusing on the refinement of the heart and body. It possessed fewer bottlenecks compared to other cultivation texts, but it bore a significant flaw: the inner demons. Either they do not manifest at all, or if they do, they must be confronted from the very outset. Presently, he did not wish to pause and seek refuge. He simply could not afford to. The origin of his inner turmoil lay in the fisherman's village, and thus he had no choice but to journey there for resolution. The longer he delayed, the more dire the situation would become. This was not a mere conjecture, but an established reality. He had reached a point of increasingly deteriorating circumstances. Xiaobai's sole reliance rests upon Xiao. When the stone tablet was inscribed, Xiao had already imparted her sword aura, which now serves as a faint guide in his pursuit. Suddenly, Xiao halted and surged towards a particular direction with fervor. In a daze, Xiaobai also glimpsed that strange yet familiar place. Xiaobai was suddenly jolted. Marine Ford, the Navy headquarters. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, closed his eyes, and rubbed the bridge of his nose, revealing an unmistakable weariness. Within the Navy headquarters stood a large medical facility, however. The survivors of the Fisherman Village incident were still receiving treatment on some distant island. For 3 long years, they had been under care. Reports lay scattered across the desk, an extensive stack filled with details. The pathology remained unclear, the cause unknown. All that was evident was the profound terror they had endured, resulting in nearly permanent psychological trauma, rendering them almost certainly unfit for battle. The perpetrator was none other than the Sword Saint, Xiaobai. Since coming to the attention of the high-ranking officials, Xiaobai's search had never ceased. Although the Golden Lion's men repeatedly asserted that Xiaobai was in their custody, the military and political leaders harbored their own convictions. During this period, the progress made by the Heavenly Palace concerning the talismans could only be described as non-existent. Countless resources, time, manpower, and money had been expended over nearly 3 years, only to yield no results. In the endeavor to decipher the talismans, the Heavenly Palace had suffered a significant setback due to Xiaobai. Prideful as he was, Vegapunk ultimately conceded after a series of futile efforts and shifted his focus to the frenzied continuation of human experimentation. While Vegapunk's modifications were somewhat tolerable, Dr. Kesaklong, another eminent scientist, grew increasingly reckless, treating human trials with utter disregard for life. Consequently, Sengoku had several veiled confrontations with the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace. Yet matters were left unresolved. Recently, however, the personnel from the Heavenly Palace shockingly requested the Navy to hand over those traumatized sailors, ostensibly for human experimentation. Sengoku's fury escalated. And in a fit of rage, he tore apart the correspondence from the Heavenly Palace. Among the documents was a report indicating that someone had seemingly witnessed a purple crystal sword soaring through the sky, only to be shredded and devoured by a goat. Upon stepping once more onto this land, Xiaobai fell into silence. The remnants of walls and the crooked fences faintly hinted at their former shapes. Vegetation had begun to spread, with vines climbing over the surviving mud walls that had evaded destruction, exuding vitality. On some scorched earth, numerous new shoots had begun to emerge. Xiaobai suddenly clenched the area around his heart tightly, feeling a sharp pang of pain. The relentless wash of rain, the decay of crumbling ruins, and the suffocating grip of cement and earth have caused many traces to quietly vanish from the world, unbeknownst to anyone. Xiaobai understood that no one cared. No one came to bury them. The fishing village, they were all covered by a thin layer of soil here. They were all here, yet no one would ever care. Xiaobai suddenly knelt down. Xiao stood beside him, trembling slightly, offering solace and sharing in the sorrow. Over there was once a vast expanse of drying fishing nets, a place where the village children frolicked, where the women often gathered in the shade to chat and mend their garments. There lay the windswept cliff of pebbles, and there was the home of Xiaobai and Kalina. The familiar breeze, the same briny scent of the sea, the very same location. It was as it had always been, yet the people were no longer present. Xiaobai found himself engulfed in confusion, as everything shimmered and dissipated like a fleeting illusion. In the sky, just as on that fateful day, dark clouds surged and roiled. It felt as though the vivid yet elusive image of reality had suddenly shattered. Xiaobai struck the ground with a forceful punch, his expression devoid of emotion. Again and again, his fist met the earth. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell beside him, splashing upon the shattered stones, mingling with the blood on his knuckles. Xiaobai, in a daze and confusion, lifted his gaze. The sky, unbeknownst to him, had darkened to such an extent. It began to rain. A single raindrop gradually expanded within the lifeless depths of his pupils, ultimately cascading down onto his expressionless face, blooming like a crystalline lotus. Xiaobai suddenly recalled that day. It was raining, wasn't it? The unanswered inquiry, the fragments of the past reassembled, only to disintegrate once more. Ultimately, the rain fell, and it fell heavily. Xiaobai gazed blankly at the sky, allowing its encroaching hues to wash over him. A chilling cold seeped into his being, as strands of hair were gently swept aside, revealing a refined and handsome visage, along with a faint scar that marred his otherwise pristine appearance. Xiaobai suddenly recalled the warm bowl of porridge prepared by Xiaobai. Abruptly, he became aware that the raindrops on his face had taken on a certain warmth. They were two gentle streams, delicate yet undeniably real. Xiaobai suddenly erupted with a spurt of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. A low, meaningless growl resonated from his throat, while the crimson light in his eyes intensified with an overwhelming madness. It was the backlash of his inner demons. A suffocating sense of despair flooded Xiaobai's mind. Yet he steadfastly resisted, allowing his Tao heart to grow ever purer amidst the onslaught of these dark thoughts. His body's tremors became increasingly violent, every inch of his skin, every single cell, quaked in turmoil. Kneeling there, his face contorted in agony, Xiaobai's form was gradually collapsing from the intensity of the shudders, blood beginning to seep outward. The excruciating pain tearing through him threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness, yet he gritted his teeth, uttering not a single sound. He could not cry out. The 300 souls lingering here were watching him. These tormented spirits were wailing in endless sorrow. Their suffering surpassed his own. Roar. Xiaobai suddenly let out a low roar, a series of muffled sounds emanating from within him, while around his ears resonated a thunderous clamor. A faint whispering, as if ethereal and elusive, danced around him, light and airy like a gentle breeze. Xiaobai suddenly came to a halt. Blood flowed freely, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. Under the relentless downpour, the surrounding earth was stained a vivid crimson. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from Xiaobai. The nearby rain was dispersed, creating a vacuum within a 3-meter radius around him. A refreshing sensation surged from within, and Xiaobai abruptly drew forth a drop of the fountain of life from the void and consumed it. His wounds healed at an astonishing pace, and the excruciating pain receded. The intense crimson light in his eyes faded, replaced by a weary yet resplendent divine radiance. 3 years ago, it was this place that drove him to madness. 3 years later, it is still this place that liberates him. The rebirth of his spirit has led to the metamorphosis of his body, and as Xiaobai sensed the vitality coursing through him, he knelt deeply once more in reverence. Xiaobai is aware and will forever hold this belief. It is a gift from the departed, as well as their forgiveness. The storm has ceased, and from the scattered clouds, gentle rays of sunlight emerge. Xiaobai knelt deeply upon the ground, utterly motionless. A moment of delay ensued, for he had intended to act sooner. To those who have yet to save this peace, he kindly recommends a tome, Naruto, The Path of the Ninja. It is a narrative that has been meticulously crafted with eloquent prose and a rigorously structured storyline. The remnants of the fisherman's village lay beneath a fresh layer of fine soil, a transformation orchestrated by Xiaobai and the Earth Bear. A new enclosure had been erected around the area, and countless flowers and grasses had been carefully arranged and planted, all sourced from the island, representing the flora that once flourished in that bygone era. Each plant was tenderly nurtured by Xiaobai's hands, every one of them receiving his utmost care. If fate allows, Xiaobai hopes that these plants may serve as a living tribute to the villagers of Fisherman's Village, perpetuating their legacy. He envisions them blossoming towards the sun, thriving in their vibrant beauty, reminiscent of the simplicity and tranquility that once characterized the village. Casting a glance at the earth bare by his side, he noted how it effortlessly brushed away the dirt that clung to its silky fur, its eager gaze fixed upon him. With a mere wave of his hand, the portal of light flickered and vanished, leaving only Xiaobai, solitary, immersed in quiet remembrance. Xiaobai suddenly beheld the towering rock standing at the edge of the island, its surface etched deeply with the colossal character for grave, which continued to evoke a poignant sense of grandeur within him. Many matters, it seems, can still be reconciled with surprising simplicity. Yet, numerous individuals cannot be so easily forgotten. The lost past lingers here, a haunting presence. In the distance, the trees of the beastly forest swayed gracefully, their forms casting dappled shadows. Xiaobai stepped onto the purple feather and gazed deeply at the land before him. The sea breeze gently caressed the newly planted flowers, causing them to sway gracefully. In a moment of reverie, Xiaobai seemed to perceive the fishermen of the village, smiling and bidding farewell. Xiaobai bowed deeply, a gesture of reverence towards the departed, the past, in the act of repentance. Then, with unwavering resolve, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Behind him lay the tranquil Fisherman's Island, and before him stretched the vast and surging sea. The sharp winds howled past his ears, and suddenly, an inexplicable warmth surged within him, a warmth so delightful that it almost coaxed a smile from his lips. Suddenly, Xiaobai paused. The purple feather halted in the void, while Xiaobai's gaze fixed upon a certain direction, his expression darkening once more. Yet, before long, a faint smile graced his lips, handsome yet infused with a palpable menace. You all truly possess remarkable audacity. Near Fisherman's Village, a formidable naval warship loomed majestically upon the boundless azure waves, anchored firmly in place. On the deck, naval soldiers congregated in small groups, chatting and laughing, their demeanor relaxed and languid. For this particular maritime region, they were yet another batch of visitors in a span of 3 years. Their purpose was to monitor and wait, watching that island, anticipating the arrival of a certain individual. This was a perilous duty, or so it had always been stated. Each contingent assigned to this task was solemnly briefed and motivated by the Marshal of the Warring States before their departure, underscoring the gravity of their mission. Yet, upon their return, they were often met with derision when others inquired about their experiences, staring at the sea day after day, with scarcely a seagull in sight, and spending their time idly tending to fishing rods. Was this truly a dangerous responsibility? Many sailors, and even some high-ranking officers, shared this sentiment. However, the determination of the Warring States ensured that this task, akin to a vacation, continued in its awkward persistence. For those aspiring to ascend, this place was unwelcome. Coming here felt like a waste of time. For those wishing to pass the time, it was a haven for leisure. 2 years prior, they would have been terrified and sleepless at the thought of being sent here. Yet, over the past 3 years, they had witnessed the transformation of the island, from a place strewn with corpses, to being buried by rain-soaked earth, to a wilderness overtaken by verdant growth. Rarely had a bird graced the skies, let alone the rumored figure. The wisdom of vigilance in times of peace had long since faded from the minds of those monotonously stationed here, counting clouds day in and day out. This place had become a realm where even the most disciplined soldiers could be reduced to sloth. On the deck, one sailor suddenly beckoned mysteriously to a comrade stationed at the lookout. The lookout hesitated instinctively, then laughed at his own caution. After all, vigilance had become a mere formality. Soon, he awkwardly descended from the lookout. "What's up?" the lookout inquired with a smile, only to find his friend revealing a concealed bottle of liquor from beneath his clothing. "You, how? Shoo." The lookout's eyes widened in surprise, quickly followed by delight as he nodded in understanding and followed his friend to a secluded corner. Alcohol was a rare treat, especially for sailors bound by strict prohibitions against drinking while idly stationed. After a few hearty swigs, the lookout reveled in sheer bliss. "How much longer do you think we'll be here?" his friend asked, a hint of boredom in his voice. For many soldiers accustomed to the thrill of battle, this situation felt like a torment. The lookout, slightly tipsy from the long absence of liquor, merely offered a perfunctory response. He had heard the same question countless times before. "What exactly are we busy with here?" "Watching grass grow on that island," his friend complained. As many restless soldiers had longed to explore the island but were restrained by their superiors, who insisted on remote surveillance as dictated by the Marshal of the Warring States. Thus, they could only languidly exist within this limited space, eating, drinking, and sleeping. Indeed, how could the higher-ups think it wise to send us to this desolate place? The lookout echoed, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. "They even expect us to monitor whether that demon returns." "Demon?" "Right. I heard thousands perished 3 years ago. Supposedly, he slaughtered everyone on that island." His friend lowered his voice conspiratorially. "But I've observed closely. The signs don't suggest a sword slaughter, but rather that of cannon fire." "Hey, Don't involve me in this. The lookout interjected hastily, though slightly inebriated. He understood that some subjects were best left unspoken, especially on a naval vessel. But even if we were to see this demon, what then? Rumor has it he harbors great hostility towards our navy. If he truly is as terrifying as the tales suggest, we would. Yes. I wonder what the Marshal of the Warring States is truly thinking. So it was the Warring States that sent you here to wait for my appearance? Yes. Suddenly, the lookout sensed something amiss, lowering the bottle to glance sideways. Just one glance, and his inebriation vanished. Ah, it seems you recognize me. Xiaobai suddenly broke into a radiant smile, exuding an aura of unparalleled sunshine. Ah, tonight there is still. The urge for updates is one of the reasons. I suppose. The collection is imperative. Indeed, that book The Way of the Ninja is truly an excellent read, particularly for fans of Naruto. The lookout soldier locked eyes with a pair of mocking gazes, his heartbeat abruptly halting. The exquisite face, the seemingly innocuous smile, still residing in a body that is half innocent. This is, that person. The lookout soldier trembled uncontrollably, the effects of the alcohol having completely dissipated. The one who had been prominently featured on the bounty list, renowned for the reward, age, and nefarious legends, was now right before him. Just as the lookout soldier was about to shout, he saw his friend slowly slide down the polished wall, collapsing against it, leaving a long, fresh, and glaring trail of blood. The lookout soldier's body, poised to rise, became frozen in a half-standing position, too terrified to move. With infinite dread, he could not divert his gaze from Xiaobai, cold sweat pouring forth, yet he dared not even wipe it away. Upon witnessing this, Xiaobai suddenly broke into a smile. Ah, it seems you recognize me. Xiaobai's smile was remarkably refreshing, yet it sent a chill coursing through the sentinel's entire being. At that moment, feeling utterly at a loss, he found himself mirroring Xiaobai's smile with a forced grin. Heh. Xiaobai gazed at him, suddenly emitting a light, enigmatic laugh. Allow me to confirm once more, he said. You just stated that it was the Warring States who summoned you here? Xiaobai's words were soft yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression that enveloped the lookout soldier. Glancing at the disturbing bloodstains, the lookout soldier swallowed hard. Yes, indeed. It was war. The commander of the Warring States demanded our vigilance here, to keep watch over that island, awaiting your return. Fearing that Xiaobai might be displeased, the lookout soldier hurriedly explained. Every interval, personnel are rotated here. The protocol is to immediately contact headquarters via the phone bug upon detecting any anomalies. The phone bug is located beneath the main mast, and it is said that once connected, a general will arrive promptly. The lookout soldier relayed the information in a rapid stream, eliciting a light chuckle and nod of approval from Xiaobai, which filled the lookout with joy, prompting him to elaborate further. However, in that moment, he suddenly noticed the blood of his fallen comrade pooling at his feet, causing his heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, he wanted to withdraw his foot. But upon seeing Xiaobai's smile, his movement froze. The lookout soldier mustered a grim smile once more, yet Xiaobai's face had lost all semblance of mirth. I intended to inform you earlier. I greatly disapprove of the Navy smiling in my presence. As the lookout soldier's mind processed this information, he momentarily caught sight of a flickering purple shadow, witnessing Xiaobai's expressionless face while also sensing his own body tilting unnaturally. The rear admiral was the highest authority aboard this vessel. Routinely, he would emerge from the cabin to survey the surroundings, more composed than the soldiers. His long tenure had instilled in him a strict adherence to orders. Currently, he glanced at the three veteran fishermen who seemed utterly bored, furrowing his brow. And then at the empty lookout tower, his frown deepening. Why is there no one up there? He chided the idle veterans, who were his comrades from the same era. They would not fear his reprimands, as their shared achievements had been built together, and they had grown somewhat indifferent to the monotony here. The admiral felt the urge to reprimand them, but ultimately restrained himself, ascending the lookout tower to scan the area, only to find the lookout soldier missing, which left him quite displeased. Suddenly, he froze, sensing something amiss. Peering through narrowed eyes towards the fishing village, he paused, quickly grasping the telescope placed nearby. His disbelief grew with each glance, spiraling into a profound sense of incredulity. An alarming thought abruptly surged through his mind, causing him to shudder. Quick! Connect me to the phone bug. Now! The rear admiral shouted down from the lookout tower, startling the veterans, who suddenly recalled something. Their expressions shifting in unison as they rushed towards the main mast. The rear admiral leaped down in haste. Their purpose here was singular, and there was only one reason to utilize the phone bug. The veterans, seasoned and aware of the urgency, all sprinted towards the phone bug. Yet, a sudden dread halted their steps. They witnessed the foremost soldier's body disintegrate abruptly, without a sound, his demise accompanied by splattering blood that drenched the unfortunate ones behind him. The warmth of blood on their faces sent chills down the spines of the remaining veterans. Simultaneously, the rear admiral and the soldiers turned towards the source of the attack. There, Xiaobai had sensed the movement the instant it occurred, yet upon observing the subsequent actions, he discerned the underlying intentions and smiled, choosing not to intervene, rather. He appeared to acquiesce. The veteran soldiers and the brigadier general were rendered motionless, frozen in a tense standoff with Xiaobai, not daring to glance at their longtime comrades lying lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, with a sense of ease, allowed the echoes of the warship to resonate as he watched the naval officers emerge from the ship's hold, one after another. He observed their reactions as they beheld the pale corpses on the ground, some retching in horror, while others stood in bewilderment at the sight of their fallen comrades. Then, he witnessed the shifting expressions of shock, fear, despair, and utter collapse that adorned their faces. Soon, the deck was densely packed with a multitude of sailors. Yet not a single soul dared to utter a sound. Xiaobai suddenly felt a surge of laughter. "Greetings to you all, I am Xiaobai." Or rather, sword immortal Xiaobai. Xiaobai chuckled softly as he casually summoned the purple feather. The vivid imagery described in his invocation caused the entire naval crew to collectively gulp in trepidation. The amethyst sword, resplendent and imbued with a chilling aura, compelled them to instinctively take a step back in unison. Aside from the gentle lapping of waves against the vessel's hull, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. What is this? Does no one recognize me? Xiaobai wore a look of perplexity on his face, yet his eyes were filled with boundless derision. He observed someone trembling at their feet. No one answered me. Xiaobai suddenly hesitated, a fleeting shadow of despondency crossing his face, before he lifted his head with a radiant smile. "Then I shall annihilate you all." The sea breeze rose abruptly, sharp and chilling. As soon as I finished writing, I hurriedly uploaded it. Naruto, The Path of the Ninja is truly a serious, meticulous, and remarkable work. Reborn in One Piece is steadily improving in both prose and narrative. The schemes of the demons in One Piece are becoming increasingly transparent. Crystal Bubbles of Midsummer tells a beautifully romantic tale. By the way, this book also requires flowers and evaluation votes, you understand. That's all. No one is responding to me. Then I shall annihilate you all. The words slipped gently from Xiaobai's lips. Yet they struck the Navy personnel like a bone-chilling wind, rendering them icy with fear. Among them were several who had indeed taken lives, including many seasoned veterans. Yet at this moment, they could not help but tremble. It truly is that person. The hearts of nearly all the Navy cried out in despair. Not everyone wishes to witness legends manifest before their eyes. At least, they certainly do not want to, not in the slightest. Moreover, what filled them with dread was Xiaobai, notorious for his ruthless slaughter of the Navy, had made a name for himself. 3 years prior, after effortlessly defeating 5 vice admirals, he had mercilessly exterminated 2,000 men aboard 10 warships. Now, aboard this vessel, there were scarcely 200 souls, lacking even a high-ranking vice admiral. They would be slain without a hint of resistance. All the Navy personnel, including the junior admiral, were engulfed in despair. Regret consumed them. They lamented their decision to emerge from the ship's hold, regretted heeding idle tales that led them here to waste time, and cursed their impulsive choice to join the Navy in the first place. At last, one soldier from the perimeter succumbed to panic. He flung off his Navy cap, tugged at his hair, and leaped towards the ship's edge, plunging with a resounding splash into the sea. Witnessing this, the other sailors were momentarily stunned, only to awaken to their own realization, desperately racing towards the ship's edge. It was rumored that the vile Xiaobai possessed a demonic power that repelled all who dared approach the sea. Thus, while confrontation was futile, escape was still an option. They could plunge into the depths. Even the junior admiral, upon grasping the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of resolve. Amidst the chaos, only a select few, including the junior admiral, noticed as Xiaobai suddenly waved his hand through the air. With a casual flick, the atmosphere trembled. Splash! A tremendous sound of water engulfing the air momentarily halted the frantic movements of many, yet aside from the few dozen desperate sailors paddling for their lives, the surface of the sea remained eerily tranquil. Xiaobai remained elegantly calm, a tranquility that suffocated them. Almost immediately, they were startled by a sudden, chilling scream that echoed hauntingly yet undeniably present. They beheld the struggling naval soldier, glimpsing the ominous, shadowy figure lurking beneath the dark, foreboding waters, and witnessed the helpless sailor being dragged beneath the surface in an instant. The turbulent waves splashed violently, but soon fell into a profound silence. Then, from that eerily still water, surged a stark, blood-red tide that chilled the very marrow of their bones. Following that, came the second, the third, the 10th. In an unparalleled atmosphere of oppressive silence, everyone suddenly realized that even the capacity to cry out in terror had been stripped from them. There was no escape. The vivid, fresh blood unmistakably proclaimed the grim truth. Xiaobai feigned ignorance to the wails of despair, yet his eyes brimmed with derision. The rock shark was a genuine creature, no longer merely a projection summoned at the cost of one's own strength. Born from the spring of life, it possessed undeniable prowess, capable of contending with a vice admiral. Moreover, these were mere foot soldiers, cowards whose combat effectiveness had been rendered null by fear and the threat of drowning. The ensuing scene was one of unmitigated slaughter. The cries of agony echoed relentlessly, and the bloodied waters instilled terror in all present, leaving those naval officers yet to leap into the sea, trembling with dread, albeit relieved to have hesitated. Suddenly, a thought struck them. Why, in this typically barren sea, had such a terrifying entity emerged? Was it he? The sailors turned their gazes toward Xiaobai, only to be met with his enigmatic and sinister smile. It was indeed him. Without any exchange of glances or words, the soldiers collectively arrived at this conclusion. Had their only path to survival been irrevocably severed? That man, was he truly intent on annihilation? The answer was now unmistakably clear. Many among them exhibited lifeless eyes, reflecting a despairing pallor. Another instance of inexplicable brutality unfolded. A demon. He was a demon. The Major could no longer contain himself. He felt profoundly that if he remained silent for even a moment longer, he would surely shatter. He had not been involved in the previous incident, and those privy to the details were too terrified to speak of it. Information had become a mere whisper in the streets, rife with speculation. Now, faced with the reality of his opponent's nature, he was engulfed by fear and a faude of bravado. You do this as you're doing. It must be. Do you realize there are over 200 souls aboard this vessel? So many lives. Will you also extinguish them? Xiaobai cast a perplexed glance at the Major General, who appeared utterly bewildered. I am aware of it. Xiaobai suddenly responded with a crispness that sliced through the air. But his next words plunged everyone present into an icy abyss. What do you think I came here for? The Major General found himself rendered speechless. A stark realization dawning upon him. He had been utterly defenseless against this individual all along. He comprehended, with a sinking heart, that any rebuttal he might muster was utterly futile, regardless of his position. Yet, Xiaobai showed no signs of relenting in his murderous intent, a ferocity that was palpable. Boom. A torrent of sword energy erupted violently from the blade of Xiao as Xiaobai, filled with exhilaration, executed a single, sweeping motion. The deck was cleaved open, revealing a gaping chasm of terror, strewn with the remnants of shattered bodies. Witnesses to this harrowing spectacle found themselves rendered mute, unable even to cry out. Stunned. Enveloped in despair and confusion, they faced an inevitable collapse. One individual, driven to madness, spewed incomprehensible words as he charged toward Xiaobai, only to be dismembered by unseen sword energies before he could close the distance. A greater number of people, devoid of direction and rationality, flailed in a panic. Some stumbling into the lethal 3-meter radius surrounding Xiaobai, meeting their demise as mere specters. The sea was no refuge. Aboard the ship lurked a bloodthirsty figure, and the remaining survivors succumbed to madness. They watched in horror as comrades were thrust into the water, transforming into a crimson tide, and as others ventured into the unmoving domain of that fearsome individual, only to be met with a storm of severed limbs. They stood in a daze, their faith and understanding of the world fracturing in an instant, with nowhere left to flee, their bodies collapsing in a state of helplessness. Meanwhile, the Major General, under the oppressive weight of Xiaobai's presence, succumbed to despair, laughing maniacally as he turned his blade upon the nearby naval soldiers. Xiaobai stood there, observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, an uncontrollable laughter erupted from within him, a wild mirth whose meaning eluded even himself. How could it be that at such a moment, when my inner demons had just begun to settle, you chose to reveal yourselves, the embodiment of old grievances, before my eyes? How could it be that after I had merely paid homage to the souls of the fishermen's village, mercilessly struck down by the Navy, you appeared before me in the guise of naval officers? Sent by the warring states, perhaps? Oh, the cunning strategists of the warring states. Your decision to cast your subordinates into the inferno truly evokes a genuine sense of absurdity in me. Xiaobai's fingertips glided over the surface of the Xiu sword, the cool yet soothing vibrations gradually calming the tumult within his heart. I have stated before, wherever I tread, the Navy shall be drenched in blood. This is no jest. The Xiu, raised once more, emanated an aura of nobility and menace in the dim light, and there was no trace of mirth upon Xiaobai's visage. If you seek to cast blame, direct it at the warring states for bringing you here. If you wish to lament, then limit your choice to don the Navy's uniform. In the midst of chaos, an old soldier, dragging his severed body, finally reached the den of the transponder snail. At the moment of connection, he beheld the transponder snail severed, cleanly split in two. The old soldier swayed, sinking into an abyss of darkness. Oh, the path of the Hokage is fraught with peril. I dare not recklessly recommend anything dubious. The tale of the reborn pirate king unfolds, and the narrative, imbued with vibrant prose and evolving settings, flourishes. The devil resides within the realm of One Piece. With patience and scrutiny, the intricacies of the plot become ever clearer. The crystalline foams of midsummer weave a beautifully poignant love story. The only issue remains the completion of examinations, which shall be resolved promptly. I have perused the praises and accolades, which are indeed significant. Thus, I implore you all to lend your support. In the headquarters of the Navy, within the Admiral's chamber, Sengoku gazed intently at the transponder snail that had emitted a brief sound before fading into silence, enveloped in stillness. This snail connected to the naval vessel stationed to monitor Fisherman Island, a line he had always held in high regard. Now, it had audibly chimed but then ceased its tune. Sengoku attempted to redial, yet there was no response. Not a single reply. The weight of despair settled heavily upon Sengoku's heart. The sound of the door opening snapped him back to reality, and he looked up to see Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji entering with steady strides. Akainu, with a perpetually grim countenance, and Akiji, often exuding an air of indifference, exchanged nods with Sengoku before falling into silence. Sengoku leaned forward, his expression grave. It is fortuitous that you are both present. I regret having to summon you from your duties, but an exceedingly grave matter requires your assistance. Without any pleasantries, Sengoku spoke directly to the point. Both admirals remained silent, their faces serene as they regarded Sengoku. The ship is prepared. I need you both to proceed to a certain location immediately. Sengoku paused, fixing his gaze upon their faces. I suspect that sword Saint Xiaobai has returned. Both Akainu and Akiji's pupils constricted simultaneously, yet they quickly masked their surprise and continued to listen intently. It is within the vicinity of Fisherman Island, thus. Sengoku leaned his elbows upon the table, intertwining his fingers, his gaze penetrating behind his glasses. I require your combined efforts to apprehend him. I hope you can subdue him peacefully, but if that fails... A glint of cold light flickered across the lenses of his glasses, and a fierce glimmer flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Eliminate him on the spot. Upon hearing this, Akainu and Akiji exchanged a brief glance. Both were adept at concealing their inner thoughts, but they could not hide the faint stirrings of emotion on their faces. Subsequently, they nodded imperceptibly to Sengoku. Understood, Admiral. Sengoku nodded, offering no further words, gesturing for them to depart without delay. The two admirals moved swiftly. As Sengoku watched the chamber return to its empty state, he rose abruptly and stepped to the window. Overlooking the entirety of the headquarters, his face betrayed no emotion. In truth, all three admirals were present at the headquarters. Yet, Sengoku chose to dispatch Akainu and Akiji, a rare occurrence of mobilizing the highest combat strength. This decision underscored Sengoku's regard for Xiaobai, while simultaneously harboring hope that the two admirals, united, could overpower him and compel his surrender. Such a scenario could potentially provoke a fierce response from Kizaru, which Sengoku sought to avoid. To compel Xiaobai's surrender without conflict would indeed be a boon. Yet, Sengoku turned once more to gaze quietly at the transponder snail, a deepening shadow clouding his expression. The rock shark had cleansed itself and was now surfacing, eagerly gliding through the water before Xiaobai. Xiaobai extended his hand to pat its head, casually summoning it back into the spatial realm. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the naval vessel, the ocean's surface lay still, devoid of life save for Xiaobai. The pungent scent of blood pervaded the air. Yet no fish dared approach this area. The instinctual fear of danger kept them at bay. Xiaobai's expression betrayed no joy or sorrow. Rather, it was marked by an endless indifference. Since that fateful day, he felt no pressure in slaying the naval forces. On the contrary, it was only through the act of vanquishing these sailors that he discovered a profound sense of liberation. Remarkably, even his state of mind achieved an unprecedented tranquility. I can no longer indulge in my whims due to your pleas for mercy. What I carry upon my back are the solemn requests of over 300 lost souls. Xiaobai faced the acrid wind, uttering a faint remark. Yet his gaze lingered for an extended time upon the location of the fishing village. It was uncertain how long had passed when Xiaobai mounted the purple feather and swiftly departed. Half an hour after Xiaobai's departure, the approaching warship cleaved through the thick sea, and the soldiers on deck were met with a scene reminiscent of hell on earth, unable to contain their nausea any longer. A true inferno. At this moment, Akainu and Akiji fell into silence, Akainu, with narrowed eyes, and Akiji, clenching his trembling fists. Xiaobai has long vanished, leaving behind a scene of harrowing devastation. In this very sea, the vessel has been reduced to mere splinters. And they have grasped the message Xiaobai sought to convey. I have returned. I come to exact vengeance. Starting from the land where my loved ones were taken from me. The fragmented corpses seemed to echo Xiaobai's mocking words. Come, by all means, seek me out. The same ferocity, the same brutality. Yet, unlike last time, this time, there are no survivors. With no reprimand for the Marine's dismal performance. Both individuals are engulfed in an overwhelming sense of oppression. The moment Sengoku received the report and learned of the situation, he fell into silence. Only he knew that he had been discreetly maneuvering a warship for surveillance, harboring plans unknown to others. He beheld Xiaobai's protective talisman, filled with benevolent intent. And he wished to gamble. He wagered that Xiaobai no longer harbored such animosity towards the Navy. Hoping he could set aside his hatred and recognize the prevailing circumstances for reconciliation. The stakes were a ship with over 200 naval personnel, with no viable entry point in sight. After much contemplation, the only approach he could conceive was this clumsy method. Should he win the gamble, he would have the confidence to gradually draw Xiaobai under his banner. If he could keep Xiaobai within his grasp, it would yield boundless benefits for the Navy. To this end, he would risk an entire ship of sailors as a test. Yet, he lost the gamble. The stakes were perhaps far greater than he had anticipated. The negligence of the two generals, steeped in tension, led to a failure to issue a gag order promptly. However, even after an attempt to contain the incident, it spread like a tempest, with the area of panic continuously expanding. The soldiers, who had been jovially preparing for a shift change to enjoy their leave, were left in a daze upon receiving the news, as were the veteran soldiers who had previously mocked the situation with bravado. Now gripped by an indescribable sense of survival after calamity, the rest of the Navy was engulfed by an unspeakable dread and unease. 3 years ago, they had managed to escape the unmatched speed of Admiral Kizaru, subsequently slaying 2 vice-admirals and over 2,000 men. Now, 3 years later, upon his return, he had ruthlessly annihilated an entire ship of sailors, and this time, even the 2 admirals were left without a trace. This is a demon who revels in the slaughter of the Navy, and this demon now lurks in the shadows unbeknownst to them, his blood-red eyes fixed intently upon them. All Navy personnel who had come into contact with Xiaobai found themselves teetering on the brink of collapse. That man has returned. That man will seek revenge upon us. Reports of defections continuously surfaced in the hands of various commanders, and eventually, some leaders began to defect openly. The Central High Command frequently engaged in clandestine discussions with Sengoku, yet afterward, Sengoku's countenance remained perpetually grim. The information regarding Xiaobai's formidable return has reached various influential factions, and beneath the calm surface, the world has begun to stir with a current of unease. Today, I have matters to attend to outside, and I shall see if I can manage a second update this evening. There is a matter I have hesitated to discuss at length, but it has now become urgent, and I must inform you all. The book is set to be published. Many of you are likely aware that I have postponed this multiple times. It is expected to be available tomorrow. Although I will endeavor to persuade the editor to delay it until tomorrow night, or even until the morning of the day after. The consequences of this publication are unknown to me, and I find myself in a state of confusion. I have continually requested postponements, yet the editor remains silent. At that time, I hope those who can support me will continue to do so. Truly, I am at a loss. Thank you for your understanding. The changes within the Navy remain unknown to Xiaobai, who, in truth, has little interest in uncovering them. Riding upon the purple feather, Xiaobai soared for quite some time before alighting on a seemingly primitive, desolate island. With a swift motion, he entered a small world. Upon his arrival, 7 exotic beasts immediately prostrated themselves in fervent reverence, while Xiao, at that moment, had awakened. Under Xiaobai's deliberate nurturing, she had grown increasingly vibrant. Particularly being nourished by the world tree, each plant thrived with extraordinary vitality, perpetually adorned with wondrous and peculiar blossoms, exuding an ethereal and dreamlike quality. Among them, Xiao presented the most enchanting and surreal scene. At this moment, she was entranced by the mesmerizing blooming flowers, softly chirping to herself in delight. As she flitted through the vibrant blossoms, stirring gentle breezes that released an intoxicating fragrance into the air, Xiaobai appeared not far behind her. Gently calling her name, Xiao, Luli tilted her head slightly, a few strands of hair cascading over her delicate, rosy face, which instantly blossomed into a stunning smile. Xiaobai, Luli cheered, carelessly tossing the colorful flowers she had picked. Barefoot, she took a few steps and leaped into Xiaobai's embrace, nuzzling affectionately against him. Over the past 3 years, Xiaobai had grown taller, now 10 years old, yet Luli remained the enchanting little girl she had always been. The only change was her hair, which flowed almost to the ground, perpetually radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Xiaobai, 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 her melodious voice, imbued with a hint of sweetness, stirred something profound within Xiaobai, igniting a warmth that enveloped him entirely. Xiaobai's hands enveloped the precious Liuli in his embrace. His head nestled within her ivory, sanctified hair, eyes closed as he surrendered to the intoxicating sensation. He felt the delicate softness against his skin and hands, while a captivating fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing every pore in his body to relax in bliss. Even his soul seemed to ripple and sway gently. It was merely a tender embrace, a gentle caress on her back, devoid of ulterior motives, leaving Xiaobai with a profound sense of tranquility in his heart. Xiaobai smiled gently as night had already fallen. This was a small deserted island in the East China Sea, where a pirate ship silently approached. A group of pirates disembarked from the vessel, wandering about the island as if engaged in a mysterious and secretive investigation. Upon emerging from the small world, Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback by the actions of these individuals. Soon after, relying on his swiftness, he observed as a group of pirates scoured the area back and forth. Once they had confirmed their satisfaction, they returned to their ship. The subsequent actions elicited a smile from Xiaobai. They began to transport chest after chest of treasure from the ship into the desolate island. Xiaobai pondered that he had encountered the legendary act of treasure hunting. Silently, he began to clear the stone pile, extracting one by one the treasure chests that were large enough to be cradled in his arms. He sought out a spring at the heart of the island, enlisting the aid of the mythical beasts to wash each chest thoroughly before he collected them all into his little world. Upon pouring them out, they formed a mound resembling a small hill, shimmering with diverse hues. This spectacle not only made Xiaobai admire the capabilities of these pirates, but also piqued his morbid curiosity about the frenzied expressions those pirates would wear upon discovering that their vast wealth had vanished entirely. After some time, as Xiaobai hesitated on whether to spend the night within his little world, a new group of visitors unexpectedly arrived at the desolate island in the dead of night. However, this ship did not dock. It merely anchored a short distance from the shore, remaining at rest. Xiaobai understood that it sought a nearby offshore haven, free from the threat of large sea beasts, yet feared the possibility of running aground in the deep of night. The world tree, in its growth, not only absorbed and transformed chaos but also, upon his entry, unwittingly drew upon his own essence, which was why Xiaobai preferred not to linger within it for long. With some time still remaining before dawn, he wished to avoid traveling under the starry night. After contemplation, Xiaobai swiftly landed on the ship's railing, discerning that it was merely a merchant vessel. He surveyed the surroundings and chose a spot to take refuge. However, unbeknownst to the now dormant Xiaobai, the pirates had returned just before dawn. The pirates cast a suspicious glance at the vessel anchored nearby, and, remarkably, refrained from immediate attack, leaving a portion of their group aboard to prevent the merchant ship from departing while others rushed to the island. It did not take long for them to realize that the treasure they had buried just hours earlier had vanished without a trace. Every last coin had disappeared, leaving not even a single piece behind. The pirates were taken aback, enraged, and their furious howls echoed in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged towards the merchant ship. Their comrades left on the pirate ship swiftly received the news, and similarly, with rage in their eyes and blades raised high, they madly charged towards the merchant vessel. When Xiaobai was roused from his meditative state by the cacophony of screams, the merchant ship was already awash in blood. The pirates had invaded the vessel, and wails of agony reverberated throughout. In these treacherous waters, this band of pirates had gained a certain notoriety. Although they lacked particularly formidable individuals or a highly bountied captain, they were accompanied by a fiercely tenacious crew. The weaker defenders stood no chance against their onslaught. Some of the merchant guards were skilled fighters, but their numbers were too few to withstand the frenzied slaughter of the deranged pirates, and casualties were mounting alarmingly. Among the fleeing crowd, a woman of noble bearing and her husband found themselves cornered. As they witnessed the pirates' madness, her delicate brows furrowed deeply. Past experiences had compelled her to choose a low profile, mingling among a group of less affluent merchants, yet fate had dealt her yet another cruel hand. The pirates, who incessantly shouted about retrieving their treasure, exhibited an unusual madness. Observing the calamity unfolding before her, the noblewoman felt an overwhelming sense of regret. "Ah, watch out." Urgent shouts pierced her ears, and in her panic, she turned to see a pirate with a grotesque grin, bloodied blade raised high. The scene struck her with a sense of disorientation, yet her face quickly contorted into one of sheer terror. Her husband shouted desperately to save her, but the frightened crowd pushed him back, leaving him unable to reach her. The noblewoman found herself paralyzed with fear, confronted with the palpable threat of death. No amount of prior preparation could acclimatize her to such an encounter, despite the turmoil within her. As she gazed at the blade that seemed to grow larger in her vision, she lost all ability to evade. Despair settled over everyone present like a thick fog. Many averted their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy. The noblewoman's husband seethed with fury, while she, in her extreme terror, found her expression frozen in place. Suddenly, two delicate fingers found their way to the blade's edge. The momentum of the knife came to an abrupt halt. Without further ado, the first update. Author, Goose Wants to Eat Meat. The tender fingers gently grasped the blade, an abrupt stillness replacing the chaos and incongruity that felt oddly natural. The fierce edge of the knife was effortlessly caught in the casual motion of a hand. The extension of those youthful fingers belonged to a cloaked boy. The merchants, previously cowering in the corner, were struck silent. Cries for mercy faded into an eerie stillness, and one could hear a pin drop in the area. The pirate wielding the knife turned crimson, not merely from anger but from disbelief, as he realized that despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge the blade an inch. A fleeting sense of despair washed over him, and he suddenly comprehended that everything he fought for was ensnared between those two delicate fingers. Seizing the moment, the noblewoman's husband swiftly pulled her away from the frozen state she was in. Witnessing the guards fall and others flee, the merchants, once steeped in despair, now felt a glimmer of hope. Though they could not discern the identity of the cloaked figure, they could tell he was but a young boy. Yet, he had silenced the previously fearsome pirate, and it was evident to all that the seemingly powerful youth stood with them. "It's time to retreat," Xiaobai's voice, calm and measured, drifted from beneath the hood of his cloak. The pirate, momentarily taken aback, soon became enraged by the tone of command, blending frustration and humiliation. He disregarded the boy's evident strength and lunged forward, aiming a kick at him. Beneath the cloak, Xiaobai furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a pirate, whose foot had barely extended beyond the threshold, found his entire body transformed into a shadow, hurtling backward like a cannonball, shattering the debris in his path without impediment, producing a series of resounding crashes. The sheer magnitude of the commotion drew the attention of even the pirates, who were fervently pursuing the guards, causing them to pause. Their blades momentarily halted as they turned to behold the spectacle. The merchants, too, were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Xiaobai, with an elegant demeanor, gracefully retracted his foot, still clutching the long blade between his fingers. It was then that the merchants comprehended the truth. All of this had been orchestrated by Xiaobai. A swift glance at the pile of shattered wood revealed the realization dawning upon the pirates as well. Those who had shared their lives with him understood far better than the merchants the prowess of their comrade who had been struck. This particular pirate was of considerable strength among them, and given their reputation in these waters, they had never heard of anyone possessing the power to incapacitate him in such a manner. Thus, they were acutely aware of Xiaobai's formidable strength, even more so than the ignorant merchants. What unsettled them further was the apparent ease with which the youth had executed his display of power. The pirates ceased their assault, granting the guards a moment's respite, while the merchants remained mute, the atmosphere once again descending into silence. "You have already taken many lives. Your actions have gone too far. How about you relent?" Xiaobai lifted his chin slightly, yet the voluminous cloak obscured all but the flawless corner of his face beneath his nostrils. Xiaobai had already recognized the identities of these individuals and, after a brief contemplation, understood the madness that drove them. It was likely due to the fact that he had taken something of theirs. This unfortunate calamity was undoubtedly compounded by the merchant's ill fortune. But the primary catalyst for the pirate's murderous frenzy could very well be himself. In this moment, all Xiaobai could do was to put an end to this tragedy. With a swift motion, he thrust the trembling sword's hilt into the floor, mere inches from the foot of the pirate who had been clamoring to advance. A slight step forward would bring him into contact with the blade's edge. The raucous pirate froze, his foot suspended in midair, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. It was not merely the precision of Xiaobai that had rendered him immobile, but rather the fact that he had been observing Xiaobai with a cautious demeanor that belied his earlier bravado, completely unaware of how the knife had been launched. He was struck with awe. The same sensation of trepidation gripped the other pirates who had been exchanging furtive glances moments before. The previously fluid scene abruptly froze into a heavy silence. "By the way, which of you is the captain?" Xiaobai casually inquired, picking up a piece of discarded silk to wipe the blood that had stained his fingers from the earlier confrontation. His unexpected question bewildered both the merchants behind him and the pirates before him. After a prolonged silence, a burly man with a thick beard stepped forward from the group of pirates, his gait uncertain. The pirates, realizing their disadvantage, seemed to wilt under Xiaobai's formidable presence. I am," the bearded man stammered, his resolve wavering in the face of Xiaobai's overwhelming aura. "Shall we have a discussion?" Xiaobai proposed softly, turning to lead the way. His undeniable authority seemed to rise palpably, instilling a sense of suffocation among the pirates, who instinctively parted to create a path for him. The bearded man let out a low grunt, casting a glance around at his crew, and after a moment of steeling himself, he lowered his head and followed. Xiaobai had never relished the act of killing. It was an aversion deeply ingrained in him. Murder was merely a consequence of others provoking him. In truth, he preferred a more laissez-faire approach to many matters. His philosophy was that existence itself justified reason. Thus, as long as others did not overstep their bounds or encroach upon him, he tended to remain indifferent. The exception, of course, was the Navy. Thus, even when confronted by murderous pirates, he felt little inclination to kill, for he understood that such brutality was the prevailing theme of this world. Yet, if he could avoid bloodshed, he would strive for a peaceful resolution. Xiaobai led the bearded man to a secluded area, where the others were eager to discover what was to be discussed, though none dared to glance in their direction. The earlier chaos of life and death struggle transformed into a scene of mutual oblivion, as everyone stood silently, more compliant than ever before. The guards and merchants were apprehensive about a potential counterattack from the pirates, while the latter had just experienced the terrifying pressure exuded by the cloaked youth. A sensation that shattered their previously indifferent attitudes towards life and death. Xiaobai maintained his elegant stride, his ample cloak billowing gracefully, enhancing his ethereal demeanor. In stark contrast, the bearded man trailing behind bore an expression of profound unease, his robust frame hunched in a sycophantic manner, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His forced smile appeared more akin to a grimace, and despite the tremors coursing through him, he refused to relax. Their dynamic was unmistakable. They moved as master and loyal servant. The pirates stood in stunned silence, as did the merchants, bewildered by the transformation of the once ferocious bearded man into someone so submissive before Xiaobai. Many merchants exchanged glances, their hands trembling and minds racing, filled with an unsettling mixture of apprehension and wariness towards Xiaobai. This unfolding scene did not escape Xiaobai's notice. He paused, almost amused by their incredulity. While he did not seek adoration as a savior, the doubts cast upon his intentions stirred an earnest desire to laugh. Shaking his head discreetly, Xiaobai resumed his path, moving to the ship's edge. With a gentle leap, he gracefully propelled himself onto the opposing pirate vessel. The bearded man, still in a state of confusion, barked a few indistinct words at the bewildered pirates before hastily following Xiaobai. The pirates exchanged glances, recalling the youth's overwhelming presence, and after swallowing hard, they began to retreat. In mere moments, they departed, leaving the scene as swiftly as they had arrived, the pirate ship soon sailing away. A calamity that had unfolded like a farce left the guards and merchants in a stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. Some began to feel the weight of complexity in their reflections. Meanwhile, a noblewoman, who had been observing Xiaobai with unusual curiosity, stood alongside her husband on the deck, contemplatively watching the departing pirate ship. She possessed an uncanny ability to discern subtle energies, and from Xiaobai, she sensed a familiar essence, reminiscent of something once cherished. Suddenly, a jolt of realization coursed through her, nearly prompting a gasp. The pirate ship was heading directly towards Windmill Village. Simultaneously, Navy Vice Admiral Karp stood at the bow of his ship, munching on a donut and laughing heartily as he made his way home. As for the pirates still lingering on the ship, they stared blankly at the now empty sky, rendered speechless. At last, one pirate shifted uncomfortably, his neck sore from holding it in a tense position, and turned to the bearded man. "Is he really the legendary sword?" "Silence, fool," the bearded man bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. The questioning pirate froze, paralyzed by shock, as the force of the bearded man's exclamation splattered saliva across his face, making it difficult for him to even blink. The surrounding pirates turned their attention, their cold gazes sending shivers down his spine. He suddenly recalled that this individual was the very one whom the Navy would gladly pursue to the ends of the earth. The exorbitant bounty and the fervent search efforts testified to the Navy's grave concern regarding him. It was rumored that a group of desperate pirates, seeking a reward for information, had ultimately been captured along with their entire fleet due to a single crew member's indiscretion in revealing dubious information about this individual. Then, he vanished without a trace. The thought of this sent a chill down the spine of the inquisitive pirate, who, with a newfound understanding, solemnly nodded at the bearded man. Indeed, the leader deserved his reputation for foresight. As the inquisitive pirate inhaled the saliva-tinged air, yearning to express his admiration, he was suddenly interrupted by the bearded man's subsequent remark. Do not refer to that esteemed individual as, you must address him as that esteemed sir. Fool. The bearded man regarded him with disdain. What? The inquisitive pirate was taken aback, staring blankly at the bearded man, who just a moment ago he had revered. What had provoked such a reprimand? He focused intently, only to realize that the previously wise and aloof gaze had transformed into one of scorn and contempt. Once again, the inquisitive pirate found himself in a state of bewilderment. Windmill Village. A gentle breeze stirred the wind chimes at the entrance, producing a series of refreshing, crisp sounds. This was the only bar in the village. Today, the bar felt somewhat desolate, as many villagers had gone to the docks for a welcoming event. Magino had contemplated closing early to join them, but then a cloaked youth suddenly entered. After a moment of hesitation, Magino resolved to ensure that her guest was fed first. After all, the figure in the cloak appeared quite travel-worn. What would you like to order? Magino inquired softly, using her characteristic gentle tone. The figure beneath the cloak remained silent. The bar had now grown eerily quiet, leaving just the two of them, which made Magino feel a bit awkward. Suddenly, the figure extended a pair of youthful hands and slowly lifted the cloak. A delicate and handsome visage, with brilliant and clear eyes. Magino let out an exclamation of surprise. Xiaobai exhaled, a smile gracing his lips. At last, he beheld what he had long awaited. His gasp was not one of fear, but of delight. Today, the windmill port buzzed with activity. News had spread that today marked the return of the naval hero, Vice Admiral Carp. In many parts of the world, the mere appearance of a rear admiral would suffice to incite joy. Let alone in this obscure little village where a hero capable of driving the former pirate king to desperation hailed from. This honor bestowed upon Windmill Village instilled in its residents a sense of superiority, but more importantly, it struck fear into the hearts of rogue elements nearby. For those with even a modicum of understanding, Carp was nothing short of a legend, a figure not to be trifled with. A resounding horn echoed from afar, and a warship gradually came into view, greeted by the cheers of the crowd at the port. The vessel sped towards the dock, and Carp, ever the flamboyant figure, swaggered back to his homeland. He stood at the bow, laughing boisterously, reveling in the hero's welcome that was afforded to him once again. Today, he was especially elated, for he spotted his two grandsons nestled among the throng, Ace and Luffy. Nothing delighted Carp more than being greeted with such warmth by family upon his heroic return. His laughter rang out as he strode into the port, unabashed, despite the lukewarm reception from Luffy and Ace. On the streets, Carp's laughter was ceaseless as he was enveloped by the villagers, while behind him trailed a group of Navy personnel, drenched in sweat, yet hesitant to speak. Engaging with the exuberant crowd, Carp was oblivious to the small figure cloaked in a cape approaching him. In an instant, as they passed each other, Carp felt a sudden pang of unease. His laughter faltered momentarily as he shook his head, dismissing the unsettling feeling as paranoia stirred by recent chaotic events. A Navy officer behind Carp suddenly felt an itch at his neck, frowning as he reached to investigate, only to find his fingers smeared with blood. The officer gasped, and murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. Sengoku caught a whiff of something amiss and furrowed his brow. Without needing to turn around, he could sense the pricking sensation at his own neck, indicative of a subtle injury. Stop. Carp, who had been laughing amiably just moments ago, abruptly turned, his voice booming with authority, startling the nearby villagers. Yet, he no longer had time to regard them, for the villagers soon realized the gravity of the situation as they noticed the blood trickling from the Navy officers' necks, their collars stained. Panic ensued as the villagers shrieked and hastily retreated, while Ace and Luffy, still concealed in the crowd, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, their expressions clouded with confusion. The seasoned Navy, accustomed to following Carp into battle, displayed a rare vulnerability, faces etched with shock and uncertainty. Carp's gaze locked onto the cloaked youth who ambled forth with an air of indifference. His mirth vanished, replaced by a solemn countenance. Everyone unrelated, step aside, Carp commanded, scanning the villagers with a sharp eye, particularly noting the bewilderment of Ace and Luffy. The villagers froze, some realizing the dire situation as they observed the Navy's distress, promptly fleeing for safety. The once crowded street transformed into an eerie silence, leaving only the steadfast Navy, unsure whether to hide or stand their ground, along with the enigmatic cloaked figure and the fiercely determined Carp. Chapter 1. Let's refrain from counting just yet. The gentle breeze stirred the signs hanging from the shops, producing a low creaking sound. The villagers, hiding behind their homes, watched the street with bated breath, afraid even to exhale. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the street, and the Navy clutched their necks in silence, paralyzed with fear. The cloaked figure's footsteps remained steady and unhurried. Suddenly, Karp sprang into action. With the force of a cannonball, he launched himself forward, producing a thunderous explosion. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the cloaked youth, his fist poised to strike with unrelenting force, devoid of mercy. Boom! Dust erupted as bricks shattered, a massive crater forming in the ground, revealing the earth beneath. The villagers who had been peering from their hiding spots were taken aback, while Ace and Luffy, witnessing Karp's true might for the first time, stood in stunned silence. Yet, Karp, akin to a war god, furrowed his brow in frustration. His probing attack had failed to graze his target. The youth's speed was elusive, a mere blur to his eyes. Nevertheless, Karp had confirmed that this was no ordinary opponent. "It is indeed you," Karp exclaimed, withdrawing his fist from the crater and shaking off the dirt. He stared intently at the undisturbed cloaked figure standing just a few meters away, his fist clenched tightly. "Who are you? Why do you attack the Navy?" His voice reverberated like thunder, startling even the birds in the distant trees. The Navy, still clutching their necks, realized that Karp had shed his usual jovial demeanor. This time, he was genuinely serious. Even the most notorious pirates had never compelled Karp to fight with such intensity. His instincts, honed through years of battle, guided him to discern his adversary. Yet now, he was faced with a challenge he had not encountered in years, a genuine fight. The Navy personnel, well acquainted with Karp's history, stared in awe, their gazes now fixed on the cloaked youth as if he were an ancient beast awakened. The figure remained unmoved, standing silently, devoid of any inclination to respond. Karp bared his teeth, refraining from further inquiries. He relaxed his fingers momentarily, then clenched his fist tightly, producing a resounding crackle of energy, and in an instant, his figure vanished. The cloaked youth, too, disappeared from view. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash. A massive pit appeared in the street, debris scattering as two figures re-emerged from the newly formed chasm. Karp, with a fist deeply embedded in the ground, had created a vast circular crater, while the cloaked youth, agile and nimble, perched upon his sturdy arm like a monkey, grasping it tightly to maintain his precarious balance. Suddenly, he pushed off forcefully from Karp's robust arm, vanishing with a tremendous whoosh. The sound, akin to a night owl's wings, startled the nearby Navy, who had already begun to sense the youth's formidable strength, causing their hearts to race in trepidation. Karp, slightly off balance from the forceful push, withdrew his arm from the rubble, disregarding the myriad of sounds that flickered around him. His eyes darted, as if in pursuit of something elusive, and with a clenched fist, he propelled himself in a singular direction, vanishing in an instant. Boom! The explosion obliterated the upper levels of a nearby dwelling, which had stood stoically for ages, now disintegrating like foam, sending debris raining down. The villagers, who had been hiding below, panicked and scattered in all directions, their cries mingling with the chaos. In the swirling dust, the silhouettes of the two figures, a larger and a smaller one, were momentarily visible before they vanished once more, the dust erupting violently around them. Boom! 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 The cacophony of Karp's iron fists demolishing structures echoed throughout, roofs crumbling and debris flying, leaving no villager unscathed as they frantically sought refuge. The air was filled with screams of panic, the sound of trampling feet, and the relentless crashing of falling rubble, creating an atmosphere of utter turmoil. Ace and Luffy, watching from below, clenched their fists in frustration, yearning to assist their grandfather, but unable even to catch a glimpse of him amidst the chaos, left only to futilely evade the panicked crowd. The Navy exchanged glances, their wounds forgotten as they realized their inability to intervene in Karp's battle against the mysterious cloaked youth. Their sole responsibility now was to evacuate the populace. Fortunately, the skirmish seemed to gravitate towards higher ground, allowing the villagers below to escape to safety. As the street was cleared, a foreboding rumble resonated, a sound that struck fear into the hearts of all present. Thud! The oppressive sound felt as though it had struck directly at the core of their beings, inducing a wave of nausea among the crowd. They could barely discern the two figures materializing at the center of the street before a fierce gust of wind surged from their position, sending countless fragments hurtling outward and forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes. This was Karp's fist, imbued with immeasurable power, meeting the cloaked youth head-on for the first time. In an astonishing display of strength, the slender arm of the youth met Karp's titan-like fist, akin to a sapling colliding with an ancient tree, and astonishingly, it was caught. Karp's momentary disbelief flickered across his face as their fists collided. A tempestuous wind erupted from the point of contact, surging outward with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, the cloak was swept aside, revealing the cherubic face of Xiaobai, a visage that left Karp in shock, stunned Ace and Luffy momentarily resisting the fierce winds, and rendered even the most seasoned Navy personnel speechless. Though it lasted but an instant, the sight of that face would be forever etched in their memories, an iconic visage that had been mythologized over 3 long years. Seen countless times yet never forgotten, Xiaobai's body trembled, a surge of vitality coursing through him. He swiftly retracted his fist and leaped backwards several paces, creating distance between himself and Karp. Karp, however, merely shook his fists and readied himself for another assault. Yet this time, his expression bore a greater gravity. Xiaobai could already sense the increasingly potent armament hockey enveloping his fists. Suddenly, Carp vanished. This time, he held nothing back. The force of his fist was unparalleled. Nevertheless, in that moment, Xiaobai's suddenly surging aura surpassed even Carp's. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous impacts echoed, transcending the limits of human perception, followed by a figure akin to a cannonball being propelled into a cluster of houses, leading to successive crashes and collapses. On the ground, the two who had clashed were now reduced to only Xiaobai. Admiral, Carp, grandfather. The thunder was not merely formidable. Power outages and internet disruptions ensued. As the news spread, the air was thick with disbelief. Admiral, grandfather. Upon witnessing the lone cloaked youth amidst the wreckage, the gathered Navy and Ace, along with Luffy, were struck with realization, their gazes shifting towards the ruins filled with disbelief, their voices rising uncontrollably. Hero Carp, a myth among many in the Navy, was a legend unmatched. His tales included chasing the former pirate king to the ends of the earth, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fleet Admiral Sengoku through life and death battles, achieving remarkable victories without seeking accolades, and facing formidable foes like the Golden Lion without ever tasting defeat. And now, to many who were unaware of the details, it appeared that he had been repelled by a mysterious cloaked youth, seemingly just a child. Ace and Luffy rushed forward. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Stay back. Carp's voice emerged from the debris. Ace and Luffy instinctively paused, while the Navy members collectively exhaled, a flicker of relief washing over their faces. However, upon seeing the cloaked figure standing undisturbed, they froze again. As rubble fell and dust settled, Carp gradually emerged from the wreckage, his coat lost and his appearance slightly disheveled, yet showing no significant injuries. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Ace and Luffy exchanged serious glances, determined to see through the cloak. Meanwhile, Carp stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaobai. You two, go down first. Take them away. Carp commanded without looking back at the Navy behind him. Xiaobai remained motionless, his consciousness acutely aware of everything unfolding around him, including the reluctant departure of Luffy and Ace, the unease and agitation of the onlooking villagers, the panic and confusion of the naval officers, and the renewed fury evident in Carp's clenched fists. An assault is imminent. Xiaobai appeared to be watching, seemingly indifferent. At least on the surface. Carp suddenly vanished once more, but only Xiaobai was aware that his speed had surged by 30%. This latest assault was more ferocious than the previous one by more than a factor of 2, relying on his combat experience. Carp had nearly completely sealed off Xiaobai's evasion routes. Xiaobai no longer wished to endure the exaggerated might that his transformed body could barely withstand. He could only retreat in a desperate attempt to evade it. The clash between the two had escalated, propelled by Carp's relentless suppression, and the battlefield swiftly extended far beyond the reach of the gathered Navy and villagers. Xiaobai pondered momentarily and soon grasped that his intention was merely to spare the villagers and the Navy from calamity. He furrowed his brow slightly but then relaxed. For in truth, he held little concern for those individuals. At present, he simply desired to engage in a sparring match with Carp to gauge his own abilities. Xiaobai's head tilted slightly once more, narrowly evading Carp's ferocious iron fist. Yet, in his ear, he could hear Carp's voice, deliberately lowered, demanding, "Why have you come here? What is your true intention?" Carp pressed insistently. Xiaobai, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, began to channel his inner energy into his hands, as if conducting an experiment. He faced Carp, whose fists were enveloped in a formidable aura. "Speak. Why have you come here? Why do you attack my subordinates without provocation?" Carp shouted, his fist swinging fiercely. After evading once more, Xiaobai infused his vital energy into Carp's fist. To his delight, he observed that his true essence was rapidly eroding the domineering aura surrounding Carp's punch. Moreover, it was a decisive advantage in the dissolution. This demonstrated that his cultivation system surpassed the local domineering aura system of this world. The cultivation paradigm remains the most supreme system in this realm. Xiaobai's lips curled into a faint smile, yet the incessant, somber voice of Cap resounded once more in his ears. "Are you still not satisfied after slaying so many? Are you still not content after the massacre of the entire fishing village? Do you wish to bring death to the people of my village as well? The slaughter of the fishing village remains insufficient. The massacre of the fishing village. The annihilation of the fishing village." Xiaobai's pupils suddenly constricted. His evasive form momentarily froze. He recalled the words that had appeared on the bounty, which he had initially dismissed with a smile. He remembered the relentless bombardment that rained down without mercy. He recalled the torrential downpour that chilled him to the bone. With a sudden movement, Xiaobai seized Carp's swift arm with a single hand, halting his fist mere inches from Xiaobai's face, the ferocious wind of his punch lifting a corner of the cloak, revealing a visage that was already icy and detached. Carp was taken aback, realizing that his proud fist had been forcibly stopped. Before he could ponder further, an overwhelming and fierce aura erupted from Xiaobai. "Eh? You?" Carp momentarily faltered under the pressure of the aura, and then he caught a fleeting glimpse of a red glint in Xiaobai's eyes before the cloak fell back into place. Startled, Carp suddenly felt a colossal force collide with him. Bang! Carp's body was once again sent reeling, propelled backward. This time, Xiaobai pursued him with even greater speed, leaping and delivering a fierce kick to his body. Boom, 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 boom. Karp's retreat accelerated once more, ultimately crashing into another row of houses. The sound of their collapse more thunderous and dense than before. The battle at the end of the street had hurled Karp back into the ruins of the nearby buildings. The Navy stood in shock, while Luffy and Ace were left dumbfounded. Even the villagers who had been watching from a distance collectively fell silent. This time, Karp did not utter another sound. The hearts of the onlookers sank deeper with the passage of time. Was the myth to be extinguished? Confusion and helplessness enveloped every Navy soldier. Grandpa! Luffy clenched his fist and shouted, but amidst the ruins, there was no response. Panic gripped everyone. Why are you attacking my grandpa? Xiao! Luffy's outcry was abruptly silenced as Ace clamped a hand firmly over his mouth, his own eyes aflame with fury. Luffy momentarily halted, his struggles gradually ceasing. Not only he, but all the Navy personnel who wished to save Karp also came to a standstill. For that person was approaching. Step by step, beads of cold sweat streamed down the faces of the immobile Navy, many instinctively drawing their swords towards Xiaobai, yet each trembled uncontrollably. Those unaware of Xiaobai's identity shook with fear due to his overwhelming presence. Those who knew his identity trembled even more violently. Every step taken by Xiaobai seemed to tread upon their very hearts, causing them to tremble in response. Xiaobai suddenly vanished before their eyes, leaving them in a state of shock. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Ace and Luffy, startling everyone who had been intently observing him. Luffy, upon seeing Xiaobai, instinctively attempted to struggle, only to be overwhelmed by a sudden surge of energy that rendered him unconscious. Ace immediately recognized this as Xiaobai's doing and, in a fit of anger, sought to confront him. However, the intensity of Xiaobai's gaze, a reflection of his own, caused Ace to pause. A realization dawned upon him. Xiaobai was safeguarding them. He hesitated. I must apologize. A faint voice, audible only to the two of them, reached Ace's ears. Just as he was about to lift his gaze toward Xiaobai, darkness enveloped him, and he, along with Luffy, collapsed to the ground. Xiaobai slightly lifted his head, gazing at the group of Navy personnel before him, their trembling feet betraying their trepidation, cloaks swaying without a hint of wind. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Marquino, who stood among the crowd, her mouth covered in disbelief as she looked at him. The fierce aura surrounding him abruptly faltered. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai's entire body shuddered, his hand instinctively clasping over his mouth, and then, as if unable to contain himself, he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Who could it be? Xiaobai suddenly glanced around, unable to even wipe the blood lingering on his lips, and let out a thunderous roar. There was no response. The surroundings were so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Xiaobai summoned Xiu in an instant, casting a hurried glance back before swiftly ascending into the sky as if fleeing. The villagers stood in a daze, gazing foolishly at the heavens. The Navy was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Xiaobai's sudden actions, exchanging puzzled glances. Amidst the crowd, Machino gently wiped away her tears, which had flowed uncontrollably upon witnessing Xiaobai spitting blood, and then she suddenly smiled. She had faith in Xiaobai. Thus she understood the significance of his final glance back. A few seagulls curiously flew past, flapping their wings and emitting a series of delightful calls. Xiaobai leisurely perched atop the purple feather, casually wiping away the remnants of vibrant crimson from the corner of his mouth. He summoned a piece of fruit from his spatial realm and took a crisp bite. The source blood fruit, a product of the heart-devouring flower, oozed with a liquid akin to plasma, capable of complementing any accelerated healing and blood supply, a rare treasure for recuperation. However, such fruits were not scarce in this miniature world. It had previously served as a disguise for his feigned bloodshed. Nature, in its essence, remains an entity that is eternally inviolable. The hurricane stands as one of the manifestations of nature's capricious temperament. Here, the sky loomed ominously, casting a pall of silence that chilled the very soul. The frigid winds howled as rain lashed fiercely. The surging tides collided violently, unleashing towering waves that relentlessly sliced through the air. The sharp whales twisted and turned, rendering this moment akin to a chaotic dance of deities and demons. Several spiraling columns of wind, resembling ferocious dragons ascending to the heavens, writhed their massive forms, inexorably drawing in all nearby objects and shredding them to pieces. Countless creatures, instinctively yearning to resist, found themselves powerless against the tempest. Their anguished roars echoed as if attempting to rend the heavens and earth, subjecting this place to a cataclysm akin to the end of days. This sea, in its fury, had spiraled into chaos. Amidst the vast tempest, a merchant ship, tossed about by the tumultuous waves, appeared diminutive, utterly helpless. The mast had been shattered, with its severed half swept away by the howling tide, now lost to the depths. A colossal wave threatened to capsize the vessel. As its occupants huddled within the confines of the cabin, screaming in terror, unwilling to confront the apocalyptic scene outside that heralded their despair. Suddenly, a monstrous wave crashed against the cabin wall, creating a gaping breach the size of a basin. Shattered wood erupted violently, and a torrent surged in with terrifying force. Nearby women, drenched by the icy seawater, screamed, collapsing to the ground, frantically trying to evade the overwhelming deluge. Having endured a massacre by pirates, The ill-fated ship now faced the dirge of hell once more. Amidst this despair, a gaunt man succumbed to the oppressive atmosphere, collapsing into madness. He burst forth from the cabin, where the door had been torn away, stepping into the waterlogged space, racing toward the desolate deck above. He howled, as if to vent the extreme terror within him, while those in the cabin huddled together, seeking warmth to stave off the bone-chilling dread. Peering through the doorway at the man who bellowed skyward, silence enveloping them all. The relentless, frenzied cries mirrored their own silent screams. A deep, dark wave, reminiscent of an ancient beast, surged forth, and in an instant, the man vanished. The echoes of his screams faded into silence. Once more, the deck was washed by residual waves, the water rippling in endless circles, starkly empty and pristine. The people in the cabin stood frozen, only to erupt into a desperate chorus of screams. Xiaobai stood amidst the void, awestruck by the magnificent spectacle before him. Columns of surging water, akin to soaring dragons, pierced through the heavens and the earth, dominating this realm with an unparalleled and grandiose might. In this darkness that enveloped both sky and land, the scene appeared all the more majestic. Xiaobai stood steadfastly atop the purple feather, his cloak billowing wildly in the fierce wind. Beside him, a colossal water column, reminiscent of a dragon, swayed gracefully, its massive form undulating with a turbulent energy that emanated an awe-inspiring and majestic presence. Xiaobai beheld the small sea kings within the swirling column, utterly devoid of resistance, being carelessly tossed and turned in endless circles before him. They seemed almost within reach. Yet he felt profoundly insignificant in comparison. Xiaobai suddenly closed his eyes. His consciousness began to expand, endlessly stretching forth, and in that moment, he realized that his heart was, in fact, boundlessly vast. Xiaobai, unable to contain himself, opened his arms wide to the heavens, embracing the onslaught of the tempest with unrestrained fervor. A surge of immense, sacred power suddenly erupted from his being. Boom! The violently blossoming aura, as if solidified, threatened to rend the very fabric of the universe apart, casting aside the countless cold raindrops and chilling winds with a forceful push. Nearby, the colossal dragon-shaped water column trembled with an unusual quiver, reflecting the intensity of the moment. Xiaobai's aura was steadily intensifying, ascending with unwavering momentum, while the swaying of the dragon pillar grew increasingly frequent and violent. Suddenly, a golden thunderbolt flashed into existence, tearing through the void with a resounding roar that reverberated like a rift in the fabric of reality. In an instant, the dim world was bathed in a brilliant radiance. The imposing aura of Xiaobai suddenly dissipated. Clenching his fists, Xiaobai opened his eyes, filled with boundless frustration. Just a moment more. Just a moment more. His state of mind was on the verge of another breakthrough, merely a step away from transformation. Yet, this unexpected thunderclap interrupted his progress. Xiaobai trembled slightly, desperately suppressing his feelings of reluctance as his resolve wavered momentarily. After a considerable time, he managed to regain his composure. Never mind. The gains from this time are already substantial. Next time, I only need to wait for the next opportunity. Xiaobai exhaled deeply, a sense of tranquility returning to his face. With a complex gaze at the still magnificent expanse of the heavens and earth, he maneuvered Xiao stealthily. Suddenly, Xiaobai paused. After a moment of contemplation, he subtly adjusted Xiao's direction and plunged downward. The monstrous waves showed no mercy, relentlessly crashing against the ship's hull, rendering the already battered merchant vessel even more precarious. Amidst the tumultuous winds and rain, a biting chill pervaded the air. The occupants of the cabin glanced at the corner that had been torn away, revealing the despairing, overcast sky above, falling silent, with many women beginning to sob helplessly. The earlier thunderclap had left numerous individuals paralyzed on the waterlogged floor, and now almost all felt an unavoidable chill seeping through their bones. The cabin walls, unlike the ship's structure, had been violently breached, revealing the dark, surging waves outside, a menacing sea that seemed to devour all in its path. Cold winds mixed with rain surged through the gaps, the howling wind tearing through the air like the wailing of malevolent spirits, inducing sheer terror that prompted the already frightened souls to scream intermittently. Suddenly, the ship rocked violently like never before. One side of the cabin was brutally ripped away. The occupants, their spirits nearly shattered, realized with horror that their vessel was being drawn toward a colossal, towering column of water. The torn wall was lifted before their eyes, swirling into the abyss, and in an instant, it was shredded and disintegrated. The unfortunate souls were rendered motionless, their minds blank, unable to conceive any thought at that moment. They had even lost the capacity to scream in terror. With a thud, a somewhat portly middle-aged man collapsed to the floor, followed by a series of similar sounds as others fell, weakened and defeated. Despair had transcended the realm of words. Staring vacantly at the towering water dragon, they succumbed to their helplessness, tears flowing unconsciously, washing over their already numb faces. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of purple light illuminated the surroundings, momentarily halting the dragon's fierce momentum. They then noticed a familiar figure standing defiantly against the wind and the void. The crowd fell into a stupor once more. The torrential rain, thunder, and chaos had momentarily ceased. The reality was somewhat delayed and mournful. The crystalline bubbles of midsummer, a feminine narrative, yet exquisitely crafted. The schemes of demons within the grand world of pirates, upon close examination, are undoubtedly of the highest quality. The rigorous narrative of Naruto presents a meticulously detailed universe. In that instant, the purple divine light suddenly illuminated the heavens and earth, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Never had the group of profit-seeking merchants felt that a single person could embody such divinity. Like a solitary figure facing the incomprehensible torrent, Xiaobai stood resolutely in his cloak. His aura expanded invisibly, dispersing the falling raindrops around him into fine mist, creating a faint veil of rain that rendered him almost ethereal amidst the dim light of the world. To the onlookers, that godlike figure simply waved his hand gently towards the colossal water column. A light, indifferent gesture. The purple veil flickered and vanished like a mirage. A peculiar, muffled sound emerged abruptly, allowing the slumped individuals to sense the terrifying and surging unknown energy brewing within. They witnessed the divine youth in the void unleash a fierce gust of wind. The sea below was forcefully compressed into a massive circular abyss, the tremendous gale causing the swaying ship to momentarily halt. The people aboard the merchant ship finally came to their senses, crouching low, gripping anything nearby to stabilize themselves against the fierce winds. The ferocious gusts were so strong that they could barely open their eyes. A series of strange, thunderous roars erupted, compelling the tightly shut eyes of the crowd to flutter open. They beheld, before that godlike youth, the once formidable water column was now disintegrating, crumbling at a speed akin to spider silk unraveling. The tremendous suction force at its base faltered. Before the bewildered occupants could fully comprehend the situation, the column had already begun to dissolve into nothingness. Beneath the cloak of Xiaobai, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The crowd, awakening from their stupor, only just began to sense the vanishing force when they beheld a staggering sight. The colossal dragon pillar, towering towards the heavens, was ominously toppling towards them. With a diameter exceeding 100 meters, this monumental column descended unerringly in their direction. It fell straight down, the wind itself dared not intervene, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that rendered the surroundings momentarily silent. In this tranquil void, everything appeared to be suspended in time, save for the ever-approaching torrent of water. The onlookers could now discern the water column, increasingly close, interspersed with the mangled remains of various fish, scattered as if torn asunder. Xiaobai gazed upward, slightly tilting his head to behold the rapidly descending torrent, maintaining an outward calm while his heart was engulfed in frustration. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the merchant ship wore expressions of utter despondency. Escape? There was no refuge to be found. A wooden vessel scarcely a dozen meters in length, along with its crew, was about to be struck by a colossal water column spanning 100 meters in diameter. The outcome was apparent even to the most obtuse among them. How much more so for those who prided themselves on their intellect? A tremor, a profound shiver, spread through all aboard the ship. They felt insignificant, diminutive. The collective helplessness and despair of the crew was ineffable. They were oblivious to the devastation wrought when Mount Bujo fell, yet they acutely sensed their own insignificance and hopelessness as the towering column loomed above them. In that fleeting moment of impending doom, some were left in a daze, blankly staring at the oncoming catastrophe. Others were paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the deck, while a few, transfixed by a singular figure, knelt in reverence. It was infectious. One after another, without a word or gesture, they knelt with profound sincerity. Bowing down before the figure that stood unwavering amidst the calamity, they prostrated themselves. Time and again, in their moments of despair, that figure appeared, rescuing them repeatedly. Now, they were willing to entrust everything, without reservation, completely surrendering to him. They had utterly forsaken any desire to confront the impending disaster that determined their fates. Their only inclination was to submit entirely in worship. Xiaobai found himself beyond the reach of their concerns. He stood alone, facing the colossal pillar that descended with an overwhelming force, his gaze grave. The surging momentum remained vigorous, and his cloak billowed, revealing his striking yet resolute visage. He yearned to confront it directly. The oppressive collapse was the supreme might of nature, an irresistible celestial force. Yet, Xiaobai felt no fear. I, Xiaobai, am a defiant cultivator. The palpable pressure surged toward him, and the sword intent he had long cultivated erupted alongside his true energy. This time, he did not wish to rely on Xiao. This time, he sought to shatter it with his own capabilities. The fierce sword intent, bolstered by his true energy, transformed into an endless wave of sword chi, suddenly erupting and churning the nearby sea into mist. Not enough. Still not enough. Xiaobai's heart cried out as his vital energy surged with increasing intensity. The sword aura grew ever more magnificent and fierce, rapidly expanding in scope. Yet, confronted with the overwhelming might of the heavens, it was but a drop in the ocean. Moreover, an even greater deluge was about to crash down upon the merchant vessel, leaving those aboard rendered nearly immobile in sheer terror. Xiaobai suddenly closed his eyes. His consciousness expanded, the essence of the sword unfurled, and his true energy spread. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. Everything began to solidify like the waters of winter. Everything started to bloom like the flowers of summer. Xiaobai suddenly perceived the soft murmur of the merchant ship's wooden planks, felt the despair of those aboard, sensed the texture of the seawater, and heard the subtle whispers of the wind. He attuned himself to every subtle vibration of the sword's intent. He felt the very breath of the sword's essence. He became aware of that delicate, translucent membrane. Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes wide. Sword Lotus. Emerge. His voice, both youthful and clear, resonated with a transcendent clarity that sent shivers through the despairing crowd. A fleeting sound of delicate shattering echoed momentarily, followed by an abrupt surge of pure, cutting intent. In their desolation, the crowd suddenly beheld a magnificent vision, akin to a sacred manifestation. As an enormous blossom of the lotus unfurled before them. Blossom, blossom, blossom. A series of resounding booms erupted above their heads in a rhythmic crescendo, leaving the onlookers speechless, lost in awe. The vividly lifelike yet dreamlike lotus spun gracefully toward the descending ocean, colliding and unleashing immense swirling mist. The ocean, in response, dissipated almost entirely. As the mist dispersed, it transformed into delicate raindrops, gently cascading from the low skies. The crew aboard the merchant ship gazed in astonishment, drenched yet showing no inclination to retreat. Was this the sweet rain? Almost instinctively, everyone reached out with trembling hands to catch the soft, drifting droplets, entranced by the moment. Xiaobai gazed at the calamity that had silently dissipated in his grasp, gently tugging the brim of his cloak downward. As he turned his palm, he observed the faint, coalescing lotus blossom in his hand, and a subtle smile crept across his lips, fleeting and ephemeral. Today was exceptionally hectic. A demand from his mother left him with no choice. Alas, the update was delayed, and the blame fell on him, a touch of melancholy accompanying it. The 9,000 words I penned in response to the urging for updates were crafted with earnestness. Surely, that is evident to all? I dedicated over 3 hours to this chapter, an epic undertaking, perhaps intentionally so? Please refrain from excessive demands. A request for 3,000 words would suffice. As for the tale of rebirth in One Piece, the Phantom, it has already received my recommendation, so I shan't elaborate further. Suddenly, the colossal pillar of heaven came crashing down. Apart from the existence that Xiaobai had unraveled, the endless expanse of the heavenly column struck the ocean's surface, compressing the surging waves along its path, unleashing a thunderous roar that stirred massive tides. The enormous tumultuous waves surged forth, causing the merchant ship to sway violently, jolting the crew from their emotional reverie, their screams echoing as they desperately clung to anything that seemed secure. A few, caught off guard, nearly found themselves cast away from the vessel. Amidst the cacophony of shrieks, the tumultuous rocking soon diminished, yet some keen observers had already spotted the vast, encroaching undercurrent that drew near with alarming speed. All aboard understood that once the ship was engulfed, its fate would be a disastrous overturning. In that moment, nearly everyone, after the initial wave of fear, turned their gaze toward that singular figure, the one who stood resolutely in the void, serene as if blessed by divine grace. At that moment, Xiaobai hovered in the air. In response to the pleading and hopeful eyes that surrounded him, he gradually extended his hand. Yet, the undercurrent continued its relentless approach. Panic, confusion, cries, and prayers flooded the merchant ship in an instant. People clutched desperately at everything they perceived as solid, engaging in futile struggles, while some, driven by desperation, knelt before Xiaobai once more. The thunderous rumble intensified, the violent shaking and high frequency of tremors inciting wild screams, but they soon realized that, despite it all, the mighty undercurrent had passed, and they remained unscathed. Miraculously unscathed. The crowd was momentarily dazed, and then, as if by unspoken agreement, their eyes turned toward the cloaked figure. It was he, regardless of their despair, confusion, or earlier reverence. They all looked up in awe at that silhouette. Time and again, he had rescued them from the brink of death, transforming despair into hope in their eyes. He had become nothing short of divine. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated somewhat due to the vanishing water dragon pillar. In the distance, chaos reigned between heaven and earth. Yet here, with the absence of the storm clouds, a golden sunlight cascaded down, akin to a paradise in the midst of desolation. Xiaobai stood atop the purple feather, his golden-edged cloak billowing gently in the caress of the sea breeze, ethereal and divine, reminiscent of a celestial being's descent. The onlookers gazed in a daze, momentarily captivated by his awe-inspiring and sacred presence. The apocalyptic scene loomed not far away, yet in the presence of this individual, they inexplicably felt a profound sense of safety, as if their fate had been sealed in tranquility. Xiaobai stood before the merchant ship, observing their disheveled appearance in the aftermath of their ordeal, and let out a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle. Their garments were drenched and crumpled, clinging closely to their forms, while their hair lay in disarray. Some women, their faces marred by the water's intrusion, resembled painted masks, and the lingering sin of fear mingled with the unfortunate aftermath of their fright. As the chaos subsided, the assembled crowd became acutely aware of their own disarray. They were individuals of some distinction, yet here they stood, reeking of humiliation, their faces flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Xiaobai merely cast a fleeting glance at them before suddenly turning away, just as the crowd struggled to comprehend the situation. The vessel appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually following in Xiaobai's wake as he departed from the waters. Upon reaching the precipice of danger, Xiaobai came to a halt, and the ship ceased its movement as well. Those aboard finally grasped the reality of their situation. They were safe. Xiaobai merely smiled faintly. His decision to rescue them stemmed from the need to atone for the karmic ties forged during the previous pirate massacre. He extricated them from their plight due to his own breakthrough in the comprehension of sword and tint, a debt he wished to settle. His consciousness lightly swept over the crowd. Within them, there existed fervor, devotion, bewilderment, complexity, doubt, and fear. The intricate tapestry of emotions left Xiaobai momentarily taken aback, and upon realization, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The reverent fervor and bewilderment of some brought him amusement. Yet, among the more corpulent individuals emanating a pungent odor that would make even themselves grimace, there was a palpable indignation rooted in their self-proclaimed noble status. A vexation they could not quite articulate. Xiaobai, however, discerned the inexplicable complexity in their furtive glances directed towards him. Others unmistakably recognized him. Yet their eyes frequently darted towards the precious possessions they deemed valuable, tucked away in the lower warehouse. A subtle wariness lingered in their gaze as they regarded Xiaobai. Meanwhile, a few individuals had fixated on the purple feather beneath Xiaobai's feet, casting furtive, scrutinizing looks at him, their faces perpetually adorned with uncertainty. Whenever Xiaobai made the slightest movement, they promptly averted their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the omnipresent scrutiny of his consciousness, their fear was laid bare, fear of themselves. Xiaobai suddenly let out a light chuckle. It seemed that his true identity had been discerned. A wave of inexplicable resentment, distrustful vigilance, and fearful suspicion washed over him. In that moment of clarity, Xiaobai realized that not every unfortunate soul in the world was worthy of his salvation. Everything lay before him, evoking a nauseating sensation akin to the sentiment of wishing to compare his heart to the bright moon, only to find the moon illuminating a filthy drain. Forget it. I am merely repaying my own karmic debts. Xiaobai regained his composure, exuding an air of indifference, devoid of any intent for communication, as Xiao gradually steered away. The individuals aboard the vessel acutely sensed the impending separation cloaked in the silence. Yet, they dared not approach or plead for his stay. In that moment, a myriad of expressions unfolded. Some remained burdened by the lingering shock, their minds in a daze, while others, fearful of offending Xiaobai's formidable presence, felt too humble to draw near. There were those who harbored an intricate mindset, unclear even to themselves, reluctant to approach, and others who were simply filled with trepidation. Having traversed the land, they had learned much, recognizing Xiaobai's identity. They feared the repercussions and thus silently acquiesced to his imminent departure. Please wait. A somewhat familiar voice rang out, causing Xiaobai to pause in confusion. The crowd likewise searching for the source of the voice. A noblewoman, amidst the myriad of complex gazes, emerged with the support of her husband. Stepping forward to stand directly at the vessel's edge closest to Xiaobai, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she regarded him. Xiaobai gazed quietly, a hint of confusion swirling in his mind. Do we know each other? A tender voice emerged from beneath the cloak. Xiaobai looked at her, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. This, little benefactor? I am the one you rescued previously. Do you remember me? The noblewoman chuckled lightly, exuding an air of refined elegance. Yet Xiaobai felt an ever-growing sense of recognition. Oh, Xiaobai casually responded, intending to turn away once more. Wait, benefactor. The noblewoman, eager to converse further with Xiaobai, suddenly saw him preparing to leave and became anxious. She instinctively stepped forward, but the boat swayed slightly due to the railing having been torn away, nearly causing her to tumble into the sea. Fortunately, her husband quickly pulled her back. This action caused Xiaobai to pause once again. Do you know who I am? Xiaobai cast a casual glance at the individuals in the distance, causing those who regarded him with inexplicable expressions to instinctively lower their heads. The noblewoman nodded, her demeanor unexpectedly tranquil and imbued with a subtle smile. You have recognized my identity, yet you still dare to speak to me? Xiaobai suddenly inquired softly. The noblewoman merely smiled gracefully, remaining silent, her hands cradling an object that she presented to Xiaobai. Xiaobai slightly tilted his head, gesturing with his hand, and effortlessly took the object from the noblewoman's grasp. You will be venturing to the Grand Route, I presume? This is a permanent magnet that has recorded numerous data. I believe it will be of assistance to you. The noblewoman continued to smile at Xiaobai with a familiar elegance. Xiaobai lowered his head to fiddle with the permanent magnet, and suddenly raised his gaze towards her. Are you not afraid of being implicated? He chuckled. Rest assured, dear benefactor, we shall switch vessels as soon as we dock, and they are unaware of our identities. Moreover, without your grace, we would have perished long ago. Thus, the notion of being implicated is utterly irrelevant. The noblewoman's words left some individuals feeling quite awkward. Xiaobai let out a light chuckle, neither affirming nor denying, slightly adjusting his posture before dismissing the matter. He cast not a single glance at the people aboard the ship, and, in an instant, soared into the sky. Only the noblewoman knew that, inexplicably, she held in her hand a piece of paper that she had once been intimately familiar with. As Xiaobai listened to the wind whistling past his ears, he toyed with the newly acquired permanent magnet compass, suddenly letting out a gentle laugh. How elegant. Mother? Is someone taking an exam? Yes, someone has an exam tomorrow. Everyone seems a bit melancholy. Let us refrain from recommendations today. That's all. The sea breeze gently caressed, and the azure waves stretched endlessly. Xiaobai lounged on the purple feathers, nibbling on fruit while idly toying with the perpetual compass in his hand. What, indeed, is the purpose of this object? Xiaobai gave the permanent magnetic needle a slight shake. Its pointer wobbled momentarily before steadfastly aligning in a singular direction. The end with the darker hue must be the correct one. Yes, it is settled. Xiaobai tossed the compass, catching it firmly in his hand with a sharp crack. Ziyu subtly shifted direction. The world continued its ceaseless rotation, and time had quietly elapsed for a full 7 days. Within the naval sanctum of Marine Ford, in the office of the fleet admiral, Sengoku silently observed his superior, Carp, who lounged casually on the sofa, voraciously devouring donuts, his thoughts meandering. After a considerable pause, he was jolted back to reality by the sound of a goat tearing at documents nearby. The sword Saint Xiaobai has truly grown to this extent? Sengoku murmured to himself, his tone revealing an unacknowledged bitterness. Carp, blissfully unaware, continued to indulge in his donuts, showing no regard for the presence of his commanding officer. Have you found that person who invisibly caused Xiaobai to spit blood? Sengoku inquired, shaking his head as if to dispel distracting thoughts, turning his gaze towards Carp. Not yet. Gulp. Haha. Carp laughed heartily, swallowing another donut. Sengoku's frustration mounted at Carp's nonchalant demeanor, veins bulging with anger. Yet he couldn't help but notice the faint scar on Carp's neck, which prompted a resigned sigh. This mysterious individual is crucial to us, and if everything is indeed true, his power surpasses our wildest imaginations. Sengoku stood up from his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a muted thud. According to eyewitness reports, he intervened just as Xiaobai was about to strike at the Navy, which suggests that this enigmatic powerhouse does not wish for our demise. At the very least, he bears no ill will towards the Navy. In fact, it may be that he harbors a significant fondness for us. Prompting his intervention on behalf of the evidently formidable Xiaobai, Sengoku adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with intensity, indifferent to Carp's attentiveness. His immediate withdrawal after striking at Xiaobai indicates a fundamental aversion to conflict. However, the moment he chose to act against someone who seems to possess a vengeful nature like Xiaobai, he risks future retaliation. Thus, in a certain sense, he shares a stance akin to that of the Navy. Therefore, Sengoku straightened, his gaze piercing as he regarded Carp. Since the day Xiaobai's name crossed his mind, 3 years had passed, and every mention of him caused Sengoku to flinch. Never once able to let go of the discomfort. Not even once. Yet now, he had suddenly learned of a hidden master capable of instantly subduing Xiaobai, who had indeed taken action. Sengoku was elated. We must uncover his identity. Let him become our ally. With an inexplicable surge of enthusiasm, Sengoku turned to Carp, a serious expression adorning his face. So, have you genuinely undertaken a thorough search? Ha ha ha. Carp's laughter boomed, crumbs scattering everywhere. Haven't you already dispatched personnel to investigate? Isn't the CP division from the government also involved? Ha ha ha. Sengoku paused, casting a silent glance at Carp. As long as the villagers are not disturbed. It's my hometown after all, ha. Carp continued, nonchalantly picking up another donut. But Sengoku noticed the deep indentation left by Carp's grip on the pastry. Sengoku hesitated, contemplating his longtime comrade, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. By the way, Carp's hand froze mid-bite, his expression turning gravely serious. Though I don't know who assisted me, that Xiaobai truly desires our destruction. Moreover, he possesses the capability to annihilate us. Sengoku fell silent, pondering deeply. An impulsive urge to resign washed over him, fleeting yet profound. Xiaobai stood amidst the endless sea of swirling sand, where desolation and golden hues intertwined. Unbeknownst to him, his momentary whim had plunged the upper echelons of military and political leadership into a prolonged state of turmoil and reverie. He merely stood there, eyes gently closed. It had been 7 days. Xiaobai stood there, repeatedly besieged and buried by the relentless sands of the wind, only to rise again each time with renewed vigor. Towering mirrors, each reaching a height of 10 meters, materialized around him, sometimes vividly present, at other moments vanishing into thin air. Their cycle of emergence and disappearance growing increasingly swift. Xiaobai stood in silence, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. The reflections on the surface vanished, while myriad colors refracted upon his face, creating an ethereal aura. In this desolate expanse, only Xiaobai harbored the knowledge of his impending transformation, his devil fruit. The mirror ability was on the verge of a remarkable evolution. Everything began on that fateful day when he set foot in this forsaken desert. It commenced from the endless sea of yellow sand, from the mirage that he perpetually chased, yet could never reach. From the moment he beheld it, a profound realization dawned upon him. When illusion can also be reality, and when delusion takes the form of a mirrored fantasy. Xiaobai suddenly realized that his mirror seemed to have found a new path at this very moment. The wild winds howled incessantly, swirling ceaselessly, and the yellow sands here appeared endlessly reckless. Xiaobai's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide. In a moment of daze, the ethereal, shimmering colors of iridescent light flickered and vanished. Xiaobai suddenly extended his hand slowly. Accompanying the movement of the fine sand, a mirror gradually took shape from the bottom upwards. A smooth and polished surface, faithfully reflecting the essence of this world. As the cloak was lifted, dark strands of hair danced in the wind, revealing Xiaobai's expression, devoid of sorrow or joy. Xiaobai waved his hand gently once more. The immense mirror rose again like a guardian shield. the third, the fourth. With every delicate motion of Xiaobai's youthful hand, a total of 8 colossal mirrors, each standing 10 meters tall, abruptly emerged, encircling him in a protective embrace. The external winds and sands, as if endowed with sentience, instinctively veered away from the sanctuary, howling past without daring to encroach. Here, tranquility and serenity reigned supreme. Xiaobai's fingertips lightly tapped the mirrors, causing them to ripple as if a single drop of water had fallen upon their surfaces, creating intricate waves. A mirage, Xiaobai murmured to himself, suddenly tilting his head back to gaze intently into the mirror before him, the light in his eyes shimmering as if it were tangible. The realm of illusion manifests. The crystalline bubbles of midsummer, a narrative woven delicately, have been continuously updated for quite some time. The craftsmanship of the writing in One Piece has become increasingly exquisite. Rebirth in the world of One Piece speaks for itself. One must see for oneself. Everything is necessary. That is all. The realm of illusion manifests. The melodic notes that escaped Xiaobai's lips suddenly resonated within this space, weaving intricate layers of harmonious sound. The vast mirrors surrounding him rippled with increasing frequency, bubbling forth like a boiling cauldron. Suddenly, after a tremor, the mirror before Xiaobai revealed a scene of swirling frost and snow. A world adorned in silvery white, where snowflakes danced and the cold winds howled past. This vivid depiction, starkly contrasting with the surroundings, came to life within the mirrors that could only reflect. As the wind and snow mirror unveiled its secrets, each mirror gradually settled, transforming into distinct and varied scenes. The second mirror displayed a silent, empty forest, where shadows of trees loomed, shrouded in an endless, mysterious darkness. The third mirror presented a gentle, drizzling rain, beneath a dim sky, where droplets splashed in myriad patterns. The fourth showcased a steep cliff, where an eagle soared, unafraid to confront the precipice. The fifth mirror revealed the sixth, the seventh, the eighth. Each mirror appeared to enact the emergence of a new world, with diverse landscapes that felt strikingly real and utterly enchanting. Xiaobai's palms suddenly clapped together with great force. The myriad of enchanting scenes within came to an abrupt halt, and the immense mirrors surrounding Xiaobai began to whirl chaotically around him. From utter stillness to frenetic motion, it transpired in a mere instant. Countless grains of sand were swept up in the swirling tempest, coalescing more and more, gradually enveloping the area where Xiaobai stood. Akin to a delicate cocoon. Within this ethereal cocoon, Xiaobai beheld the spectacle before him. The low shrubs appeared as vibrant and dew-kissed as if after a refreshing rain, while the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, and the surrounding was a sea of blooming flowers. A colorful butterfly fluttered gracefully by, diving into a remarkably radiant patch of golden blossoms, disappearing from sight. In the distance, the crystalline lake's surface rippled gently as a white rabbit, its long ears quivering, took a sip and, startled by an unseen presence, swiftly vanished into the thicket, leaving ripples that continued to dance across the water's surface. The sky was an immaculate blue, devoid of impurities, with clusters of pristine white clouds drifting lazily by. Beneath his feet, the verdant grass was lush and tender, and a gentle wave of breeze caressed him, making Xiaobai acutely aware of the soft wind as it swept past him. Snap! Xiaobai suddenly snapped his fingers. In an instant, everything transformed into countless shimmering fragments, as ephemeral as a mirage. All that existed was shattered. The tender grass lay in ruins. The vibrant butterflies were scattered, the shrubs were obliterated, and the white clouds in the azure sky were torn asunder. The fragments dispersed with the wind, returning to the desolate sands. That moment of bewilderment, that fleeting enchantment, resembled the dream of Zhuangzhou, vivid yet illusory. Xiaobai disregarded the relentless onslaught of the swirling sands, which would naturally be repelled. In the depths of his contemplation, he sensed the emergence of a novel and formidable principle, following the spatial laws bestowed by the miniature world and the sword intent imparted by Xiao. A gentle smile graced his lips as he advanced step by step, leaving behind faint impressions in the sand. A world shaped by reflections, shall we call it? The realm of dreaming shadows. He traversed this expanse of golden sand on foot, devoid of the fatigue of travel or the dust of the road. With an air of tranquility, Xiaobai conjured a piece of fruit from the void and took a delicate bite, relishing the moment. Glancing at the perpetual compass, which steadfastly pointed in the same direction, he tossed it into the void, watching it vanish. In this desolate land, one could scarcely label it as inhabited. Indeed, Xiaobai had yet to encounter a single living tree. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the air. Xiaobai looked up. Was it an eagle? Xiaobai gazed at the somewhat oversized figure plummeting rapidly downwards, coming to an abrupt halt. In a straight trajectory towards him, the enormous eagle, at the moment of its fall, suddenly transformed into a humanoid form, landing gracefully before Xiaobai. Even as it folded its wings, a gust of wind and sand was stirred up. Xiaobai gazed in astonishment. Hello, may I ask if you are lost? The avian figure, wings folded and transformed into hands concealed within a robe, inquired gently. The face marked with tear stains, adorned in a garment shimmering with diamond patterns, and a head wrapped in the same starry design, sped across the desert. Xiaobai immediately recognized this being a bird human. He was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately deduced his own whereabouts. There's no need to be afraid. I am the vice officer of the Royal Guard of Alabasta, specifically tasked with guiding those who have lost their way in the desert. The cloak concealed all of Xiaobai's expressions, and his silence caused the bird human to grow anxious, fearing that his appearance had frightened the child. This is actually the ability of the bird fruit, falcon type. In short, it is merely a power, and I am not a bad person. I am Bell. Suddenly, the self-proclaimed fruit user, Bell, noticed Xiaobai's pristine cloak, his calm demeanor, and the way the sand seemed to evade him. He was taken aback. The presence of a cloak was essential for the citizens of the Desert Kingdom, quite common indeed. Yet, this concealed young boy appeared remarkably distinct. So much so that it stirred a fluttering sensation within Bell's heart. He had initially thought Xiaobai was merely a lost child in the desert. But the instinct bestowed by the animal fruit subtly informed him that the aura emanating from this boy was the very source of his inner tumult. Furthermore, the exterior Xiaobai presented seemed to suggest that he did not require assistance at all. This was the first time Bell encountered such a situation, leaving him momentarily awkward and speechless. The Desert Kingdom, is that you, Bell of the Zhuan? Xiaobai gently inquired, his tone merely reflecting a desire for confirmation. He was cognizant of the Guardian's principles, aware of his future status, and recognized that he was a being capable of self-sacrifice for the sake of the common folk. Regarding such fools, Xiaobai could not muster even a hint of animosity. Oh, it is I, Bell murmured, a sudden sense of inferiority inducing a wave of confusion and panic. I seem to have lost my way. Could you assist me? Xiaobai expressed no intention of lifting his cloak, speaking directly. A sudden gust of wind swept by, causing Bell to clumsily shield himself, only to abruptly realize that the young boy had merely allowed a corner of his cloak to flutter, his form remaining utterly undisturbed. How extraordinary! Bell was momentarily taken aback, and after a mouthful of sand, he hastily spat it out. I wish to go to the capital, Albana. Is that possible? The voice of the young boy resonated once more, prompting Bell to recall this mysterious child's request, to which he eagerly replied, of course. Bell appeared somewhat foolishly eager as he nodded vigorously, his body trembling as he unfurled his wings, transforming into a birdman. Given the distance, it may be inconvenient for you to walk alone. Come aboard, I shall carry you. Unprepared, Bell turned his broad and sturdy back toward Xiaobai, slightly bending down. It was all so casual, so warm-hearted, and so natural. Xiaobai was taken aback, then inexplicably let out a low chuckle. No need. Xiaobai gently uttered a word, prompting Bei Er to turn back in confusion, only to find Xiaobai quietly standing above Ziyu, suspended in the void beside him. Bei Er sensed that today was perhaps the day he had been most distracted in his life. He felt dazed once more. Well, it has been a bit late recently, as I have been diligently researching the original work to alter the plot, constantly consulting materials and weighing my choices. For today, I shall refrain from recommendations. However, it has been quite a while since I received any donations or collections. It feels a bit disheartening. That is all. A fierce wind swept through this desolate land, where the yellow sand danced in gentle swirls, lingering and then fading away. Xiaobai chuckled softly and remarked. Upon which Bell turned back in confusion, only to be astonished by the sight of Xiaobai standing effortlessly in midair. How could he fly? Bell pondered, his clothing fluttering chaotically in the swirling sands, producing a faint rustling sound. Shall we proceed? The tone remained light, yet undeniably pleasant to the ear. Oh, follow me, Bell quickly responded. The price of youth and kindness is often an unintentional neglect of the necessary vigilance. With a powerful thrust of his wings, Bell stirred up a cloud of dust and soared into the sky. Xiaobai smiled and instantly followed suit. Albana, the capital of the Alabastan Kingdom, is steeped in a profound and ancient history. It is not merely a collection of the few grand cities that linger in Xiaobai's memory, rather. Surrounding the capital are countless small villages. These settlements, often battered by the relentless winds and sands, frequently suffer from water scarcity and material deprivation, existing as helpless enclaves in the desert. Xiaobai now found himself situated in one such locale, for they had encountered the king of this desert realm, who was currently making a public appearance among the people. Bell, as the guardian of the nation, possessed keen eyes. Although he often found himself distracted by the sight of Xiaobai soaring gracefully beside him, he remained vigilant and was the first to spot his king on their journey. Rushing forward with determination, Xiaobai also noticed and, recalling the original text from his past life, contemplated for a moment before descending. While Bell was relatively unperturbed, having become accustomed to the transformations, Xiaobai, upon landing, instantly became the center of attention. The absolute focus. A hood concealing his face, refusing to reveal his identity. An unmistakably lethal weapon, the purple crystal sword, vanished in a flash, possessing the ability to escape at will. A skill that only Bell and the entire nation possessed. The unknown, the newly felt sensation, evoked a slight sense of suffocation. Emanating an indistinct yet formidable aura, all of this rendered the guards, who surrounded the king on his expedition, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. They swiftly gathered before the king, instinctively placing their hands on their sword hilts, gazing at Xiaobai with grave intensity. Among them, Garka, the vice-captain of the king's guard and a user of the dog fruit, wolf form ability, suddenly sensed something, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, trembling slightly. On the verge of transformation. This Bel found himself momentarily bewildered by the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was navigating through the throng of guards. Approaching the king of this nation. A robust figure, his somewhat unruly black hair was tightly tied back, a patch of beard gracing his chin, his gaze solemn and earnest. Clad in a green inner garment beneath a purple robe, exuding an air of authority. He was the king of this desert kingdom, Nafalatali Cobra. Similarly, Xiaobai was well aware of the loyal companion by his side, the stout captain of the royal guard, Ikelim, characterized by his voluminous, wavy judge's curls. The absence of vegetation and the howling wind created a wild atmosphere, swirling through the air, raising clouds of sand. They stood at the entrance of a small village in the desert. The guards remained tense, confronting Xiaobai, while the sandstorm lashed against them, yet none dared to blink. Some villagers had begun to take notice from a distance, gathering to watch the unfolding scene. Xiaobai remained utterly unconcerned, as if he were not the one being scrutinized. The two vice-captains of the guard were sweating nervously. Bel felt a twinge of regret for bringing him along, appearing flustered and at a loss. Meanwhile, the wolf-dog fruit user, Jaka, was acutely aware of the formidable presence emanating from the mysterious cloaked youth. Sensing the palpable aura of menace that he could not help but exude, causing him to sweat as he pondered the intentions behind this individual. Suddenly, King Cobras broke into a hearty laugh, leaving even his close friend, Minister Ikelim, bewildered. He then inquired, "Is this a guest brought by Bel? Would you care to join us for a stroll?" Cobra's words not only astonished Xiaobai but also left everyone momentarily speechless. As realization dawned, the guards and Ikelim quickly grew anxious. "Your Majesty, please do not naively trust someone of unknown origin. Your Majesty, this person's identity remains unclear. Your Majesty." The guards, along with their captain Ikelim, urged him urgently, but their king, Cobras, maintained a jovial demeanor while his gaze remained fixed intently on Xiaobai. Awaiting his response, Xiaobai felt a slight surprise. He was aware that just moments ago, both the captain of the guard, Ikelim, and King Cobra himself had regarded him with scrutinizing and astonished expressions. They had undoubtedly recognized his identity, the one that instilled fear in the hearts of many. However, Xiaobai could not quite comprehend why King Cobra would extend an invitation to him. Brushing aside the encroaching grains of sand, Xiaobai suddenly let out a soft laugh. Very well. Xiaobai's casual return once again cast a pall of silence over the scene. Soon after, the guards, particularly Ikelim, expressed their anxious objections, with Ikelim frequently casting furtive glances at Xiaobai, almost desperate enough to tug at Cobra's garments. "Your Majesty, please, Your Majesty, enough. That's sufficient." Cobra interjected with a commanding tone, one rarely seen from their king. Unexpectedly, he raised his voice in anger to silence them for the sake of this enigmatic figure whose face remained concealed. The guards immediately fell silent, and even Ikelim dared not speak, left only to murmur. Yet, Xiaobai suddenly perceived that their silence belied an invisible barrier that separated him from their king, Cobra. A good king indeed? Huh. Xiaobai merely chuckled lightly, offering no comment. Meanwhile, Cobra cast a slightly apologetic glance at his guards, and promptly, as if nothing had occurred, strode ahead towards the quaint village. The guards hastily followed in his wake. Only Ikelim, as he passed by Xiaobai, cast a profound look in his direction before swiftly joining the group. Xiaobai and Bel trailed behind, moving in harmonious silence. The jackal glanced back several times, casting fleeting looks at Bel and then at Xiaobai, as if to inquire something, yet ultimately restrained himself, suppressing the unspoken anxiety that neither dared to voice. Bel appeared somewhat melancholic, caught in a state of hesitation, following quietly. Meanwhile, Xiaobai gazed heavily at the scene before him. "Nana, quickly, pay your respects to His Majesty." A voice called out, prompting Xiaobai to suddenly turn his head. "Ah, it's already 9:30. May I exclaim hooray? Reviews, flowers, perfect scores, collections, and rewards are all welcome." The yellow sand swirled, shrouding the sky in an indistinct haze. The relentless onslaught of wind and sand has left the buildings here etched with the marks of time. The earth lay cracked and barren, devoid of any sign of life in the crops, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Xiaobai tugged at his cloak, which had become somewhat scorching under the unrelenting rays of sunlight. The arrival of King Cobra and his guards appeared to be both unforeseen and anticipated by them. Xiaobai observed the multitude eagerly crowding around, exuding palpable excitement, yet exhibiting little fear of his esteemed status. Perhaps he is a benevolent and approachable king? Xiaobai silently contemplated, then turned his gaze towards the others who remained unresponsive to the king's arrival. The people of the Desert Kingdom were cloaked in long robes, unlike Xiaobai, as they sought to shield themselves from the harsh rays of the sun and preserve their dwindling moisture. Xiaobai beheld the emaciated arms concealed beneath their cloaks. He observed the cracked lips, parched and white, along with the hollow, lifeless eyes. This was a small village in the desert, reliant on the trade of its able-bodied men, and it perpetually exuded an atmosphere of despondency. For many, the existence of merely surviving day by day had become a norm. Such was the reality. The essence of the world was rife with struggle. The authentic world was not as adorned with blossoms as one might imagine. For those who clung to life, the king was merely a symbol. The numbness in their eyes spoke volumes. Only those who still harbored hope for survival would care for their king, and it was precisely because of their existence that Cobra had arrived. Nana, quickly, greet his majesty. The voice echoed, and Xiaobai froze in shock. Nana. The abrupt turn caused his garments to rustle, and all the guards, who had been covertly vigilant of Xiaobai, immediately stiffened. He had no inclination to regard them. He was searching, he was yearning. The swirling sands could no longer obscure his vision. They rose gently, then dissipated. She was merely a frail, sallow girl, equally diminutive, real, and present. Yet that very essence of her seemed to have become ethereal. Memories had turned to ash, and an inexplicable sorrow pierced Xiaobai, ultimately dissolving into an almost inaudible sigh. Come, Nana, do not fear. A woman grasped the hand of the 6 or 7-year-old girl, wishing for her beloved king to notice her youth. Yet the timid child hesitated. The small cloak could not shield her untouched eyes from the ravages of sand and wind. They remained pure, filled with curiosity and trepidation towards the world. The innocence in her liveliness caused Xiaobai to momentarily drift into a reverie. You are called Nana, are you not? Xiaobai suddenly approached her, crouching down. She instinctively shrank back, most of her body concealed behind her mother, gripping the fabric of her mother's robe. As she met Xiaobai's gentle gaze, subtly revealed by the slight lift of his cloak, she timidly nodded her head. This familiar scene caused Xiaobai to feel a moment of disorientation. Xiaobai suddenly rose to his feet. The abruptness of his action startled even the guards. And Hulang Jiaka nearly succumbed to the impulse to transform once more. Xiaobai stood there, his cloak swaying gently as his delicate hand reached out into the void with a graceful motion. Amidst the astonished faces of the crowd, he effortlessly retrieved a small piece of paper from the air. This tiny sheet, adorned with exquisite and intricate blue patterns, caught Ikelam's attention, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Similarly, the Desert King, Cobra, also darkened in countenance. Ignoring their reactions, Xiaobai merely smiled at the young girl named Nana, whose curious eyes followed him intently. With a sudden flick, the small paper soared into the air. The bewildered Belle, along with Ikelam and the others who had abandoned their gestures, could only watch helplessly as the paper ascended. A barely audible explosion echoed, and a fierce gust of wind rushed toward them, overwhelming their gaze upward. The sudden gale halted the swirling sands of the village, swiftly sweeping them away. The guards, startled by the appearance of this strange wind, instinctively shielded their king, drawing their swords, which sent the villagers, who had just been joyfully surrounding Cobra, into a frenzy of screams, huddling in fear. Protect his majesty, Ikelam shouted, drawing Belle's confused gaze towards him, only to meet his eyes filled with sorrow and indignation, deepening Belle's bewilderment. Cobra, too preoccupied to soothe the frightened civilians or attend to his panicked guards, fixated his gaze on Xiaobai. If he were indeed that person, he possessed the explosive fireball talisman capable of devastating this very place. The symbol he had just revealed was unmistakably legendary. In that moment, Cobra felt regret, not for the crisis he faced, but for having brought him here. Although he was lost in thought regarding his motives, the impending peril now threatened everyone present. Yet, Xiaobai appeared unaffected by the sudden chaos, seemingly entranced as he stared at the little girl, Nana. The familiar yet foreign rumble resonated, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The frenzied crowd sobbed genuinely, without an ounce of pretense. One by one, they prostrated themselves before the king, who had brought rain to their parched land. Cobra, unmoving beneath the rain's relentless assault, gazed at the figure before him in a daze. Is this a new kind of talisman? Could you, who would reveal your identity for the sake of suffering commoners, truly be the legendary tyrant? The Desert King regarded the figure that remained untouched by the downpour, feeling an urgent desire to understand everything about him. Xiaobai remained untouched by the slightest drop of rain, quietly observing the little girl joyfully dancing in the downpour, silently. The capital of Albana is the residence of the royal palace of the Alabastan Kingdom. This city, a bustling hub of commerce, is characterized by its distinctive architecture and unceasing activity. Every individual bears a radiant expression of happiness, exuding vitality. It is a venerable nation, enjoying peace and prosperity under wise governance. At this moment, Xiaobai finds himself within the royal palace situated here. In the dining hall, a long table is adorned with an array of dishes, a spectacle reserved for the reception of distinguished guests. Yet, at this moment, it is a mysterious youth, cloaked and inconspicuous, who is bestowed with such honor. The passing attendants cast curious and perplexed glances in his direction, while the guards wear expressions of solemnity and confusion. In contrast, the hosts, including Cobra and others, maintain a demeanor of warmth. Xiaobai remained motionless, sitting quietly like a statue, seemingly oblivious to the exquisite delicacies before him. He appeared utterly indifferent to those who were observing him intently. Suddenly, Cobula subtly gestured to Ikelam beside him. Ikelam, understanding the cue, nodded and rose, waving his hand towards the guards standing on either side. The guards, momentarily taken aback, though puzzled, respectfully bowed like the attendants and then exited the hall. In the vast dining hall, only the immobile Xiaobai, the slightly smiling King Cobula, and the ever-watchful Ikelam remained. Ever since the rain in the small village, Cobula had shown a remarkable closeness to Xiaobai, even warmly inviting him into his palace. Xiaobai, after a moment's contemplation, had accepted the invitation and was now being treated to a sumptuous meal. With the closing of the door by the guards, the grand hall fell into a profound silence. "My lord, it appears we are now alone, and you may dine at your leisure," Ikelim said solemnly. Exchanging a glance with Ko-Bula before addressing the still-cloaked Xiaobai. Gently, a delicate hand emerged, slowly lifting the cloak, revealing Xiaobai with an air of elegance. Both Ikelim and King Ko-Bula gazed intently at him, their eyes narrowing slightly. The flickering candlelight danced, illuminating Xiaobai's visage for the first time before them. His soft features remained unaltered, with smooth hair framing a countenance that was both striking and ethereal, a faint smile gracing his lips, and an imperceptible arrogance reflected in his gaze. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiaobai smiled gently, meeting the unwavering stares of the two men with calm composure. Upon seeing his face, Ko-Bula and Ikelim were momentarily taken aback, caught in a fleeting moment of astonishment that was simultaneously expected. As representatives of one of the member states of the world heavenly capital and leaders of the desert kingdom on Sainting Island, they were all too familiar with Xiaobai's existence. In just one glance, they recognized him, a figure whose appearance had scarcely changed over the past 3 years. Moreover, everything about Xiaobai had already led them to confirm his identity. Now he stood before them, tangible and real, directly confronting the upper echelons of the world heavenly capital. For a moment, a silence enveloped the long table. Yet, Xiaobai merely smiled, unfazed, leisurely slicing the food on his plate. Ahem Ko-Bula cleared his throat awkwardly, and Ikelim quickly snapped out of his reverie, drawn back from his fixation on Xiaobai. For a time, the atmosphere remained laden with awkwardness, punctuated only by the sounds of cutlery. Until at last, Ko-Bula, who had been pretending to be indifferent yet closely monitoring Xiaobai, noticed that he had set down his utensils. "Ahem, my lord, have you finished your meal?" Ko-Bula inquired gently, pausing his own actions and smiling warmly at Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai turned his gaze towards him and offered a reciprocating smile. "Indeed, you are now aware of our identities. Well then, let us speak plainly." Kabura wiped his hands and regarded Xiaobai with a serious expression. "If I am not mistaken, that rain was summoned by your hand, was it not?" Kabura said in a low voice, while Ikaralam sat there in solemn silence, observing Xiaobai without uttering a word. Xiaobai maintained a semblance of a smile, offering no response as she gracefully lifted the delicate glass of pale pink juice before her and took a gentle sip. The juice, crafted from sun-kissed fruits, was delightfully sweet and pleasing to the palate. Cobra, seemingly unfazed by Xiaobai's silence, exhibited the poise of a superior, his countenance betraying not a hint of displeasure. Rather, he continued earnestly, stating, "I require the sort of abilities you possess. You must have observed the plight of that village. Within this nation, particularly in its less favorable regions, countless villages endure the same dire circumstances daily. I am aware that you possess the capability to coalesce hope from despair, or rather, the means to do so. We seek your extraordinary items that can breathe life into the desolate, and we are prepared to offer a handsome price for them." Xiaobai remained silent, as if savoring the juice in his cup, only setting it down gently after the resonant words of Ko-Bula had come to an end. "Aren't you concerned that the revelation of our transaction might lead to trouble?" Xiaobai spoke for the first time, his voice soft. Yet both Kabura and Ikelim discerned the subtle mockery woven into his words. Kabura and Ikelim exchanged a glance, momentarily taken aback. And it was Ikelim who broke the silence. "Forgive us, we do not comprehend what you are saying. We are merely discussing a straightforward transaction." Ikelim spoke earnestly and inexplicably. He felt a bead of perspiration forming in the palm of his hand. "Huh." Xiaobai smiled with uncertainty, lifted the juice from the table, and drank it in one go before turning his gaze towards Cobra. "Could you provide me with a place to sleep?" Cobra, as the king, momentarily froze, his brow furrowing slightly, but it soon relaxed. Ikelim, though a flicker of anger crossed his face, suppressed it upon noticing Cobra's subtle cue. "Haha. Of course. Accommodations have long been prepared for your esteemed self. Allow Minister Ikelim to escort you." Without uttering a word, Xiaobai simply rose from his seat, smiled and nodded at Cobra, and then followed Ikelim out with an air of ease. As they departed, a veiled exchange of glances occurred between Cobra and Ikelim. Xiaobai did not bother to fasten his cloak once again. Instead, he wore a curious expression as he observed the voluminous curls of Ikelim, following closely behind. The door was gently closed by the guards stationed outside, leaving only Cobra, who furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the spot that still appeared remarkably tidy, lost in thought. On a rooftop of the palace, a majestic eagle caught sight of Ikelim and Xiaobai walking down the corridor before soaring into the sky. The sun in the desert rises rather early. The streets are already bustling with the clamor of trade and commerce. In the palace of Albana, King Cobra, accompanied by Ikelim, arrived early to attend the morning meeting and was informed that Xiaobai had just awakened. Along the way, the guarding sentinels expressed their astonishment at their king and minister's act of humility, while harboring immense curiosity about the honored guest who had been bestowed with such distinction. Xiaobai remained cloaked in a mantle that concealed his countenance entirely. He was already aware of their arrival and, amidst his astonishment at their eagerness that disregarded their station, he felt a twinge of perplexity regarding his own allure. while Cobra and Ikelim exhibited little concern for their dignity, wearing expressions of nonchalance. They were not the slightest bit disconcerted by Xiaobai's concealed appearance. On the contrary, they found a sense of solace in observing how thoroughly he shrouded himself. As they traversed the expansive corridor, the harsh morning light filtered through the intricately carved columns, illuminating patches of the space. Cobra and Ikelim exchanged laughter and conversation, while Xiaobai lagged slightly behind, appearing to smile in silence. The trio exuded an air of harmony. Xiaobai suddenly tilted his head slightly. The ever-watchful Cobra and Ikelim paused momentarily. Before they could react, a figure appeared before them, halting their steps. Your subordinate pays respects to His Majesty and greets Lord Ikelim. Kneeling on one knee was one of the vice-captains of their kingdom's guard, revered as one of the kingdom's protectors, Bel. Cobra and Ikelim exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered by Bel's unexpected appearance that obstructed their path, just as Cobra was about to bid him rise. He was taken aback to see Bel directly stepping towards Xiaobai. Cobra's brow furrowed slightly. I implore you, let us engage in a spar, Bel said earnestly, gazing at Xiaobai. The onlookers were stunned and then filled with astonishment. Cobra was alarmed, Ikelim was astonished, and even the distant jackal, Jaka, who had been trailing behind, changed countenance. Only Xiaobai noticed that Bel was employing honorifics. Silence, Bel. Ikelim quickly interjected, his eyes revealing genuine urgency. The identity of Xiaobai is known only to him and King Cobra, and thus they regard it with utmost importance and caution. However, others remain oblivious to these truths. The clandestine reports from Tianfu revealed that Xiaobai made his entrance by slaughtering an entire ship of naval personnel without provocation. The latest news indicates that he nearly annihilated a ship led by the naval hero Carp single-handedly. Such a capricious and bloodthirsty individual, despite appearing docile after being invited into the palace by the king, instilled a sense of unease in Ikelim, who felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, thus remaining exceedingly wary. At this moment, Bel's audacious actions could only leave Ikelim utterly astonished. How reckless! Ikelim's heart surged with fury, his veins bulging as he shouted in reprimand, leaving even the king momentarily speechless. To their astonishment, however, Bel remained resolute. No, I aspire to be the strongest warrior in the kingdom. You are one of the users of the flying fruit ability, are you not? My instincts tell me you are far stronger than I, and I wish to engage in battle with you. I seek to become mightier, so please, I implore you to instruct me. Bel proclaimed loudly, training rigorously each day, driven by his unwavering belief in his role as the ultimate protector. Ikelim was taken aback by his bold retort, rendered speechless, his fingers trembling as he struggled to articulate a response, his chest heaving with emotion. Cobra glanced at Xiaobai, contemplating a response, but upon witnessing Bel's demeanor, he suddenly fell silent. In the distance, the hyena, Gaka, muttered a curse under his breath, his body coiling with tension, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Xiaobai subtly raised his head, gazing at Bel, whose unwavering gaze and resolute demeanor betrayed a steadfast stubbornness. Almost all eyes, whether intentional or not, converged upon the cloaked figure of Xiaobai, whose expression remained inscrutable. The unique sweltering heat of the desert kingdom caused even the sentinels stationed in the corridor to perspire profusely. Beneath the cloak, Xiaobai suddenly nodded slightly. Very well. It seems there is something I wish to contemplate. Xiaobai lifted his gaze, allowing Bel to catch a glimpse of his eyes, and offered a faint smile. You may be hurt. Are you certain you wish to proceed? He inquired. I am the guardian of this kingdom, and I yearn to grow stronger for the sake of protecting this land. I shall become stronger at any cost. Bel's words flowed forth without hesitation, as if he were making a solemn vow. An unexpected silence enveloped the group, and Ikelim's lips moved slightly before he sighed and let his arms fall. A gentle smile unexpectedly graced Kabura's lips, while in the distance, Gaka quietly released his grip on the hilt of his sword. Xiaobai donned a flowing cloak, its hem dancing in the wind. They stood amidst the desolate ruins of the vast desert, where numerous partially buried structures lay scattered around. The king, Kabura, along with the captain of the guard, Ikelim, and the vice-captain, Gaka, found themselves present at this moment. Aside from them, the area had been thoroughly cleared, leaving no other souls in sight. On the barren ground, Bel stood opposite Xiaobai, observing the latter's calm demeanor, while a serious expression marred his tear-streaked face. Come. Xiaobai quietly stepped forward, slightly raising her head. You may attack while I defend. Please, go ahead. Xiaobai chuckled lightly, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation towards Bel. Without a hint of affectation, Bel adeptly positioned himself, his form slightly sinking as he unfurled his limbs, transforming into a colossal eagle that soared skyward with ferocious momentum. Bel circled in the air, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure below, fully comprehending Xiaobai's intent. It was clear. Do you wish for me to acknowledge your strength? If so, come forth. Strike. I stand here, unreservedly exposed. With a powerful flap of his wings, Bel suddenly dove downwards. The fierce rush of wind howled past his ears. First, he sought to compel the use of Xiaobai's aerial abilities. The enormous talons beneath his wings glimmered ominously, extending with a menacing flash of cold light. Eagle's claws. Bel angled sharply, descending rapidly towards Xiaobai, his claws striking with the swiftness of lightning. The three onlookers nearby felt a tightening in their chests. though they held an inkling of Xiaobai's formidable prowess. They were not optimistic about his chances at this moment. After all, Bell's assault was overwhelmingly fierce, the dive stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The gale unleashed by his descent made it evident to them how fierce the confrontation was. Moreover, they had witnessed Bell employ this very maneuver capable of shattering rock. And Xiaobai's delicate flesh was no match for such force. The air sliced through with a sharp and piercing sound, and to Bell, the three could barely discern the fleeting shadow that zipped past. The surging winds bore down with an intimidating force, the sheer power of the dive creating a shockwave that sent the debris on the ground flying. Xiaobai stood resolute, like a tranquil mountain. As the menacing claws of Balin approached, in the face of that fierce strike, he calmly extended his delicate, youthful hand with unwavering composure. The chilling radiance of the claws gleamed brightly in his eyes, while the fierce gust stirred by the oncoming attack caused his cloak to flutter wildly. Xiaobai merely extended a hand, gesturing with a flick. The immense force transmitted through the small hand caused the claws to shift momentarily, and the ensuing tug made the claws misalign and glide past. Bell felt as though the world had turned upside down, enveloped in a haze as he swayed dangerously close to the ground. It was only when he realized the peril he was in that he flapped his wings with great urgency, stirring up a cloud of dust as he ascended swiftly into the sky. Xiaobai remained steadfast in his position, as tranquil as if nothing had transpired. But the swirling dust around him betrayed the ferocity of Bell's recent onslaught. Astonishingly, Xiaobai had not even been grazed by Bell's full-force attack. More remarkable still was that he had not shifted his stance in the slightest. Jaka, a seasoned warrior, understood better than Kabura and Ikelim the extraordinary feat of evading Bell's ferocious claws entirely unscathed, let alone without so much as a flicker of movement from Xiaobai. As Jaka gazed at Xiaobai, still concealed beneath his cloak, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. The three observers stood transfixed in the distance. Even Bell was taken aback by how effortlessly Xiaobai had neutralized his attack. It is worth noting that even Jaka, a veteran of battles, had to pay a price of injury to counter such a move. Yet here was Xiaobai, seemingly lost in a cloud of confusion, rendering Bell's assault ineffective without even realizing it. Bell beat his wings, stirring up a tempest, and focused intently on Xiaobai, continuously ascending to greater heights. He was about to unleash his true prowess. Once more, Bell tilted his body, abruptly thrusting backward and retracting his wings. This time, he plunged downward like a meteor, hurtling toward his target, Xiaobai. The three onlookers held their breath, and Jaka felt his heart leap to his throat. He was acutely aware that this technique could cause a catastrophic collapse. At this moment, as Bell descended like a meteor, the rapid friction ignited a fierce heat upon his surface. His massive claws extended, descending with lethal precision, their tips glowing from the arcane energy and velocity. The intensity of his assault escalated, hurtling downward with a thunderous force. This would be his most unreserved and potent strike. As the tip of his blade approached, the heat distorted the very air around it. Kabura, Ikelim, and even Jaka stood frozen in shock. They yearned to shout a warning, but found it was far too late. The crimson blade tip was now less than half a meter from Xiaobai, ready to strike without hesitation. In that moment, there was simply no escape. Xiaobai suddenly extended a finger, so calmly, as if in a moment of telepathic connection, and it gently touched the tip of the sword. Everything seemed to freeze in that instant. Space and time. The transition from extreme motion to utter stillness was so abrupt that it rendered one oblivious to the passage of time. Xiaobai smiled faintly. Kabura was left in a stupor, as was Ikelim, and Jaka too appeared bewildered. In that fleeting moment, which felt like an eternity, everything around them seemed to plunge into a profound stillness. All that lingered was the delicate sound of a sword's tip tapping and a soft, ethereal laugh. Suddenly, a fierce gale erupted from the two figures in confrontation. The tumultuous wind roared like an ancient dragon, scattering sand and stones in its wake, and snapping trees as if they were mere twigs. The tempest surged violently, taking on a tangible form. Kabura and his companions felt as though they stood before an overwhelming ocean of chaos. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The wind pressed heavily upon them. Ikelim grasped Kabura tightly, urging him to take cover. In a flash, Jaka positioned himself in front of the two, bracing against the onslaught of debris hurled by the gale. Grunting in pain as he transformed in fury, the two at the eye of the storm paid no heed to the tumult surrounding them, particularly Bell, who was now utterly shocked. With piercing clarity, he realized that his sword had not even grazed Xiaobai's fingers. What lingered between the tip of his sword and her fingertip was a minuscule lotus, yet it had the power to upend his entire existence, leaving him utterly disoriented. The backlash of immense force suddenly caused Bell's claws to erupt with countless tiny wounds, blood gushing forth like a geyser. The excruciating pain compelled a muffled groan from him. Crack! The fissures began to spread across the blade of his sword. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his grip, relinquishing the weapon. He watched in despair as his beloved sword shattered beneath the lotus. Bang! With a flick of his fingers, Xiaobai unleashed an invisible strike that struck with astonishing swiftness. In a moment of panic, Bell relied on his extensive training to defend himself. Yet he was still sent flying by the force of the blow. Xiaobai gradually withdrew his hand, sensing the unusual throbbing of the purple feather around his neck. Suddenly, he glanced at the disheveled Bell. How should one describe it? Since 8 o'clock this morning, the competitors have garnered 600,000 clicks, while my own count has barely reached 10,000. In just 4 hours, they have gained 40 new collections, whereas I have only added 2 since last night. This is assuming each person contributes at least 2. 0 comments. The few flowers and evaluation votes I received were almost exclusively from acquaintances. As for rewards, the last one was years ago. It's rather disheartening. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, amidst the ruins of the relics. The land resembled a field that had been plowed, riddled with pits and exposed stones, while the remaining trees seemed to be bent outward as if trampled. Gaka dislodged the small stones embedded in his back, and alongside Ikalam, helped Kabira to his feet. The three of them shook off the dust and coughed before immediately turning their gazes toward Xiaobai and Bell. Bell, facing Xiaobai, clumsily rose from the ground, suddenly pulling at his wound, involuntarily letting out a muffled grunt. Observing the trembling claws, which quivered incessantly in response to the pain, he realized he had lost even the ability to grip. With a sense of despair, Bell could only manage a bitter smile. How utterly useless. I'm so pathetic. I couldn't even touch his clothes before being incapacitated. Is this truly the end? Xiaobai's voice echoed through the air, reaching his ears. Bell, somewhat dazed, lifted his gaze. The lotus flowers that had previously lingered around Xiaobai, barely perceptible, had now completely vanished. I have heard that you aspire to become the mightiest guardian warrior. Xiaobai spoke gently, yet each word resonated within Bell's heart like the tolling of a great bell. A glimmer of divine light gradually re-emerged in his lifeless eyes. Come, continue. Xiaobai's voice resonated like an enchanting melody, and Bell, almost unconsciously, rose to his feet once more, guided by its allure. Suddenly, Bell clenched his claws fiercely, causing blood to spurt anew from the fissured wound. Yet, he harnessed the sharp sting of pain to banish the desolation that had clouded his eyes. Casting a glance at the shattered sword fragments strewn across the ground, Bell fixed a profound gaze upon Xiaobai, who stood serenely in place. With a sudden flourish, he spread his wings wide and soared into the heavens once again. A piercing cry echoed across the expanse as Bell circled above Xiaobai, his wings stirring gusts of wild wind. The chaotic currents swept downwards, scattering loose sand and gravel in disarray. However, Kabira and his companions noticed that a faint, invisible shield seemed to envelop Xiaobai, repelling all assaults with unwavering resolve. In mid-flight, Bell abruptly halted, then swiftly dove towards Xiaobai. His wings, no longer folded behind him, spread wide before him, their tips interlacing in a magnificent display. Kabira and his companions exchanged quick glances, unaware that Bell's claws were rendered ineffective at that moment, yet acutely aware of the potential devastation of a single strike. An unspoken anticipation hung in the air as they awaited Xiaobai's response. Xiaobai showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he suddenly reached up and gently grasped his neck. Meanwhile, as Bell dove down, the leading edges of his wings suddenly erupted with countless razor-sharp feathers, resembling a barrage of lethal projectiles. Incoming! Bell shouted, as the blade-like feathers rained down upon Xiaobai with frenzied intensity. It's here, thought Cobra and his companions, observing the dazzlingly sharp feathers glimmering under the scorching sun. It's here. Xiaobai slightly raised his head, gazing at the swiftly approaching wings with a hint of a smile. The hood of his cloak had unknowingly been lifted, revealing a face that bore a smile both enigmatic and elusive. In his quietly raised hand, he now held a crystalline sword imbued with purple essence. The purple feather. It stood resolutely before him. At the moment Bell beheld Xiaobai's visage alongside the purple feather, he abruptly faltered, even momentarily halting his assault. The jackal Gaka also found himself momentarily distracted, while Cobra and Ikarlam, in the very instant the cloak was cast aside, anxiously scanned their surroundings, wary of any other presence. The relentless barrage was imminent. Cobra and his companions, along with Bell, could scarcely see as Xiaobai's purple feather flickered briefly before his figure was engulfed by the dense dust. Everything around them was consumed by the overwhelming onslaught. The cacophony of thunderous strikes echoing continuously, raising clouds of dust that rendered the area nearly impossible to discern. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic yet rhythmic sounds of bombardment melded into one, causing Cobra and his companions to furrow their brows slightly. Bell spread his wings, hovering in the air, intently staring at the shrouded area, seemingly attempting to penetrate the layers of dust. Meanwhile, Cobra and his companions awaited with bated breath. A low, indistinct rumble reverberated through the atmosphere, intertwining around the ears of the four. They hardly needed to wait long before the thick smoke was suddenly blown away. A surge of purple radiance prompted all four to squint their eyes, only to witness Xiaobai, sword in hand, standing amidst the pockmarked ground, utterly untouched by dust. In fact, within a radius of 3 meters around him, there was not a trace of disturbance, as if that spot were seamlessly embedded within an entirely different realm. Bell's pupils constricted, revealing a resurgence of despondency, while Cobra and his companions regarded Xiaobai in silent awe. Have you learned? Xiaobai stood still, speaking softly. At that moment, with no wind stirring, Cobra and the four others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Xiaobai's inexplicable question. How intriguing. Xiaobai let out a light chuckle, still somewhat perplexed. The 3 members of the Kabura remained in a state of confusion, while only Bell, suddenly sensing an inexplicable thrill, turned his gaze towards the purple feather in Xiaobai's hand. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked back at Xiaobai. At that moment, Xiaobai also met his gaze and broke into a radiant smile. Holding the purple feather before his chest, Xiaobai gradually released his grip, and the feather began to hover in the air, trembling slightly. On the tranquil ground, gusts of wind suddenly swirled up, as if drawn by some tangible force towards the purple feather, intensifying with each passing moment. The four outside the range of the wind listened to the sound of the breeze scraping and whistling, watching as torrents, akin to hurricanes, formed and swirled due to the purple crystal sword's pull. 1,000 feathers. Xiaobai suddenly spoke softly. The suction force vanished in an instant, and the gathered tornado dissipated abruptly. The purple crystal sword trembled violently. In response to Xiaobai's voice, the wing-like sword formations at its edge pulsated and suddenly expanded. They transformed into layers of massive purple wings, appearing like ethereal shadows yet undeniably vivid. The four individuals outside stood in a daze, observing as countless radiant swords emerged from the expansive embrace of the enormous purple wings. These swords, resembling the original purple feathers, continued to shine brilliantly, even under the blazing sun, exuding a pure, resplendent light. Xiaobai smiled, unable to suppress the curve of his lips. Cobra was left in a daze, as were Ikelim, Jaka, and Bell, all of them entranced. They gazed in astonishment as lightsabers sprouted one after another, encircling Xiaobai in a protective embrace. 99 blades formed 3 distinct layers around him, rotating gracefully in a mesmerizing dance, dazzling the minds of the 4 onlookers to the point of paralysis. Xiaobai suddenly turned his gaze towards the figure of Bell in the sky, a smile gracing his lips as he lifted a finger. The lightsabers momentarily halted their protective dance. Then, in unison, their tips pointed directly at Bell. Oh. The presence of messages and encouragement has ignited a spark of motivation within me. I shall strive to deliver the second update before midnight, as best as I can. Surrounding Xiaobai were 99 swords, intricately spiraling in layered formation, radiating a brilliance even more resplendent than the sun, casting shimmering reflections upon his face. Xiaobai suddenly gazed vacantly at his sword. Bell, a faint smile gracing his lips as his fingertips gently tapped. Layers of luminous swords, seemingly possessing a sentient spirit, spun and then halted, their blades shifting with an ethereal grace, instantaneously directed towards Bell. Stunned, Bell found himself paralyzed, daunted by the 100 gleaming blades, unable to move a muscle. Meanwhile, the 3 observers in the distance quaked at the mere sight of that formidable aura, their hearts trembling at the overwhelming spectacle. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, yet both Cobra and Bell felt an icy chill seeping from the depths of their souls, a penetrating coldness that gripped them. Go! In the midst of an eerie stillness, Xiaobai whispered softly, causing the faces of the 4 to drain of color, unable to intervene in time. With his words, 99 radiant swords shot forth like fleeting light. At that moment, Cobra was engulfed in regret, a profound sense of remorse flooding his mind. He lamented allowing the kingdom's most talented and promising warrior to confront the unpredictable and unfathomable Xiaobai. He regretted not intervening sooner. Regretted placing his trust in Xiaobai's restraint. Regretted. He realized, at this juncture, he could only watch helplessly, alongside Ikelim and Jaka, rendered powerless, unable even to utter a cry. As Bell stood frozen, witnessing the approaching swords, the growing brilliance of their lethal light reflected in his wide eyes, he discovered himself ensnared by their overwhelming force, utterly immobilized. The shriek of the blades echoed like the grasp of death itself, drawing near. Bell yearned to resist, yet could only gaze in terror as they drew closer and closer. Xiaobai suddenly smiled faintly, his fingers subtly rotating. In an instant, the oncoming barrage of lightsabers abruptly changed direction, whizzing past Bell. At that moment, Bell dared not move, nor could he. His eyes were wide open in sheer astonishment. He felt the fierce wind generated by the fleeting lightsabers, which had already left shallow scratches along his sides. Kabura, initially blinded by rage, while Ikelim and Jaka, on the verge of closing their eyes in agony, were suddenly struck dumb by the sight before them. Having narrowly escaped death, Bell mechanically turned his head to witness the lightsabers veering off, all crashing into a pile of sandstone within the ruins, his gaze still vacant and unresponsive. The thunderous roars echoed, causing Bell to unconsciously flap his wings, staring blankly at the chaotic scene of debris flying in all directions, his mind enveloped in a haze. After a prolonged moment, even the faintest remnants of the collision ceased. A scorching gust swept through, dispersing the murky remnants entirely. The 4 of them then realized that the proud, ancient sandstone, which had stood resilient against the tempest for centuries, had completely vanished. Almost simultaneously, they all turned pale. Casting anxious glances at the ever-composed Xiaobai, Kabura and the others were rendered breathless by the spectacle, while Bell, in a daze, fell to the ground. The moment he touched the earth, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing, and he struggled to prop himself up, his eyes reflecting a terror beyond mere fright as they fixated on Xiaobai. Xiaobai disregarded their fearful gazes, lowering his head as his fingertips gently brushed against the inscriptions on the purple feather, a silent smile gracing his lips. The night was as cool as water. The temperature fluctuations between day and night in the desert are astonishing, and the same holds true for Albana, the capital of the desert. Xiaobai perched upon the railing of the expansive corridor, gazing at the resplendent full moon, lost in a reverie. This was the second floor, where the guards stationed in the corridor had been entirely dismissed by Icolum, leaving the space in serene silence and an air of emptiness. Xiaobai gazed at the solitary moon hanging in the pristine, cloudless night sky, suddenly overcome by a profound sense of loneliness. A sudden fluttering of wings broke the stillness, prompting Xiaobai to turn his head in a daze. On the other side of the railing stood Belle, having quietly appeared there. Xiaobai suddenly smiled. Have the wounds been properly bandaged? Xiaobai observed him, who appeared somewhat reserved, and smiled gently. Indeed, it has been bandaged. Belle seemed to exhibit a tension that he himself did not fully recognize, hastily addressing Xiaobai with respect. It appears to be healing quite swiftly. Under the illumination of the bright moon, Xiaobai cast a few glances at Belle before noticing the sword reattached to his waist, his smile widening. Yes, I possess the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit, which grants me remarkable regenerative powers. Furthermore, I engage in regular training, so this injury will heal rapidly. Belle subconsciously grasped his arm and spoke to Xiaobai with a hint of hesitation. Is that so? Huh. Xiaobai tugged at the creased hem of his garment, turning once more to gaze at the luminous moon. It shone brightly yet bore an air of solitude. Meanwhile, Bayer remained standing, hesitating to sit casually like Xiaobai, appearing somewhat at a loss. From that moment on, Xiaobai seemed completely unaware of his presence, quietly gazing at the moon. After a long while, he turned his gaze towards Belle, who had been standing there restlessly. May I pose a question to you? Xiaobai gazed at Belle and suddenly spoke. Indeed. May I inquire if you are aware of my identity? Xiaobai inquired calmly, yet upon hearing this, Belle's expression shifted noticeably. However, he swiftly regained his composure, displaying a rare silence. What are your thoughts on this? Xiaobai continued to observe him, whose demeanor was somewhat evasive, his tone remaining as serene as ever. Belle hesitated, and finally, as if summoning a surge of courage, he met Xiaobai's gaze directly. Since the king believes in you, I, Belle, shall unconditionally place my trust in you. However, Belle's eyes locked onto Xiaobai's with renewed determination. Should you dare to harm anyone by the king's side, even if I, Belle, am no match for you, I would willingly shatter myself to pieces. Belle unwaveringly held Xiaobai's gaze, only to find an inexplicable smile gracing Xiaobai's lips, causing his fervor to swiftly turn to awkwardness. Without a response, and still wearing that enigmatic smile, Xiaobai turned his attention back to the moon. Belle felt a prolonged sense of embarrassment. I shall take my leave now. After a considerable pause, Belle finally managed to utter these words, yearning for a response from Xiaobai, yet he found Xiaobai lost in contemplation of the moon, a faint chuckle escaping him as he transformed, taking to the skies. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, seemingly oblivious, remained engrossed in his reverie beneath the moonlight. Hey! A voice, crisp and delicate, rang out from behind. Xiaobai turned to see a petite girl, resembling a finely crafted statue, with soft blue hair, snow-white skin, and large, inquisitive eyes brimming with curiosity. Are you watching the moon? The girl stepped a little closer, timid yet resolute in her advance under Xiaobai's scrutinizing gaze. My name is Wei Wei. What is yours? In the silent moonlit night, Xiaobai turned to quietly regard the dainty newcomer. Her hair, reminiscent of a serene lake, was elegantly tied back, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her exquisite features, enhancing her beauty. Clad in a long nightgown, her delicate hands were clasped behind her, and her bright, expressive eyes reflected Xiaobai's figure, filled with unwavering curiosity and determination. My name is Wei Wei. What is yours? The girl's melodious voice carried a hint of sweetness. Xiaobai offered her a smile, glancing distantly down the corridor before turning back to gaze at the luminous moon. Hey! Noticing Xiaobai's reluctance to engage, the girl, identifying herself as Wei Wei, leaned forward, placing her hands on the railing as she peered at him. My name is Wei Wei. I am 9 years old. What is your name? Do you not like to talk? She puffed air onto the railing, resting her arms atop it, persistently seeking to draw Xiaobai's attention. The railing was wide, and Xiaobai sat upon it, leaning against a pillar with one knee bent, his hand casually resting on his knee beneath the flowing silk of his robe. A gentle evening breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness, tousling his dark hair and revealing his handsome visage, untainted yet shrouded in a dreamlike haze under the moonlight. Suddenly, Wei Wei felt an unprecedented longing to befriend someone. I know who you are, she exclaimed, standing upright, taking a step back, her voice filled with incredulity as her tied-back hair swayed with the movement. Upon hearing her words, Xiaobai turned his head, gazing at her, then slightly lifting his chin to glance into the distant corridor. He smiled silently before focusing once more on Wei Wei. You are indeed the fabled Demon King, are you not? Just then, a clattering sound interrupted her, as a small potted plant was accidentally knocked over, scattering its contents across the ground. Running swiftly, the echoes of the fall resonated throughout the tranquil corridor, amplifying the noise. While the darkness at the corridor's depths rendered visibility impossible, Wei Wei, taken aback, tentatively called out towards the source, yet was met with silence. Filled with confusion, she turned back, only to find herself ensnared by Xiaobai's deep, enchanting gaze, suddenly recalling that she was still inquiring about his state. Are you truly? Xiaobai regarded Vivi, whose confusion deepened under his unwavering gaze, and narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming more enigmatic. What do you think? Beneath the brilliance of his captivating eyes, Vivi suddenly felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her, lost in a trance. As she gazed at Xiaobai's gentle and humble countenance, she shook her head in a daze. I don't know. Vivi murmured softly. Xiaobai nimbly leapt down from the railing, positioning himself before her. He observed her astonishment and sensed the rigidity of the two figures in the distance. Xiaobai chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently press against Wei Wei's watercolored hair before turning to leave. You should go to sleep early too. Wei Wei stood there, momentarily stunned. As a princess of this desert kingdom, aside from her father, this was the first time she had experienced such an intimate gesture from an outsider. Subconsciously, she placed her hand atop her head, pressing down slightly as if chasing the lingering warmth. A head pat. I don't even know you. I'm not a child anymore. Wei Wei pouted as she watched Xiaobai's retreating figure fade into the distance. Inside the palace, the morning breeze felt eerily solemn. In the grand hall, a group of weary naval soldiers faced off silently with the king's army, the atmosphere thick with tension. Colonel Fitta met King Kabura's gaze directly, exhibiting no intention of bowing. Merely offering a slight nod, a gesture echoed by the defiant expressions of the naval officers behind him. Your Majesty, I am Colonel Fitta from the 13th Naval Division. We have received a mission from above that requires your cooperation. Ignoring the penetrating stares from the king's army, Colonel Fitta addressed Kabura directly. Impudent. Gaka could no longer contain his outrage, his voice booming. Who do you think you're speaking to? Do the naval leaders not even know the basic etiquette for an audience with the king anymore? He stepped forward, shouting. While neither the fellow officer Bell nor the Minister of National Defense, Ikelam, intervened, it was clear that Fitta and his naval crew were not well received. Fitta furrowed his brow, casting a subtle glance at the expressions of those around him. He refrained from retorting. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, but he tempered his rebellious demeanor. I apologize. Your Majesty, we have been pursuing our mission through the night and are somewhat fatigued. I hope you can forgive our rudeness. He bowed sincerely once more. Kabura narrowed his eyes slightly, signaling Gaka to withdraw, a friendly smile gracing his face. No matter, Colonel, you have worked hard. Now, what is the nature of your mission? Thank you, Your Majesty. Our orders are to seek information regarding Sword Immortal Xiaobai. The mere mention of this name caused a collective intake of breath, not only among the king's soldiers, but also among Fitta's naval subordinates, who were equally taken aback. Fitta paused, discreetly assessing the reactions of those seated above him. Aside from the tense demeanor of the young Bell, he noted nothing else. We have gathered some intelligence indicating that Xiaobai has been seen in your kingdom and may still be nearby. We have not seen him. Bell suddenly interjected loudly, interrupting Fitta's account and momentarily catching him off guard. Glancing at the visibly agitated Bell, Fitta subtly frowned, realizing he had overreacted. Bell met the gazes of Kabura and the others, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he retreated into silence. So, Your Majesty, do you have any current information on Xiaobai? Colonel Fitta inquired thoughtfully, locking eyes with King Kabura. None, Kabura replied, briefly glancing at Bell before addressing Fitta with an air of indifference. Is that so? Please do not forget, you are one of the member states of the World Heavenly Palace, and you are obliged to cooperate with all actions taken by our naval headquarters. Impudent. Outrageous. Gaka's and Bell's furious interruptions erupted once more, their anger palpable, mirrored by the wrath of the surrounding king's soldiers. Fitta was taken aback. Realizing he may have crossed a line by threatening the king in front of his court, he fell silent, a shadow passing over his eyes. Yet he chose not to elaborate further, instead producing a bounty notice from his pocket. Your Majesty, this is the latest depiction of Sword Immortal Xiaobai. Please have it posted in prominent locations throughout the royal city. However, once again, he was interrupted. Fitta's gaze darkened as he turned towards the voice that had spoken, but the crowd was too preoccupied, their astonishment directed at the young princess hiding by the side door, who had gasped at the sight of the bounty poster. The young desert princess, Wei Wei. Kabura's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the squinting Fitta, his voice rising with displeasure. Take her away. No need for that, Your Majesty. We shall take our leave immediately. Fitta suddenly adopted a remarkably courteous demeanor, bowing deeply. If you have any information regarding Xiaobai, please send someone to notify us. We will remain here for a while. With that, he and his naval crew hastily exited the palace, disregarding Kabura's attempts to retain them. Bell and the king's soldiers remained in a state of shock, while Kabura and the others wore increasingly grim expressions. Xiaobai, under the guidance of 2 members of the Duck Brigade, was exploring the ancient royal city when he suddenly caught sight of a group of sailors adorned with seagull emblazoned hats. He momentarily paused, then resumed his stride nonchalantly, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Ah, the Navy, indeed. The prosperity of the royal capital is unparalleled by any other city, whether it be for trade, admiration of the royal palace, or the allure of historical relics. Colonel Fitta, accompanied by a contingent of sailors, wore a grim expression as he hurriedly traversed the bustling streets. Merchants and travelers alike were intimidated by the imposing uniformed sailors, hastily parting to create a passage. Colonel, must we leave in such haste? Inquired a sailor who had stepped forward, catching up to him. Indeed, Colonel Fitu replied distractedly, his thoughts elsewhere, his pace unwavering. But Colonel, you promised the king that we would remain in the capital for a few days, the sailor pressed, urgency evident in his tone. For to jest with a king was an unthinkable affair. The colonel halted, turning around, and the sailors trailing behind him promptly came to a stop, some colliding in their haste. Many began to breathe heavily from their swift pace, their faces reflecting confusion and a shared bewilderment at the abrupt departure. Furrowing his brow at their expressions, Colonel Fitu barked, "Obey orders. We leave immediately. All of you, move faster." With that, he paid no heed to their reactions and resumed his brisk march. The sailors, faces etched with bewilderment and resignation, exchanged glances before silently following suit. "Are you truly resolved to depart at once?" Kabira and Akarlam exchanged a look, their expressions betraying an array of unspoken emotions. "Yes, we are leaving," came the curt response. Xiaobai adjusted his new cloak as he responded. It was slightly elongated, almost brushing the ground. King Cobra seemed poised to speak, hesitating multiple times before finally addressing Xiaobai after he had finished arranging his cloak. If, what would you think about joining our kingdom?" Cobra's expression suddenly turned serious. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled softly, noncommittally. "We can offer you sanctuary. This place lies far from the naval forces and the power center of Tianfu. We can shield you from any naval incursions. Here, we can provide you with a new identity, freeing you from the fears of naval pursuit." Cobra spoke with unwavering conviction, his words resonating with gravity. "You could easily walk down the street unmasked in the future. We can help you craft a heroic persona, a guardian presence." With an unprecedented seriousness, Cobra, in his regal essence, fixated his gaze intently on Xiaobai. "Huh." Xiaobai let out a scoff, laughing aloud. "Am I mistaken, or are you simply arrogant? Are you truly convinced that you possess the capability to confront the Navy? Are you certain that you can provide me with protection?" Xiaobai spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. Kobula wished to retort but found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly realized the naivety of his own assumptions, believing he could guide a mere 10-year-old child. How foolish he had been. "Let me ask you this," he said. "After just 2 days of acquaintance, are you certain you can comprehend my character and principles?" Xiaobai spoke in a calm tone. "I believe what I have witnessed. I saw that in order to aid the desolate village, you did not hesitate to reveal your true identity." Kublai replied in a low voice, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Xiaobai. "Is that so? Do you have any idea how many lives I have taken? Do you truly understand? Are you so ready to allow me to remain?" Xiaobai let out a derisive laugh, fully aware that even the most benevolent and incorruptible rulers, like Cobra, are inevitably swayed by the allure of power, martial prowess, and creativity. Yet, the means of persuasion employed by Cobra paled in comparison to that of the Golden Lion. Left speechless, Cobra exchanged a silent glance with Ikalam, both of them observing Xiaobai intently. However, Xiaobai discerned the lingering hope in their eyes and could not help but infuse his words with a tone of mockery. "Are you truly convinced that I require your protection?" In that moment, Cobra came to the sobering realization that, as the king of his realm, he possessed little to offer in terms of enticing Xiaobai. Equally disheartened was Ikalam, who had reached the same conclusion. Xiaobai subtly shook his head and remarked, "Never mind. Here, this is for you, not much." With a flick of his wrist, 2 azure-patterned talismans were deftly propelled into the astonished hands of Cobra, leaving him momentarily speechless. "This." Cobra glanced at the talismans in his grasp, his confusion swiftly giving way to exhilaration. He recognized these artifacts. For someone who cherished the welfare of the people above all else and could not bear to witness anyone suffering, such items capable of summoning torrential rain were undoubtedly sacred relics. "There is no need for pretense. I shall consider this merely a reciprocation of the courtesy shown to me. Moreover, knowing my identity, your willingness to accept my offering speaks volumes of your audacity." "Huh." Xiaobai gazed at Cobra, who was still inexplicably thrilled by the receipt of this talisman, which could only summon rain in arid regions. His tone softened inexplicably. Indeed, this rather trivial item was called the Rain Charm, and it could be activated by tearing it open at a high altitude. However, excessive use could prove disadvantageous to the downwind position. "Well, as long as you comprehend, it matters little. For I shall not provide you with much of it anyway." Xiaobai recalled the future incident involving the dance powder, thus mentioning it briefly. He was uncertain whether the existence of such things was beneficial or detrimental. "Well, I must take my leave now. I have some matters to attend to. There is no need to see me off. Please, take your time." Xiaobai suddenly spoke, so unexpectedly that both Cobra and Akalam found themselves momentarily at a loss. For the first time, they witnessed the essence of spontaneity, decisiveness, and nonchalance. Observing Xiaobai deftly summon the amethyst sword, he effortlessly stepped forward, casually waved goodbye, and with a flick of his wrist, opened the grand hall's door, vanishing in an instant, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. They remained in a daze for quite some time, unable to accept such a carefree farewell. Meanwhile, after soaring out of the grand hall, Xiaobai paused as he passed by a building and spotted Belle perched atop the roof. "Oh, what brings you here, Belle?" Having just concluded his surveillance and retracting his wings, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao by standing upon the purple plume. Belle, you are a good person. We will meet again. By the way, here is something for you. Xiaobai smiled brightly at him, and with a flick of his wrist, the protective talisman shot forth, swiftly changing direction and leaving behind a fleeting phrase before vanishing from Belle's sight. Bewildered and perplexed, Belle gazed at the talisman in his hand, utterly clueless about the events that had transpired. Atop the clock tower, Vivi sat on the ledge, lost in thought as she gazed at the sky. This was the highest point within the royal capital, and for Vivi, it was also the place that brought her closest to the heavens. Hey, a sudden voice startled her, nearly causing her to cry out. However, upon seeing Xiaobai suspended in midair, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she almost gasped again. I am Xiaobai, merely responding to your inquiry from last night. Also, here is this for you. A token of gratitude for your audacity in conversing with me and daring to ask my name twice. Xiaobai, with a lingering smile, glanced at the talisman in his hand before turning away without a hint of nostalgia, soaring into the sky. The wind he stirred roused Wei from her stupor. Watching him depart, she quickly tucked the talisman into her clothing and cupped her hands to shout, I am not called He. I am Wei. In the distance, she faintly saw his silhouette waving goodbye, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she fervently waved back. Your Majesty, and those naval officers, it seems they are aware. Ikelam observed Kabira, who remained distracted, still gazing at the talisman in his hand, and spoke softly. Indeed, Your Majesty, according to the news brought back by Belle, they have already left the royal city. Ikelam continued quietly beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, it's nothing. Kabira slowly raised his head, his gaze complex as he watched the direction in which Xiaobai had vanished. He will find a solution. All right. I've disconnected everything just to rush this chapter. Look at that miraculous 2359. Yesterday was 5, and my collection has dropped again. Quite disheartening. The relentless heat of the blazing sun did not relent at the whims of individuals, and noon had quietly arrived, the shimmering sand rendering one utterly exhausted. Colonel Fidu, cloaked in sandy hues, was shrouded from head to toe, leading a troop of similarly garbed naval officers, hastily traversing the dunes. The flowing capes blended seamlessly with the swirling sands from afar. Colonel, we can't go on like this. A hoarse voice from a sergeant reached him as he desperately caught up to Colonel Fidu. Fidu cast an impatient glance in his direction, then turned to assess the weary faces behind him. Unable to ignore their labored breathing, he frowned and halted. Everyone, take a moment to rest, hydrate. And we shall continue shortly. At his command, the fatigued naval personnel instantly relaxed, some crouching or bending over, fervently gulping water from their canteens, their lethargy briefly apparent. Which did not please Fidu. Colonel, why don't we have any transportation? At this rate, we will exhaust ourselves. The sergeant gasped, trailing beside Fidu, his face etched with worry. Do you think this is an ordinary place? Fidu unscrewed his canteen, took a sip, his tone tinged with impatience, yet he continued. This is the Bare Sand Zone. Utilizing conspicuous transport will only draw the attention of various desert creatures and expose our location. His grip on the canteen tightened as he cast a shadowy glance at the hazy sky. Exposed? Is someone tracking us? The sergeant paused, bewildered, scanning the sky but finding nothing amiss. Fidu did not respond, taking another sip from his canteen, his displeasure evident, causing the sergeant to hesitate, fearing further inquiry. In the silence, the sergeant, after a moment's hesitation, finally ventured, Colonel, is our true mission really to seek information about that person? Fidu abruptly turned to him, his icy gaze freezing the sergeant in place. Just as the sergeant felt his legs weaken from fear, Fidu averted his eyes, dismissively waving his hand, refusing to answer, and directed his attention back to the naval officers. Enough resting. Everyone, move out immediately. However, he soon noticed the resistance and reluctance in their eyes. Fidu narrowed his gaze, a flicker of anger flashing before he suppressed it. We are on a straight course and will soon reach the dock where a ship awaits us. Once aboard, your tasks will be mostly complete, and you will all be promoted. The words initially puzzled them, but soon, the allure of promotion captivated their attention. Excitement evident on their faces as they swiftly prepared to move. A fleeting hint of derision crossed Fidu's eyes as he prepared to give the command, but suddenly, a fierce sandstorm erupted. The unexpected tempest caught Colonel Fidu and his naval officers off guard, sandstorm filling their mouths and eyes, causing them to cry out in pain as they stumbled in confusion. Fidu felt the severity of the storm, relentless and overpowering, forcing him to shield his face with his arms as the wind ripped at his cloak, the sand pelting him with a cacophony of dull thuds. No. The cries of distress echoed amidst the swirling sands, leaving Fidu helplessly huddled, struggling to maintain his stance. Abruptly, the storm ceased, and the pressure lifted, nearly causing him to stumble forward. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the storm left him bewildered, an unsettling mix of confusion and trepidation overwhelming him. What just happened? Colonel Fidu shouted into the void, attempting to vent his rising anxiety, but it bore no fruit, and he anxiously scanned the surroundings while urging his men to rise. In the midst of this chaos, he felt a faint itch on his arm and instinctively looked down. His cloak was torn, revealing his naval uniform beneath, and upon inspection, he discovered a slender, shallow cut on his arm. Startled, he quickly examined himself, finding similar long scratches on both arms, his thighs, and even his neck. Fita's heart raced in disbelief as he touched the wound on his neck, blood oozing from it, a wave of intense itching coursing through him. To his shock, every one of his men bore identical marks on their necks. Was this mere coincidence? Could this be a consequence of the sandstorm? Did the storm possess such capabilities? Fita's heart raced with an inexplicable dread. This was the first time he had encountered such an eerie phenomenon. The same fear gripped the naval officers, who were now aware of the oddities, their startled cries piercing the air. As one of the higher-ups privy to many internal secrets, Fita vaguely recalled similar incidents but couldn't quite place them. Suddenly, it hit him. Ignoring the puzzled looks of his subordinates, Fita frantically searched his person, only to find that the miniature communicator he kept hidden had vanished. The elusive telephone bug, capable of connecting directly to a prominent figure at any moment, has vanished. A sudden chill coursed through Fitu as he frantically sifted through the nearby yellow sands, only to find them becoming even more disordered. Ultimately, he could only gaze silently at the endless dunes. Abruptly, an unprecedented wave of anxiety surged within him, compelling him to glance around, disregarding the penetrating heat of the sun, causing his body to tremble slightly. Everyone, we must march urgently. Head to the port, Colonel Fita bellowed suddenly. In the grand corridors of the royal palace in Alabasta, Vivi and Karu dashed swiftly, only to be halted by King Cobra's commanding voice. The sweltering heat caused beads of sweat to form on Vivi's brow, her breath coming in quick gasps, glistening under the light. She halted, casting a timid glance at her father, apprehensive of yet another reprimand for her princessly decorum in the earlier disruption in the court. Recalling how she had previously dismissed the soldiers who attempted to pull her away, she instinctively shrank back, cautiously observing her father's expression, only to find him looking at her with shock. Vivi, what is that in your pocket? Cobra's voice quivered as his gaze fixated on her attire. Vivi froze momentarily, following his line of sight to discover a corner of a talisman protruding from her pocket. A wave of disarray washed over her face as she hurriedly attempted to conceal it. Yet, Cobra had already discerned what he saw. He remained silent, observing her anxious attempts to hide the truth. Vivi, tell your father, did he give you that? Cobra asked softly, his eyes seemingly gentle, yet filled with an intricate complexity. At this moment, however, Vivi was oblivious to the underlying implications. Vivi's tone resonated with a profound sense of reluctance, but he has already left. Cobra was taken aback, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Vivi. He could not fathom that after just 2 fleeting encounters, she had become so reliant on that person. Was it due to her deep-seated loneliness? He momentarily lost himself in thought before refocusing on the urgent matter at hand. Vivi, you are aware of his identity, correct? Cobra scrutinized her exquisite, beautiful face, which increasingly mirrored his own, stirring a dull ache within his heart. Yes, you have always understood, and you know that your identity and actions can impact the nation, correct? Yes, you are still not mature enough, yet you must remember. We are one of the allied nations of the world government, and our stance will inevitably oppose that person, now and in the future. Do not associate with such individuals, forget him. Cobra sighed deeply, his gaze laden with complexity as he advised her earnestly. Vivi met her father's gaze, astonished, but then clenched her jaw, exclaiming, but, I believe he is a good person. I want to be his friend. The sharp sound of a slap echoed as Icolum, standing behind, gasped in shock. Cobra's hand hung in the air. A searing pain coursed through him. You have grown up. You must think not only of yourself, but also of the nation. Cobra admonished loudly, startling the nearby guards, who exchanged bewildered glances. Vivi covered her face, pain surging through her, tears of frustration welling up, yet she bit her lip, stubbornly holding back. Without a word or glance at anyone, she clutched her pocket tightly and ran away, head bowed in desperation. Cobra watched her retreating figure, his lips trembling as he observed her departure, his hand still stinging from the impact. After a long moment, he managed a wry smile. Perhaps I am not a good father, and I am not even deserving of this role. Am I, Icolum? Your Majesty. Icolum remained steadfastly at Cobra's side, unwavering throughout. In the desert, the searing heat shimmered over the endless yellow sands, a gust of warm wind sweeping through, lightly obscuring the footprints left behind. Suddenly, the air trembled, and in the desolate expanse devoid of life, a figure materialized out of thin air. A void behind him shattered like shards, as he tossed a small telephone bug in his hand, letting out a soft chuckle. I had matters to attend to today, hence the delay. I initially considered expanding this into 2 chapters, but decided against it. A brief note. I refrained from using the term government to avoid any misunderstandings, as I aim to critique the world government. Also, while many translations refer to the rank as major, I felt colonel suited better to avoid a Japanese connotation. Should there be any questions regarding similar issues in the future, feel free to inquire in the reviews, and I will address them all. The waves crashed against the broad harbor, sending sprays of foam into the air. Seagulls cried joyfully as they soared overhead, blending with the rhythm of the tides, the refreshing sea breeze carrying a distinct briny scent. A group of sailors in cloaks, upon sighting the naval ship docked in the empty harbor, erupted in cheers, their exhaustion dissipating as they sprinted towards the vessel in excitement. Colonel Fitu refrained from admonishing them this time. Instead, He allowed himself a rare smile, relishing the moment. Indeed, the moment he laid eyes on the ship, the ominous shadows cast by the swirling sands dissipated like smoke, replaced by a sense of relief and contentment. Welcome back, Colonel Fitu. A squad of sailors stationed on the ship saluted as he boarded, their voices ringing out in unison. Yes, handing his discarded cloak to a nearby soldier. Colonel Fitu responded coolly, his authority unmistakable. As the ship set sail, rapidly departing, Fitu fixed his gaze on the receding shore, finally feeling a sense of inner peace settling within him. Colonel, your cloak. A naval sergeant rushed over, presenting the neatly folded garment with an obsequious expression. Fitu glanced at him, noting his hesitance, and quickly understood his intent. Go ahead and ask. This time, Fitu did not dismiss him. Choosing instead to continue gazing towards the distant dunes, his demeanor relaxed. He had much on his mind, and now that he could unwind, he yearned to share his thoughts. I am. Colonel, is our mission truly to pursue information about that person? After all, the previous question had been met with indifference, and at this moment, the naval sergeant appeared particularly cautious as he inquired. His voice was not loud, yet it drew the attention of everyone aboard the ship. The station's sailors looked on in confusion, while those accompanying Fitu, whether they were drinking water or disrobing, all paused their actions and turned to observe. Indeed, Fitu subtly turned his head to glance at the reactions of the crowd, then redirected his gaze towards the distant sky, his expression deepening with an air of relief. Although it was not the first time he had heard this, the confirmation elicited an involuntary gasp from the accompanying sailors, while those stationed began to piece together the implications, their faces reflecting a mixture of surprise and suspicion. However, we have not received any news regarding that person, so what does this mission entail? The naval sergeant suddenly spoke with urgency, recalling Colonel Fitu's earlier remarks about promotion and realizing his own lack of involvement in this task. No. Based on the information from that village, it must be confirmed that it is undoubtedly him. We have already acquired the information we sought. Colonel Fitu did not glance at him, but his expression gradually darkened, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the desert that had faded from view. The sailors were taken aback, and those accompanying them recalled Colonel Fitu's actions in that village, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a puzzled sailor asked, "But if we follow what those villagers said, why did the king of Alabasta inform us that there was no news?" The sailors who had visited the royal palace for an audience looked at Colonel Fitu with bewilderment. Humph, no news. Colonel Fitu snorted coldly, turning to his bewildered subordinates, his cloak swaying violently. I already had my suspicions based on the information gathered in that village, and then I saw Princess Vivi in the palace. Her reaction to the undisclosed latest bounty image confirmed that there was indeed something amiss. Subsequently, the specially acquired intelligence regarding the palace's unusual movements further solidified his suspicions. At that moment, the sailors exchanged glances, some appearing lost. Yet Fitu paid no mind to whether they understood, continuing to speak. Then, a statement left the sailors utterly astounded. I can now confirm, Sword Saint Xiaobai is currently hiding in Alabasta, residing within the royal palace. Fitu clenched his fists, his body trembling with excitement. He envisioned, armed with the information he had obtained and the backing he possessed, that he would soon ascend to the rank of rear admiral. The sailors finally grasped why Colonel Fitu had been so eager to leave. Fear etched across their faces. Colonel Fitu disregarded their expressions of relief, his heart unabashedly revealing his anticipation of imminent promotion, unconcerned about speaking in front of so many people. And he chuckled coldly to himself. How bold of them to shield a criminal. Alabasta? Humph. Such disobedient nations shall be dealt with. The sailors fell silent, hesitant to utter a sound. They were not foolish. They understood that many matters were beyond their comprehension, unlike Colonel Fitu, who had connections. They knew they could not and dared not discuss decisions made by those above them. Some of the more astute individuals even contemplated finding an excuse to discreetly withdraw. Meanwhile, Colonel Fitu seemed utterly indifferent to their presence, his knowledge of the numerous secrets causing him to smirk inwardly. Deal with it. The colonel thought derisively. Some individuals above are currently struggling to find excuses to exert their influence. Fitu's expression darkened with cold laughter, suddenly recalling something vital. His face shifting dramatically. You, bring me the transponder snail immediately. Now, Colonel Fitu shouted, startling his subordinate sailors. In an instant, several of them sprang into action, rushing into the ship's cabin and returning with a light-colored transponder snail. Colonel Fitu wasted no time, snatching the receiver and hastily dialing the number. However, he froze abruptly. His hands remained paralyzed, and an unprecedented chill coursed through him, even halting his heartbeat momentarily. His pupils constricted as he gazed at the half-fallen transponder snail on the ground and the two trembling, severed hands, a wave of horror washing over him. Ah! A ghastly scream erupted from the sailor who had previously held the phone, and the usually pristine Colonel Fitu found himself splattered with blood, too shocked to flinch. His gaze mechanically lifting towards the direction of the ship's mast. A new, elegant cloak shimmered, exuding an ethereal, mysterious aura. The sea breeze gently lifted the cloak, revealing a smile that gripped Fitu's heart like a vice. So, you were all looking for me. The cloak fluttered slightly, unveiling a handsome visage. Everything is a prelude, a transition, in the second update. The sound of waves crashing against the warship echoed, and the vessel creaked in various places, while the crew aboard fell into a heavy silence. Without any forewarning, the arrival went unnoticed, silent, and undetected. The figure on the mast rendered the sailors aboard momentarily dazed. "So, you're in search of me?" The low laughter was melodious, yet it coursed through the crowd like an inexplicable chill. What they failed to see was that Colonel Fitu trembled uncontrollably at those words. "What a coincidence. I was also looking for you." No response followed, and the atmosphere grew so still that only the sound of the waves crashing could be heard. Many sailors looked towards their leader, Colonel Fitu, but found him staring blankly at the mysterious cloaked figure, and they dared not speak. The sailor with the severed hand was dragged away by his comrades. His face contorted in pain and fear as he cast a resentful gaze towards the figure on the mast, fully aware that the assailant was this enigmatic cloaked individual. All aboard shared the same understanding. Yet, due to the uncertainty surrounding the cloaked figure's intentions, they hesitated to voice their concerns. "Who are you?" One sailor could no longer bear the pressure, drawing his sword and shouting, though his peripheral vision caught sight of the severed hand on the ground, causing his weapon to tremble slightly. "Silence!" Colonel Fitu suddenly bellowed at the sailor, the force of his voice stunning the man into silence, leaving several others who had reached for their swords equally bewildered, staring at him in confusion. Colonel Fitu paid no mind to their reactions, turning his head and meeting the gaze from the mast with a flickering, evasive expression, his voice trembling. What is your business?" Fitu felt an incessant tingling on his scalp, his mind clouded beyond comprehension, with the remnants of his rationality compelling him to force a subservient smile. "And you?" The naval officers exchanged glances, many gradually lowering their weapons, though uncertain of the identity of the enigmatic visitor. Yet, anyone who commanded such profound respect from their commanding colonel could not possibly be someone they could confront with hostility. A commendable display of restraint. Xiaobai gazed at Fei Tu's expression, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips as he slowly lifted the hood of his cloak. His dark, glossy hair danced lightly in the wind, revealing a youthful yet exquisitely handsome face, with a gentle smile that could scarcely conceal a hint of mockery. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The clang of swords dropped to the ground echoed, followed by a chorus of gasps. Yet, there was no time to attend to the fallen weapons. Some individuals slumped directly onto the deck, their eyes fixed on the figure trembling uncontrollably before them. The visage was maddeningly familiar, an image that sent chills down their spines, as they had recently encountered his latest bounty poster. He was the malevolent entity, born from the blood of countless Navy soldiers. He was the specter that made many sailors flee in silence and caused countless new recruits to hesitate in dread. He was the very being for whom the Navy prayed never to cross paths in their lifetimes, the one whose mere mention sent shivers down their spines, silencing them in terror. He was Sword Immortal Xiaobai, the nightmare of the Navy, a figure who had slaughtered thousands beneath his blade, now standing before them in stark reality. It was all too palpable. Colonel Feitu gazed up at Xiaobai, his mind swirling in confusion, his vision blurring. Unconsciously, he reached for his neck, suddenly recalling a forgotten secret. A tale that even the heroic monkey D. Garp could not escape. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. Ever since the sands of the desert had etched a mark upon his neck, they, all of them, had been irrevocably bound by the clutches of death. "By the way, who among you is at the helm?" Xiaobai suddenly inquired with an air of gravity, causing the cacophony of panic to abruptly cease. This farcical display elicited a bemused smile from him. I, stammered a somewhat gaunt naval officer, who, under the intense scrutiny of piercing gazes, was immediately overtaken by a pallor of despair. Marked by the hand of death, he found himself swiftly isolated, devoid of even the courage to evade. His entire being trembling uncontrollably, emitting a mournful quiver. Throughout it all, he dared not raise his eyes to meet Xiaobai's gaze. "Very well, it shall be you. Now, advance swiftly in the direction I indicated." Xiaobai remained comfortably seated upon the crossbeam, exhibiting no intention to take action, merely uttering a few words with a faint tone. The helmsman, bewildered, glanced up at Xiaobai, only to quickly realize his folly, tremblingly lowering his gaze. The surrounding sailors were equally anxious and perplexed, daring not to utter a sound, even as Xiaobai's penetrating gaze swept over them, compelling them to focus intently on their own toes. The helmsman, at a loss, felt tears welling up in his eyes, casting a desperate glance towards Colonel Fitu, who had been silently lurking in the background. His eyes instantly brimmed with hope. Colonel Fitu, who had long wished to remain unnoticed, immediately recognized the plea in the helmsman's gaze, feeling an urge to draw his sword in response. Stealing a glance upwards, he was met with Xiaobai's slow, scrutinizing gaze, causing his breath to quicken. "Fool, what are you staring at? Hurry up and do as the master instructed." Colonel Fitu bellowed, his voice rising to a pitch that made beads of sweat form on his forehead. Yet he dared not wipe them away, remaining rigid in his stance. Oh. The helmsman was momentarily stunned, then suddenly roused, casting a furtive glance at Xiaobai, only to retract it instantly, scrambling toward the ship's helm. Throughout this ordeal, the sailors kept their heads bowed, trembling in fear. Xiaobai's mere reputation had rendered them immobile. With the sails unfurled and the warship's inherent power accelerating, The vessel surged forward with remarkable speed. The helmsman, drenched in sweat, whether from fatigue or some other cause, found the ship enveloped in silence. Each sailor remaining as still as a statue, obedient as marionettes. Xiaobai, seemingly indifferent, occasionally issued a few commands, ensuring that the warship continued to advance in the direction he indicated. Surely, this distance is sufficient. Xiaobai cast a fleeting glance at Colonel Fitu before suddenly extending his hand and gesturing towards him. Fitu, who had been discreetly observing Xiaobai, felt his body stiffen at the unexpected movement. As he became aware of the sensation in his hand, he hastily looked down and was taken aback. In his grasp lay a petite communicator, a familiar device that should have been lost to the sands of time. Now, it is time to reach out to your superiors. Xiaobai suddenly vanished from the mast, only to appear beside him in a whisper. What? Colonel Fitu exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily halted by Xiaobai's icy gaze. At that moment, Colonel Fitu remained transfixed, clutching the familiar telephone bug in his hand, until the bewilderment faded and he met Xiaobai's gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. He had confirmed repeatedly that this telephone bug was indeed the very one he had lost, the one he believed to have been accidentally misplaced amidst that strange sandstorm. The sea breeze billowed the sails, causing the taut canvas to emit a series of muffled sounds as the steadfast warship cleaved through the waves with scarcely any sway. All the sailors stood in silence before that figure, yet were reluctant to lift their heads. Many of them trembled throughout, their uniforms soaked with sweat time and again, leaving them to stand still, awaiting the wind to dry them. Now, contact your superiors. Xiaobai's voice resonated as if emerging from the abyss, causing Colonel Fitu to shudder violently, his blood seemingly frozen in his veins, an icy chill causing his teeth to clatter. Yes, Fitu stammered, his miniature communicator trembling in his grasp. The grim specter of death left him too terrified to contemplate Xiaobai's intentions, compelling him instead to humbly acquiesce, desperately seeking a sliver of hope within his grasp. Just do as I say. Xiaobai's nonchalant words broke the silence that enveloped the deck. The naval personnel, though too fearful to meet his gaze, couldn't help but furtively glance at him from the corners of their eyes. They were all acutely aware that not long prior, the warship guarding the fishing village had been left devoid of life, not a single intact plank remaining, and the orchestrator of that catastrophic event, which had been strictly forbidden from being disclosed, was none other than the menacing figure before them. Xiaobai? Suddenly, observing Colonel Fitu's hesitance, Xiaobai raised his hand. Amidst the astonished expressions of those around, he casually gestured towards the ship's mast. This seemingly innocuous movement sent a wave of terror through the hearts of the naval personnel and Colonel Fitu alike. A crackling sound echoed, and the anxious onlookers abruptly noticed the mast tilting precariously. With a thunderous crash, they stood in stunned silence as the mast gradually collapsed. The Navy personnel, witnessing the cataclysmic fall, could no longer contain themselves and shouted, scrambling to evade the impending disaster. In the next instant, the very ground where they had stood was crushed beneath the falling mast, splintering the ship's side. The ropes affixed to the mast snapped violently, whipping through the air like enraged serpents. One unfortunate sailor was struck, emitting a muffled groan as he was sent flying. Another was thrown against a fixed object, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and bleeding, a pool of crimson slowly spreading beneath him. As the mast descended in the midst of their inexplicable dread, it sank beneath the waves, leaving the surviving sailors of the warship gasping for breath, their faces etched with disbelief. They all instinctively turned their gazes toward the ever-composed Xiaobai, their panic unspeakable. Colonel Fitu felt his legs weaken, nearly toppling over. He understood that this spectacle was primarily for his benefit, yet he could not bear to face Xiaobai. Trembling, he dialed the communicator. A low, steady breath emanated from the device. The other end remained silent, evidently awaiting him to speak first. Colonel Fitu's anxious eyes darted toward Xiaobai, visibly at a loss. Witnessing Xiaobai effortlessly sever the mast with an unknown yet formidable technique left him paralyzed with fear. Although others could not see it, he distinctly perceived the tangible, flickering sword energy emanating from Xiaobai's outstretched hand. Seeing his trepidation, Xiaobai smiled faintly, his lips moving. Our team is currently engaged with sea monsters. Please provide immediate assistance. We are at. Colonel Fitu's report abruptly halted. He was oblivious to the astonishment on the other end. All he noticed was the communicator in his grasp, which suddenly manifested several neat fractures. Startled, Colonel Fitu instinctively flung the communicator away, retracting his hand violently, causing it to shatter into fragments upon impact with the ground. Still in disbelief, he gazed at his unscathed palm, exhaling a sigh of relief. But then, his body stiffened. Gulping, Colonel Fitu stared at the shattered communicator lying on the ground, his scalp prickling with dread. Moments ago, it had rested in his hand, yet now it lay severed into pieces, and he had no inkling of when or how it had transpired. Regaining his composure, he looked at Xiaobai in utter disbelief, an overwhelming fear propelling him to involuntarily step back. I just heard something. May I inquire about what transpired in that village? Xiaobai, seemingly nonchalant, suddenly approached and crouched down, extending his fingers to poke at the neatly sliced fragments of the phone bug scattered on the ground. A faint smile crept across his face as he reveled in his subtle mastery of control. Everyone heard Xiaobai's inquiry, yet at that moment, They appeared utterly bewildered, particularly the naval personnel stationed on the warships, who exchanged anxious glances, desperately seeking guidance. Some accompanying sailors seemed dazed, cautiously glancing around at their comrades, uncertain yet hesitant to confirm their confusion. No one responded? Then I might just resort to violence. You, enlighten me. What have you done to that village in the desert? Xiaobai slowly rose to his feet, casting a sweeping glance around the vicinity. The chilling intensity in his tone caused the surrounding naval soldiers to collectively shudder, their gazes fixated on their own toes, holding their breaths in trepidation. Xiaobai's gaze, however, lingered upon a particular naval soldier beside him. The singled-out soldier trembled violently, nearly crying out under the weight of Xiaobai's scrutiny. Rendered utterly helpless to seek aid from others, his lips quivered, flushed with urgency, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Beads of sweat erupting profusely from his forehead. Speak, an indistinguishable aura suddenly manifested and then abruptly dissipated. Xiaobai's soft voice, akin to an enchanting whisper, caused the soldier to relax, albeit with a dazed expression. At that moment, Colonel Fetus seemed to recall something, his complexion shifting dramatically as he hurriedly signaled his subordinate with frantic gestures, but it was already too late. We merely seized their water supply, wounding a few elderly and injuring some who resisted, the naval soldier stated, appearing rather numb under the skeptical gazes of his comrades. Throughout, Xiaobai maintained an impassive demeanor, while with each revelation, Colonel Fidu felt his heart constrict painfully. Unlike others, he had meticulously analyzed the situation. This individual before him had embarked on a path of bloodshed against the Navy since the annihilation of his village. His fixation on avenging his village surpassed their wildest imaginations, and to repeatedly invoke it in his presence, especially by the Navy, was akin to inviting death. Yet, was it merely to deprive you of the very water sources upon which your survival depended? Xiaobai suddenly let out a soft chuckle, yet to everyone present, there was no indication of mirth in his demeanor. Colonel Fida inwardly cursed the situation. Indeed, your Navy continues to act with impunity towards these villages, which you deem powerless to resist, just as ever. Xiaobai's voice suddenly filled the air with an endless chill, and his cold gaze, tinted with a faint crimson light, swept across the surroundings. Regardless of whether it met the eyes of others, their hearts felt as if they had been violently struck, rendering their bodies rigid and immovable. Colonel Fitu's face changed wildly. He wished to argue, but was abruptly blinded by a dazzling light, forcing him to turn away in haste. In the next moment, he collapsed onto the ground. A nearly 6-meter-tall, upright claw dragon, its surface adorned with gleaming black armor, produced a cacophony of metallic clinks, obscuring the sunlight like a colossal divine warrior. With its crimson eyes and sharp teeth, adorned with menacing horns, it awkwardly steadied itself against the ship's deck. The naval officers, their pupils constricted in fear, witnessed how its claws effortlessly sank into the deck as if it were nothing. At the break in the mast, a gigantic green jade mantis, reminiscent of emerald, gently waved its dual sickles while brushing its antennae. The cold glint of its sharp blades occasionally sliced through the mast's iron sheeting. Yet it made no sound, cleaving through as if it were mere tofu, leaving behind only fine fragments. The brown fur could not conceal the sharp fangs of the towering creature, over 7 meters high, which caused the entire warship to tremble. One colossal arm grasped the body of a sailor, sniffing curiously, a look of confusion evident on its face. Amidst the sailor's screams, it tightened its grip, splattering blood across the stunned naval officers below. In the sea beside the warship, a massive wave surged, revealing the sharp dorsal fin glistening with a cold light, exuding a chilling aura barely inferior to that of a blade, instilling a sudden despair in the hearts of the observing sailors. Thud, thud. The deck space was consumed, and the naval officers huddled together, powerless and collapsed on the ground, incredulously gazing at the unfolding scene. Mythical beasts emerged as if from a legend, overwhelming them with despair. Did you not vow not to kill us? Colonel Fida suddenly screamed at Xiaobai, as if driven mad. I have never uttered such words, have I? Xiaobai brushed off the imaginary dust from his cloak and ascended slowly into the air on the ethereal wings of purple feathers, gazing down at the Navy personnel. Their eyes already glazed over in oblivion, he spoke with a tone laced with mockery. Since you are so obedient, allow me to provide you with an explanation that you should have grasped long ago. Xiaobai gently patted the head of the purple-scaled black dragon that had flown beside him, turning his gaze to the Navy personnel, his eyes filled with indifference. If you must assign blame, then let it be upon yourselves for choosing to join the Navy. The sea breeze swept past, as a flock of seagulls settled upon the still-standing mast of a ship, preening their feathers. The warship docked here was enveloped in a heavy silence. They had arrived at the behest of a request, affiliated with the nearby naval forces. The waves crashed against the hull, the scattered remnants of splintered ships creating a cacophony of jarring sounds, mingling with the acrid sin of the sea, rendering the atmosphere particularly irksome. The sailors aboard the warship appeared eerily quiet, a silence so profound it felt stifling. They gazed at the expanse of water, starkly contrasting with the vibrant blue, now resembling a cursed abyss, a deathly sea, suffused with a disquieting crimson hue. Especially in the center, the terrifying dark red zone seemed to beckon like an endless chasm, threatening to consume souls. What are you waiting for? Descend and search for survivors. A small bearded commander, adorned in the insignia of a rear admiral, suddenly shattered the silence with a commanding shout. The the words just as fluttering in the wind upon his cloak. Yet, the sailors, upon hearing the command, exchanged hesitant glances, their reluctance palpable in each soldier's demeanor. This task could only be accomplished by small boats. The warship's intrusion into that calamitous realm risked sweeping survivors away with the tumultuous waves, and the inability to be meticulous might forfeit countless chances for rescue. Everyone understood this. Yet none were eager to take the plunge. After all, the bloodied waters below were far from ordinary in their horror. And no one wished to draw near for a closer look. What's the matter? Did you not hear my orders? The small-bearded admiral, witnessing the sailor's trepidation, felt veins throb on his forehead as he bellowed in anger. Realizing their superior's fury was genuine, the sailors begrudgingly lowered the small boats into the water, their reluctance evident in every movement, all while casting fearful glances at the blood-tainted waters drifting from the center. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. One sailor, bending over to grasp an oar, caught sight of his own distorted reflection in the crimson sea, letting out a startled cry and staggering backward, nearly toppling off the boat. The tense sailors nearby jumped in alarm. The oars slowly submerged into the sanguine depths, raising a series of bubbles accompanied by a sticky sound that sent shivers down their spines. The soldiers stood rigid, too afraid to glance around them. Faint remnants of dismembered limbs emerged into their view, whether directly or peripherally. Those grisly sights consumed their vision, leaving them chilled and trembling. Many sailors succumbed to nausea, leaning over the sides of the small boats to retch, some even spotting a half-submerged head attached to a piece of driftwood, prompting them to heave even more violently. The mingling scents of blood and chilling decay were soon followed by the acrid tang of bile. Despite their efforts, the sailors found themselves trapped in a grim cycle of trembling limbs and stagnant progress. Stop vomiting. Do you even resemble sailors? Quickly, search for any survivors. The small-bearded admiral shouted from the side of the warship. Though he urged them on, he couldn't help but turn his gaze away as seasoned sailors trembled, using their oars to lift the dismembered remains from the water, their own stomachs churning in response. Many among the Navy had taken lives, witnessed countless bloodshed. Yet it didn't mean they could stomach the hellish scene before them. The blood-stained ocean, frothing with white bubbles, suffocated them with its terrifying stench, while shattered wood drifted atop the crimson foam, mingling with the grotesque limbs that writhed with each wave. Each advance the sailors made was accompanied by the horrifying revelation of tragedy that left them shaken to the core. Crushed, clawed, torn, severed, dismembered limbs danced grotesquely, narrating the cruelty of this disaster. Never had the Navy's pupils contracted so frequently and violently. The absence of any complete form was self-evident. The horrifying extent of destruction beyond belief. The warship had been obliterated, leaving not a single intact plank. The more seasoned sailors felt an unsettling strangeness. Yet everything was undeniably the result of a vicious attack. What remained unfathomable to them was why the assailants harbored such deep-seated hatred for the Navy. To the extent of shattering the ship into such fragments, and leaving behind so many dismembered limbs, inexplicably not consumed, only one conclusion remained. This was nothing short of slaughter. They could not fathom the horrors the sailors had endured, nor dare to imagine the scene before them, which sent ceaseless chills down their spines. The small-bearded admiral stood silently at the ship's railing, lost in thought. He recognized the fear among the sailors. He himself was terrified. Yet, his desire to uncover the truth of what transpired here compelled him to search for evidence and survivors. Anything that could attest to the events that had unfolded. As the small boat's oars stirred the bloodied waters, the intensified scent of blood nearly overwhelmed them, causing their limbs to tremble. Yet, spurred on by duty, they pressed on in search of potential survivors. The murky water seemed to cling to them, whether due to their weakened grip or its newfound density. The sailors struggled more than before. One sailor, shaking as he advanced, suddenly found his oar tugging heavily, and upon looking down, was met with a dismembered body, its half-wet hair clinging to his severed head. The sailor shrieked in terror, dropping his oar into the sea, causing the boat to sway violently. Similar incidents unfolded on each searching vessel. The colonel stood at the railing, listening to the shrieks of horror that sent tremors through him as well. His eyes twitching in distress, yet no survivors emerged to return his hopes. Not a single one. In this sea of shattered remains, they searched for 3 hours. After 3 hours. Report, Admiral. We found this. Colonel feed his cloak. A sailor, disheveled and trembling, climbed aboard the warship, presenting the blood-soaked cloak that reeked of iron, marked with gashes reminiscent of claws. The admiral gazed at it, hesitating to reach out. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions as he surveyed the hellish expanse of crimson waters. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply. Everyone, stand down. The search is over. Return at once. The admiral's thunderous command echoed across the waters, reverberating into the distance. The sailors, who had grown somewhat dazed, suddenly froze, then erupted in uncontainable joy. Never before had their superiors' roar elicited such heartfelt gratitude from them. The naval officers scrambled onto the warship, their frantic efforts to confront the enemy palpable amidst the trepidation that enveloped this expansive sea. This particular search had instilled a profound fear within them, one that was absolute and unyielding. The enigmatic force responsible for this dread loomed in their imagination like an apocalyptic nightmare. Perhaps that very presence still lingered nearby, or lay concealed in the unfathomable depths of the ocean, silently and malevolently observing them. Cold sweat streamed down their faces, unceasing and relentless. In an unprecedented display of unity and precision, the naval soldiers swiftly weighed anchor and turned away from the sight of their terror. In a spacious yet dimly lit chamber, an elderly man donned a loose-fitting kimono, seated in a position of authority with an unwavering posture. Colonel Feda's bloodied cloak lay undisturbed upon the expansive table, surrounded by a collection of detailed reports. The elder, with deliberate slowness, polished his long blade with a white cloth, remaining silent throughout. In the stillness, he gazed intently at the various claw marks and scratches on the cloak, his eyes glinting with intensity. With a resounding clang, the long sword was sheathed, and the chilling gleam abruptly vanished. In the empty room, the elder let out a sudden grunt, and the force of his presence caused the teacups and vases to tremble and rattle. Shortly thereafter, in the office of the Naval Headquarters Marshal, a similar report lay disheveled on the table before the warlord. He read it repeatedly, his mind racing, and even discreetly summoned the soldiers who had ventured forth, interrogating them one by one with meticulous care. Yet, the responses were all strikingly similar. Colonel Fidu and his crew had been assaulted by an unknown and ferocious sea creature in that treacherous region, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on earth. The repetitive confirmations did little to ease the warlord's mind. Rather, they intensified his unease. He harbored a persistent feeling that something crucial had eluded his grasp, yet no matter how he pondered, the answer remained frustratingly elusive. Thus, he found himself resigned to the tiresome and solemn task of scrutinizing those reports, plagued by the question, was it truly as simple as an encounter with a sea monster? The warlord's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Xiaobai sat atop the purple-scaled black dragon, allowing the fierce winds to billow around his cloak, his complexion turning pale, an expression of bitter amusement crossing his face. In an effort to avoid causing trouble for the nation that had honored him, he had painstakingly lured the naval forces into the depths of the ocean, annihilating them completely. In his determination to leave no trace of his presence, he commanded the ferocious beasts to reduce the warships to mere fragments. However, what he had not anticipated was that this massacre would herald the impending evolution of these creatures. This unforeseen development left Xiaobai in a quandary, yet in order to ensure the safe advancement of these perilous beasts, he resolved to seek out the necessary herbs to concoct the elixir. He yearned for guidance, a swift direction towards the required materials. Yet again, fate surprised him when he attempted his first divination using 3 exquisite copper coins, which had been stored away and used since their crafting. To his dismay, he encountered a backlash. The 6 lines, which he had presumed to be as simple as casting dice, became a serious endeavor as he directly invoked his soul to resonate with them. He did indeed glean the direction he sought, but the backlash ensued, a soul's retribution. It was then that he bitterly realized the gravity of tampering with celestial secrets. From that moment, he found himself unable to wield his spiritual awareness for a considerable time, at the very least for the next 2 days. Both his true essence and physical acuity would be significantly diminished. Troublesome indeed. Xiaobai descended upon the designated destination, retracting the eagerly amiable black dragon with a casual gesture. In his heart, he pondered silently. Soon, he realized that on this island, nestled within the windless zone, there seemed to be an abundance of serpents. Tomorrow there will be an update. The extent of it depends on your engagement. This is a primordial tropical forest where a myriad of lush plants flourish. The coastal terrain is somewhat humid, hosting a plethora of exotic flora in vibrant abundance. As Xiaobai treaded upon the moss-laden rubble, he discerned, albeit faintly, that numerous serpents adorned with iridescent patterns had been observing him for quite some time, poised and eagerly flicking their tongues in anticipation.